Meng Hongya looked at her with a non-smiling smile as she spoke at will. If such a strange matter happens, then what's the issue? In this valley master will lend the claret crystal bracelet to you. But this valley master advises you not to let your imagination run wild. Not only Meng Hongya, even those guards and female attendants standing in the main hall all couldn't help but burst out laughing on hearing Huang Yueli's words. From what they thought, Huang Yueli was simply a model of the term young and inexperienced. Relying on the fact that she had a bit of innate talent, she really didn't know how high the heavens were or how thick the earth was. Initially, she said that she was able to restore Palace Lord Huang's mechanism, and now she said that she was going to restore the mechanism that was left behind since ancient times. This was getting more and more ridiculous, and she was boasting to the skies. Really don't know how heavy she herself was. Meng Wanner couldn't help but burst out laughing. Young Miss Bai, I finally understand that it's not that you're actually believing that you're infallible and trying to paste gold on your own face, but rather, you're a lunatic with an unclear mind. Just based on you, to fix an ancient mechanism, then everyone in Soaring Heaven's continent are all armament masters. She turned towards Li Moying and she intentionally put on an understanding look as she advised, Young Master Li, my master's temper has always not been very good and hates people who always shoots their mouth off. You'd better advise young Miss Bai, otherwise if you infuriate my master, you might be chased out of Ice Serpent Valley today. I'll help you think of an idea regarding the matter for the guide. Meng Wanner's words had both smeared Huang Yueli and also pointed out her importance. She was confident that when Li Moying heard this, he would definitely realize that the fiancé beside him was an airhead vase who only had looks, but no brains. Whereas she, Meng Wanner, was the only one who could help him in the northern ice fields. Whoever knew, Li Moying merely swept a cold glance at him. That originally bewitching peach blossom eyes carried a frigid cold intent shooting towards her, and that one instance completely enveloped her entire body with an ice-cold feeling that shot right into her bones. Meng Wanner felt her body being frozen and her heart felt as though it was being squeezed by someone tightly. In her entire life, she had never once felt such terror. This man was simply too frightening. The aura coming from him was much stronger, by 100 times more than her master Meng Hongya. Li Moying was originally standing behind Huang Yueli's back, silently listening to her and Meng Hongya speaking, and at this present moment, he finally stood up and walked towards Meng Hongya. Dali Master Meng, since you've already agreed to Lear's requests, and with so many people as witness, this matter has been fixed as such, so I believe that you wouldn't renege on it, right? Meng Hongya's gaze fell onto Li Moying's body. If you guys really have the ability to even fix an ancient mechanism, then this valley master can even give the claret crystal bracelet to you as a gift. But how is it possible for you all to do it? Li Moying nodded his head. That is great. Just send someone to bring us to restore the array. We're pressed for time, so I'm afraid that we don't have much time to stop here for long. Oh? Really so confident? Meng Hongya saw that he said this and her heart was alarmed, as she suddenly felt that surely she hadn't fallen into a pit, right? But since she had already said that, it was too late for regrets now. Moreover, Meng Hongya couldn't believe that such a ridiculous matter under the heavens could happen. So no matter what, it was impossible for her to think that the words that she said had any loopholes at all. Men, send these few guests to the valley entrance, and see how they're prepared to restore the mechanisms. A few guards walked over and paid their respects to Huang Yueli, and the rest then made a pleased gesture. Huang Yueli didn't indulge with the pleasantries as she turned around and walked away with them. Li Moying and the others naturally also followed behind them as they all left together. Meng Hongya looked at their departing figures as she couldn't help but creased her brows, with her heart totally bewildered. Meng Wanner looked at Li Moying, then turned around to look at Meng Hongya, and eventually, she chose to stay behind as she approached Meng Hongya cautiously. Moss. Master, are they really from that number 1 sacred lands? When Meng Hongya heard her question, she then regained her senses as she nodded. This should be correct. From their dressing, it's all blue profound sect's disciples' uniform, and moreover all of them are all top-rated top exponents as their imposing matter were restrained, definitely from a large sect. Plus they were able to bring the token from Palace Lord Huang. I believe their identity shouldn't be fake. Then what's their purpose in coming here? Meng Wanner asked, curiously. Meng Hongye shook her head, Their lips are too tight, and even this master isn't able to tell. But this one-time activation with so many top exponents, and also asking to borrow the claret crystal bracelet, moreover choosing to enter the frozen zone at such a dangerous time of the year, I'm afraid, their motive isn't simple. Saying that, Meng Hongye turned her head towards Meng Wanner. These people have mysterious backgrounds, and we can't be sure that they wouldn't be any trickery in secret. Go help this master keep an eye on them. Meng Wanner was just waiting for this sentence of hers as she hurriedly nodded, yes, this disciple will go right now. Especially that Li Moying. Meng Hongye recalled the earlier scene as she muttered to herself. Young Master Li. What's the matter with him? Meng Wanner wanted to find out about Li Moying's situation the most, hence she asked anxiously. Meng Hongye said, earlier when he self-introduced himself, saying that he was Blue Profound Sect Sovereign Mu's disciple, but I heard that Blue Profound Sect Sovereign would only take in one disciple and that would be the future sovereign. Moreover, at his young age, he's already at 9th stage realm 6th level cultivation, so his innate talent should be much better than Li Moying. Such a peerless genius with such identity and innate talent, by right, he should be a protected figure within the entire sect, but yet he appeared right here. Meng Hongye only cared about her own thoughts and totally didn't notice that beside her, Meng Wanner's admiration in her eyes was totally unconcealable. So, this young Master Li was Blue Profound Sect's future sovereign. His innate talent was even much stronger than the legendary #1 top export in the continent. Such an incredibly excellent man, she must find a way to get him. Huang Yueli and the others followed the guards who led the way as they returned to the entrance of Ice Serpent Valley. At this very moment, it was already evening time and the skies were slightly darkened. However, Ice Serpent Valley's raging winds and huge snow had yet to stop, and instead because of the darkened skies, it appeared to be even more gloomy and terrifying. Song Pahun couldn't help but shrank his neck as he hugged the cape around him tightly. Although as a 9th stage realm practitioner, fighting against this cold wasn't of much difficulty, but somehow he still subconsciously felt uncomfortable. This Ice Serpent Valley's Valley Master is a little too conceited. She actually just chased us out like this? Even if she wanted us to restore the array, surely she need not act like this, right? She could totally treat us to a meal and rest before we talk about this tomorrow, right? Hearing his grumbling, Lu Bian retracted his Osean fan in his hands as he knocked his head. Wishful thinking. Haven't you got an inkling of the situation already? We were coveting on other people's secret treasure, and it's already not bad that they didn't throw us out, so how passionate could they be towards us? Ah? Lu Bian spoke in a disapproving manner. Song Pahun was stunned. Is Grandmaster Huang for real? Song Pajun turned his gaze towards Huang Yueli. Grandmaster Huang, if I didn't guess wrongly, you specially led us on this trip to Ice Serpent Valley. Looking for a guide is secondary. The most important part is probably for that claret crystal bracelet, right? Huang Yueli smiled as she nodded her head. Guardian Jun is someone who understands things. That's right, I did so just for the claret crystal bracelet. When I came to Ice Serpent Valley in my past life, I had once heard that the claret crystal bracelet was a valuable treasure which was used to stabilize one's primordial spirit, and if Moying were to wear this on him, it would definitely be of help to him. Especially this time when we're heading towards Lone Sky Summit, there is a 99% chance of us fighting with the Ghost Mask Man. If any accidents happen, this would be considered as another level of security. It will also prevent Moying's illness from acting up, just in case he uses a little profound energy. Li Moying's corner of his eye carried a smile as he lightly hugged her slender waist, pulling her into his arms. I knew it, what Lear did is all for me. Huang Yueli leaned against him but didn't reveal any of the bashfulness that he anticipated. Instead, she turned her head around and gave him a fierce stare and added on a heavy punch on his chest. This used up quite an amount of strength as Li Moying felt a wave of dull pain, as he groaned. Leer, why did you hit me for? Huang Yueli's skin was smiling, but that smile wasn't genuine as she spoke. Young sect master Li is indeed flirtatious by nature, with boundless charm. Merely stood at the entrance of Ice Serpent Valley, and you've already abducted another young lady's heart. She hadn't even completed her words when Song Pahun couldn't stifle his laugh as he already burst out laughing. But following that, he received his own sovereign's vicious stare as he shuddered and hurriedly swallowed back laughter. But his shoulders were shaking uncontrollably. The others' faces all reflected a look which they wanted to laugh but didn't dare to, as they were shaking all over. Earlier, that Meng Wanner's pair of big eyes was just short of being glued on Li Moying's body and everyone saw it. Lu Bian couldn't help but spoke out in ridicule, young Master Li indeed has good fortune in love affairs. Speaking of that, even this divine doctor is also a little envious of you. Obviously I'm the one who had much strong ability, and also a gentlemanly handsome male, but why is it that every single time, the one who received the bell's grace is always you? Could it be that you are seducing another woman behind my junior sister's back? These words were wishing for the whole world to be in chaos and was simply trying to drive a wedge between them. Li Moying's expression sunk as his icy cold vision swept past Lu Bian's face. Since divine Dr. Lu envies so much, then this sovereign shall give it up to you. TSK, young sect master Li, you're too modest. Young Miss Meng likes you, so it's useless if I just stick up to her like that. On account of her passionate feelings, why don't you just? Lu Bian wasn't afraid of him, so not only did he not shut up, he even spoke more delightfully. It was rare for him to have a chance to taunt Li Moying, hence he naturally wouldn't let it go like that. However, before he could even finish his words, he saw a piece of sharp square-shaped ice blade flying towards his face. The speed was astonishingly swift. Luckily his ability was extraordinary and in the nick of time, he hurriedly turned his head as he evaded it and the ice blade just slid past his side face, narrowly scraping it. Li Moying, you dare to use profound energy? Lu Bian looked at Li Moying with a pair of astonished eyes. He had done that based on the fact that Li Moying could not retaliate against him, hence he spoke such cynical remarks, obtaining an advantage in terms of the mouth. If it wasn't for the fact that Li Moying could not use his profound energy, the both of them would probably have started fighting. Li Moying gave a cold scoff as though he was snubbing at him. I didn't use any profound energy. You're the one who needs a beating, hence even my Leer couldn't stand it any further. Lu Bian was stunned as he then realized that the ice blade was actually shot out at him by Huang Yueli. Lu Bian's face immediately collapsed as he looked towards Huang Yueli and spoke out aggrievedly, Junior sister, how could you do that? You're actually helping outsiders to shoot ice blades at your senior brother? Moreover, it was shot towards my face. A tall and stately, casual and elegant man like me, if my looks are really disfigured by your strike, just how many young ladies' hearts would shatter, do you know? Huang Yueli's lips curled as her complexion showed that she wasn't worried at all. Then how about you? Aren't you also helping outsiders, persuading my husband to accept that Meng Wanner? This. I was only joking. Lu Bian realized that he had said the wrong words and a drip of cold sweat slid down from his forehead, as he hurriedly followed behind Huang Yueli, hoping to explain. However, Huang Yueli gave a cold harumph and turned around as she ran towards the exterior of Ice Serpent Valley to check on the arrays, totally ignoring him. Li Moying also blindly followed suit, staying by Huang Yueli's side, blocking Lu Bian on the outside. Huang Yueli walked towards the right side for around 2 to 3 miles before she stopped and raised her head to look in front. She stared at it fixedly for a long time. Moreover, she seemed as though she was pondering over something as her elegant brows were creased. Song Pajun and the others followed behind them not too far away as they curiously took a look at her line of sight, probing their heads over to see what she's looking at. But they weren't able to understand anything at all. Strange, what is Grandmaster Huang looking at? Song Pahun asked in a small voice. Song Pajun observed for a moment and replied hesitantly. Earlier Grandmaster Huang had already mentioned that she's here to restore the mechanism. I guess she should be observing the mechanism? Ah? Really? Song Pahun's eyes widened, but no matter how I look, I feel that this is a piece of white snowy land and no different from any other place. Mechanism? Array? Where are those? Buried inside the snowy land? His words had just ended when he saw Huang Yueli, who had her arms behind her back, suddenly raised them up. An amethyst gold-colored deviant flame flew out from her palm. Moreover, at the instant when the flame left her body, the flame seemed to expand against the wind as it instantly turned from a ball of small flame into a huge ball of raging flames, flying towards the front. Wherever the deviant flame flew against the snowy lands, originally the land which looked as though there was no abnormality had now revealed rows of huge mechanisms. These mechanisms were built exquisitely and moreover, it rose up into the clouds, and under the companions surrounding raging snow and wind, it appeared to be a majestic and towering like those individual miracles which had been lost. Song Pajun and the others were all in a daze as they looked at those mechanisms without blinking at all. Huang Yueli's arms raised towards her chest level as her 10 fingers were swiftly flying as her incantation gestures were ever changing. Different colored deviant flames were shot onto the snowy grounds following her actions. As the icy snow slowly melted, the air around the mechanisms surrounding slowly lit up an array pattern and immediately following that was the second and third. A large piece of array pattern formed into a line. In the dim snowstorm, these sparkling array patterns looked especially eye-catching. Like the stars shining brightly in the skies, twinkling. All the array patterns remained under Huang Yueli's control, as it was shown one after another. It was 1 hour later when Huang Yueli stopped all her actions and took a deep breath as her body weakened. Li Moying had always been by her side, observing her expression and actions, and at the moment he saw her void of energy, Li Moying instantly stretched out his arm, which held on to her softened slender body just nicely, holding her into his arms. He adjusted the angle of his hug and strength to allow Huang Yueli to lean more comfortably against his chest. Lear, what's the matter? Have you exhausted too much profound energy from restoring those mechanisms? You're only at 7th stage realm now, and totally different from in the past, so if you indeed exhaust too much, then you must never force yourself. Even if we don't have the claret crystal bracelet, I will still protect you properly, and also protect myself. Huang Yueli was like a cat, clinging on to its owner. Actually, she had really felt a little dizzy earlier, but after being hugged by Li Moying, she had already resumed back to normal, but Li Moying's chest was firm and strong. Leaning against it gave her a sense of security, hence she instantly was too lazy to move. Huang Yueli replied lazily, I'm fine, just depleted a bit of energy, but it won't affect me restoring these mechanisms. Today I just wanted to understand these mechanisms and erase damage percentage and will only start the restoration tomorrow. Li Moying frowned, you've already depleted your energy and still say you're fine? Just understanding the situation caused you to end up like this. How are you intending to restore those mechanisms? Huang Yueli rubbed against his chest. Based on my current cultivation, it indeed isn't capable of supporting me in restoring such a large-sized mechanism, but isn't there senior brother, Guardian June, and the others? I've already got a rough plan and tomorrow I just need everyone to listen to my commands and coordinate with me to operate those mechanisms, so it doesn't really need me to do much, and I'd be able to restore it. Hearing that, Liu Bian and the others exchanged glances as they all seemed a little excited. Everyone looked as though they were tempted to have a go at it. This is interesting, this subordinate hadn't done such a thing before yet. Restore mechanisms. A few days ago, I was still teaching my junior sister to refine pills. Tomorrow, it's my junior sister's turn to teach me how to refine armaments. Li Moying then nodded his head. All right then, since these few coolies can be used, then I am much more assured now. Hey, what's called coolies? Do you know how to respect other people? Lu Bian replied in a gruff voice. Li Moying heeded no attention to him as he lowered his head and took a look at the little fox in his arms. Since you're going to start work early tomorrow morning, then can we leave now? Huang Yueli was just about to reply when suddenly, from Ice Serpent Valley's direction, came a shuffle of footsteps. Young Master Li, young Master Li! Meng Wanner shouted out loudly. Li Moying frowned, but other than him, the others all gave off mischievous smiles. Meng Wanner jogged along the way towards this place. They could tell that she had intentionally changed into a large red cape. As compared to the earlier light red color, she appeared brighter and prettier, especially in the snowy land. It gave off the feel and color like a red lotus in the snow. Her face was beaming with a sweet smile as she walked over gracefully, originally wanting to put on a seductive expression to attract Li Moying's attention. Whoever knew that the nearer she got, on detailed look, she then discovered that Huang Yueli and Li Moying were leaning together tightly. The tall and handsome man held the slender and beautiful young lady into his embrace as his slender and powerful arms were placed on her waist, whereas the young lady hugged his waist obediently and tenderly. Her face was carrying a sweet smile. This combination of a handsome man and a beautiful woman looked visually attractive. But in Meng Wanner's eyes, it was extremely eye-piercing, and it simply made her go mad with jealousy. The muscles on her face were twitching, and she expended a huge amount of energy before she was able to maintain the virtuous lady's demeanor on her face. Meng Wanner squeezed out a smile and asked concernedly, "Young Master Li, young Miss Bai, my master has specially asked me to come over to ask what plans you have after observing the mechanisms and arrays? Can it be restored? If you need Ice Serpent Valley to supply you with materials and manpower aid, feel free to tell me, and I'll go arrange." After finishing her words, she quickly shifted her gaze onto Huang Yueli's, waiting to see her awkward expression. Whoever knew, Huang Yueli pushed Li Moying aside gently and gave a smile. She started to boss her around immodestly. "Young Miss Meng, you came at the right time. I was just worrying about not having enough materials and manpower and don't know how to speak up to Valley Master Meng. With these words of yours, I'm much more assured now. The thing is like this, I've already done a detailed full check on the arrays and mechanisms earlier and it's not too difficult to restore, but we need a lot of materials. Will you please prepare 300 pieces of green frost soul extract, 200 pieces of silver loop snake skin, 50 pieces of shattered stars jade, and also..." Huang Yueli opened up her fingers as she counted the number of items and listed a huge pile of materials at one go. Meng Wanner initially put on a look as though she couldn't care much about it, but listening to the end, her eyeballs almost popped out. After some time later, Huang Yueli then finished her list and patted her hands. "All right, basically it's these few materials. May I trouble young Miss Meng to prepare these and deliver it over tomorrow at 5 in the morning. As for manpower, just send 7 to 8 ninth stage realm practitioners, and that will do." Meng Wanner clenched her teeth tightly as she looked at her in disbelief. "What joke are you cracking? Restoring an array requires so many and such high-quality materials? Do you know what things you are talking about? Green frost soul extract, silver loop snake skin, those are all 7-tiered materials. Shattered stars jade is even an 8th-tiered material. Any set of those materials are all priceless, and you just opened your mouth and asked for a few hundred sets. Do you have any common knowledge or not? Or do you treat us Ice Serpent Valley as foolish spendthrifts?" She was pretty angered, and originally it was because of Li Moying, which made her thought unpleasantly of Huang Yueli, but now hearing these ridiculous requests, Meng Wanner felt that this wretched lass had come intentionally to disrupt Ice Serpent Valley. Otherwise, her brain must be filled with water. However, Huang Yueli totally didn't care about her hooting as she spoke out slowly, "Young Miss Meng, if you don't understand mechanisms and arrays, then please do not speak at your own will over here. Do you know what I'm going to restore?" Palace Lord Huang had left behind a 9th-tiered mechanism array that year. You can go back and ask Valley Master Meng, that year when these mechanisms were set up, how much high-leveled materials were used, and it was totally incomparable to now. Now the restoration as compared to that year's materials isn't even 1/20th of it, and the cost-performance ratio is already very high. You don't think of deceiving me. I will definitely report this matter to my master. If you dare to use the name of restoring mechanism and come swindle at Ice Serpent Valley, then you can forget about walking out of northern ice fields alive. Meng Wanner retorted angrily. When Huang Yueli heard that, she couldn't help but curled her lips as she spoke with a smile that wasn't quite like a smile. "Young Miss Meng, I'd like to advise you not to speak recklessly. Firstly, the mechanisms which are protecting your Ice Serpent Valley are spoiled, and I have a few sky chart top exponents right here, so you want to kill me? That's practically impossible. Secondly, in the entire Sparing Heavens continent, only I am capable of restoring these mechanisms, and if not for the claret crystal bracelet, I won't even be bothered to spend this effort. You'd better hurry over to look for Valley Master Meng to get the materials I need over. Otherwise, if you delay the proper matters, I'm afraid that your master will not let you off." Meng Wanner had not expected that not only was Huang Yueli not afraid of her, moreover she even turned around and gave her a lecture. Seeing Huang Yueli's composed and relaxed look, Meng Wanner's heart couldn't help but feel nervous. Surely not right? Such a young little girl, could she really restore the 9th-tiered mechanism? No, impossible. Don't say that she just looked at Palace Lord Huang's notebook. Even if it was Palace Lord Huang's direct disciple whom she had brought along, there was no way for her to be so genius. Meng Wanner gave a cold humph. "All right, since you said things to this full, then I'll go report to my master. The materials you need, I'll think of a way to get it, but if by then, you're not able to restore those mechanisms, then I will only need to report to Valley Master Meng, and not to you." Huang Yueli interrupted her with a beaming smile. Meng Wanner was cut off by her in such a manner that the breath that was stuck at the back of her throat almost couldn't come out. She clenched her teeth and the expression on her face was slightly twisted. You. Huang Yueli had already finished whatever she wanted to say, as she totally couldn't be bothered to care about what Meng Wanner thought. She covered her little mouth and yawned a couple of times as her petite little body had once again fell towards Li Moying's direction. "So sleepy, I'm tired out today, let's return to the snow cloud skyship to rest." Li Moying nodded. "All right, let's go back now." Meng Wanner regained her senses as she cried out anxiously, "Wait, please stop. My master has instructed earlier to reserve a room for you guys, so will everyone. Young Master Li, our Ice Serpent Valley's houses are all built using ice blocks, and it's something that you don't see in Sky Emperor City, so we'd like to invite you to stay, to give us a chance to treat you with hospitality." As she said that, she used a tender-hearted gaze as she focused on Li Moying. As if she was telling Li Moying that she didn't mind to personally treat him with hospitality. Huang Yueli secretly rolled her eyes. What was wrong with her? The person who was going to restore the mechanism and array was her, so if they needed to pay their gratitude, or show their hospitality, it should be her, right? In the end, Meng Wanner totally neglected this point as all she had in her mouth was young Master Li. This man was really a blue troubled water, a male vixen. Huang Yueli was cursing silently when she suddenly felt her waist tightening, and Li Moying held her closer slightly as he lowered his head and asked in her ear, "Lear, what do you say? Are we going to Ice Serpent Valley to stay?" Huang Yueli glanced at everyone and saw Song Pujun and the others showing a jubilant expression, evidently very interested towards the igloos in Ice Serpent Valley, but they just don't dare to speak out. She nodded her head. "All right, since it's Valley Master Meng's kind intentions, then let's stay for the night." Meng Wanner saw Li Moying's reaction and silently clenched her teeth. Looking at Li Moying's attitude showing respect towards Huang Yueli, he was obviously the young sect master of Blue Profound Sect, but in the end, whether they wanted to stay behind in Ice Serpent Valley or not, he still needed to ask Huang Yueli if she had any objections. What bewitching drug did she feed to this man? But Meng Wanner still remembered the reason for her purpose in coming, so she didn't say much as she stretched out her hand and gestured. All right then, will everyone please follow me? Li Moying nodded his head as he held Huang Yueli's hand and walked up. However, Huang Yueli had not taken a few steps when she suddenly felt her entire body going soft. As the snowy ground was originally soft, she wasn't able to walk properly, hence her body went crooked and she almost slipped and fell. Li Moying hurriedly hugged onto her waist as he held on to her. Lear? What's the matter? Nothing. I just feel a little tired, cough cough. Huang Yueli felt a little too embarrassed as she had just exhibited a little armament refining skills and her profound energy was totally depleted to this extent. A quarter of an hour had already gone by, but yet she hasn't totally recovered her strength. Her current ability was simply too weak. I'll be much better if I just rest a little while, Huang Yueli lowered her voice as she explained, and in the middle of it, she suddenly felt her legs being lifted up as Li Moying carried her horizontally. Hey! Moying, I can walk by myself. Let me down. Alright, don't talk so much. You walk so slowly by yourself, are you trying to make everyone accompany you in the snowy lands to chill? Li Moying gave her a stare and his tone was not gentle at all. But the movement on his hands was extremely gentle as he wrapped her up with the cape and used his body to shield her face against the bitter wind, being so careful with his actions as though he was hugging some rare treasure. Huang Yueli initially felt a little awkward, but after she detected a gaze filled with jealousy, she stopped struggling instead as she just pounced into Li Moying's arms, hugging onto his neck as she allowed him to carry her away obediently. Meng Wanner had simply gone mad from jealousy upon seeing this. So, the aloof and cool man on the surface actually had such a gentle side to him. Only thing was, why wasn't the lady in her arms herself? That night, Blue Profound Sect's group of people settled down in Ice Serpent Valley. On hearing that Li Moying and Huang Yueli were going to stay in the same room, Meng Wanner's dagger-like gaze was simply as though she couldn't wait to bore 2 holes on Huang Yueli's body. But Meng Hongya quickly sent someone over to pass the message, asking Meng Wanner to go visit her, and it was then when Meng Wanner couldn't help but left unwillingly. Ice Serpent Valley's female attendants delivered food to them, and many of it were something which weren't seen in Sky Emperor City. Even the wine was brewed using the Ice Mountain Snow Lotus. Momentarily, everyone casted the little episode which Meng Wanner had created as they enjoyed eating and admired the beautiful scenery in Ice Serpent Valley. After all, the number of women who fell in love and offered themselves Li Moying were plenty, and at any point of time, there would be a huge handful of them, hence everyone had long been used to it. Even for Meng Wanner, this kind of quality, she could forget about creating any waves at all. The ice house was different from what everyone imagined, and not only did it not feel cold, moreover it was extremely warm. With that, one night passed and everyone was rather well rested. On the second day when they woke, all of them were extremely spirited. When it was exactly 5, Huang Yueli led Li Moying and a group of guardians and shadow guards, appearing exactly at the entrance of Ice Serpent Valley. After observing the nearby mechanisms yesterday, Ice Serpent Valley's people had been waiting for a long time. Today, Meng Hongya came over personally. When Huang Yueli saw her, she wasn't surprised at all and her attitude was very casual, merely nodding her head towards Meng Hongya as she directly asked, "Valley Master Meng, about the materials that I've requested from you yesterday, I wonder if you've already got it prepared?" Meng Hongya didn't reply to her question, but instead threw another question at her. "Young Miss Bai, please tell me the truth. How much certainty do you have to be able to restore these defensive mechanisms and arrays?" Huang Yueli shrugged as she said, would depend on the quality of the materials that you bring over, and the manpower you send over, if their ability is strong enough or not. Meng Hongya hadn't even said a word when Meng Wanner already couldn't help but give a harumph. How conceited. Speaking as though it was real. As Meng Hongya was still standing by the side, Meng Wanner didn't dare to speak too loudly, but Huang Yueli was standing very close by so she heard her words clearly. When Huang Yueli heard that, she raised her brows. Ballet Master Meng, looks like young Miss Meng doesn't trust me completely? If you really don't trust my armament refining skills, I also won't force it. I will never do things which are arduous and thankless. Hearing her say that, Meng Wanner simply stood out and said, what does this mean? Almost about to start restoring, and you suddenly say that you're not doing it anymore? Looks like you've boasted too much and afraid that you aren't able to do it, hence you're prepared to escape. Wanner, shut up. Not allowed to disrespect young Miss Bai. Huang Yueli had not even said a thing when Meng Hongya had already barked out sharply, cutting off Meng Wanner's ridicule. But, Master, Meng Wanner instantly felt aggrieved. She had deemed Huang Yueli as a swindler and she was actually helping Ice Serpent Valley to fight for their benefits, but whoever knew that not only did Master not praise her, instead she was acting harshly towards her. Meng Hongya shot her a warning look and when she turned towards Huang Yueli, her voice had already turned much politer. Young Miss Bai, this disciple of mine had always stayed inside Ice Serpent Valley and had never seen the outside world while being spoiled rotten by me, so please don't hold it against her. Yesterday the words that you asked her to convey, those materials which you need, I've already brought it all over and also found those 9th stage realm practitioners whom you need. Huang Yueli smiled as she said, Valley Master Meng, yesterday aren't you still worried that I'm here to cheat you? Why have you changed your mind today? Meng Hongya didn't go on a roundabout as she said directly, to tell the truth, when Palace Lord Huang set up these mechanisms back then, I've recorded down all the materials that she used right here. Yesterday the materials that you've asked us to prepare all corresponded and are exactly those materials which the malfunctioned parts require, without any error. If you weren't able to tell where the problem lies with those mechanisms, it's impossible for you to tell all these so clearly. Meng Hongya came over personally today, exactly because of this reason. Huang Yueli's ingredient list made her realize that this young armament master who suddenly came knocking on their door seemed to really have some skills. In this way, this so-called transaction had turned from a farce into Ice Serpent Valley's top important matter. Meng Hongya's sudden change in attitude within one day, attaching great importance to this, hence she headed over early this morning and personally oversaw this entire situation. Meng Wanner totally had not understood the pros and cons in this situation and had thought that Meng Hongya was angered by Huang Yueli's daylight robbery, hence she was sniggering inside her heart. In the end, she acted smart and wanted to berate Huang Yueli on Meng Hongya's behalf, but instead fawned on the horse's feet instead. Meng Wanner could not understand, but in front of Meng Hongya, she didn't dare to be rash as she could only stare at Huang Yueli fiercely in secret. In her heart, she had 1001 hopes, just waiting for Huang Yueli to make a fool of herself when restoring the mechanisms, revealing her real identity as a swindler. By then, just see how she would deal with this wretched lass. Huang Yueli heard Meng Hongya's words and her face finally surfaced a satisfactory smile. Looks like Valley Master Meng is an understanding person. Since that's the case, I won't be beat around the bush. As long as the people you sent are able to listen to my commands, and there are no problems with the materials, then restoring the mechanism array which Palace Lord Huang had set up back then would absolutely be no issue at all. But to restore the ancient mechanism, I won't dare to guarantee that. Meng Hongya was stunned and instantly joy was reflected on her brows. This. Young Miss Bai, are you certain that you can do it? Huang Yueli smiled as she said, we can't rely on a verbal agreement, so since everyone is already here, let's have a go at it and we'll know. Meng Hongya didn't expect her to be so straightforward, and since it was like this, her confidence in her increased again as she hurriedly waved her hand and instructed the attendants who were following her as they carried the materials over which they had already prepared. One after another large box was carried onto the empty land as the boxes were opened, revealing the ingredients inside. Huang Yueli walked over and checked every single box carefully, even stretching out her hand to check the materials that were covered on the bottom layer. While she was checking, she casually put her hand into the materials and rearranged it according to different qualities. Meng Hongya was watching by the side as she silently was amazed. Ice Serpent Valley's collection of these items had actually been arranged according to quality, but yesterday, when they were in a hurry to find the materials, it was all piled up together when it was shifted out. But the bottom of the boxes were actually marked with individual markings. Meng Hongya herself roughly knew which boxes' materials had slightly better quality, but to Huang Yueli, she had never seen these serial markings, hence it was impossible for her to know which materials were good or bad. However, she was still able to sort out the materials' quality from low to best within a short period of a quarter of an hour. This was something that very experienced armament masters would be able to achieve. While Meng Hongya was in a daze, Huang Yueli had already straightened her back as she dusted her clothes. Not too bad, indeed one of the few super-large powerhouses in northern ice fields. The quality of this collection of materials is not too bad, and in fact it's been preserved rather well. Her sight shifted towards the few guards behind Meng Hongya as she asked, "These few brothers over here, later you'd be assisting me to help restore the array, right?" Meng Hongya hurriedly nodded her head. "Exactly, these few are our first-rated top exponents in Ice Serpent Valley, and I've already instructed them that they would totally listen to young Miss Bai's instructions today." The few guards all walked up together as they cupped their fists in greeting. Although they felt very puzzled and didn't understand why such a young lass was able to gain Meng Hongya's trust, but since Valley Master had given her instructions, they all just had to obey. Huang Yueli sized them up in a few gazes as she revealed a satisfied expression. Good, good, then following this, I'll prepare to restore the mechanism. Other than these few brothers here, will everyone else please stand further away, in case you are hurt by the array by mistake. When Song Pajun and the others heard these words, they started to back off by a few hundred meters. Ice Serpent Valley's side had all retreated under Meng Hongya's instructions as well. Li Moying originally didn't want to leave and had been standing beside Huang Yueli without moving at all. Whoever knew that he suddenly felt a light push around his waist area. Moying, go rest by the side as well. I will be distracted if you stand here. Huang Yueli lifted up her head as she looked at him with a pair of bright eyes. Under her earnest look, he lost the battle and obediently stood outside the boundaries of the array. When all the unconcerned people had left, Huang Yueli then started commanding the people under her. Meng Hongya brought along 10 over 9th stage realm top exponents, and Huang Yueli picked 7 of the most outstanding abled ones and let them stand separately on 7 different array positions according to the Big Dipper's position. Later on, after I start to operate the mechanism, the array on top will be activated, and those few people standing on the array eyes must listen to my commands clearly. Those who had been picked must immediately help to fully imbue your profound energy, to help me suppress the array's backlash. You must follow my commands, and the order must not be wrong, otherwise, the entire Ice Serpent Valley might just be blown up into the skies. Do you understand me? The 7 top exponents hurriedly nodded their heads, and Huang Yueli then continued speaking. The other few brothers, each of you will hold on to a set of materials which I had already split up earlier. Later on, the might of the array would be momentarily suppressed, and later on I will instruct you guys to fill the materials into the required parts. You're not fire-attributed practitioners, hence you will need my deviant flame to melt the materials before it's your turn to continue refining. There must be no errors. Everyone please be clear on this, because restoring such a huge mechanism is an extremely complex process, and at any point of time if any detail has an error, it would result in a consequence which cannot be reversed. Hence, if anyone still has any point which you're not clear on, please list it out immediately. If there are none, we will start. Huang Yueli first explained each person's task in detail and explained it very clearly, hence no one else listed any other doubts. Huang Yueli also reiterated the severity of this matter, and after ensuring that everyone did not have any bit of slack, she started to refine. Her right hand moved, and like yesterday evening, a burst of deviant flame spark shot out from her palm. It stopped for a moment in midair, and in an instant, it became a raging ball of fire. The flame shot towards the position of the mechanism, and abruptly, the entire area was burning, whereas the main body of the mechanism, which was hidden in the snow, was revealed in front of everyone. Wow! So majestic. So, our Ice Serpent Valley's defensive mechanism is actually so big. Simply like a miracle. Too fascinating. So, the 9th tiered mechanism looks like this. It has superseded my imagination. It was the first time for the younger generation disciples in Ice Serpent Valley, including Meng Wanner, to see the entire defensive mechanism completely, and instantly, they gasped sounds of surprise. But after the shock, everyone all developed even more misgivings. Such a powerful mechanism, ordinary people would already find it hard to drive it, not to mention restoring it. Was that lass who looked so young really able to finish this difficult task? Meng Wanner's lips revealed a cold smile, feeling even more so that Huang Yueli would definitely lose her face this time round. However, at this present moment, Huang Yueli, who was standing in the middle of the array, failed to notice Meng Wanner's emotional changes. It was to the point that even Ice Serpent Valley's ordinary disciples screaming weren't able to penetrate her ears. All of her attention was placed onto this massive-sized mechanism which she had completed in her past life, and she focused all her concentration she had in her mind. Every single ounce of profound energy within her meridians were all operated together. Now, the mechanism was totally activated, and she could not allow any mishaps. 9th-leveled mechanism had inexhaustible formidable power, and even if a 9th-stage realm-strong exponent were to go head-up against it, it would also end up in a narrow escape, what more for her who was in 7th-stage realm. It just required one slight error, and she would die horribly. But although the situation was tensed up, Huang Yueli's face remained calm, and she was unhurried in every single instruction. Tianshu position, inject in 70% profound energy. Tianxian position, Tianquan position, Kaiyang position, listen to my countdown and inject your profound energy at the same time. 3, 2, 1, start. Excellent. Tianshu position, count down 5 breaths, stop injecting profound energy. Next, you can inject 10 pieces of Shattered Stars Jade in order starting from the bottom right damaged position. Please get ready. Huang Yueli's sweet and melodious voice kept ringing in the vast snowy land. Every single command was simple yet sonorous, which clearly stated the specific operation which should be proceeded next. Under her command, every single participating practitioner, although they were taut like a string, but weren't feeling terrified or puzzled. Huang Yueli's voice and tone seemed to have magical powers, which allowed these people who were listening to her instructions for the first time believed that as long as they trusted her fully and followed according to her requests, faithfully finishing whatever was to be done, and they would be able to arrive at the final destination. The truth was indeed as such. Those who were within the array originally were able to detect the totality of the situation, but for those bystanders who were outside the array, they were not able to see clearly that the originally obviously damaged mechanism, under the burning furnace, slowly started to congeal into shape as some inclining parts had all been restored onto the right track. As time went by, the practitioners within the array who were assisting her started to have flawless coordination with her as the restoration speed became faster and faster. The crowd outside the array were all dumbstruck by now. Just 2 hours ago, other than the few outsiders from Blue Profound Sect, no one else believed that such a young lass like her was able to restore such a high-leveled mechanism. Even if it was just a passing thought, it still made one feel that it was just another fantasy story. But at this very moment, the truth was already placed in front of their eyes. A miracle had really happened. Meng Hongya's expression was firstly startled, followed by turning into shock, and her usually cold and aloof image could not be maintained as she rubbed her eyes several times, just to prove that she hadn't seen it wrongly. Finally, her face flushed a joyous expression as she drew out a piece of nutsage paper scroll as she opened it up and looked in detail against the sunlight. That's right, it's totally correct. Palace Lord Huang's completed design back then looked exactly like this, without any difference at all. Looks like she really can restore the mechanism. Meng Hongya's voice was quivering slightly as her joy was expressed within her speech. This simply was because she really wanted to restore these mechanisms badly. That year when she looked for Huang Yueli in her past life to set up the mechanism, she thought that the 9th-leveled array was formidable, hence she spared no means to move Ice Serpent Valley's thousands of years of savings, just to complete this defensive mechanism. But she neglected one point. Once the 9th-leveled mechanism was overly exhausted, it would end up damaged, and restoring that wasn't something that an ordinary person could achieve. Moreover, in the process of Huang Yueli's armament refining, she would always add in a lot of exclusive methods, so even if it was an 8th-ranked armament master, they would practically be unable to decipher the mystery in the mechanism design blueprint. Hence, when the mechanism was damaged, Meng Hongya also found quite a number of famous armament masters and even risked exposing the secret Ice Serpent Valley, heading over to Sky Emperor City to look for armament masters in the Armament Guild headquarters, but in the end, none of them could satisfy her. These armament masters seemed very incredible, but on hearing that they were required to restore Grandmaster Huang's works, they immediately lost their confidence, and most of them didn't even dare to try, as they hurriedly rejected. After experiencing so many setbacks, Meng Hongya was about to give up. This time round, on seeing this young lass from Blue Profound Sect, Meng Hongya originally didn't hold any high hopes. Even if Huang Yueli was filled with confidence, as she was brimming with confidence, Meng Hongya only treated her as a youngster who was boasting. But this time, she actually guessed wrongly. This young lass wasn't boasting, but really had an overwhelming strong armament refining ability which no one heard of. This really is the blessings of the heavens bestowed upon our Ice Serpent Valley. The beast tide in the northern ice fields is approaching, and I was just worrying about how we are going to pass this year's beast tide. It's all good now. As long as we can restore those mechanisms, Ice Serpent Valley will be safe. Everyone's eyes widened, waiting to see the miracle appear. Only Meng Wanner, on seeing Huang Yueli exhibiting her skills, showed a twisted expression on her face. She couldn't help but scream in her heart, "Impossible. This can't be possible. What backing does Bairuoli have to really be able to obtain Palace Lord Huang's legacy? She definitely is putting on a pretense." That's right, now everything is merely temporary and the restoration process of the mechanisms have not ended, so who can guarantee that the final outcome will definitely be a success? Meng Wanner was silently cursing, hoping that Huang Yueli would be able to make a mistake in the remaining time. The best thing would be to have an explosion which would disfigure her pretty face, so in that way, she would no longer be able to snatch the man from her. Alas, Meng Wanner's curses were destined to fail. Huang Yueli's control of the restoration process was perfectly done. The deviant flame which she chose to use this time was the rainbow core flame which Dai Boki had passed down to her. This kind of deviant flame, when used in pill refining, could raise the success rate of pills being refined, whereas when it's used during armament refining, it would also have a similar effect, and its characteristic was of an extremely stable deviant flame. Under her skilled operation, the rainbow core flame smelted the entire 9th-leveled mechanism once again. Huang Yueli was extremely satisfied with the men whom Meng Hongya had sent to her, as these people's coordination level was very high, and towards every single command of hers, they did not discount anything and executed her instructions well, saving her quite an amount of energy. Slowly, the restoration process entered the concluding part. All of the materials had been fused perfectly with the mechanism. Under one command, all the practitioners retracted their profound energies at the same time. Simultaneously, Huang Yueli's fingers also kept moving with different actions swiftly, as one after another hand gestures were striked onto different parts of the mechanism. The blazing deviant flame also slowly started to weaken. Until the very end, it completely extinguished. Huang Yueli took a deep breath as she lifted her hands and wiped the cold sweat off her forehead while showing a smile at the corners of her lips. All right, it's completed. Valley Master Meng, you may now come over to inspect the finished product. Saying that, she retreated quite a distance back as she sized up her piece of work from afar, as she felt satisfied with it. At this moment, the mechanism which was exhibited in front of everyone was polished to perfection and every single part was lively and beautiful. The rot and rust which was coated on the exterior parts were now cleaned up. The entire restored mechanism looked anew. Meng Hongye couldn't help but widened her eyes in disbelief as she took a step upwards and went round the mechanism's surroundings, inspecting in detail every single part, and the more she inspected, the more terrified she felt. You actually really did it. This is a 9th-leveled mechanism and moreover it was personally designed and refined by Palace Lord Huang personally. You actually have the ability to restore it. You're too incredible. This Valley Master has never seen an armament refining genius like you before. Huang Yueli's lips curled into a smile as she naturally didn't object to it. The mechanism that she designed herself, when she restored it, naturally, there wasn't much difficulty at all. If it wasn't for the fact that her cultivation in martial arts still isn't high enough, she wouldn't need to find so many helpers because she herself could easily settle it. Moreover, if she were to restore it alone, her speed would be much faster than now. She spent a total of over 2 hours this time because she needed to match each practitioner's profound energy's intensity, hence she intentionally slowed down the pace to a snail pace. Of course, on the surface, Huang Yueli still put on a humble attitude as she quickly said, "You've overpraised me, Valley Master Meng, you're indeed really overpraising me." Her attitude was no different from yesterday, still the same where she wasn't servile nor too overbearing. But in other people's eyes, it was completely two different matters. Yesterday, everyone didn't understand her real ability, hence all of them felt that this young lady was simply too wild. But now, everyone came to realize that she wasn't being too wild at all. She was simply overly humble. Most armament masters with her kind of abilities had their eyes grown on top of their brows and never looked at anyone in the eye. This young Miss Bai, although she wasn't amiable and approachable, but it was really rare, simply too rare. Different kinds of praise kept ringing, and as Huang Yueli usually heard quite a lot, hence she simply didn't think much of it as she directly walked right next to Li Moying. Li Moying stretched out his long and powerful arm as he held her jade-like little hand in his palm and gently pulled her over with a light tug into his arms as his fingers moved around her forehead, which was disheveled, gently combing her messy strands of hair going right next to her. Lear, it's been hard on you. Do you want to take break? Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes as she shook her head. Just at this moment. Wait a minute, Master, wait a minute. Meng Wanner suddenly stood out and spoke out loudly, Master, Wanner has something which I don't get, everyone, have you forgotten some important matter? Meng Hongye jolted as she turned her head and took at her, Wanner, what are you trying to say? Meng Wanner's penetrative sight turned towards Huang Yueli, and her tone was filled with deep suspicions. Master, haven't you found it strange that this Bai Ruoli is still so young, but she is able to restore a 9th-leveled mechanism? This is something which an armament master, who is 7th ranked and above, could achieve. She is so young, but not only her armament refining standard is so high, I can tell that even her martial arts cultivation isn't weak as well, at least in the 6th stage realm, so how is it possible for her to have that much time to learn so many things? So I doubt that she totally hasn't restored the mechanism, but made use of some trickery in order to obtain the claret crystal bracelet, deceiving everyone. When Huang Yueli heard her discrediting words, she almost laughed out. If Meng Wanner knew that not only did she practice cultivation, refine armaments, moreover, she was also a first-rate pill refining genius, she wondered if the former would be so infuriated that she would throw up blood on the spot. However, Huang Yueli had no intention to exhibit her ace in front of everyone in Ice Serpent Valley. She merely replied indifferently, "Young Miss Meng's words are indeed meaningful. Earlier when I was restoring the mechanism, everyone was present watching. What kind of trickery could I resort to?" When the others heard that, they all also started to speak out for Huang Yueli. "That's right, young Miss Meng, everyone's watching here. I, old Sue, didn't even blink as I have been watching from the start till the end. Isn't that so? Although I don't understand armament refining, but just based on this stance, there shouldn't be any problem, right?" Meng Wanner gave a cold laugh as she interrupted the others. "Earlier I said that you can't just rely on the exterior appearance of the mechanism has been refreshed, but is that considered as being restored successfully? Why has no one thought about verifying if the mechanism is really usable? The defensive effectiveness, is it really the same as what Palace Lord Huang had left behind?" When Meng Hongye heard that, she was stunned as well. Logically speaking, it was common practice to test out the product when the mechanism was manufactured or restored. But earlier when Huang Yueli was restoring the mechanism, the commotion that she caused was simply too huge, hence everyone were captivated by her gorgeous skills, and they subconsciously believed her immediately that she had indeed restored the mechanism. Moreover, the restoration was done perfectly. No one had actually thought about doing the verification of the finished product. Thinking of this, Meng Hongye frowned and said, "What Wanner said, indeed made some sense." She turned towards Huang Yueli, "Young Miss Bai, I'd like to test out the restored mechanism, what do you think?" Her tone was extremely polite, and even carried a hint of carefulness. As compared to when she first met Huang Yueli, that towering arrogant attitude, it was totally different. This was because Huang Yueli's exhibition of her armament refining skills was simply too shocking, and if anyone were to see that scene, they would all think that this young lady's future was limitless. As a master of a valley, Meng Hongye naturally wasn't willing to offend this kind of genius. Huang Yueli shot a non-smiling smile at Meng Wanner, and that gaze seemed as though she was looking at an idiot. Since Valley Master Meng has already said this, then let's test out the mechanism. Earlier, I had indeed overlooked this. This is the perfect moment so that I can make use of this chance to teach you the proper usage and maintenance of the mechanism, in case you guys spoil the mechanism in just a few years' time. Her attitude was natural and unrestrained, perfectly composed. Meng Wanner thought she had caught a hold on her, but from her attitude, her heart was drumming slightly. Surely not right? This by Ruoli. She agreed to testing the mechanism so easily, could she really have restored the mechanism? Meng Wanner instinctively felt that something was amiss and immediately made a wise decision. She retreated several steps behind continuously, hiding behind Meng Hongye and the guards by her side, attempting to use the guards' tall statues to conceal her existence, even better if it could make everyone forget about her. Alas, in front of Huang Yueli, it was practically impossible for her to have created a ruckus, then trying to hide. Huang Yueli looked left and right when she suddenly raised her voice, loudly, "Young Miss Meng? Young Miss Meng Wanner? Can I trouble you to come out?" Meng Wanner wanted badly to pretend that she didn't exist, but since Huang Yueli had already pointed her out, the surrounding people all started to look at her and immediately, her position was sold out. Meng Wanner could only brace herself to stand out, and on the surface, she still bore an arrogant attitude. "Young Miss Bai, what can I do for you? Could it be that you've regretted it and aren't willing to test the mechanism?" Huang Yueli gave a faint smile. "How could that be? I'm not like someone, saying out something then turning around to feign ignorance." "What do you mean?" Meng Wanner's expression turned slightly ugly. Huang Yueli still maintained her tender and agreeable smile. Ha ha, young Miss Meng, why is your temper so bad? I don't mean anything, just that since you seem to be the first to raise this out, saying that the mechanism that I restored might not operate properly, so we should first test it, isn't that so? That's right, I was the one who raised that. But it's normal practice to check on the finished product, and I'm just doing so for Ice Serpent Valley's benefit. What are you trying to do? If you don't feel any guilt, why must you call on me, targeting me? Meng Wanner looked at Huang Yueli with a guarded look as the words she said were more and more sinister than the previous sentence. Every single sentence was digging a pit for Huang Yueli. After being said like that, it seemed as though Huang Yueli had really done some guilty stuff when she was restoring the mechanism, hence she kept targeting the person who posed her doubts. This was an evident reflection of making a false countercharge, and when Li Moying heard that, his expression turned extremely gloomy, whereas Lu Bian and the others were also feeling anguished, but they were trying their best to curb it. On the contrary, Huang Yueli seemed as though she wasn't angry at all, as the smile on her face became even more radiant. Oh my, young Miss Meng, what are you saying? You've really misunderstood me. Seeing her matchless quiet and nice smile, Song Pujun and the others' hearts thumped as all of them had the same thinking in mind. That was it, Grandmaster Huang was really angry. This Meng Wanner or whosoever had offended the female devil several times, but still didn't feel remorseful. She's a goner this time round. Huang Yueli had a beautiful smile in front of outsiders other than Li Moying, and that was definitely going to push the other party into the pit. But no one would be so nosy to go remind Meng Wanner about this. Anyway, they're already long seen this eccentric lady extremely unpleasant to the eye. Huang Yueli walked towards Meng Wanner with a face filled with smiles as she politely said, "Young Miss Meng, it's like this. Your doubts are perfectly logical and it's only natural to check on the finished product for transactions. My thinking is since you're the first to state out your doubts, then later when it's time to check on the finished product, you shall be the one to personally check on it. After you've personally tested these mechanisms, if you discover any parts which you're not satisfied with, you're welcome to list it out." Meng Wanner originally thought that Huang would try ways and means to renege on it or tried to think of ways to deal with herself. She had not imagined that Huang Yueli's attitude was so nice. Not only did she not quarrel with her, she even initiated the suggestion for her to inspect personally. Was this wretched lass silly, or what? She actually dared to do something so stupid? Even if the mechanism she restored was really done perfectly without any problem, but as long as she did something during inspection, she would be able to create a bit of a problem by saying that she hadn't restored the mechanism to the ideal state. So when ordinary people inspected the finished product, both sides would generally find a middleman whom they could trust. Whereas Huang Yueli actually dared to find Meng Wanner who had been on loggerheads with her. Meng Wanner really felt that Huang Yueli's mind wasn't very good. Otherwise, she must have been too overconfident. But such a good chance was already delivered in front of her, so she naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. Meng Wanner smiled and immediately agreed to it. "All right, since you trust me so much, then I'll be the one to check on the finished product." "Master, what do you think about this?" Meng Hongya, however, hesitated for a moment. It's not impossible for you to do it, but your cultivation is only at 6th stage realm, whereas this mechanism is 9th leveled, so logically speaking, it could resist a 9th stage realm practitioner's attack. It's still more suitable for the valley's elders, who are in 9th stage realm 5th level and above, to inspect the finished product. Meng Hongya's proposal was naturally more reasonable. However, how would Meng Wanner be agreeable to give up such a good opportunity? Hence she was insistent while persuading, "Let me check on it first, and if there's no issues, then let's ask the elders over. If it can't even pass my round, then there's no need to alarm elders, letting them make a wasted trip." When Meng Hongya heard that, it seemed logical as well, hence she nodded her head. "All right then, go ahead and test on it." Meng Wanner nodded her head as she took quick steps over to the direction of the mechanism, walking over. By now, the sparkling mechanism and array, which were under the sunlight earlier, had all turned back into a transparent state, merging into one with the surrounding snowy land. Meng Wanner stood still in front and everyone's gaze gathered onto her. In reality, everyone present all wanted to know how much of the original power had the mechanism that Huang Yueli had restored. Having garnered so much attention from everyone, Meng Wanner momentarily didn't know what she should do or where she should start from in order to make Huang Yueli become a laughingstock. Just at this moment, she heard footsteps coming from her back. Turning back to take a look, she saw Huang Yueli walking towards her. Meng Wanner frowned as she looked at her and asked defensively, "Why are you here?" I haven't even started inspecting yet." Huang Yueli's attitude was rather good as she smiled and said, "Young Miss Meng, I saw that you seem indecisive and hadn't done anything, hence I'm worried if you're inexperienced and couldn't find the weak points of the mechanism, so I'm here to help you out." Meng Wanner gave her a stare. No need. I will find a way myself, I don't need your help." Huang Yueli took a step back and was apparently feeling rather aggrieved, but the outer region of the defensive mechanism is set up with an invisible array, and for practitioners who are below 8th stage realm, they can't even see the shape of the mechanism clearly, so when doing a test, it's really inconvenient. "What does it have to?" Meng Wanner spoke halfway when she suddenly changed her words. "All right then, help me to do away with the invisible array and make the mechanism appear." Meng Wanner originally didn't want Huang Yueli to butt in, but she turned her thinking around because she really couldn't see the position of where the mechanism was hidden in the snowy lands. Later on, if she were to take action and hit onto empty space, then she would become the laughingstock for everyone present. Hence, she could only compromise. Huang Yueli nodded her head as she coordinated perfectly by making multiple hand signs before her. Suddenly, 10 over-array patterns appeared over the ordinary-looking vast snowland in mid-air and emitted bursts of bright lights. After the lights diminished, the mechanism which was concealed by the array was revealed in front of everyone's eyes, once again. It was still the same as when it was refined earlier, a 20 to 30 meter tall mechanism which looked majestic and spectacular, totally out of the ordinary. Once Meng Wanner had locked on her target, she didn't wait for Huang Yueli to show any reaction as she immediately leapt upwards and jumped into the sky. At the same time, her body was like an agile snake, using a strange angle as it kept wriggling and curling around softly, then suddenly her body instantly straightened up. Borrowing this explosive power, she gave a soft cry as an extremely pure profound energy radiated out from her body, as she unleashed her attack towards the lofty and towering defensive mechanism. Whoa, incredible! Indeed, Valley Master's direct disciple. Junior Sister Wanner has already mastered her efficacious serpent skill till the 3rd level already. Her innate talent is indeed excellent. Our Ice Serpent Valley's Valley subduing efficacious serpent skill pays particular attention to using softness to conquer strength, coupling both strength and gentleness. From Junior Sister Wanner's move, one can tell that she had obtained Valley Master's legacy. Using only 6th stage realm's ability to come out with this strike, it's already comparable to 7th stage realm 1st level's practitioner. Junior Sister Wanner is indeed a female god with a combination of both beauty and ability. Meng Wanner was intent on showing off her own ability in order to attract Li Moying's attention, hence when she made a move, she specially used her most skilled efficacious serpent skill. This kind of cultivation method, before she struck out, used the motion of curling one's body like a snake, in order to compress the profound energy within one's body. Immediately following that, they would suddenly extend their bodies to spike out the profound energy within. In such a way, restraining in advance before releasing later resulted in doubling the amount of profound energy, and during the instant they made their move, their might would be extremely powerful. If same-leveled practitioners were caught off guard, they would definitely be in a disastrous situation or might even have to fight in a battle where it was beyond their current level. Although Meng Wanner was slightly love-struck, Her innate talent was indeed not bad, as powerful ice attributed profound energy, which carried a bitter cold wind, was unleashed towards the mechanism. A loud bam was heard. Profound energy crashed against the defensive mechanism, giving off a dull sound, but the entire mechanism didn't even sway, like a lofty mountain which stood firmly and erectly at its original position. When the surrounding people saw that, no one felt surprised at all. After all, this was a 9th-level defensive mechanism, and if it could not even block a strike from an equivalent 7th-stage realm practitioner, then wouldn't that be too roughly manufactured? Meng Wanner immediately realized that things weren't going too well after this one strike. The mechanism which this wretched lass had restored indeed had rather good quality, and at the very least, for a 6th-stage realm practitioner like her, she wasn't able to find any flaws at all. Thinking of this, Meng Wanner's heart was even more anxious, as she couldn't help but attack a few more times. Bam 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 bam. Continuous full thuds were heard ringing from the snowy grounds, resembling the rhythm of a beating drum. One could tell that Meng Wanner had already displayed her own profound energy to the limit. But she was still unable to impact these mechanisms. This scene was captured by everyone, and they couldn't help nodding their heads. It's really good. Not bad at all. Young Miss Bai indeed is a natural armament refining genius. Looks like these mechanisms' defensive power are really not bad. Young Miss Bai really has great skills. But junior sister Wanner is only in the 6th-stage realm, so she probably can't test out any real defensive power. Looks like it's time to change someone. Meng Hongya had similar thinking in mind, and after watching for a moment more, she raised her voice as she called out, "Wanner, you can come back now. Your task is already completed. Later, get your martial uncle to come over and continue with the testing." When Meng Wanner heard that, her heart grew anxious. If she were to return like this, then this episode which she created, not only let that little slut make a fool out of herself, instead it even reflected the other party's armament refining ability. She was simply picking up the rock to smash her own feet. How was she able to endure this kind of matter? Hence, not only did she listen to Meng Hongya's words to stop her attacks, on the contrary, she even hastened her attack frequency as one strike after another kept raining up, down, left and right on different positions of the mechanism, as there wasn't a fixed routine pattern of attacks. Bam 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 bam. The impact of profound energy crashing against the mechanism sounded louder and louder, making one feel extremely frustrated. Meng Hongya had not imagined that her own disciple was actually not following what she had instructed, and thought it was because Meng Wanner didn't hear what she said, hence she raised her volume out of no choice. "Wanner, it's enough. Come back right now." Meng Wanner's actions on her hands took a pause, and she secretly clenched her teeth. Her heart was wrenching with thousands of unwillingness. Just at this moment, Huang Yueli's voice suddenly rang beside her ears. "Young Miss Meng, may I ask if you're done testing? Are there any parts which you are dissatisfied with the mechanism which I have restored?" Meng Wanner turned her head back and took a look to discover that Huang Yueli had suddenly appeared behind her back. Thinking of her exasperated look earlier, which Huang Yueli had seen, Meng Wanner was so infuriated that she gritted her teeth. She thought about it for a moment, when suddenly a light bulb lit up as she thought of a specious way of speaking. "I still can't verify if this mechanism of yours has a problem or not. After all, this mechanism is going to be used for long term, against beast tides and rampaging snowstorms, and I've just attacked for merely not more than a quarter of an hour. That's just basic that we can't find any problem in such a short amount of time. Who can guarantee that if the attack continues for a slightly longer time, no problems will occur?" Huang Yueli wasn't angry when she heard that, as she still had the look of a good temper on her as she nodded her head. What young Miss Meng said is true too. She paused for a moment and said, "I'm naturally grateful to young Miss Meng for being willing to help me test the mechanism's endurance level. But you're not an armament master, so you probably wouldn't be able to find the exact crux, so it's better for me to state it clearly to you. She used her finger and pointed to the front as she gestured, "Look at these mechanisms. Every single past is actually uniquely refined and is an entity, hence it's not easily damaged. But the various parts in between are passing through the gears, hence those are secured through fusion of materials. These parts here are the weakest parts of the mechanism. However, this mechanism's structure will normally be more stable in the center area, whereas the surroundings would be damaged more easily. So when you're doing the testing, you can attempt to attack the surrounding boundaries, and not aim at the center position, wasting your profound energy." Huang Yueli carried a smile as she explained the entire mechanism's design and structure in a simple and clear manner. When Meng Wanner heard those words, she was stunned instead. Was this wretched lass silly or what? She actually told her the mechanism's weak point to her? Was she worried that she didn't have a way to damage the mechanism? Meng Wanner frowned as she pondered over it when suddenly, her eyes lit up and was enlightened. So it was like this, she was just thinking that no one would be so silly to dig a pit for herself. Looked like this wretched lass's restoration of the mechanism. The thinner portion should be the center position, whereas the boundaries around the surroundings were more solid, but this wretched lass had intentionally turned it around. If she were to believe this wretched lass's words, later when she attacked the surrounding boundaries, she would probably not be able to cause any damage to the mechanism at all. Even the so-called weaker loophole was indestructible. In this way, it would further prove that the wretched lass's mechanism quality was outstanding. When Meng Wanner thought of this, she suddenly felt rather fortunate. Luckily, her thoughts raced fast enough and was able to react in time to foil this wretched lass's schemes. Otherwise, wouldn't she really be tricked by her? Meng Wanner's lips curled into a cold smile as she turned towards Huang Yueli. "All right, I know already. Thank you, young Miss Bai, for your pointers." As though he didn't see the ridicule in her eyes, Huang Yueli gave a breezing smile. "It's good that you understand. If you still want to continue testing, please go ahead." Meng Wanner nodded her head as she took a step forward and leapt up into the skies once again. She exhibited the efficacious serpent skill 3rd stage once again as powerful profound energy was unleashed, striking towards the mechanism. This time round, she practically used 100% of her power, hence this gust of profound energy was much stronger by an entire fold than her previous attacks. This imposing stance was rampaging as she gained the upper hand by a show of strength. It immediately attracted bursts of shrills from everyone present. Meng Wanner exhausted her energy, but the target of attack was not towards the weakest part of the 4 surroundings boundaries, but rather, right smack in the center part of the mechanism. Everyone's eyes widened when they saw this. Whereas Huang Yueli couldn't help but screamed out, "No. Young Miss Meng, I've already told you earlier not to attack the center position." Meng Wanner's body was still suspended in midair and hadn't landed onto the ground when she heard Huang Yueli's shocked screaming, and she felt even more delighted in her heart. Haha, this wretched lass, she finally showed her fox tail, eh? So terrified, wasn't she trying her best to conceal the weak part, but had been seen through by a single action of hers? Following this, she would then see how this wretched lass made a fool out of herself. Just as Meng Wanner's lips contained a smile while believing that success was within her grasp, suddenly the spectators there started screaming bolts of screeches. Meng Hongya's expression changed abruptly. "Wanner, be careful, quickly evade." Meng Wanner was still indulged in delightful feelings, and totally couldn't react in time as she looked towards Meng Hongya in a daze. The next moment, she suddenly sensed a wave of tremendous energy attacking from her back, as it hit her right smack against her lower waist. This burst of profound energy surged up violently in an extremely powerful stance, with shocking swift speed. Meng Wanner totally could not evade in time as she crashed heavily into midair. In an instant, she felt that her entire body's meridians and bones seemed to have been crushed completely, as an intense pain flushed right into every single meridian. Meng Wanner threw up blood in midair as she crashed heavily onto the snowy ground. Meng Hongye's gaze flashed as she pounced towards her own disciple in an attempt to save her. However, she was still too late. Meng Wanner directly descended onto a solid piece of ice block. A resounding bang reverberated. After that was a crackling series of bones-shattering sound. Just from this miserable sound alone, it made everyone's hearts chill. Meng Hongye immediately ran over as she checked on Meng Wanner's injury, and on this one look, it made her extremely anxious. Heavens! Wanner, quickly wake up! Everyone in Ice Serpent Valley crowded over, and all of their expressions sank. The injury on junior sister Wanner is simply too serious. More than half of the bones in her body have shattered. Heavens, how did it turn out like this? Such a serious injury, even if her bones could be joined back in future, it would also affect her future cultivation. What exactly happened earlier? I didn't have any chance to react at all. Wasn't junior sister Wanner testing that mechanism? Why did it suddenly? Everyone was trying to recall the scenario earlier as their hearts were filled with puzzlement. Just at this moment, Huang Yueli, who had a terrified expression on her face, squeezed into the crowd. Young Miss Meng, what's the matter with you? Heavens, why did it become like this? Huang Yueli exaggeratedly covered her mouth as her eyes opened up wide, blankly staring at Meng Wanner, who was lying limply on the ground, as though she didn't dare to believe that Meng Wan would fall so miserably. Earlier, when Meng Wanner fell onto the ground, there were some people who suspected that it was Huang Yueli who resorted to some trickery earlier, but on seeing her performance right now, most of them all started to get puzzled. Seeing Huang Yueli's pure and innocent small face, they simply couldn't tell that she was such a black-bellied person. Young Miss what exactly is going on? Why was Wanner sent flying when she was testing the array, and even suffered such a heavy injury? Meng Hongye's brows creased as she suppressed the anger in her and started interrogating. Huang Yueli put on a blank expression. This should be because she was rebounded by the mechanism that I've restored? Rebounded? Everyone was puzzled. Isn't this a defensive mechanism? Why would it rebound? Defensive mechanism shouldn't have any attack characteristics, Hearing these questions, Huang Yueli gave a slight cough as she explained with a prim and proper expression, this is something that everyone doesn't know about. Actually, that year when Palace Lord Huang set up the defensive array, it was only of elementary standard, and later on she researched extensively into this and discovered that if she added some materials into the defensive mechanism, it will have a certain percentage of rebounding the attacks from the outside world. What? This can be done in such a way? A defensive mechanism with rebound function, heavens, just how incredible is that? Young Miss is what you're saying true? The crowd's face was astonished as they crowded around Huang Yueli and started questioning. Huang Yueli nodded her head and said, that's right, after increasing the rebound attack effect, the entire defensive mechanism would materialize both attack and defense together and become even more powerful and indestructible. Palace Lord Huang had recorded this new structure blueprint into the notebook, and I've also researched thoroughly on it. This time, as the quality of Valley Master Meng's materials are very good, so I was thinking that I can also remodel the mechanism as well, so in future if you meet with danger, it will prevent troubles before it happens. Huang Yueli's words instantly gained a round of praises from everyone in Ice Serpent Valley. Young Miss you're simply incredible. You actually are able to understand the blueprint model which Palace Lord Huang had remodeled. That's right, moreover you actually thought on our behalf, to actually help us remodel and upgrade the mechanism. Young Miss you're so young, yet your armament refining standard is already so high, your future is limitless. Rounds of praises kept on coming as the crowd couldn't wait to push Huang Yueli into the position of Soaring Heaven's Continent's #1 genius. At this very moment, the crowd were filled with gratitude as they simply felt that she was an angel who was sent down from heavens to help Ice Serpent Valley. Everyone revolved around Huang Yueli as they had long thrown Meng Wanner, whose meridians had shattered and were full of broken bones, behind their minds. Huang Yueli waved her hand as she put on a humble look. Overpraised, you've all overpraised me. The most incredible thing is the blueprint which Palace Lord Huang had left behind. I merely just followed according to it. Although you can put it in that way, young Miss Bai, your armament refining standard has to be high enough before you can restore it perfectly. That's right, that's right. Palace Lord Huang indeed has powerful ability, but young Miss Bai's innate talent is so outstanding, so surpassing Palace Lord Huang is only a matter of sooner or later. Young Miss Bai is indeed too humble. Your armament refining standard is so high, and yet you're such a humble armament master. This is really something that cannot be found. The crowd was filled with praises towards her character when they heard her humble words. Li Moying and the others didn't squeeze into the crowd but stood not too far away, which was enough to allow him to hear their conversation clearly. Song Pejun and the others were all dumbstruck as they totally had not imagined that Huang Yueli was actually so incredible. She actually only said a few mere words and had already managed to dupe Ice Serpent Valley's people till they didn't know which direction was north. Lu Bian couldn't help but lowered his head as he chuckled softly. Junior sister really is saying Palace Lord Huang's blueprint is incredible, isn't she self-praising? In the end, she was still said to be humble and prudent. Li Moying's eyes also reflected a smile. His leer was really getting more and more mischievous. Just at this moment, everyone heard a muffled moan amid the crowd. Ah, junior sister Wanner. You're awake. Hearing Meng Wanner's painful moaning, the crowd seemed as though they had awoken from the dream, as they finally recalled that the heavily injured Meng Wanner was still lying in the cold snowy ground, with her life and death still unknown. The crowd hurried over to check on her condition. Meng Wanner expended all her energy to open her eyes, only to feel a bone-piercing pain shooting all over her entire body as her 4 limbs seemed to have been frozen, rendering her totally immovable with only a pair of eyeballs which were still able to roam around. She stared at Huang Yueli tenaciously as she gritted her teeth and used all the energy from her body to hiss out the few words from the slits of her teeth. Bai. Rua. Li. You. Cough cough cough. A burst of bloody breath shot up from her chest as Meng Wanner couldn't even finish one sentence and coughed vigorously as the corners of her lips seeped out blood. Huang Yueli squatted down on the ground with a guilty look. Young Miss Meng, are you all right? I'm sorry, it's all my fault. If I'd known earlier, I shouldn't have made this decision to add in the new function into the defensive mechanism. I thought it would help Ice Serpent Valley, but I've not thought. AI. Testing mechanism is an extremely dangerous matter, and if there's any negligence, it could easily lead to an injury. If I'd known that you're so careless, I shouldn't have agreed for you to do the testing. Sigh, it's all my fault. Huang Yueli lowered her head in guilt as she was saying that, putting on an extremely remorseful look which blamed herself. In this way, the others totally couldn't bear to see this any longer as they all started to stand out to persuade her. Young Miss Bai, don't blame yourself, how could this be your fault? That's right, you helped Ice Serpent Valley to remodel the mechanism and is our Ice Serpent Valley's savior. What wrong could you have? If you must blame someone, then you can only blame junior sister Wanner for her carelessness. Meng Wanner struggled to stay awake, originally hoping to see Ice Serpent Valley's disciples exacting revenge on Huang Yueli for injuring her seriously, making that wretched lass regret for her wrongdoings. In the end, whoever knew that the moment she opened her eyes, what she saw was the entire group of disciples holding Huang Yueli in high regards, almost lifting her to the sky. There was even no one who helped Meng Wanner speak out, thinking that she deserved her injury. Meng Wanner was so angry that she almost fainted once again as the blood was swirling around her chest area, and she threw up several mouthfuls of blood again. Luckily, Meng Hongya had been staying beside her and kept on injecting profound energy into her body, helping her to stabilize her blood flow while restoring her meridians. After a moment later, Meng Wanner slightly recovered a bit of strength. She couldn't care about the others, and started screaming at Huang Yueli, it's you this slut, who caused me to turn out so miserably. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, how would I possibly. Right in the middle of her berating, she couldn't catch her breath again and started coughing repeatedly. Huang Yueli put on a concerned face as she walked over and spoke out in self-blame, Young Miss Meng, this. Really sorry about it. I really didn't expect that your accuracy to be so bad when you struck out. If I'd known earlier, I would absolutely not dare to let you do the testing for the mechanism. Meng Wanner had finally managed to stop coughing, and on hearing these words, she started coughing once again. On the surface, Huang Yueli seemed to be apologizing to her, but what would the other people think when they heard that? They definitely thought that her ability was just too lousy. Against a totally non-living giant mechanism, but yet still missed the target. Meng Wanner clenched her teeth as she said, You still have the cheek to say that. You've obviously done that on purpose. Why is it that I attacked the mechanism so many times earlier, but nothing happened yet? At the very last strike, I was rebounded by it. You've obviously done something fishy in the dark. Huang Yueli showed a frightened look and explained in an aggrieved manner, this. I can explain this. This mechanism is just this big, so not all the positions would result in rebound and harm, only if someone attacked that small piece of position in the center would result in the rebound. But when one attacked the other positions, those profound energy would be stored within the mechanism, and if anyone attacked the center position, then all the stored profound energy within the mechanism would all be unleashed, causing a serious impact towards that attacker. Hearing that, those present finally understood why this happened. Earlier, everyone was still curious on the reason why Meng Wanner was only rebounded and injured during the last attack, whereas she was perfectly alright on previous attempts. Could it be that there was a frequency for the rebound, and moreover the frequency was extremely low? Now, hearing Huang Yueli's explanation, everyone finally understood it clearly. So whether the mechanism would rebound and injury or not, mainly it would depend on the position of the attack and had nothing to do with the frequency. Meng Wanner almost couldn't breathe. You. Why didn't you say so earlier? Or you intentionally didn't mention this? Meng Wanner felt that she was like an idiot, as that last strike was exactly aiming at the center position. She was simply sending herself to the doorstep for a beating. Moreover, she even used up all her profound energy for that one move. From the impact of that rebound, just the thought alone made one shudder. She hadn't been flung to her death alive earlier, she was really considered lucky. Hearing Meng Wanner's hoarse allegations, Huang Yueli's expression became even more ashamed. She seemed as though she was shocked as she explained in a small voice, this. Young Miss Meng, you can blame me for this, because I indeed didn't explain clearly. Back then, I wanted to tell you about this, but your actions were simply too fast and I didn't even have enough time to talk about it, only able to remind you not to attack the center position. Sigh, if only I had mentioned this clearly back then. Huang Yueli had an expression of extreme self-blame on her face as she kept shaking her head in frustration. She had a petite and slim stature, coupled with her pure and graceful face, she looked like a beautiful yet simple and nice young lady. In addition to the guilt-stricken look that she intentionally made out, it made her appear even more pitiful, as it garnered sympathy from the masses. When the surrounding people saw her look, their sympathetic hearts immediately flourished as they all couldn't bear to excoriate her. Moreover, everyone tried to recall and felt that Huang Yueli really shouldn't be blamed for this matter. Young Miss Meng, how could you blame young Miss Bai? It's obviously your own fault for not being careful enough. That's right, junior sister Wanner, earlier I've heard it all. Young Miss Bai had already reminded you to try your best to attack the surroundings boundaries positions, and not to attack the center position. Your aim is too lousy, and actually misaimed, this. Could you even blame young Miss Bai for this? Right, I heard that too. Earlier young Miss Bai had already tried her best to remind young Miss Meng, but young Miss Meng was anxious to strike, hence she seemed as though she didn't listen to her words at all. No wonder, junior sister Warner is overly confident, hence resulting in carelessness. The crowd were all adding in a piece of their memories as they managed to reenacted the scene to around 70 to 80% of the original situation. Moreover, every single one of them were standing on Huang Yueli's side, saying that the fault was all on Meng Wanner, just short of saying that she deserved being heavily injured. Meng Wanner totally did not expect this to be the outcome. Usually, as Ice Serpent Valley's #1 beauty, she was also the #1 genius, hence she had been held in high regard and protected by all the disciples, and had never once met with such a matter like this, that no one stood by her side at all. Obviously, she had obviously not told any lies, it was that little slut surnamed Bai who intentionally harmed her. Meng Wanner was extremely clear that Huang Yueli had intentionally said it in this way, making use of her impetuous attitude. Back then, Meng Wanner was only thinking about finding Huang Yueli's weak point, hence when she heard her telling her not to attack the center position, she self-assumed that the mechanism's weakest point was that position, so she was being bid to attack the center position. All these had been premeditated. Meng Wanner unknowingly fell into her trap, hence she was feeling extremely aggrieved. What was even more melancholic was there was no way that she could say this thinking out, because on the minute she said it, it would reveal the devious thoughts that she had in mind to scheme against Huang Yueli first. This was really moving the stone to smash her own feet. When Meng Wanner heard the crowd's discussion, she got even angrier as her chest was stuffed to the point of being flustered. Plus the fact that her entire body was seriously injured, she finally could no longer hold on as her eyes rolled back and she fainted once again. Huang Yueli's eyes widened. Young Miss Meng, young Miss Meng. You, oh no, what's wrong? Quickly wake up. Ice Serpent Valley's disciples then realized the seriousness of Meng Wanner's injury, hence they were all at a loss on what to do. Meng Hongya was slightly skilled in medical skills, and she hurried over while placing her fingers on Meng Wanner's pulse. After roughly taking her pulse, a grave expression was shown on her face. Oh no, Wanner's injury is simply too serious. Meng Hongya's brows creased tightly. If she can't be cured in time, it would result in her being unable to recover for the rest of her life, and affect her cultivation. Sigh. What should I do? Her heart was burning anxiously, because after all, this was the only direct disciple whom she had taken in. Although she was pampered badly by her, and had a bad temper, her innate talent was extremely outstanding, as her cultivation speed was also hard to come by. If she was heavily injured right here now, and affected her future, then, she really couldn't bear it. Just at this moment, Huang Yueli joined her and spoke out softly, Valley Master Meng, don't worry. My senior brother is a pill master, let him render treatment to young Miss Meng. Meng Hongya shook her head, it's no use. I myself am a 5th-ranked pill master and I roughly know the situation. Wanner's injury is too serious, and ordinary doctors simply can't cure her. I have to bring her back to Ice Serpent Valley quickly and let the valley's 7th-ranked pill masters treat her, only, it would probably. Sigh. Meng Hongye gave a long sigh and said, Young Miss Bai, my disciple got injured mainly because she was overly rash and has nothing to do with you, please don't blame yourself for that. But please forgive this valley master for not being able to receive you today, and also I have no time to properly show my gratitude. Will you please stay behind in Ice Serpent Valley? I need to bring Wanner back to seek treatment right now. Saying that, she carried Meng Wanner and was about to get up and leave. Huang Yueli hurriedly pulled her sleeve. Wait, Valley Master Meng, my senior brother's medical skills are famous throughout the entire Soaring Heavens continent and his potential is above 7th-ranked pill master. Why do you need to seek help from afar? Do let him take a look first. Meng Hongya was stunned. Potential is above 7th-ranked pill master? Really? Seeing that Meng Hongya didn't believe her, Huang Yueli didn't bother explaining any further, but directly waved to Lu Bian, beckoning for him to come over. Lu Bian swaggered over, obviously extremely unwilling, as he spoke out lazily, "Why? Want me to render treatment to this young lady? What's wrong with you? Am I someone who will casually help anyone do a consultation?" Huang Yueli knew he did it intentionally as she coordinated with him. "Senior brother, don't be like this. Can't you tell that if you still don't help, this young Miss Meng will really not be able to cultivate in future any longer?" Lu Bian shrugged as he said, "What does it have to do with me? Saving one's life is greater than building a 7th-story pagoda. It's no use even if 100 stories are built." Lu Bian's lazy and casual expression retracted as he revealed a cold smile. "My junior sister's heart is so kind, giving face to Meng Wanner, hence she didn't put things across so uglily, but I'm not someone with a good temper. Don't think that I can't tell. Earlier Meng Wanner obviously wanted to scheme against my junior sister, hence she intentionally refused to listen to junior sister's words and went on to attack the center position of the mechanism. There's totally no misaim or coincidence. This. When Meng Hongye heard that, she was apparently embarrassed. "This divine doctor, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Lu Bian shrugged. "If you say it's a misunderstanding, then let it be a misunderstanding. But your disciple's injury is indeed not light. If I didn't see wrongly, among the 18 meridians, 16 are already broken and the other 10 have broken into segments, so if she doesn't receive treatment to join it up, 3 days later, she will become a handicap." Meng Hongye's expression changed. If it was said that earlier she was still in doubt, not knowing just how Lu Bian's medical skills were, if he was just blowing his own trumpet or if he really had some standard. But upon hearing his words now, Meng Hongye understood that Lu Bian was definitely a divine doctor with extremely outstanding medical skills. Because he could actually rely on roughly observing her complexion without taking her pulse and precisely telling Meng Wanner's injured condition, down to the exact point of how many meridians were broken, and the severity of it was also clearly stated. Even Ice Serpent Valley's 7th-ranked pill masters who were held in high regard didn't have this kind of ability. With this thinking in mind, Meng Hongye's attitude immediately became respectful. "This divine doctor, I haven't asked you for your name?" Lu Bian swept a glance at her, but didn't open his mouth, apparently not intending to respond to Meng Hongye. Meng Hongye was put on a difficult position, and if it was usual times, she would forget about it, but now that her beloved disciple's life and future was hanging by a thin thread, at this very moment she couldn't be bothered about any other stuff, as she could only swallow this anger while speaking even more modestly than before. "This divine doctor, the matter earlier is indeed my disciple's fault. I apologize to young Miss Bai on her behalf." She nodded her head at Huang Yueli and immediately turned towards Lu Bian. "This divine doctor." Lu Bian raised his chin. "Don't look at me, I only listened to my junior sister. Your apology towards my junior sister is so insincere, yet you're still expecting me to treat Meng Wanner?" His intention was just too obvious. She just intentionally wanted to put Meng Hongye on the spot. Meng Hongye's face instantly surfaced a pink shade of embarrassment, as she felt so aggrieved in her heart. No matter what, she was the leader of a top-rated large powerhouse like Ice Serpent Valley, and her status was extremely high up. From what she thought, for her to say sorry to a young lass like Huang Yueli, it was already giving her more than enough face. Could it be that he wanted her to bow or kneel down to beg this young lass for forgiveness? However, Lu Bian's attitude was extremely firm, and after he finished his words, he didn't even take another look at Meng Hongye. Meng Hongye was helpless as she could only turn towards Huang Yueli. "Young Miss Bai, this. Meeting with Meng Hongye's hesitant gaze, her heart sighed with feeling. She knew that Lu Bian was feeling upset over her being put in a difficult position and suspected hence he specially wanted to stand up for her. But she didn't have any ill feelings towards Meng Hongye, hence she didn't want to make things difficult for her. She thought for a moment and said, "Ballet Master Meng, I can ask my senior brother to help, but you'd definitely have to pay him a satisfactory price for it." Meng Hongya nodded her head consecutively. This I understand. Tomorrow I'll get someone to bring the reward over to this divine doctor's room and also young Miss Bai's reward for restoring the mechanism today. I will also pass it over together, so don't worry about it. Huang Yueli smiled and turned her head as she said, Senior brother, you'd better help young Miss Ming take a look. Later when we need to enter the frozen zone, we'd still need to rely on Ice Serpent Valley's disciples for help. If you offend them now, what shall we do then? Lu Baiyan's expression didn't change, but he strode over in a few big steps. Since junior sister you've already said so, what other things can I say? Valley Master Meng, put her down and let her lie flat on the snowy ground. Carrying her like that around will make the originally curable injury become even more serious. Oh, okay. Meng Hongya hurriedly placed Meng Hongya back on a piece of flat icy ground. Lu Baiyan stooped down as he started to diagnose in detail. Meng Hongya saw Lu Baiyan bringing out his golden needles, and without any thought, he started to place his needles down, in an accurate and swift motion. So after a while of observation, she slowly started to ease her heart. She was a pill master as well, so naturally she knew clearly that a genuine top expert did like what Lu Baiyan did. This pill master's standard was really first-rated in Soaring Heaven's continent, so he should be able to save Meng Wanner. Meng Hongya was watching him as her gaze slowly started to land onto Huang Yueli once again. Her heart became even more puzzled. The first time she met Li Moying and the entire group of people, she originally thought that and relied on her fiancé's face before she could join the powerful group out on experience learning. But within the short span of one day and night, she realized that she was completely wrong. This young lass, since when was she a vase? Rather, it could be said that she was the person with the most vocal authority within the entire group. Not only did she have heaven-defying armament refining ability, to be able to easily restore a 9th-leveled mechanism, she could even take a further step to advance it. More importantly, she was able to make Li Moying, the peerless genius, and Lu Baiyan, the divine doctor, listen to her totally. This was definitely not an easy task. Ordinary people totally couldn't achieve this at all. Just as Meng Hongya was secretly observing Huang Yueli, at the same time, Lu Baiyan's golden needles acupuncture had already entered into the last stage. He used an exclusive method as his fingers were swiftly flying while he continuously retracted all the 10 over needles which were pierced into Meng Wanner's body. Following that, he stretched out his hand as he patted Meng Wanner's chest hard, injecting his own profound energy into the young lady's body, later clearing the blockages in her meridians. Meng Wanner's body shook, and following that, she gave a muffled moan as she slowly opened her eyes. The minute she opened her eyes, she happened to see Huang Yueli, who was standing in front of her, as she asked with a smiling face, "Young Miss Meng, are you all right now? Earlier you actually fainted, it really gave all of us a bad scare." Meng Wanner's eyes widened instantly as she kept on scolding and wanted to beat Huang Yueli. Meng Hongya simply could not stand seeing this any longer as she berated her in a barking voice, "Waner. You're this Valley Master's direct disciple, how can your actions be so vulgar? Young Miss Bai had kindly asked her senior brother to save you, but now you're repaying kindness with ingratitude? If you act so recklessly without any restraint again, don't blame this Valley Master for not treating you nicely." In Meng Hongya's eyes, the current Huang Yueli was not only someone with innate talent, she also bore a noble character. Obviously it was Meng Wanner who offended her first, but yet she still did not dwell on the past as she asked her senior brother to help cure Meng Wanner. Just how magnanimous and her bearing. This simply couldn't help but make one want to worship her. When Meng Wanner heard that even her master spoke about her in this way, and she even said Bairuoli was kind-hearted, she didn't manage to catch her breath as she fainted once again. Wanner? What's the matter with you? After another flurry of turmoil and chaos, Lu Baiyan came over and pretended to diagnose her as he spoke with an unsmiling smile. "Amen, will Valley Master Meng please be assured. There's no big issue with young Miss Meng, merely losing too much blood after her injury, plus her mind isn't very good, hence she fainted once again. She'd be fine after having a good sleep. He brushed over this topic so easily, hence Meng Hongya was assured, and after showing her gratitude towards him, she then carried Meng Wanner back. Huang Yueli and the others returned to the guest room in Ice Serpent Valley once again. After the happenings that occurred this morning during the restoration, Ice Serpent Valley's disciples totally changed their attitudes towards Huang Yueli and the others. Yesterday, the attendants were merely courteous towards them on the surface, when they really were rather resistant towards those people from Sky Emperor City. But today, when every single disciple met them, they were all courteous. Especially when they met Huang Yueli, they all used a revered gaze on her, as their attitudes were exceptionally respectful. That night, Meng Hongya personally set up a banquet as different delicacies were put out to welcome them warmly. The main lead of the banquet, without any doubt, was Huang Yueli. A large group of Ice Serpent Valley's elders and disciples all crowded around her, as they tried their best to fawn on her. Huang Yueli had never liked to interact with strangers and was feeling extremely frustrated by those people as her mood suddenly turned unhappy. Just as she was about to grimace with displeasure and walked away, suddenly her wrist tightened and she was tugged into someone's arms from the back. Everyone, my Lear has depleted a major portion of her profound energy and spirit during today's restoration of the mechanism and is slightly tired, so may I ask for everyone to not disturb her rest. Li Moying's arm wrapped around her waist as he put on a possessor look, entirely embedding that petite young lass's body into his arms. He lightly stroked Huang Yueli's soft and black long hair, as he issued a marching order to the various elders. The elders exchanged glances at each other as they responded in embarrassment. Right, what young Master Li said is right. Young Miss Bike, please have a good rest, we won't disturb you any further. Not knowing why, this handsome and tall man was obviously very young, but the aura from him was extremely overbearing, and so much that even their valley master Meng Hongya, who had been established for many years as a 9th stage realm peak top exponent, also landed on a disadvantage in front of Li Moying. Whereas his fiancée was an armament master with such abnormal innate talent and potential. They even brought along a pill master who was at least 8th ranked and a large group of 9th stage realm bodyguards. This group, what on earth was their background? Could not offend, really could not afford to offend them. When the elders left, Li Moying brought Huang Yueli to sit on by one side, as she stuffed a crystal plate into her hands. This is white jade osmanthus cake, your favorite, have a little. White jade osmanthus cake. Huang Yueli's eyes lit up as she immediately stretched out her little hand and grabbed a piece, popping it inside her mouth to have a taste as her eyes were smiling so much that it squinted together into one line. It's so delicious. The white jade osmanthus cake here seems different from what I make at home. It even has snow lotus mixed inside. It really tastes special. Saying that, she picked up a piece of white jade osmanthus cake and put it next to Li Moying's mouth. Moying, have a taste as well? If you feel that it's delicious, then before we leave the northern ice fields, let's bring some snow lotus back and I can make it for you? Li Moying leaned closer and opened his mouth as he took a bite on the osmanthus cake. That perfectly shaped lips opened slightly, and after taking a bite, he even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. That long lashes drooped slightly with an unfathomable gaze in his eyes. Huang Yueli stared at his mouth and momentarily she was slightly dazed. What are you looking at? Li Moying suddenly opened his mouth. Huang Yueli almost jumped up. Ah? Huh? What? What did you say? I wasn't looking at anything, ah? Li Moying looked at her slightly flushed little face as his lips curled upwards, and spoke mellowly, little gluttonous kitten, look at your drooling look. Did you want to taste the osmanthus cake, or did you want to taste me? Huang Yueli was stunned as she totally did not expect this man to actually say such a thing. In an instant, the atmosphere between them became ambiguous. Huang Yueli met with that pair of eyes, which seemed mysterious and profound as her heart started to race uncontrollably. Li Moying pinched her little chin as he leaned downwards and started to kiss her. That kiss wasn't very deep, nor did it carry any colors of desire, but was gentle and lingering, which made Huang Yueli forget about everything in the surroundings as her heart and eyes were only filled with this man. Li Moying kissed every single corner of her mouth, before slightly moving back. But the distance between the two of them was still no shorter than 1 inch. Li Moying sized up the young lady in his arms as he looked satisfactorily at Huang Yueli with her large eyes, with an obedient and cute look. Evidently she still hadn't recollected her senses from the earlier kiss. He couldn't help but lower his head as he kissed her on the lips again, while laughing out in a low chuckle, "What's the matter? Now that you've tasted the osmanthus cake and also tasted me, which one is more delicious?" This moment made Huang Yueli finally react as she pushed him away. You. What about me?" Li Moying lifted her brows, as he gave an indifferent slight smile. Huang Yueli was almost smitten by that devilish smile as she hurriedly shook her head, shaking away all the distracting thoughts in her mind. "We are still at the banquet in Ice Serpent Valley. How can you casually kiss me?" Li Moying pinched her face. "Don't be shy, we are already engaged as fiancé and fiancée, and we are a perfect couple, so everyone can only envy us." His words were extremely frank, and Huang Yueli was totally speechless when she heard that. This man's words were really narcissistic. Huang Yueli turned and looked at the surroundings, and no one was staring at them, but she also knew that the others didn't dare to look at them, not because they didn't see it. Her embarrassment turned into anger as she turned her head back and stared at Li Moying, conveniently grabbing his palm as she bit his finger hard. "Ah! Little fox, your teeth are really sharp." Li Moying exaggeratedly moaned, but didn't avoid as he allowed Huang Yueli to leave a fresh teeth mark on his slender beautiful fingers. Huang Yueli gave a humph. "It's all your fault. Told you a few hundred times already that when there's outsiders, you're not allowed to kiss me casually." "Then when there are no outsiders, I can casually kiss?" Li Moying put on an obedient baby's expression as he humbly asked to be taught. Huang Yueli stared at him and struck a pose as though she was about to bite him again. This time, Li Moying reacted swiftly by retracting his hand. Don't. My skin is tough and thick. If it breaks my little fox's teeth after you bite on it, I will feel heartache. If you're hungry, it's better to eat a few more pieces of osmanthus cake." Li Moying hurriedly lifted up the plate as he personally picked up a white jade osmanthus cake, feeding it to Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli originally wasn't full, and earlier she had just eaten halfway when she was snuck an attack and interrupted by this man. At this point of time, smelling the fragrance from the osmanthus cake, she was instantly distracted as she obediently opened her mouth and ate the cake, which Li Moying fed her. Li Moying hurriedly fed her a second piece, and saw that she was really like a real little fox, pouting her lips as she slowly chewed, obediently waiting for him to feed her. Li Moying's lips uncontrollably rose upwards, as he really wanted to lean over and kiss her again. But considering the fact that he had just received Huang Yueli's warning, he decided to first endure it for the moment. If he ruffled the little fox, then he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage at all. It was best to first feed her full, before he brought her back into his nest to slowly chew it. By then, he could just chew however he wanted to. Hence Li Moying was even more motivated in serving her tea and feeding her snacks, and after successfully feeding his little fiancée full, he couldn't wait as he carried her back to the room. An unspeakable night. Early morning on the second day, Meng Hongye personally led some men over, bringing along the gratitude gifts for Huang Yueli and the others. Yesterday night at the banquet, Meng Hongye already found out that the person who helped to treat Meng Wanner was the famous #1 divine doctor, Lu Bian. Although she resided in the desolated northern ice fields, but she had also once heard of Lu Bian's name, and she also knew just how difficult it was for him to lend a helping hand, so naturally she was filled with gratitude. "Young Miss Bai, Divine Dr. Liu, really thank you so much yesterday. I've specially prepared some meager gifts to show my appreciation, I hope you will like it. Saying that, Meng Hongye asked the guards who had followed her along to bring the boxes over, as she opened up box after box. Although she said it was meager gifts, but Meng Hongye knew that the person that she needed to thank was not someone ordinary, so naturally, she wouldn't use items, which were of little value to make up the numbers, otherwise it would be Ice Serpent Valley whose reputation was thrown away. For people like them with such cultivations and abilities, ordinary gold and silver weren't of much use and or even the same for spiritual jades, hence Meng Hongye prepared mostly rare and valuable medicinal herbs and armament refining materials. These materials, although weren't all high-leveled materials, but were all specialties of northern ice fields, and were very difficult to get in the Four Skies continents and Sky Emperor City. Huang Yueli and Liu Bian were extremely satisfied upon one look. Meng Hongye thought this matter was already settled when she saw the both of them smiling as she hurriedly spoke out, "Men, quickly bring these materials in for our valuable guests." Wait. Huang Yueli suddenly opened her mouth to interrupt her words, "Ballet Master Meng, I cannot accept these things." Meng Hongye was stunned as she spoke out in surprise, "Young Miss Bai, you this. This is a little token of appreciation from Ice Serpent Valley, so please don't reject it. Or could it be that there's something you're not satisfied with? Please feel free to state it out." Huang Yueli shook her head and said, "Ballet Master Meng, I'm not doubting that your sincerity isn't enough, but when we first met a few days ago, I've already told you that the item that I want is your distinguished valley's treasured item, claret crystal bracelet." When Meng Hongye heard that, she frowned, "This. Young Miss Bai, this valley master can satisfy all other things that you want, but the claret crystal bracelet, this is a treasure which Ice Serpent Valley had inherited for thousands of years, and I believe that you must know that it is a half-god relic. If it is made known, it would definitely attract the attention of the entire Soaring Heavens continent and cause a carnage. Forgive me for not being able to satisfy your request." Huang Yueli had long expected that she would reject, hence, she wasn't so surprised, but continued speaking. "Valley Master Meng, are you going back on your words now? Do you still remember that a few days ago, you obviously mentioned that if I am able to finish restoring the ancient mechanism in Ice Serpent Valley, you will give me the claret crystal bracelet? Could it be that you've forgotten about it so quickly? Or was it to say that it has only been 2 days, and you're already planning to renege on your debt?" Meng Hongye was stuffed by her allegations until she could not speak, and it was only now when she remembered that she was agitated by Huang Yueli that day, and in a moment of rashness, she indeed said such a thing. But Meng Hongye recalled the scenario back then, and her expression slowly calmed down. "Young Miss Bai, I think you must have remembered wrongly? That time when I said that if you were able to restore the ancient mechanism, then I'd give the claret crystal bracelet to you, but I didn't mean restoring the mechanism built by Palace Lord Huang. That condition, you haven't achieved it yet, right?" Huang Yueli nodded when she heard that. "That's right, so I intend to restore Ice Serpent Valley's ancient mechanism today, so I'd like to verify it with you once again, and may I also ask Valley Master Meng to retrieve the claret crystal braceleto? Take a look. If the claret crystal bracelet is spoiled while in Ice Serpent Valley's possession, and the effect isn't as I had anticipated, then wouldn't I be working for nothing?" Meng Hongye was stunned again, and by the time she understood Huang Yueli's meaning, her mouth opened agape and was unable to close it for some time, using her shock to express her words. "Bai. Young Miss Bai, you're not kidding me, right? You really can restore the ancient mechanism?" Huang Yueli smiled and said, "Valley Master Meng, do you think that I'm joking?" Meng Hongye stared at her for a moment, and to tell the truth, she also knew that since Wang Yueli had brought this matter out, then she definitely had a certain amount of certainty, and would absolutely not take this kind of matter for a joke. But no matter how she thought, she still felt that it was unbelievable. Ice Serpent Valley's ancient mechanism was left behind several thousands of years ago. That time, soaring heaven's continent still had abundant heaven and earth, profound qi, and strong practitioners were practically everywhere within the continent. Many strong practitioners moved about unhindered as they disdained others, and had left behind numerous close to miracle historical remains. This mechanism had long already been damaged since some 1,000 years ago, and Ice Serpent Valley's past 10 over Valley Masters had thought of many ideas to restore these mechanisms and arrays, but so many years had passed and they still had not come out with any ways. Among those armament masters who attempted to restore those mechanisms included various 9th-ranked armament masters, but all of them were helpless. Now, Huang Yueli was only a 16 to 17-year-old young lass, but she actually spoke such conceited nonsense that she was able to restore the ancient mechanism? How could this possibly be real? Meng Hongya stared deadly at Huang Yueli. Young Miss Bai, do you know what you're saying or not? I'm afraid that you still don't know about this. That year when Palace Lord Huang made a trip to the northern ice fields, I had once asked for her help to restore the ancient mechanism, but she tried several times and ended in failure. Exactly because there was no way for her to restore the ancient mechanism, so she suggested another way, which was to help Ice Serpent Valley to set up a set of new mechanisms. A unique king of armament refining genius like her also had no way to solve this problem. Based on what reasoning did you think that you're able to achieve what Palace Lord Huang was unable to do? Saying to this point, Meng Hongya seemed to have detected that her tone was slightly harsh as she immediately soothed her tone and added, Young Miss Bai, it's not as though I'm belittling you, and I also know that your armament refining innate talent is extremely outstanding, and in future, you will become a 9th-ranked armament master like Palace Lord Huang. But you're still young right now, isn't it? The 9th-leveled mechanism that Palace Lord Huang set up and the ancient god-leveled mechanism is, after all, not on the same tier. I'm worried. Do you know the difficulty of this task? Huang Yueli had been smiling all the way, and upon hearing Meng Hongya's persuasion, she didn't interrupt her at all. It was until Meng Hongya finished everything she had to say before she slowly opened her mouth to speak. Valley Master Meng's considerations, I understand it very well. After all, it is one of the miracles left behind from the early historical times, and thinking of that, you wouldn't wish for me to casually try in case I cause it to become a permanent damage, then the losses would outweigh the gains. When Meng Hongya heard that, she hurriedly nodded her head. That's exactly so. Young Miss Bai, it's best that you understand it all. But, what if I saw I indeed have some certainty? Huang Yueli beamed as she interrupted her words. Meng Hongya simply couldn't believe her ears. She had said and persuaded and even explained the reason so clearly, but this young lass still insisted that she could restore the ancient mechanism. Could it be that she had some ace up her sleeve? Honestly speaking, restoring the ancient historical array had always been something that Ice Serpent Valley's successive valley masters had wanted to do, and if there really was such a chance, Meng Hongya absolutely didn't want to miss it. Huang Yueli observed her expression and knew that Meng Hongya was already inclined to believe her, hence she slowly added, Valley Master Meng, actually it isn't me who is certain, but rather it's Palace Lord Huang who had. Her notebook indicated back then that after she left the northern ice fields, she kept thinking about the ancient mechanism that she saw in Ice Serpent Valley, and after that, she researched for a very long time before she found a solution. She originally wanted to find a chance to come over and help you restore the mechanism, but before she could find any time, what she said was basically all true. In her past life, after she saw Ice Serpent Valley's ancient mechanism, it had always been in her mind, and she just didn't believe that she would be baffled by a mechanism. Restoring mechanism was after all simpler than refining mechanisms. If she wasn't even able to restore an ancient mechanism, then wouldn't that mean that the standard between her and God Realm's armament masters was the difference between heaven and earth? Hence, after that, she exhausted a relatively long period of time to think of several proposals. Moreover, this ancient mechanism was engraved with many ancient arrays, and that was what made her most awkward about. Because of this, she had even consulted Song Piu several times, and in the end, she finally managed to draft out a rough proposal with around 90% chance to restore this mechanism completely. Naturally, that was under the situation with Song Piyu's assistance. This time round, she and Li Moying headed to northern ice fields, leaving Song Piyu to handle blue profound sex affairs, and lacking this continent's #1 array master's assistance, Huang Yueli actually only had around 70% chance of certainty. But she was an expert in negotiation, so naturally she knew clearly that at this moment in time, she absolutely could not show any signs of uncertainty. Even if she had, she absolutely could not show it out to the other party. So the expression on her face had always been extremely firm, totally as though she had a card up her sleeve. When Meng Hongye heard her explanation, the stone in her heart fell by a large half. So it's Palace Lord Huang's proposal, which was left behind that year. In this case, I totally understand. There's naturally no need to discuss about Palace Lord Huang's armament refining skills, and it's really nice for her to still remember Ice Serpent Valley's matters after she left the northern ice fields. Huang Yueli nodded her head and said, since that's the case, then Valley Master Meng's means. How are you preparing to make a decision on this? Meng Hongye thought about it and said, young Miss Bai, please don't blame me for being too naggy, I still have one last question. Huang Yueli shrugged as she said, will Valley Master Meng please speak your mind? Meng Hongye asked, that year, Palace Lord Huang is a 9th stage realm peak top exponent, hence she had the ability to attempt to restore the god-leveled ancient mechanism. Even if it was her, there were many times back then when she became unconscious, because of the depletion of profound energy. Young Miss Bai, you're only in the 6th stage realm. 7th stage realm. Huang Yueli interrupted to correct her. Meng Hongye was stunned. You're already in the 7th stage realm? How could that be possible? How old are you only? She was stunned for a moment, but subsequently, she shook her head. Alright, you're so young and already a 7th stage realm practitioner. Your innate talent is indeed astonishing, but as compared to a 9th stage realm peak practitioner, the disparity is still too huge. Haven't you ever considered that if in the middle of restoration, your profound energy isn't enough, then what should you do? You're an armament master, and you should be clearer than me that if this situation occurs, your meridians would definitely be damaged, and if the situation is serious, it might even lead you into chi deviation. Wang Yueli gave a faint smile when she heard that. Valley Master Meng, I appreciate your kind intentions. But yesterday you've also seen how I restore the 9th leveled mechanism. I have my own ways, and I can orchestrate high-grade practitioners to help me complete the refining process, and it might not necessarily totally rely on my own profound energy. Don't worry, I won't use my own future to joke around, and since I've already said that I have the certainty, then will Valley Master Meng please be assured, you just need to prepare the claret crystal bracelet and that will do. Huang Yueli had already said things to such an extent, and Meng Hongye also could not find any suspicious points on this. Even though everything sounded unbelievable, but inside Meng Hongye's inner depths of her heart, it seemed that there had always been a voice which continuously hinted at her, urging her to believe in this young lady in front of her. As though demons and gods were at work, she finally nodded her head. All right, then will young Miss Bai please follow me? Meng Hongye turned around and led Huang Yueli to the location where the axle of the mechanism was. Huang Yueli waved her hand, indicating for Li Moying and the others to follow her. When Meng Hongye saw that, her footsteps instantly stopped as she frowned. Young Miss Bai, you might not know, but this ancient mechanism is extremely large, as it envelopes the entire Ice Serpent Valley, and it is all because of the mechanism axle's control. The location of this mechanism axle is one of the greatest secret in Ice Serpent Valley, and only the successive valley's core figures would know the location of the axle. This time, in order to invite you to help restore the mechanism, I made the exception to bring you over, but your friends over here, I'm afraid that they will not be able to follow us. When Huang Yueli heard that, she immediately explained, Valley Master Meng, I've already explained this earlier that when I'm restoring the mechanism, my own profound energy isn't enough, hence I require their help. Meng Hongya then recalled what Huang Yueli said earlier and instantly appeared to be put on the spot. This. Young Miss Bai, we have quite a number of 9th stage realm practitioners in Ice Serpent Valley. If you feel that those few who helped you restore the 9th leveled mechanism yesterday do not have enough power, then I can invite my Ice Serpent Valley's elders out to assist you. Huang Yueli shook her head. I need at least 4 9th stage realm peak practitioners, and we must trust each other mutually, with flawless mutual coordination. Are you able to help me find those few? Meng Hongya was stunned momentarily, and following that her face flushed red as she spoke out awkwardly, this. She realized that this condition which Huang Yueli mentioned, she wasn't able to satisfy it at all. Currently, Ice Serpent Valley only has a total of 3 9th stage realm peak practitioners. Other than Meng Hongya herself, the other 2 were all Ice Serpent Valley's supreme elders, and usually they would be in closed-door cultivation and rarely appeared in front of everyone. Now, in order to restore the ancient mechanism, moreover not sure if it could be restored, to call the 2 elderly out, Meng Hongya knew that it was impossible from just thinking about it. Helpless, she could only choose to give in. All right then, will the few of you please come with me? Meng Hongya led Huang Yueli and the others as they weaved through the elaborate ice sculptures all the way into the internal area of the valley. The few of them passed by many mechanisms' doors and followed along the revolving corridor downwards for close to 1 hour. Seeing that they had already walked to the center of the ice mountain, the surroundings were pitch dark, and with the only torch in Meng Hongya's hand as a light source, the crowd were all feeling uneasy. Lu Bian walked next to Huang Yueli as he whispered, "Junior sister, this place looks rather weird, will there be any problems?" Huang Yueli wasn't very worried. "No matter, senior brother, please be assured. This ancient mechanism is extremely large, so I believe when it was built that year, it could be used by some ancient god realm's large clan to protect the clan's territory, and it's not some ordinary mechanism, hence that's why it's hidden." In actual fact, she had already passed through this passageway several times in her past life, hence she was able to be so certain. Lu Bian nodded his head and lowered his voice even more as he asked, "Then, junior sister, such a gigantic ancient mechanism, you really have a way to restore it?" To tell the truth, even Lu Bian also had some doubts if Huang Yueli really had the endurance to do so. Although Huang Yueli's past life was a 9th-ranked armament master, but Lu Bian himself was a 9th-ranked pill master. He was very clear that the difference between 9th-ranked and God-ranked was actually an impassable border. If he was to refine God-grade medicinal pills, he would absolutely not be able to do it. Could it be that Huang Yueli's armament refining skills was actually so strong until this extent, comparable to God-ranked armament masters? Huang Yueli stole a glance at Meng Hongya, and on seeing her clearing the passageway in front, without paying any attention to this side, hence she used the secret transmission technique to talk to Lu Bian, "Senior brother, you're mistaken. How would I ever have such great ability? But I've researched this mechanism in my past life and discovered that these mechanisms, actually, isn't spoilt." "What?" Lu Bian was shocked as he couldn't help but shouted out. When Meng Hongya heard the noise, she turned back and took a look at him as she frowned. "Divine Dr. Lu, what's the matter with you?" Lu Bian also realized that he shouldn't have made a noise as he hurriedly attempted to conceal it with a laugh. "I'm so sorry, earlier I wasn't watching where I was walking and almost tripped, now everything's fine." Meng Hongya was slightly suspicious, but she didn't say anything as she continued to lead the way. Huang Yueli gave Lu Bian a stare and continued with the transmission. "Senior brother, why are you screaming out loud for?" "Sorry, it's my fault. But I was just too shocked earlier. Since their mechanism isn't spoiled, then why hasn't it been fixed for the past thousands of years?" Lu Bian also replied via transmission. Huang Yueli explained, earlier I wasn't too sure as well, but later on I copied down all the inscribed array patterns on the mechanism and discussed in detail with Guardian Yu for a period of time and finally found where the problem lay. What's the problem? Lu Bian asked relentlessly. Huang Yueli stole a look at Meng Hongya and continued, I discovered that the arrays inscribed on these mechanisms are actually a kind of array which could store energy, and it could absorb the surrounding heaven and earth profound qi, to become the force when the mechanism is activated. Otherwise, for such a massive-sized mechanism, even if it was 10th stage realm or even god-grade top exponents, they probably wouldn't be able to drive it based on their own power. In the ancient times, soaring heaven's continents heaven and earth profound qi were extremely abundant, so it could endlessly provide energy for these mechanisms, and even after activating its full force attack, it could in an extremely short amount of time, to complete the storage of energy. But now it's totally different. Right now the heaven and earth profound qi is only 1% of the ancient times, and under this situation, the speed of energy storage becomes extremely slow. I deduce that several thousands of years ago, Ice Serpent Valley definitely had undergone some huge change, and in order to correspond to that, the Valley Master operated the ancient mechanism at full force, depleting all the stored energy within. Later on, the energy storage array required a long period of time before it was fully charged with profound qi, and the reason why the mechanism for the past thousands of years could not be started was because this mechanism had been in the state of storing energy. Ah! Lu Bian almost cried out again, but luckily, he reacted in time and covered his mouth. He went into secret transmission once again. I understand now. Looks like Ice Serpent Valley's people couldn't understand the mechanism and array's principle, hence they had been flying like a headless housefly, totally unable to find the solution. Huang Yueli nodded her head as she replied, exactly so. Then, in this case, whether this mechanism is fixed or not, the result would still be the same. Then what are you going to do later? Are you intending to tell Valley Master Meng the truth? But I wonder if she will believe you or not. Moreover, if you told her this, the mechanism actually isn't restored by you, she might not give you the claret crystal bracelet. Lu Bian was evidently doubtful as his good-looking brows creased slightly together. Huang Yueli's eyes blinked, giving off a crafty smile, so that's why, whether we are able to get the claret crystal bracelet or not, it will depend on your acting kills. What? Lu Bian had a dazed expression on his face. He had been in this state several times today, feeling that he totally could not catch up with Huang Yueli's line of thinking. As the number one pill master in the continent, he had always felt that he was rather intelligent, as his intelligence was able to second kill many practitioners. However, in front of Huang Yueli, especially today, he felt that he was like a silly fool, totally not understanding what she was talking about. Huang Yueli smiled, "Senior brother, what's the matter with you today?" Actually, the logic is very simple. That time I had researched on the array and calculated together with Guardian Yu on the energy. This ancient mechanism's energy is in fact about to be full, just within these 2 years, and it should be able to operate as per normal. In case we calculate wrongly, before I came over, I even verified the calculation with Guardian Yu to ensure that there indeed isn't any error. So, even without me, this mechanism would probably be able to start operating before next year. Right now, we are here just to add in that missing portion of the energy, to bring forward the progress and make the mechanism start operating right now. Lu Bian then revealed an enlightened look, so it's like this, no wonder you requested for 9th stage realm practitioners' help, actually it's to hope that we will inject our profound energy into the array, right? Huang Yueli gave a happy smile as she revealed her sharp little tiger fangs, looking almost like a genuine little fox. Actually, your guess is not right, because by then, I will use the spirit gathering array to assist you guys, hence we totally don't require 9th stage realm peak practitioners. We just need a few 8th stage realm practitioners, and we will be able to replenish this bit of energy completely. The reason why I insisted on 9th stage realm peak was because I didn't want Meng Hongya to send anyone over, because this would increase the risk of exposing me. So, senior brother, do you understand this now? Lu Bian heard till this part and was completely convinced by this junior sister of his. After so long, it was Meng Hongya who was thoroughly being played within their palms. No wonder so many people had called Huang Yueli an unscrupulous businessman in the past, chasing after her as they scolded. She really was too treacherous and deceitful. Lu Bian wiped the cold sweat off from his forehead and felt fortunate that Huang Yueli was one of his own people, and not his enemy. Otherwise, even though his ability and status was higher than Huang Yueli, even if there were 10 of them, they would not be enough for Huang Yueli to play with. Huang Yueli originally wanted to say something else, when suddenly she felt her waist tightening and Li Moying suddenly stretched out his arm as he wrapped it around her slender waist, dragging her into his arms. The man's scorching breath rang beside her ear, as he puffed a burst of hot air by her cheek. Lear, what are you secretly telling your senior brother? Li Moying specially emphasized the 2 words senior brother, and if one listened carefully, one would be able to tell that he basically gritted his teeth when he said that. Huang Yueli knew that he was jealous again and couldn't help but burst out into laughter. Nothing. You're still laughing. Li Moying pinched her face unhappily as he leaned in front of her and warned with a stern tone, you'd better talk lesser to that fellow. If you're bored and want to have a chat, you can look for me? Huang Yueli still had her beaming expression on as she turned around and fell into his arms while speaking out softly, it's really nothing. I was just making it clear to senior brother that later when we reach the axle of the mechanism, what he should do. Senior brother seems a little worried that I'm not able to restore the mechanism and will be blamed by Ballet Master Meng. Li Moying casted an icy cold glance at Lu Bian as he scoffed lightly, what's there to be worried about? Since you say you can fix it, then you'd have your own reasoning, is there a need to ask? The fellow Lu is so naggy, a man like this, isn't he boring or what? Huang Yueli's lips flourished even more. Actually, she was extremely clear that it wasn't that Lu Bian was boring, because it was as normal as it could be to have this kind of doubts. It was because Li Moying trusted her too much and also understood her too well, hence he was able to stand on her side at any moment of time, without asking any reasons. This kind of trust was so rare and valuable, and he was much stronger and abled with such a handsome countenance, hence it made her extremely touched. Huang Yueli stretched out her slender finger as she poked his chest, then later, you have to listen to my command and whatever I tell you to do, you should just follow, okay? Li Moying pinched her disturbing little hand, placing it by his lips as he kissed it gently, that's obvious right? Saying that, he shot a provocative gaze towards Lu Bian's direction. Lu Bian took a look at the young lady in his arms and silently sighed. Even though he was extremely jealous, there was no way that he could not help but admit that this time, he had lost to Li Moying again. At this moment, these few people have already walked to the end of the paved pathway between the mountain. Meng Hongya walked to a huge ice-sculpted door and stopped. All right, we're here, the ancient mechanism's apex is just behind this door. Will all of you please step back a little, I'm going to open the door. Hearing that, Li Moying immediately carried Huang Yueli and led her back by many steps while the others all started to follow them. Meng Hongya stretched out her hand and pressed a few times on the mechanism next to the door. Following that, the ground started to sway towards its left and right. A loud bang was heard and the huge ice-sculpted door slowly opened up. As it had not been opened for many years, as the huge door moved, the dust which had accumulated in the door slit and ground all started to swirl, as it started to scatter around the surroundings. Meng Hongya choked on it and kept on coughing and took some time before she called out, all right, will everyone please follow me in? Li Moying then put Huang Yueli down as he held her hand and walked in through the huge door. In the room, the temperature seemed even lower than outside and it took mere moments when everyone's brows were covered with a thin layer of frost and the warm air which they puffed out all congealed into ice crystals. Everything within the spacious room was all made out of ice and snow. Right in the center position stood a massive icicle, and one could tell that this icicle formed the apex of the mechanism, and it pierced right through the entire ice mountain, breaking through the peak of the mountain as it shot into the clouds as the lower end stretched deep into the ground. Revolved around the mechanism's apex were various kinds of complicated mechanism parts, and each part was delicately done up, and also extremely complex. But all these parts, which should have originally continued to revolve, seemed as though it was completely frozen, totally not moving at all. Meng Hongye pointed to the icicle in the middle and introduced, "This is the ancient mechanism's apex, and if you have really read about this in Palace Lord Huang's manual, then you should already understand this. The mechanism's apex is the crux in controlling this massive-sized mechanism, and before the mechanism was damaged, it had been revolving day and night without stopping. This mechanism had once isolated northern ice fields, rampaging snowstorms on the outside, and in the past, the location where Ice Serpent Valley stood was an oasis, and temperature was not much different from the North Sky region." Huang Yueli already knew about these situations, hence she merely nodded her head lightly. But this was the first time Song Pujun and the others heard about this, and they all revealed an astonished expression. This mechanism actually has this kind of use. To be able to maintain such a large plot of oasis in such a cold place in northern ice fields? Meng Hongye nodded her head as she responded, "That's right, in the early historical ancient records which Ice Serpent Valley has preserved, that was recorded, but I haven't seen it with my own eyes. Moreover, this is just one of the functions of the ancient mechanism. This mechanism's greatest use is that it could be used to suppress the enemy, and it was rumored that in the ancient times, when this mechanism was fully operated, it could even kill 10th stage realm practitioners." What? Kill 10th stage realm practitioners? This time round, even Lu Bian was shocked, as he cried out in surprise. When Meng Hongye saw everyone slowly having a change of color, she was rather delighted. Why are everyone so surprised? In the ancient times, Soaring Heaven's continent had a huge number of 10th stage realm practitioners. If they didn't even have this kind of endurance, how would Ice Serpent Valley possibly shelter our clan's clansmen? When Huang Yueli heard this, she frowned slightly, somehow feeling that something felt a little strange. Clansmen? Shouldn't she refer to them as disciples? Why did she use the word clansman? But she hadn't had time to ponder over this carefully when she heard Meng Hongye continuing to say, "Look over here, during the ancient times, if some powerful enemies tried to invade Ice Serpent Valley, we will then press on this button right here." Meng Hongye gesticulated her hand on a portion which was similar to a hand picture. By then, the entire Ice Serpent Valley's outer region would be enveloped by a boundary which was made out of a layer of profound qi, and if we opened that switch, then it would congeal powerful profound energy to fight against the enemy and shoot out an intense attack, which was equivalent to a 10th stage realm practitioner's full power strike. Song Pujun and the others all revealed a shocked expression, which was also full of admiration. There's actually such an incredible mechanism under this heavens. In the ancient times, God Clan's people were indeed extremely powerful, just too bad that they weren't able to leave behind enough inheritances. Meng Hongye roughly introduced the mechanism and shot her gaze towards Huang Yueli. "Young Miss Bai, now that you've already got an idea of the concrete circumstances, I'd like to find out your current thinking. How many % certainty do you hold to restore the ancient mechanism?" From the moment Huang Yueli entered the room, she had been observing the surrounding situation in detail, moreover she was deducing it seriously. Hearing Meng Hongye's words, she stopped her calculations and nodded her head towards Meng Hongye. "Before I came over, I was still a little worried. After all, I've not seen it with my own eyes, and I'm worried that the situation might be different from what Palace Lord Huang recorded in her notebook. From the current looks of it, everything is almost the same as what I've imagined, and if there's no accidents, I should be able to restore it." Meng Hongye revealed a shocked and joyous expression. "Ray. Really? Young Miss Bai, if you're really able to restore the ancient mechanism, then you will become Ice Serpent Valley's savior, and in future no matter what happens, As long as you come to Ice Serpent Valley, you are our most distinguished guest. Moreover, if you meet with any difficulties, just let someone send a letter over and we'll rush over immediately, trying our utmost best to assist you." Huang Yueli waved her hands as she said, "I don't need all these returns, as long as you hand the claret crystal bracelet to me and that will do." Meng Hongye immediately said, "That's easy, as long as you can restore the ancient mechanism, these are all small matters." Huang Yueli slowly nodded her head as her gaze turned towards the apse of the mechanism once again, while she delved into deep thoughts. Restoring the mechanism itself was just like what she told Lu Bian earlier. There was actually not much difficulty in it because the mechanism itself was originally working. But this didn't mean that she would be able to complete this mission perfectly. The most difficult thing was the surrounding of the mechanism was set up with a god-grade energy storage array. In her past life, the reason why she wasn't able to restore the mechanism successfully was because she was dumbfounded by these arrays. If she wanted to let Song Pijun and the others inject their profound energy to restart the mechanism once again, then she would definitely need to break these arrays. But even for now, no matter if it was for her or Song Piyu, these arrays were just too complicated and actually they didn't have the energy to completely decipher it. All they could do was to combine various guesses and calculations together to find a way which most probably could find a path to let the energy flow through. There was a 90% possibility that this path was completely accurate. But this was Song Piyu's success rate in deciphering arrays. Huang Yueli herself wasn't apt in the mastery of array skills, and under the situation without Song Piyu's help, her certainty was only 70%. However, she only had one chance now. If she wasn't able to break the array in one go to replenish the energy completely in the mechanism, in front of Meng Hongye, the latter might just see some fishy points and by then, obtaining the claret crystal bracelet would be mission impossible. Hence, Huang Yueli had no choice but to be prudent. She went round the mechanism's apex and slowly turned one round, but actually, the position where her gaze stopped on was not the mechanism's body, but on the complicated array patterns inscribed on the surroundings. While she was observing it, she swiftly calculated in her mind. Meng Hongye was extremely anxious, but didn't dare to interrupt her as she could only endure with it while standing by the side without speaking a single word. Huang Yueli's brows were creased for a while as she retrieved an array board from her realm ring and under the assistance of the array board, she swiftly calculated with hand gestures. When Meng Hongye saw this, she couldn't help but felt slightly astonished. She had not expected that this young lass at such a tender age was not just an armament master, but was also versed in array skills. Seeing the array board in her hand, it was much larger by at least one time than ordinary array boards and the computation marks on it were much more complicated. To be able to use this kind of array board, it was easy to tell how her standard was. Actually, Huang Yueli had to take out this array board because she had no choice. After her rebirth, her mental power was much stronger than in her past life and under ordinary situations, there was already no need for her to rely on the array board to calculate. But this time, to decode the ancient array, the difficulty level was simply too high. Even though she was holding on to the array board, she didn't have 100% certainty. Huang Yueli's eyes were slightly closed as she kept on calculating and the surrounding people kept their eyes on her, not daring to even heave a loud breath, just in case they distracted her. Finally, Huang Yueli opened her eyes. "Alright, next, everyone please listen to my commands." The crowd perked up and all started to nod their heads in response. Huang Yueli said, "Senior brother, among everyone here, your cultivation is the highest, so later I'd like to trouble you to stand at the position of the apex, while Guardian Jun will stand on the south position, Guardian Hun at west position, Valley Master Meng at northeast position, and later when I activate the array patterns will show on the ground so you will easily be able to distinguish the position that you should stand at." Those few who were pinpointed all nodded their heads at the same time. Meng Hongye was slightly puzzled. "Young Miss Bai, what exactly should we do when we stand there?" Huang Yueli smiled and replied, this. Actually what you need to do is very simple. The structure of the ancient mechanism is extremely complex, and there's no way that you can help me operate it, so the entire restoration process can only be completed by me alone. But my cultivation isn't enough and is unable to support me in completing such a huge task, whereas the restoration must be done at one go, without stopping. Hence, later on I will set up a spirit gathering array, and all you need to do is to inject profound energy into it. These profound energy would be channeled into my body continuously, to allow me to continue with the restoration process. When Meng Hongye heard this explanation, she was enlightened. So it's like this. Alright, young miss, but please be assured, I will try my best to assist you. Huang Yueli smiled slightly, then many thanks to Valley Master Meng. Lu Bian was listening to their conversation by the side and silently burst out into laughter. This junior sister of his was indeed very good at deceiving people. Asking everyone to inject profound energy into the spirit gathering array was obviously to store energy for the ancient mechanism. But in her mouth, it actually turned out to be replenishing profound energy for her. Moreover, this excuse was really great because Meng Hongye totally didn't suspect anything at all. Following this, Huang Yueli said a few more things which they should take note, and immediately following that, she took out the materials which she had prepared earlier and started to set up the spirit gathering array around the surroundings. Very soon, the array's embryonic form was shown right in front of everyone. This time, she set up a 7th-tiered array, and this was already an extremely high-leveled array in Soaring Heaven's continent. Although it was just a pretense to deceive Meng Hongye, but if the scope of the addition of profound energy was too low, the risk of her plan failing would increase. Huang Yueli had always been a prudent person, so naturally, it was not possible for her to skimp on the materials for such fine details. Meng Hongye could tell that Huang Yueli's spirit gathering array was of a high grade, and besides being blown away by her admiration for her, confidence in the latter also increased. After Huang Yueli set up the array, her right hand struck out a burst of profound energy, and following that, she continuously changed with 7 to 8 hand gestures. The array pattern which she had earlier drew out all started to light up one after another, and very soon, an airflow hurricane was born in the room. Everyone who stood in the room could distinctly sense the heaven and earth, profound chi around the ice mountain, all gathering towards the axle at an unimaginable speed. Huang Yueli stood on the eye of the array and opened her mouth. Alright, will everyone please stand on the positions that I said earlier? I'll count down from 3, so please start to inject your profound energy into the array. 3, 2, 1. For 9th stage realm, peak top exponents were all well coordinated, and under Huang Yueli's commands, they worked up the profound energy within them and injected it into the array. Under Huang Yueli's control, the spirit gathering array started to display its effect, and in combination with the surrounding heaven and earth profound chi which had gathered, it charged ferociously towards the energy storage array on the ancient mechanism at a speed which was faster by 10 over times than usual. Huang Yueli kept on changing her hand gestures, as she kept on adjusting the speed of the energy replenishment, and at the same time added some bewildering actions, pretending that she was restoring the various problems on the ancient mechanism. Whereas for the 4 9th stage realm peak practitioners in the array, they all exhausted their best to coordinate with her. Meng Hongye had the weakest cultivation among the 4 of them, hence such high intensity, profound energy exhaustion to her was a huge burden. But this time's restoration was the ancient mechanism in their Ice Serpent Valley, so no matter what, she could not afford to commit any mistakes. Hence, she could only clench hard on her teeth as she persisted on. The sweat on her forehead kept dripping down and her entire face flushed red as all the meridians on her body were hurting. Under the immense pressure, she didn't have any more strength to notice Huang Yueli's actions. Not knowing how much had passed, Meng Hongye's ears finally rang a young lady's clear, cold voice. Alright, it's been hard on everyone. The mechanism is already restored completely. Will everyone please slowly retract your profound energy? Take note that you must do it slowly, and your relaxation speed should not be overly swift, otherwise it will easily lead to a backlash. Without the need for Huang Yueli to mention this reasoning, everyone understood this clearly. When the four of them heard Huang Yueli's instructions, their hearts were as though they were relieved from a burden, but they didn't dare to slight this, hence they slowly retracted their profound energy in a steady progress. At the same time, they must also take into consideration the three other companions' speed in retracting their profound energy, in case the profound energy in the array was not balanced, hence causing an unexpected outcome. After another quarter of an hour or so, the four of them finally retracted all their profound energy, completely. Meng Hongya laid limp on the ground as she panted heavily, her forehead filled with beads of cold perspiration. It had been a long time since she had completely depleted her profound energy so completely. The other three men in the array were simply too powerful, and she had already exhausted all her means, but somehow she was still unable to follow up with their rhythm. Luckily, it had finally ended. Meng Hongya rested for quite a bit before she restored a little strength as she got up and lifted her head to take a look. Earlier that awfully mighty spirit-gathering array had stopped operating by now, and all the array patterns had all started to turn faint. Huang Yueli was just standing in the front of the apex, as she observed carefully. Meng Hongya walked over and asked, "Young Miss Bai, how's the current situation? Earlier so much profound energy had been absorbed, has it been completely restored?" She really couldn't tell from the surface what was different with the ancient mechanism in front of her as in the past, because it still seemed to be the same as before, at most just having scraped off a little bit of the dust which was stuck on the surface. Huang Yueli turned around and gave a smile as she looked at her. "Valley Master Meng, congratulations. If I didn't make any mistakes, this ancient mechanism should already have been restored to its original state." Meng Hongya went into a momentary blank and immediately cried out in joy, "Ray! Really? Is it really restored?" As she was overly excited, she couldn't even speak clearly. Huang Yueli nodded her head as she continued, "You can now test it to check on the effect after the restoration." Saying that, she took a few steps to the side, giving out the position next to the apex, so that Meng Hongya could step forward to operate it. Meng Hongya took a few big steps to the front of the apex and took a deep breath. She was so agitated that her fingers were shaking. She pacified her emotions and stretched out her hands as she held the handle, worked up her profound energy, and pulled it heavily. Rumble, rumble. Just at the instant when the handle was pulled to the most bottom part, a wave of intense shaking was emitted from the bottom of the entire ice mountain. The ground kept on shaking and the magnitude of the quake was so great that it made those high-leveled practitioners in the room unable to stand firmly on the ground, as all of them started to sway towards the left and right. Li Moying stretched out his hand and pulled Huang Yueli, who almost fell onto the ground, into his arms, as one hand tightly locked onto her slender waist while the other hand was placed on the wall to support them. Huang Yueli leaned against the man's firm chest and both her hands found his strong waist as her face revealed an extremely elated expression. Her pair of beautiful big eyes kept roving around, as she kept an eye on the surroundings. When the intense tremor stopped, what presented in front of them was an indescribable miraculous sight. The ice mountain had separated towards two sides and the entire Ice Serpent Valley scenery was displayed in full right in front of them. At this moment, a huge semicircle-shaped boundary had already risen up in the outer exterior of the Ice Serpent Valley, enveloping the entire valley in the center. This boundary was totally transparent and standing in the inner zone of the valley, they were able to see clearly that the rampaging wind and snowstorm in the northern ice fields had not stopped, as the goose feather-like snowflakes kept falling against the boundary but was rebounded back and none of it fell within the boundary's inner zone. Moreover, the bitter wind which kept revolving in Ice Serpent Valley had completely stopped by now. The entire valley's temperature seemed to have risen by quite a bit. Meng Hongya was both astonished and joyous on seeing this as her eyes moistened and shakingly, she pulled down the other handle. It was another intense round of tremor. When it finally ended, everyone saw that all the houses in the entire Ice Serpent Valley were instantly enveloped with a layer of faint light, and under the surrounding crystal-clear ice, one would think that they were in a fairyland when they looked out. Even Huang Yueli couldn't help as she pushed Li Moying aside, running to the end of the room as she sprawled and looked outside the window, her mouth still gasping in surprise. "Wow, it's so beautiful, it's really too beautiful. Moying, come over and take a look." Li Moying looked at her agitated look as he helplessly shook his head and walked over as he carried her up gently. "Sprawling on the ice is too cold and you're wearing so little clothes. Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Huang Yueli was in his arms as she excitedly held on to the neck while pointing to the faraway scenery, making him accompany her to enjoy it together. "Moying, quickly take a look, isn't it very beautiful?" Li Moying totally didn't notice any igloos or whatever beautiful scenery. His gaze had never left Huang Yueli's dainty small face. She rarely got so excited as her fair cheeks were flushed with a slight blush, her big watery eyes opened wide and her lips curled up to reveal a smile. Li Moying's Adam's apple slid up and down, and suddenly he felt his body turning slightly parched and fervent. "Amen, very beautiful, indeed, very beautiful." Huang Yueli originally thought that he shared the same view as her and turned her head over beaming as she said, "I've decided. When my armament refining skills improve a little more, and when the day comes when I attain the god grade, I also want to construct such a beautiful house. What do you think?" Li Moying's voice was a little hoarse. "Good, of course good, whatever you say is good." Huang Yueli then realized that Li Moying had always been keeping his eye on her, totally not looking at the snowy scenery. She pouted, apparently not very happy. "Moying, you actually went into a trance. Are you listening to me talk or MMPH?" She was in the middle of speaking when that handsome countenance suddenly leaned near her, and following that, her lips felt warmth. MMPH. Huang Yueli was slightly embarrassed as she pushed his chest hard. Li Moying didn't intend to kiss deeply, just merely wanting to have a slight taste as he backed off after that. Everyone present was already accustomed to this pair of young lovers' intimate actions, so they all self-warily turned their heads over. Even so, Huang Yueli's embarrassment still turned into anger as she stepped hard on Li Moying. Li Moying seemed as though he didn't feel anything as the expression on his face had not changed at all, calmly bringing his little fox into his arms. "The time isn't young anymore, and since the ancient mechanism is already restored, if there's no problems, then we'd be heading back to rest. Lear had expended a huge amount of energy for your esteemed valley, and I have to make her eat and sleep well." As Li Moying was saying that, his gaze swept past the faint greenish-black color under Huang Yueli's eyes, as he felt heartache. When Song Pijun and the others heard that, they all replied in agreement, "That's right. Earlier, having exhausted so much profound energy, this subordinate also feels a little tired." Meng Hongye was still immersed in excitement, and although among the 9th stage realm peak practitioners who had diminished the most amount of profound energy, but she was able to restore Ice Serpent Valley's inherited ancient mechanisms for many generations, and to her, this was simply a humongous surprise. In front of this joy, the tiredness in her body had completely been left behind in her mind. Meng Hongye finally reacted to Li Moying's words as she spoke out hurriedly, "That's right, young Miss Bai, and these few young masters, we're simply too grateful to you all for the past 2 days. I'll now lead all of you over to rest." Huang Yueli's eyes opened wide. "That, Valley Master Meng, about what I mentioned before." Meng Hongye immediately replied, "Young Miss Bai, please be assured. You've helped us restore the ancient mechanism in Ice Serpent Valley, and we are not able to reciprocate such a huge benevolence. Don't worry, first thing tomorrow morning, I will personally deliver the claret crystal bracelet over to you. As for the guide whom you need, I will also find a most experienced person who is extremely familiar with the freezing zone to accompany you in. These 2 days, please do stay in Ice Serpent Valley, and have a good rest." Huang Yueli thought about it and nodded her head to agree. Meng Hongya carefully shut down the mechanism and led Huang Yueli and the group out of the secret tunnel. Li Moying loved his little fiancée dearly and carried her up horizontally, as he directly carried her back to the room. After Meng Hongya brought them back to their rooms, she hastily wanted to inform the other people in Ice Serpent Valley about the good news that the ancient mechanism was resorted, hence she didn't stay for long as she immediately left after that. Song Pajun and the others then revealed a tired look, as all of them laid limp on the chairs. Actually, earlier when they were in the room of the mechanism's axle, their exhaustion wasn't small as well. Huang Yueli's spirit-gathering array was extremely effective, so naturally, the effect of drawing out the profound energy in their bodies was extremely high. If it wasn't for the fact that she had used hand gestures to control the array's operation, it might not take a quarter of an hour before it was able to completely draw away the profound energy of the 4 ninth stage realm peak practitioners' profound energy completely. Song Pahun had still not recollected his senses by now, and after resting for a moment, he couldn't help but ask, "Grandmaster Huang, you're simply too incredible. You're actually able to restore the mechanism which had been left behind from the ancient times, and moreover, in such a short amount of time. Heavens, are you going to advance to a God Grace Armament Master anytime soon?" Huang Yueli laughed and told him whatever he had told Lu Bian earlier. It was at this point when the crowd was then enlightened. Song Pajun couldn't help but burst out laughing. This really is. Valley Master Meng had been schemed by Grandmaster Huang. Lu Bian shook his head. You can't really put it in that way entirely? Earlier in the spirit gathering array, I had a feeling that this ancient mechanism's state of aging is extremely serious, and even if the energy was replenished, it is not possible to automatically be activated. If it wasn't for Junior Sister who helped them to reactivate the engraved energy storage array by the side, it is hard to tell when this mechanism could be used again. Huang Yueli smiled. What senior brother said is right, no matter what, I've helped them. Moreover speaking, we merely need the claret crystal bracelet in the northern ice fields, and once we have obtained the bipolar black orchid to refine the purified spirit polymerized pill, then we won't require this bracelet anymore, so by then, we can just send someone to return it back to them. Today, everyone had been exhausted greatly. Hence, after having their dinner, all of them headed back to their rooms to rest. Huang Yueli basically fell into the big bed upon her return, not even taking off her shoes. Li Moying followed behind her and gently caressed her head. Lear, do you want to take a bath? Bath. I want to bath. Huang Yueli mumbled, but her body wasn't moving at all, as though she was stuck onto the bed. Li Moying sat next to her as he touched her chin. Li Moying was just like a little kitten which had its fur brushed, as she gave out a MMPH sound. That look was really very obedient. Only thing was, she was still sprawled on the bed, totally not moving at all. Li Moying looked at her lazy look amusingly, as he bent over to help her remove her shoes on her feet. Huang Yueli felt someone tugging her shoes, but she still didn't move. She only stretched out her feet straight, allowing Li Moying to successfully remove it for her. Li Moying placed her shoes under the bed and sat back on the side of the bed as he pinched her face. Get up and bath. If you still don't move, are you intending to let me help you bath? Huang Yueli flipped over lazily as she stretched both her hands. Carry me over. Li Moying helplessly shook his head as he said, all right, I'll help you move the bathtub into the room. Huang Yueli nodded her head and shut her eyes, and after a short nap, she felt her body become light as she was carried by someone. The man's robust and powerful arms carried her steadily, totally not swaying at all, and after taking a few steps, she was placed inside the bathtub with her clothes on. Huang Yueli still didn't want to move, and Li Moying looked at her lashes which hung down like a little fan, as he leaned closer to her and laughed softly. Lear, do you need me to take your clothes off? Take clothes off. Huang Yueli mumbled softly. Li Moying looked at her dazed look as the flame in his heart seemed to shoot up in a second, into his brain. His hand uncontrollably climbed onto Huang Yueli's chest, as he swiftly released the two top buckles on her collar. His scorching hot fingers brushed past the young lady's fair slender long neck and was prepared to move downwards. Suddenly, it was clasped on tightly by someone. Not knowing when, Huang Yueli opened her eyes and gave a scoff. "You actually dare to sneak an attack on me? I'm about to bath now, you can leave now." Li Moying went into a blank and immediately lowered his head, not knowing if he should laugh or cry, as he looked at the young lady inside the bathtub with its sundera expression. His lips curled upwards as he slowly revealed a nefarious smile. "Why? Earlier you still asked me to carry you, but now you're already tearing down the bridge after crossing it? I'm not someone who you can summon when you wish to, and ask to leave when you don't like." "Leer." Li Moying lowered his head as he laughed, and his voice was even mellower and sexy. The distance between the two of them grew closer and closer. Suddenly, before he could get closer to his beloved, Li Moying suddenly felt pain on the tip of his nose as he couldn't help but cried out, Huang Yueli actually took the opportunity when his eyes were half closed, raising up her head as she bit his nose, and moreover, his bite was relatively hard. Li Moying covered his nose and he backed down, looking aggrievedly at his little fiancé. "Domestic violence again?" Huang Yueli mumbled, "You're the one who obviously has bad intentions in your mind, thinking to sneak an attack on this grandmaster. Quickly get out, I want to bathe already. I'm so sleepy and I need a good sleep." Li Moying really had no temper towards this little fox of his. When she needed him, she would resort to various coquetry and requests to be carried, but when she didn't need him, she would kick him aside. Just how many men would be as pathetic as he was? Sigh, he really owed her. Li Moying took a deep breath as he suppressed the heat in his body, and taking up a towel from the rack, he threw it towards Huang Yueli. "Then you'd better wash yourself cleanly, I'll wait for you in bed." Huang Yueli hugged the snowy white towel, but when she heard his words, she almost exploded once again. What's called wait for her in bed? This man was really sickening. Why did he need to say the words in such an ambiguous way? He did it on purpose. Li Moying retreated to the other side of the screen and looked at his reflection against the bronze mirror. The reflection of the man in the mirror had a clean-cut handsome face which was so perfectly refreshing as though it was the works from heaven, totally unable to find any flaws at all. But right now, his nose had a red mark and one could even see Huang Yueli's meticulous teeth marks on it. "Little fox, still bite me." Li Moying rubbed his nose. Behind the screen came splashing and sploshing water sounds. Apparently Huang Yueli was already bathing. After a short while, the sound of water stopped and Li Moying had been staring at the screen, waiting for his little fox to come out. However, after a very long time, it was still quiet inside. He frowned and lifted his lanky legs, as he took quick steps towards the back of the screen. In the bathtub, the slender young lady leaned against the side of the bathtub and her head was slanted to one side, while her eyes were shut tightly. Evidently she was fast asleep. Li Moying's vision totally uncontrollably moved down her fair neck, all the way downwards. Huang Yueli's skin was white and delicate, as though the finest quality of porcelain, without any flaws. Even if he just looked like this, Li Moying could recollect in his mind the perfect feeling when he laid his hands against that fair tender skin. He swept past Huang Yueli's delicate collarbone, round shoulders, and also. Luckily, the part below was submerged in water and Huang Yueli's towel was still floating on the surface of the water, blocking off Li Moying's line of sight. Li Moying clenched his fists, as he tried his best to convince himself to stay calm. His little fox was tired out for the past 2 days, so tired that she even fell asleep while bathing, and if he awoke this young lass, it would be too inhumane and moreover, his little fox would fly into a rage. Li Moying cooled down for several breaths and suddenly drew out the bathrobe which was hanging on the rack, then, without even daring to take a look, he just wrapped it around Huang Yueli's body casually. Following that, He carried her horizontally as he swiftly wiped the water off her body and hair carelessly. After that, he stuffed Huang Yueli into the blanket. Huang Yueli totally didn't realize just how much of an inconvenience she had caused for her fiancé. She slept with a blissful expression, especially after she laid on the bed. She gave an especially sweet smile as her little head rubbed against the pillow, and not too long later, she entered dreamland. On seeing her sleeping soundly, Li Moying then heaved a long sigh. He pulled the blanket just below Huang Yueli's chin and helped her cover up properly before he turned around to leave the room. He felt that he needed a cold shower very much. No, ice-cold shower. Luckily, in a place like Ice Serpent Valley, ice water should be readily available everywhere. In the deep night, in another room in Ice Serpent Valley. Meng Wanner moaned as she turned around, but she still felt her entire body in pain as she just couldn't sleep somehow. Yesterday, after being rebounded by the 9th grade array, she was equivalent to having suffered multiple times of accumulated full force, profound energy. At that time, almost half of the bones in her body were fractured and her meridians had suffered serious injury. Although at that time, Huang Yueli made Lu Bian treat her injuries, reconnecting all her meridians and bones. But even if she had taken the 7th grade medicinal pills that Lu Bian left behind, if she wanted her bones to all grow back, it would require several days' time. Moreover, it was extremely painful to take the flesh-growing bone replenishment pill, because the medicinal effects were just too strong to be taken in such a short duration of time. These 2 days, Meng Wanner had been tormented day and night by the pain that was emitted from the insides of her bones. Not only did it hurt throughout the entire day, it was even more painful at night until she couldn't sleep. Although Ice Serpent Valley's disciples all comforted her that she only needed to endure past these few days, and her body would recover as per normal with little damage to her cultivation, but Meng Wanner still felt as though her heart was being carved by a knife, as the hatred towards Huang Yueli was churning. Meng Wanner totally didn't reflect on herself that it was her own jealousy towards Huang Yueli that made her rush upwards to test the mechanism, and moreover she didn't listen to Huang Yueli's warning, hence she suffered such a serious injury. Nor was she feeling grateful to Huang Yueli for pleading on behalf, for Lu Bian to help save her. Meng Wanner only felt that she was Ice Serpent Valley's core disciple, and this time round, she had thrown away all her face. And all these were all because of that little slut from Sky Emperor City. If it wasn't for that wretched lass, how would she possibly be embarrassed and how would she get hurt? If it wasn't because of her, perhaps, that godly handsome man would already be attracted to her, and become a couple with her. Meng Wanner cursed Huang Yueli countless times in her heart, and on hearing that Huang Yueli was going to restore the ancient mechanism, she originally thought that Huang Yueli would be embarrassed big time today. That was an ancient mechanism. Just how many 9th-ranked armament masters were totally helpless in front of that mechanism? Who did that wretched lass think she was? However, the news that came later made Meng Wanner suffer another blow to her head, as she almost threw up blood once again. That wretched lass actually really succeeded. How was this possible? How could this be possible? She's just 16 to 17 years old. Could it be that she's much more incredible than a 9th-ranked armament master? Impossible, there is definitely a problem in this, she must be cheating my master. Meng Wanner's heart burned like it caught flames, and adding on to the pain on her body, she laid in bed till midnight but still didn't feel sleepy at all. Just at this moment, she suddenly heard a slight noise coming from her window ledge. Following that, she felt her eyes blurring and a tall black figure stood in front of her bed. Meng Wanner thought that she was still dreaming, and after she took a detailed look, she immediately screamed out. Because the man in front of her had a malicious spiritual mask on his face, and the drawing of that mask was simply too scary, as though it was a devil who had climbed out from hell, as it immediately scared Meng Wanner. The ghost-faced man silently frowned as he swiftly tabbed her mute acupoint and spoke with a sinisterly cold voice, "Shut up." Meng Wanner trembled, not daring to make a sound. The ghost-masked man warned, if you make this seat hear your ghastly cries again, this seat will twist your neck off, do you understand me? On the first moment when the ghost-masked man entered the room, Meng Wanner already sensed that no matter if this male was a man or ghost, he was so powerful that it made one suffocate, and he was even much more powerful than her master Meng Hongya. In front of this peerless top exponent, she naturally didn't dare to be rash, as she nodded her head furiously in response. The ghost-masked man then released her acupoint and said, a few days ago, a team of people who were mostly 9th stage realm top exponents and a 7th stage realm young girl entered Ice Serpent Valley. You should know who they are, right? Meng Wanner had not expected that this mysterious and horrifying ghost-masked man would ask about Li Moying and the others' matters the minute he opened his mouth, as her heart jolted. However, facing the ghost-masked man's sinister gaze, she didn't dare to lie as she hurriedly answered, yes, it is like this. The ghost-masked man asked again, they stayed in Ice Serpent Valley for several days, and what have they been up to these days? Meng Wanner naturally wouldn't conceal the facts as she immediately spilled out the beans that Huang Yueli had been spending the past 2 consecutive days on restoring the 2 great mechanisms. When the ghost-masked man heard that, he didn't say a single word. Even though his face was covered by the malicious spiritual mask, but Meng Wanner was still able to sense the penetrative aura which was emitted from the other party. She didn't dare to move, as she tried her best to suppress the fear in her heart, waiting for the ghost-masked man's response. After a while later, the ghost-masked man then gave off a hoarse laugh, ha 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 ha, that's interesting. Even able to restore a god-grade mechanism, is it even possible to conceal the fact of who you are? Did you really think that no one under this heavens knows? That matter, looks like this seat indeed didn't guess properly. Meng Wanner heard his ghostly laugh as she was extremely terrified, and couldn't help but keep shaking. The ghost-masked man took a look at her as his laughing came to an abrupt stop. You're called Meng Wanner? Meng Wanner nodded her head, yes, I am. I am Meng Wanner. The ghost-masked man's voice turned even deeper as it carried a sense of temptation and coaxing, that Li Moying is truly a peerless handsome male. That kind of looks, that kind of ability, and that kind power. The woman who can get married to this kind of man, would surely be the most fortunate woman under this heavens, isn't that true? Every single word from ghost-masked man poked right into Meng Wanner's secret fantasy. Meng Wanner was like a cat whose tail had been trodden on as she always leapt up from bed, but luckily she met with the ghost-masked man's cold and harsh gaze and instantly reacted in time as she shrunk back onto the bed. This. Senior, what on earth are you saying? How come I am unable to understand it at all? Can't understand? He gave a cold scoff as his tone turned even colder. Do you need this seat to make things even clearer? That day when Li Moying and the others came to the entrance of Ice Serpent Valley, this seat's man was just following behind them, and that kind of gaze that you gave off when you saw Li Moying for the first time, this seat had seen just too many times. The number of women who fall in love with that young lad at first sight, you're not the first, and absolutely not the last. Moreover, isn't Ruoli someone who likes to create trouble? She caused you to turn out in such a miserable state, you definitely have offended her, right? Want to let her make a fool out of herself, and snatch Li Moying from her hands? The ghost-masked man was even more direct this time round, totally not giving Meng Wanner any place to hide, as he spoke out the truth, which she was trying her best to hide, clearly in just a few words. Meng Wanner's complexion instantly turned pale like paper as her entire bloodstream seemed to have coagulated. What the ghost-masked man said was right, she totally didn't even have any place to rebuke. Only thing was, she totally could not understand why the ghost-masked man knew these so clearly, and moreover, what was he trying to attain by telling her all these? Just as Meng Wanner was apprehensive, he opened his mouth once again. Then now, do you still want to get that man? Meng Wanner was stunned. Apparently she hadn't imagined that when that ghost-masked man opened his mouth, it was actually to ask this kind of question. She opened her mouth and spoke out in a low voice, this this shouldn't be the question of whether I want or not, right? He's already has such an incredible fiancé. He gave a cold laugh and said, such timid guts, you also dare to snatch by Ruoli's man, no wonder you can only lie down here today. Meng Wanner was most afraid of other people saying that she wasn't comparable to Huang Yueli, and when she heard these words, she got slightly agitated. But on seeing the ghost-masked man's sinister mask, she shuddered. This senior, you. What on earth do you mean by that? Ghost-masked man burst out in laughter. If I were to give you a chance now, to have a chance to get rid of by Ruoli that lass, will you do it? Meng Wanner's eyes widened as she thought she heard him wrongly. What? Get rid of? By Ruoli? You mean that you want me to kill by Ruoli? The ghost-masked man said, that's right, do you dare to do it or not? Meng Wanner was tongue-tied, and after some time later, she spoke out in a stammer, but, this, how could I possibly be able to kill her? Oh? Don't tell me that you don't wish for her to die? Ghost-masked man's voice was laced with an obvious temptation. Meng Wanner still hadn't recovered from her shock as she subconsciously replied, of course I wished that the little slut by Ruoli would not exist. In this way, there is no one who will snatch the man from me, and I will be able to lift my head up in front of her. But, she's a 7th stage realm practitioner and her ability is much higher than mine. She also has so many guards who are in the 9th stage realm. What can I possibly do anything to her? The ghost-masked man chuckled, that's right, just based on your current state, if you wish to kill her, it's just daydreaming in broad daylight. But if you cooperate with this seat naturally has a way to let her die in front of you. How is it, do you want this seat to help you? This. Meng Wanner was feeling flustered when she heard this, and she looked towards the ghost-masked man in a daze. On one hand, her rationality told her that this mysterious and unfathomable man absurdly found his way here, just to make her cooperate to kill someone, so he absolutely had some unknown plot, and if she was smart, she should not get involved. But on the other hand, her feelings kept on crying out loud to her, cooperate with him and make use of this chance to kill that little slut by Ruoli. Otherwise, after Li Moying and the rest left the northern ice fields, she would no longer have a chance to get close to him again. Two voices were in a heated battle in her mind. The ghost-masked man seemed as though he was fearless as he crossed his arms around his chest, silently watching her struggle and shaking her head, portraying the look of how a mad woman behaved. Finally, after a while later, Meng Wanner slowly calmed down and the expression on her face turned icy cold. The ghost-masked man then asked, how is it, young Miss Meng? Have you decided? Meng Wanner clenched her teeth hard as she nodded, I can cooperate with you. But you must tell me, what motive do you have? He gave a cold laugh, but he didn't hesitate. Isn't my motive clear enough? I want by Ruoli's life. But I can't let anyone know that I'm the one who did it, that's why I came looking for you. But Meng Wanner seemed to have thought of something as she frowned and was just about to speak. He immediately interrupted her, adding, don't worry, as long as you follow my plan strictly, no one will discover that you killed by Ruoli. We have a common motive, and as long as we work together, both of us will stand to gain. What are you hesitating for? Once you miss this chance, there will not be a second chance. These words seemed to be the last straw to overwhelm the camel. Meng Wanner finally didn't hesitate. All right, I will cooperate with you. Ghost Mask Man's lips curled into a strange smile, but was covered up by the malicious spirit mask, so Meng Wanner totally hadn't noticed it at all. Very good, next, let me explain my plan to you. His plan was not just to claim Huang Yueli's life, but he wanted Li Moying's life even more. But there was no need to tell this foolish woman about this point. After Huang Yueli restored the ancient mechanism, she stayed in Ice Serpent Valley for another 3 days. The main reason was because Lu Bian, Song Pajun, and Song Pahun had exhausted too much profound energy while in the spirit-gathering array. Even though their foundations were firm and they had outstanding ability, and moreover Lu Bian even used high-grade medicinal pills to replenish their profound energy, but considering the fact that they would be heading towards Lone Sky Summit, they would definitely meet with immense dangers as they would be required to face strong opponents anytime and anywhere. By then, if there was a little bit of problem with their abilities, it might just be the deciding factor to life and death. For safety's sake, Huang Yueli decided to stay in Ice Serpent Valley to adjust for a few more days and wait for Lu Bian and the others to recover their abilities back to their peak state before they entered the freezing zone. 3 days passed. Huang Yueli and the others all packed their luggage and bade farewell to Meng Hongya. Meng Hongya retrieved a small, exquisite 9-turned silk thread box out preciously, as she caressed it with reluctance for a while and passed it to Huang Yueli. Young Miss Bai, this 9-turned silk thread box contains the claret crystal bracelet that you wanted. You are an armament master, so this kind of mechanism box to you should be able to easily open, right? Huang Yueli nodded her head and her 10 fingers brushed past the 4 corners of the silk thread box, as she swiftly changed a few hand gestures. A click-clack sound rang and the box lid bounced open from the top, as it revealed a string of hand beads in the box. This string of hand beads was strung together with a kind of half-transparent crystals, and the internal parts of every single crystal were emitting a deep red fog-like pattern, and looking at it from different angles, the pattern would be ever-changing. Huang Yueli picked up the string of hand beads and looked at it against the sun. Every single claret crystal bead reflected against the sun, as it gave off a red-colored glow. The lights were radiating brilliantly, and it looked a little mysterious and a little gorgeous. She used her profound energy to sense it, and following that, she nodded her head satisfactorily. That's right. This string of claret crystal bracelet had especially good luster, indeed a half-god relic which had been passed down since the ancient times. Valley Master Meng, we really are very grateful to you. She spoke this out from the bottom of her heart. Although she used the restoration of the mechanism as a condition, using it as an exchange with Valley Master Meng to obtain the claret crystal bracelet, but this bracelet was simply too important to her and Li Moying, and it was simply too useful, so if Meng Hongya simply refused to hand it over, it would be very troubling for her. Meng Hongya shook her head and said, "No need to stand on ceremony. If anyone should say thank you, it should be all of us from Ice Serpent Valley. We should be grateful to young Miss Bai instead." Saying that, she paused for a moment and was still not assured as she added, "Young Miss Bai, this claret crystal bracelet is after all been passed down for many generations in Ice Serpent Valley, and it's considered as one of the little links that we have with our ancestors. I hope you will take good care of it in future." On seeing her so reluctant to part with it, Huang Yueli immediately said, "Valley Master Meng, you don't need to be like this. It is because of some special reason why I need to borrow this claret crystal bracelet for a while. When we leave the northern ice fields, we will return it back to you." Meng Hongya was stunned, but she shook her head once again. "Young Miss Bai, you're too courteous. Since I've already given this claret crystal bracelet out, I will not ask you to return it." Meng Hongya took another look at the claret crystal bracelet once more and said, "Actually, our ancestors had once left a prophecy that this claret crystal bracelet originally wasn't Ice Serpent Valley's possession, and we were merely helping someone safekeep it. There will be a day when the fated person comes along to retrieve this bracelet. In the past, I thought this was merely a rumor which had been passed down from the ancient times, but now on seeing you all appearing, and you have successfully restored the ancient mechanism, I cannot help but admit that this prophecy is real. You should be the fated person which the prophecy was talking about." Meng Hongya turned towards Huang Yueli once again as her gaze was fixed attentively on her. "I'll gift you this claret crystal bracelet, but will young Miss Bai please promise me that in future you must safeguard this string of hand beads with you, and unless it's a matter of life and death, otherwise you should not casually dispose of it." Huang Yueli blinked her eyes and said, "Valley Master Meng, there's something that you don't know. Actually, it's because of my fiancé, which is why I tried to find means and ways to obtain the claret crystal bracelet. As Huang Yueli was saying that, she picked up the bracelet which was radiating with red light while the other hand pulled Li Moying's palm, as she personally wore it on her wrist. The deep red crystal, against Li Moying's jade-white skin, looked especially enticing. Huang Yueli pulled his large hand and admired it for some time as she smiled sweetly. Moying, it indeed looks better on you when you wear it. This bracelet is done so thickly, obviously it's made for a man, and if I wear it, it would definitely keep falling off. Li Moying opened his palm and held Huang Yueli's little hand instead as his heart felt a stir of emotions. Thank you, Lear. Lu Baiyan's arms were crossed around his chest and watching by the side as his heart was crying out. TSK, his little junior sister treated the man who she liked too well. He really envied Li Moying, that lucky fellow. Just how much incense had he burnt in his past life? He mocked in a sourish voice softly, isn't it men who usually gave women jewelry? How come it is the opposite for our young sect masterly? Surely Blue Profound sect isn't too poor until it's pushed to such a state, right? To actually start living off women. He intentionally made sure Li Moying heard that, assuming that he would feel embarrassed, but in the end, he had not expected that Li Moying actually lifted his wrist, intentionally showing off that he had received the bracelet as his lips curled up delightfully. Why? You envious? It takes ability to live off women, and if you have the ability, you can go ahead and do that too. But rich woman like my Lear here isn't too commonly seen, so you aren't able to find someone richer than her. When Huang Yueli heard that, her lips couldn't help but twitched as she poked Li Moying hard around his waist. What gibberish are you sprouting? Don't keep bickering with my senior brother. Valley Master Meng is still waiting for your reply. Li Moying felt pain and gave Huang Yueli an aggrieved look, before she turned towards Meng Hongya. He cupped his fists in greeting towards Meng Hongya and used a rare modest tone. Valley Master Meng, please be assured. I know the significance that this string of claret crystal bracelet has towards Ice Serpent Valley and will absolutely not dispose of it casually. This string of bracelet will always follow me, in my cultivation and battles. After all, it is not just a piece of half-god relic, but also something that my Lear had expended a huge amount of effort to give me. Saying that, he exchanged an intimate gaze with Huang Yueli. Meng Hongya went into a daze as she somehow couldn't help but felt a little envious. Who could possibly not be envious of this young couple who had excellent talents and were also so much deeply in love? In the pursuit to the peak of cultivation, it was originally an extremely lonely journey. If one was able to find someone who they could mutually trust, someone who had equivalent innate talent and were able to become lifelong partners, and that to all the practitioners was something which they might hope to meet with, but wasn't able to wish for. Moreover, this young couple, one was extremely handsome and the other gorgeous, as both of them were the dragon and phoenix among common people. When Meng Hongya looked at them, she nodded her head. All right, I'll trust you too. Right, there's one more thing, and this is something that I've mentioned to you before. About finding a guide to accompany you all to Lone One Summit. Huang Yueli continued from where she left. That's right, Valley Master Meng, have you found any suitable candidates yet? Meng Hongya smiled. Actually, to tell the truth, in Ice Serpent Valley, the one who entered the freezing zone for the most number of times, is me myself, but as I'm the Valley Master, I am unable to leave this place easily, so I am not able to accompany you guys there. But my disciple Wanner had been following me since young on experience learning, and among the younger generation, she is absolutely one of the top experts and she knows the situation in the freezing zone especially well. If you don't mind, then please let Wanner accompany you guys there. Her voice just ended and Meng Wanner's figure stepped out from the screen. Huang Yueli and the others were all stunned, as they looked at Meng Wanner in astonishment. Before Huang Yueli could even say a word, Lu Baiyan already frowned. This isn't too good, right? Isn't there anyone else in your Ice Serpent Valley? Must it be this immoral young lass? His words were put across extremely impolitely, and Huang Yueli felt a little disgraced as she hurriedly cast at him a gaze. Liu Bian shrugged his shoulders and took a step back as he passed the right of speech back to Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli cupped her fists and said, "Ballet Master Meng, can we trouble you to change another guide? This young lady Meng, although she is your valued disciple, but we are heading towards Lone One Summit this time and it is actually extremely dangerous. Her cultivation isn't very high and moreover, she even suffered serious injury a couple of days ago. Now we aren't sure how much she had recovered, so why let her take the risk to accompany us to the freezing zone?" Her words were put across more politely and had taken Meng Hongya's face into consideration, but her attitude appeared rather firm. Meng Hongya waved her hands as she said, "I know your misgivings, and I'm also worried that her ability wasn't enough and she might just drag you guys down. But this time it is Wanner who insisted and begged me, saying that she wished to head over with all of you. She also told me that previously there were some misunderstandings with young Miss Bai and she feels extremely sorry over it and she's sincere in apologizing to you this time, hoping that she will be able to help you." Huang Yueli frowned as she rejected this. "I appreciate her kind intentions. Young Miss Meng got seriously injured, part of the reason was due to my negligence, so let's not mention this anymore. But I still feel that we need someone with higher ability." Before she could finish her words, Meng Wanner already dashed right straight in front of her. Her eyes were brimming with tears with a pale face, as she put on an extremely regretful look while her face lowered, and she spoke out ashamedly, "Young Miss Bai, please don't say any more, I know you're still angry with me. That day at the entrance of the Ice Serpent Valley, I'm the one who had no eyes and had offended you, I sincerely apologize to you." Huang Yueli looked at her stance and the alarms in her heart were ringing loudly. She took half a step back without any trace, "No matter, I've already said this before, I didn't put it to heart at all." Meng Wanner's eyes were still red as her tone sounded choked. If this was seen by those people who didn't know what was going on, they would probably have thought that Huang Yueli was extremely savage and that she had bullied Meng Wanner to such a terrible state. "Then, since you don't mind, let me be your guide. I am really very sincere in thinking of doing something for you guys. Young Miss Bai, may I ask you to be magnanimous and not fuss over the past matters any longer." Meng Wanner was unwilling to let go of this, as she kept pestering Huang Yueli, insisting for her to bring herself along. Huang Yueli originally wasn't someone with a lot of patience, and this time round, it was on Meng Hongya's account for giving her the claret crystal bracelet that she went on with a few words of formality patiently. Now on one look, Meng Wanner actually was so thick to seem as though she couldn't understand the meaning of her rejection, so her expression started to sink. Speaking of this, she had totally not forgotten that Meng Wanner had ulterior motives towards Li Moying, and wanted to undermine her foundation. Although she was confident that her fiancé would not be dug away, but this point would not influence her into flying into a jealous rage, as she totally could not stand seeing eye to eye with her love rival. She could forget about it if Meng Wanner knew her own place, but now she dared to stick her nose at her face? Huang Yueli gave a cold humph as she spoke out in an unfriendly tone, "Young Miss Meng, do you not understand other people's words of rejection? I've already made it very clear that I want someone with slightly higher cultivation as our guide. You've merely just broken through the 6th stage realm, and if you follow us along, that would be dragging us down. Ballet Master Meng had kind-heartedly lent us a guide to help us, so surely she wouldn't help us find such a huge trouble, right?" These words of hers, actually, were still rather reserved. Everyone from Blue Profound Sect could tell clearly the feelings that Meng Wanner had towards Li Moying, but no one from Ice Serpent Valley could actually tell at all. Huang Yueli didn't point that out. After all, this kind of matter would affect Meng Wanner somehow, and it might even make other people misunderstood that Li Moying had really done something to her. Originally a baseless matter, why bother to allow other people gossip about Li Moying for no reason? Even though this was so, her words were put across rather severely. Meng Wanner's expression changed abruptly. Earlier, her complexion looked rather pale and that was probably just an act, but now, it had really turned pale out of embarrassment. To be disdained by someone in such a way, obviously putting outright that her ability was totally not competent at all. As Ice Serpent Valley's core disciple, the publicly acknowledged talented young lady, this was the first time she met with this kind of situation. But unfortunately, she totally could not rebuke because what Huang Yueli said was basically the truth, and there were no parts which were falsified. As compared to Huang Yueli and Li Moying, these two peerless geniuses, Meng Wanner was indeed a piece of trash who would drag other people down. Meng Wanner was extremely embarrassed as she felt so ashamed that she could not stand her ground, really hoping that she could find a hole and hide in it. If it was usual, she would have given up long ago, and even if she couldn't beat Huang Yueli and the others, it was impossible for her to continue staying right here, allowing her to be humiliated. But at this very moment, Meng Wanner recalled the words that the ghost mask man said a few days ago. What are you hesitating for? Once the opportunity has passed, there would not be a second chance. The ghost masked man's strange, hoarse tones seemed to be reverberating around her ears. Meng Wanner clenched her teeth hard, practically tasting blood in her mouth. Her knees gave way, and she actually knelt down in front of Huang Yueli. Young Miss Bai, you still refuse to forgive me, right? You're our greatest savior of Ice Serpent Valley, and if you keep refusing to forgive me, I will feel guilty towards my tutelage. If you refuse to let me be your guide to atone for my mistakes, then I will just kneel here and not get up. Meng Wanner steeled her heart and clenched on her teeth as she cried out loudly. Meng Hongya felt a little embarrassed when she saw this and hurriedly headed over to pull Meng Wanner. Wanner, get up, just how ugly is this? Let's talk things through properly. Young Miss Bai and team doesn't want to bring you along, it's on consideration of your safety. However, Meng Wanner was still planning on scheming Huang Yueli in her heart and she had not even executed a ton of schemes, so how would she possibly abide by her master's words obediently? Her neck rose up and spoke out in an exceptionally firm tone, Master, don't persuade me any further, if young Miss Bai doesn't nod her head, I will really not get up. Meng Hongya couldn't help but frowned. However, it wasn't nice to go pull her away, so she could only turn her head towards Huang Yueli. Young Miss Bai, this. Huang Yueli didn't immediately reply as she used her hand and propped up her chin, looking to watch this wonderful farce, her eyes flashing past a smirk of deep thoughts. Meng Wanner saw Huang Yueli not talking and her heart hardened as she just simply moved forward while on her knees, thinking of holding on to the lower hem of Huang Yueli's clothing. Young Miss Bai, I'm begging you, bring me. Just at the moment when Meng Wanner's hand touched Huang Yueli, a huge power suddenly attacked her. Meng Wanner totally could not fight against it as she fell backwards entirely. Luckily, Meng Hongya was just standing beside her and on seeing that things weren't right, she immediately pounced over to save her, which allowed her to catch Meng Wanner just before the latter fell onto the ground. Even so, Meng Wanner still felt the blood in her chest surging as it caused rise to pain. But even before she was able to gasp for air, she heard an icy cold voice emitting from her front, who permitted you to use your dirty hand to touch Lear? Do you not understand what she just said? Then this seat doesn't mind teaching you how to understand human language. Li Moying's gaze shone as his eyes were filled with bitter coldness. This Meng Wanner was simply looking for death. She actually treated Huang Yueli so disrespectfully, and even resorted to such low-grade and vile methods to coerce Huang Yueli to abide by her thinking? This kind of person who harmed his Lear and tried to splash dirty water onto his Lear was the type of person whom Li Moying hated in his entire life. On seeing that Meng Wanner even daring to make a move by charging up, he simply could not restrain his own fury. After he wore the claret crystal bracelet, as long as he didn't use too many prohibited techniques which were damaging to the meridians, just taking action ordinarily wouldn't be too much of an impact. But he didn't want to kill anyone in Ice Serpent Valley, and he had to somewhat suppress his own power, hence he only caused Meng Wanner to fly away. Meng Hongya hadn't imagined that things would turn out this way. On one hand was her beloved disciple, while on the other hand, she was Ice Serpent Valley's savior, so she was stuck in the middle as she was put in a difficult spot. Out of no choice, she could only stand out to round up the situation. Young Miss Bai, this matter, indeed is Wanner's fault. I'll apologize on her behalf, but can you bring her along to the freezing zone on account of her sincerity? If you feel that her ability isn't enough and you're not assured, I'll send another commander from the guards to go along with you all. Huang Yueli had been keeping silent initially, and at this moment when she heard what Meng Hongya said, she touched her chin while looking pensively as she opened her mouth. No need, since young Miss Meng is so sincere. It's not nice of me to reject her kind intentions, so since she insists on being our guide, then just let her follow us along. There's also no need to trouble Valley Master Meng to send another person along. When Huang Yueli said that, everyone present was all stunned. Meng Wanner was also shocked for a short moment, but she recovered and joy filled her face as she spoke out consecutively. Thank you, young Miss Bai. You can be assured that as long as you bring me along, I will guarantee that I will utilize my best effort to help you all in the freezing zone. With me around, there's nothing for you to worry about. When Meng Hongya heard those words, her face revealed a smile as she nodded. Wanner, this master is assured from hearing what you said. A few days ago, you actually offended young Miss Bai in such a way, and yet still refused to listen to this master was slightly worried about you. Now that you're able to realize your own mistakes, this master is deeply gratified. Meng Hongya would never have imagined that the disciple whom she had always thought of as extremely diligent and outstanding, actually developed thoughts of eliminating someone else, and she even thought that she was truly sincere about turning over a new leaf. However, on Blue Profound Sect's side, all of them were smart people who weren't able to tell that something was up in Meng Wanner's heart. The group all looked suspiciously towards Huang Yueli as they were all thinking silently, surely not right. Young Miss Bai was never someone who was so kind-hearted. What was up with her today? Actually, had her heart softened just from a tearing white lotus? Song Pajun wanted to voice out, but on seeing Li Moying's backhand signal as he shook it, indicating for him not to open his mouth. Having derived at an agreement, Meng Hongya sent someone to prepare some things such as dried food and stuff like that as they carried it all out, and also prepared a snow camel for the group to travel in their stead in the snowy grounds. Just as Ice Serpent Valley's disciples were busy with preparing the items for them, Song Pajun still wasn't able to control himself as he walked next to Huang Yueli and asked in a whisper, Grandmaster Huang, have you really thought through this carefully? You really want to bring Meng Wanner along? This woman definitely has some bad intentions, don't be deceived by her tears. Huang Yueli turned back and laughed when she heard that. Guardian Jun, thank you for your kind intentions. But I know Meng Wanner has a problem, so I'm intentionally bringing her along. Hearing that, everyone was rather surprised, and on seeing that no one from Ice Serpent Valley had noticed, they all crowded over. Junior sister, what are you up to again? I don't believe that you can't tell that this last Meng, the gaze she cast upon Li Moying, Kiki, she's simply doing it so boldly. This kind of shameless woman, if you were to bring her along, we don't know how much trouble will she cause. Moreover speaking, Meng Wanner does have some beauty, and if my brother-in-law is not able to control himself. When Li Moying heard that, his gaze turned chilly, and his right hand waved out abruptly. Lu Bian hurriedly turned his head sideways. Li Moying stared at him coldly. You're also quite bold, this seat shall not bring you along as well. Me? Lu Bian pointed at his own nose exaggeratedly. I'm different. I'm Junior sister's real, senior, brother. Li Moying's lips twitched as he really wanted to punch this ridiculous fellow. Suddenly, Huang Yueli's hand hugged his arm and her soft body plastered over towards him, to stop him. Enough, you two, have you had enough or not, quarreling every single day? She shot a gaze filled with warning as it swept past the two men. However, she continued to explain to everyone, Meng Wanner insisted on heading to the freezing zone with us, and something is definitely not right about this matter. Think about it, you guys. In this group of ours, we are all practitioners from Blue Profound Sect, and every single one's ability surpasses Meng Wanner, and if she follows us around, don't talk about coming up with any schemes, she can't even guarantee her own safety. If any one of us moves a finger, we can just kill her. Moreover, a few days ago, I just assassinated her with the mechanism, almost to the point of being crippled for life. Think about it, if you were in her shoes, wouldn't you hide from us instead? Will you still come sticking up to us, insisting on following us around? Huang Yueli's brows creased slightly, as she voiced out the suspicions in her heart. Hearing that, Song Pijun also delved into deep thoughts as he nodded. What Grandmaster Huang said is right, there is indeed something illogical in this matter. She follows us along with so many of us on the journey, and we're all Grandmaster Huang's men, so if Grandmaster Huang doesn't see eye to eye with her and silently kills her, no one would ever find out about it, so why does she even dare to follow us? Lu Bian thought differently about this. As the saying goes, there is a knife on top of the lust word. Perhaps she doesn't mind braving through fire for our young sect master Li's beauty? Li Moying's cold gaze swept over once again. Huang Yueli hurriedly hugged his arm tighter and at the same time, casted Lu Bian a stare. Senior brother, can you please stop stirring up things, we're talking about official matters. Since this matter is so abnormal, then perhaps there's some reason that we do not know about. I can only make guesses that Meng Wanner must be under some immense motivation which made her so insistent on following us, and even to the point of letting go of her pride to kneel down and apologize to me. What reason? Song Pahun subconsciously let out this sentence. Huang Yueli shook her head. I don't know about it, so that's why I want to bring her along, to see what exactly she is up to. Song Pijun thought about it and still felt unassured as he persuaded, Grandmaster Huang, this subordinate understands your intention very much, but this subordinate still feels that doing this is just too risky. Rather than bringing a tumor along with us, it might be better for us to get rid of her first. After all, we're heading towards Lone One Summit and there will be plenty of troubles waiting for us. When Huang Yueli heard that, she nodded and said, Guardian Jun, have you ever thought in this way, that Meng Wanner insisted on going along with us, possibly it is related to the matter at Lone One Summit? Song Pijun was stunned as his face revealed a bewildered look. This subordinate doesn't understand. Will Grandmaster Huang please kindly give me some pointers? Huang Yueli didn't keep the secret as she directly said, Meng Wanner's guts is so big, probably there's someone who's propping her behind the scenes, and Meng Hongye isn't that kind of two-faced person. She wouldn't scheme against us after I've restored the ancient mechanism, so the next person would possibly be that Meng Wanner was instigated by the ghost-masked man. When the crowd heard that, they were all stunned. Even Li Moying also spoke out, Lear, why do you think this way? Have you discovered anything? Huang Yueli shrugged her hands, actually, I'm just guessing. But that ghost-masked man wanted to meet in One Lone Summit, and possibly, that is his area of influence. Mainly, it is in Northern Ice Fields, and Ice Serpent Valley is also in Northern Ice Fields, so there's some sort of link in these two matters which is not impossible. If this was the case, then Meng Wanner's actions would really be too suspicious. Lu Bian also retracted his lazy smile, as he turned solemn. If this really is the case, then we'd be in deep trouble. The ghost-masked man is actually so sinister, to actually plant a spy among us? Huang Yueli smiled and said, will everyone please calm down first? Some people resort to using some methods. They are mostly afraid that they would be schemed against or being stabbed behind our backs, so it's impossible to defend effectively against it. But now, knowing that the spy is Meng Wanner, we will just beat them at their own game, so as long as we keep a tight surveillance on Meng Wanner's movements, then we will be able to know what the other party's motive is, so isn't this a good thing instead? So, that's why I agreed for Meng Wanner to stay, otherwise the ghost-masked man will probably try to think of other ways to deal with us. Rather than guessing what schemes the other party will think of, we might as well just let Meng Wanner stay behind." Hearing her explanation, the crowd was then enlightened. Song Pajun and Song Pahun were both filled with admiration towards her. "Grandmaster Huang is indeed incomparable, resourceful and intelligent. This subordinate admires you very much." Lu Bian was full of praise. "Little junior sister, you're so scheming. No wonder those people who were sold always keep counting money for you." Li Moying drew his arm tightly as he brought his little fox into his arms, while his face was showing off a smug look. His little fox, of course, was clever and quick-witted and resourceful. Everything was prepared and the group officially set off. This time, Li Moying didn't even bring Moe and the others along. Instead, he made them return to Snow Cloud Skyship as a backup. Huang Yueli instructed them to wait by the border of the freezing zone, and when they received the news, if necessary, they would drive the Snow Cloud Skyship over to support them. The freezing zone in northern ice fields was extremely dangerous, and moreover, they were facing a top exponent like the ghost-masked man. In the fight among this kind of high-level practitioners, Moe and the rest who were only in the 8th stage realm were merely cannon ash, so they wouldn't be able to help much even if they went over. Instead, they might just even die for nothing. So the group this time had decreased to 6 people. Huang Yueli and Li Moying, plus Lu Bian and the other 2 guardians, and lastly, the ill-intentioned Meng Wanner. In the start, Meng Wanner had acted in a moment of rashness just because she was brainwashed by the ghost-masked man, hence she dared to kneel down in front of Huang Yueli, using various methods to join their team. But when they really started off on the journey, her rationality slowly returned and her heart felt as though it was drumming. In the group, all of them were top-rated peerless exponents, and even Huang Yueli, who had the weakest ability, could also use one finger to crush her to death. Moreover, the group of people traveled light and were taking risks in a dangerous place like the freezing zone, so finding a chance to seduce Li Moying was impossible. Now, the only chance was to follow the ghost-masked man's instructions that he had told her earlier, to first lead them to that place. The freezing zone was northern ice field's coldest region, and all year long, the snow would not melt. Especially during winter, there would be consecutive snowstorms, practically without any moment of clearing up at all. Meng Wanner was the guide, so she had been walking at the front of the group, and was responsible for leading the way. "So everyone must keep up with my pace. The best would be every single step to land on where I had walked on, and you must absolutely not divert away. To tell you the truth, the bottom of the freezing zone is actually an ocean, and because it's too cold, hence a thick layer of ice formed on the surface, which is why it feels like stepping on land. But not every place is as solid as it looks like, and you might just land onto empty land and fall beneath the layer of ice." Meng Wanner's words had not finished when they heard a dull thud. Everyone was shocked as they hurriedly turned their heads over to look. They saw Song Pahun's body slanting and almost fell, but luckily Song Pajun was just beside him as he managed to tug onto him in time, pulling him back. But the ice surface which he had stepped on earlier had a big gaping hole as the shattered ice piece fell down. The ice hole seemed very deep, and after some time later, they heard the ice pieces dropping into the water, and following that came chaotic movement sounds as though there was some living thing beneath howling. Even though Song Pahun's ability was overbearing, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. He carefully rejoined the group and stuck his head out towards the ice hold to take a look. What situation is this? What's below? Magical beasts? When Meng Wanner heard that, she lifted her chin with an intent to show off in order to elevate her own status within the group. About this. Ordinary practitioners definitely don't know the situation below, and only disciples like us from Ice Serpent Valley, who had been residing here, would know, so if you don't listen to my instructions clearly, there might be danger. She was immensely proud of herself, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by Huang Yueli. "Guardian June, be a little more careful and catch up with us will do." There are many ice layers here, which are not secure, hence we need a guide. As for the movement beneath the ice, it indeed is a magical beast. Just like the Dark Moon Forest, Northern Ice Fields is actually a gathering zone for magical beasts, but they are mostly aquatic magical beasts. These magical beasts are the same as those on land, with various different levels, and usually those which jumps out of the water aren't too high level, but high-leveled magical beasts above 7th leveled mostly reside in the depths of the deep sea, and won't easily show themselves. When Song Pujun heard Huang Yueli's words, he seemed as though he had learned something new. So that's the case, many thanks Gra. Master Bai for your pointers. As Meng Wanner was around, Li Moying had warned everyone that they must take note of the greeting they used to address Huang Yueli, and not to reveal her past life's identity. Meng Wanner originally wanted to show off, but the limelight was snatched away by Huang Yueli as she was instantly so furious that her teeth were itching, as she stood on the spot and looked at Huang Yueli furiously. Huang Yueli seemed as though she didn't notice her vengeful thoughts as she urged with a beaming smile, "Young Miss Meng, why have you stopped? Not going on? We have to catch hold of time tightly, and before the day darkens, we have to set up in a slightly smaller place with lesser snow and wind to camp for the night. Otherwise, taking a night trip in the freezing zone is very dangerous." Of course Meng Wanner understood this logic clearly, so out of no choice, she could only coerce herself to get up as she continued to lead the way. Everyone must follow rightly and don't just drop out of the group casually. And when I'm speaking, don't interrupt. Just who is the leader? This sentence was obviously targeted towards Huang Yueli, and when Li Moying heard that, his brows creased slightly. However, Huang Yueli held on to his shirt in time and shook her head at him, hence he didn't say a single word. The group of people also realized just how dangerous the freezing zone was as they all became extra cautious while following Meng Wanner tightly, with no one dropping out of the group. After they walked a distance towards the front, the snowstorm started to subside slightly. But in front of everyone's eyes appeared blocks of tall ice mountains, and these ice mountains' height was extremely astonishing, as some seemed to shoot right into the clouds, which was even more majestic than a genuine mountain peak. Meng Wanner's footsteps halted. She turned her head around and said, "We're about to enter the most dangerous part of the freezing zone, and these ice mountains are very good obstacles, and they are beneficial for various magical beasts to hide and seeking food, so there are a lot of magical beasts around this zone, and their levels aren't very low, so if you're not careful, you might just meet with a sneak attack." Before Meng Wanner had finished talking, she saw Huang Yueli opening her mouth, wanting to speak. She immediately frowned. "I haven't finished my words, don't interrupt." Huang Yueli merely pursed her lips as she swallowed back the words that she wanted to say. Meng Wanner felt extremely delighted when she saw her being beaten. In this period of time, when had she not been suppressed by Huang Yueli? Every single time she challenged Huang Yueli, the one who was disadvantaged was always her. It was so difficult to make Huang Yueli fall in front of her, hence Meng Wanner's face was filled with an unconcealable delighted smile. "This is correct. Since you've asked me to be your guide, then you should respect me." Ah. Ah. Meng Wanner was speaking halfway when she suddenly felt a wave of powerful profound energy attacking from her back and her heart jumped, but it was already too late to evade. A thick stench of blood filled the air, and Meng Wanner's arm emitted a tearing pain. She turned her head back while enduring the pain and was frightened out of her wits. Behind her was a high-leveled huge sinister magical beast, dissipating a horrendous aura as the huge beast opened its mouth wide and the sharp fangs was biting onto her arm, as it wanted to drag her behind the ice mountains. Meng Wanner cried out sharply, "Help! Save me! Quickly save me, save me!" However, her cries reverberated above the empty skies above the iceland, and the multiple layers of reflux was magnified, which instantly caused resonance. The ice mountain immediately followed with waves of echo, and the layers of snow on the group of mountains all started to slide down. Huang Yueli's expression changed as she growled in a low voice, "Shut up! If you continue shouting like this, it will cause an avalanche." But Meng Wanner was thoroughly scared stiff as she totally wasn't in the right mind to think so much, only crying out for help with all that she got. Her cries agitated the snowfield great wolf, which was still biting her, and the fangs of the great wolf pierced deeper into her arm, as it dragged her along with more force. Meng Wanner felt that her arm was about to be ripped off there and then. On seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Song Pajun immediately struck out as a burst of severe profound energy shot out and struck the snowfield great wolf right on its throat. Great Wolf felt pain and loosened its grip on Meng Wanner's arm, and gave off a sharp howl towards the sky. Song Pajun's brows ceased as his long sword unsheathed and he swiftly added another slash. It split the snowfield great wolf right into two halves. With a few plopping sounds, fresh blood scattered over the icy ground and the snowfield great wolf's internal organs splattered all over the ground, which looked rather gross. Huang Yueli covered her nose and walked over, as she looked at the Meng Wanner who laid limp on the ground. "Young Miss Meng, are you all right? Is your arm broken?" "TSK, earlier that great wolf is simply too savage. It even wanted to devour a lady who is as delicate as a flower and refined as a precious jade like you." Meng Wanner almost fainted out of shock, and even after the snowfield great wolf was killed by Song Pajun, she still hadn't recollected her senses. After some time, she slowly settled down, and the minute she opened her eyes, she saw Huang Yueli's pure and exceptionally beautiful face. It was now when Meng Wanner recalled the scenario earlier as she instantly became upset. You did it intentionally. Earlier you had obviously seen the snowfield great wolf, why didn't you remind me?" Meng Wanner gritted her teeth towards Huang Yueli as she questioned her. Huang Yueli blinked her watery big eyes as her expression revealed unspeakable innocence. I'm not the one who comes in and out, the experienced one in the freezing zone, so how would I know?" "You didn't tell me anyway? Moreover speaking, you were the one who warned me earlier not to interrupt when you're speaking. I was only afraid that you'd be angry." Meng Wanner's eyes rolled over when she heard these words, almost fainting. That was right, it was indeed her earlier who had asked Huang Yueli not to talk, and also her who told Huang Yueli that she was the professional one, asking her not to make her own decisions. But that snowfield great wolf earlier was obviously a magical beast which was 7th tier and above. Such a savage and vicious look, even for those who had never been into the northern ice fields. Those with slight common knowledge would all know that this was an extremely dangerous magical beast and its attack was very powerful and very dangerous. Huang Yueli actually claimed that she didn't know, and even blamed her for not saying this. Meng Wanner berated Huang Yueli multiple times in her heart, but yet couldn't find any reason to blame her. After all, every word that Huang Yueli said was justified, and it was Meng Wanner who interrupted her warning earlier, asking her not to speak. This could only be described as getting what she deserved. Just as Meng Wanner was about to faint from fury, suddenly Li Moying's expression changed as he stretched out his hand and locked onto Huang Yueli's wrist, pulling her behind him. Damn it, the howl which that snowfield great wolf cried out earlier before it died, had recruited quite a number of its companions. "Lear, you have to be more careful." When Meng Wanner heard that, she couldn't care about the pain coming from her body as she flusteredly turned back and took a look. She could only distinctly see a few snowfield great wolves hiding behind the few blocks of ice mountains, spying at them furtively. These snowfield great wolves all had green eyeballs, and all of them looked especially shadowy and mysterious. When so many pairs of eyes all looked over at the same time, one just couldn't help but feel their hair stand. Meng Wanner got up from the ground and dashed into the group, as she spoke with a quivering voice, These great wolves, definitely are called over by that one earlier. Because we have a lot of people here, so these great wolves definitely feel that they can have a full meal. That's it, we're done for. On the northern ice fields, what we worry most about are these snowfield great wolves. If it's just one or two, it's fine, but if the situation turns out like this now, there will definitely be more which gathers around. We will definitely lose out lives here. Meng Wanner broke out in cold sweat, and her heart was feeling ever so regretful on why she didn't let Huang Yueli speak out earlier. But now, it was just too late to say anything. The large number of snowfield great wolves definitely was the ultimate nightmare of any practitioner who was undergoing experience learning in the northern ice fields. 7th-tiered magical beast, one was already extremely hard to deal with, moreover for 10 over of them. Meng Wanner's body shrunk backwards even more as she kept on thinking of how to escape for her life later on. She already believed that when the snowfield great wolves attacked, these 9th-stage realm top exponents would definitely retaliate in order to defend themselves, and by then, she would have already prepared herself to find a crack and slip away quickly, escaping for her life. No matter what, preserving her own life was the most important matter, so she couldn't care about the mission which the ghost mask man had entrusted. To the extent that when she thought about the possibility that she might die, she already abandoned the male god of her dreams behind as well. Whether Li Moying died or not, it had nothing to do with her. All it mattered was that she would still be alive. Just as Meng Wanner was silently scheming, around 30 over snowfield great wolves had already gathered behind the ice mountains. They probably felt that their numbers were enough, and also possibly because they had done enough surveillance, hence they slowly walked out from the ice mountain and surrounded the group in the middle, as they slowly pressed in closer. When Meng Wanner sensed the snowfield great wolf's eerie cold gaze sweeping past her, she was so scared that her legs turned into jelly. Huang Yueli looked at her pale face from her peripheral view and burst out into a giggle. Wasn't she very arrogant earlier? Didn't she say that she was the freezing zone's expert? Why was it when she really met with danger, she became as timid as a mouse and was totally helpless? She didn't bother about Meng Wanner as she turned her head to look at the other people. Song Pejun and the others were totally not tensed at all, with their normal expression hanging on their faces. As a 9th-stage realm peak practitioner, which one of them had not experienced numerous battles and experienced multiple times of life and death perilous situations? Like the current situation, it could only be said to be as ordinary as it could be. These snowfield great wolves' abilities weren't worth mentioning at all, only having a slightly greater number in terms of numbers. But to them, it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Li Moying's left hand was placed on his right hand's wrist as his finger caressed the claret crystal bracelet which Huang Yueli had worn for him. His pitch-dark eyes swept past the surrounding snowfield great wolves, which were pressing nearer as his voice was cold but calm. Pejun is in charge of the northern side, Pahun, south side, surnamed Liu, you're responsible for west side, and east will belong to me. Lear, you have hide properly, and if you meet with danger, call me for backup, do you hear me? Li Moying made the necessary arrangements and looked towards his little fiancée by his side, as he was still unassured. Huang Yueli giggled as she replied indifferently, you don't need to worry about me, would I be afraid of these few dumb wolves? If any senseless and blind ones dare to offend me, I'll show them this young lady's prowess. Saying that, she seemed to have recalled something, right. Later, please be a little more careful when you kill those wolves. Try not to leave an obvious scar on their bodies, because these snowfield great wolves' skins are worth a fortune. Like Guardian June's method earlier is really too vulgar, too barbaric, and it's simply a waste of a heavenly treasure. Meng Wanner shrunk herself at the very back, and listening to Huang Yueli's words, she was sneering coldly. This wretched lass must be insane. These were snowfield great wolves, and just one alone was a 7th-tiered magical beast, which was equivalent to an 8th-stage realm practitioner's battle power. She was merely a 7th-stage realm practitioner, so where did she have the confidence to be able to deflect a snowfield great wolf's attack? Moreover, the snowfield great wolf was an extremely intelligent magical beast, and under the leading wolf's command, they were able to strategize a comprehensive group attack with extremely powerful battle power. Although Li Moying and the rest were all 9th-stage realm top exponents, but facing so many snowfield great wolves, they could only find themselves escaping for their lives. This wretched lass actually asked them to be more careful when they were killing the wolves, and not to spoil their fur? It might be easy to go easy a little, but if Li Moying and the others were to show mercy towards these great wolves, they would then claim their lives. Perhaps they might just all die here. Meng Wanner's heart turned anxious as she was even more convinced in her idea to escape quickly later. Li Moying didn't have much expression on his face as he only nodded and said, "Everyone heard what Lier said?" Lu Bian burst out with a laugh, "So naggy, my ears are not deaf." "Alright, let's hurry up and stop delaying time, I've been famished for the entire day. Quickly kill them all, and let's eat." The others were all speechless as they all started drawing out their profound weapons as they charged towards their designated positions. Li Moying's wrist flipped and the amethyst light sword abruptly appeared in his hand. This sword was exactly the one before he recovered his past life's memories while on experience learning with Huang Yueli in the Dark Moon Forest, which was also an impenetrable half-god relic. He held on to the long sword, but his feet didn't move whilst his sword tail weaved in and out, and he had already stuck a snowfield great wolf nearest to him. This great wolf's chest was inflicted with a heavy blow as it held towards the sky in fury, as it charged towards Li Moying. However, it was only halfway through its run when suddenly, it seemed as though it was frozen and its entire body swayed towards the right side and fell head onto the snowy grounds, turning into a corpse. When the great wolf's companions saw this, their murderous intent and violent nature were instantly spiked. Several heads of Snowfield Great Wolf howled out simultaneously as they lined up and charged towards Li Moying's side. Li Moying was worried that the profound skill that he would unleash might impact Huang Yueli, hence his feet shuffled and moved towards the side. When the great wolf saw him evading, they thought that he was afraid and that increased their murderous intent, insistent on pounding up to bite him to death in one mouth and tear him into shreds after. Li Moying extended his body movements and profound skill, bringing them towards the east side. Meng Wanner was standing very close to Huang Yueli, and she had been shaking in fear all the while. Huang Yueli couldn't be bothered about her as she ran to the first head of Snowfield Great Wolf's corpse that Li Moying killed earlier and squatted down to take a detailed look. She found no visible wounds on this great wolf and its body still maintained the running pose, which was flowing with an artistic feel. Not bad, not bad. Indeed, the works of my Moying. Really much more reliable than Guardian June. Later when we strip the skin off, it can be made into a rug when we bring it back to Sky Emperor City. Meng Wanner was listening by the side as she couldn't help but sneered, "Make into a rug. You'd better be able to leave the northern ice fields alive first, before you talk. Otherwise, next year's today will be your death anniversary." Huang Yueli turned her head sideways to cast her a glance, and she was just about to speak when suddenly, her eyes opened wide and shouted, "Meng Wanner, quickly move aside." The latter was still sneering and didn't manage to recollect her senses yet. Huang Yueli's right hand hit out a hand gesture and a burst of profound energy had hit Meng Wanner heavily on her chest, causing her to fly out. "Damn you! By Ruoli, what are you trying to do?" Meng Wanner fell onto the ground and the icy surface was very slippery and she rolled out a far distance away before she stopped. By then she felt her internal organs all rumbling together as she almost threw up. She turned her head back and on one look, her expression changed abruptly. It was only now that she realized that two Snowfield Great Wolves had pounced towards the position which she stood at earlier. Just earlier, she actually was still in a daze as she didn't even realize that. If it wasn't for Huang Yueli, who had suddenly struck out to send her flying, she would probably have ended ZP being ripped into two halves by those Snowfield Great Wolves alive. Whereas at this point, the Snowfield Great Wolves, which didn't manage to bite Meng Wanner, all diverted their attention to Huang Yueli, who was next to them. They lowered their bodies and gave off an growling sound as their greenish eyes looked at that delicate body of Huang Yueli's while salivating. Meng Wanner had lingering fears, feeling extremely fortunate as she patted her chest. But her first reaction was to turn back to help Huang Yueli, but to look left and right then after discovering that there were no snowfield great wolves eyeing her, she immediately turned around and ran away. She was considered to be very lucky to have escaped the calamity earlier. If she continued to stay here, she would lose her life sooner or later. Luckily, those two beasts were now chasing that little slut and couldn't be bothered about her, so this was a rare opportunity. If she didn't choose to run now, then when? As for Huang Yueli, she was facing two eager snowfield great wolves, hence she didn't have any spare time to bother about Meng Wanner's reaction. Her whole body's senses were taut as she gripped onto her icy jade zither tightly, while the other hand's fingers were placed on the zither strings lightly, waiting to take action. The two snowfield great wolves exchanged glances and suddenly leaped up high into the sky at the same time as they charged towards Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli's fingers loosened as she swiftly brushed the zither strings. A crisp sound reverberated. Obviously a crisp and melodious zither tone, but it sounded like a powerful army which shook one's eardrums into piercing pain. Two heads of snowfield great wolves weren't able to evade this kind of penetrable demonic tune which entered their brains as their brains felt a dull pain while they couldn't help but kept shaking their heads as they held towards the skies. Huang Yueli hit the bullseye and immediately drew out a dagger below the zither as she threw it out with profound energy. The dagger's speed was extremely swift and the surroundings were enveloped with fire attributed profound energy, and when it flew against the wind, it gave off a crackling sound like a red-colored shooting star, racing forward. A stab was heard. Dagger's sharp blade pierced right into one snowfield great wolf's heart and penetrated through its chest. A stream of blood splattered and splashed onto the ground. The great wolf's body shook and fell onto the ground with a loud bang. Huang Yueli cried out vexedly, "Ugh, hi, my gosh! I ruined the skin of the great wolf that I killed." Before she could even finish her words, she heard Li Moying's roar from behind, "Lier, be careful." Huang Yueli already sensed a warning sign before she heard Li Moying's reminder, and she hurriedly hugged her icy jade zither as she rolled onto the icy ground. One head of the snowfield great wolf, which attacked her earlier, had unknowingly crept behind her and was pouncing towards her from her back. Huang Yueli was rolling on the ground as her fingers kept strumming in the zither. An intimidating demonic sound kept ringing and the great wolf's body started twitching and finally, it could not stand the head-splitting pain as it started to lie low on the ground while howling, as it scratched its sharp claws on the slippery icy surface, tearing out streaks of deep scratches. Huang Yueli got up and patted the ice off her body as she returned back to the front of the great wolf, thinking of how to kill it but yet not harm its skin. Her profound energy wasn't as ferocious as Li Moying's thunder attributed profound energy, and plus the fact that her cultivation was slightly weaker. If she really wanted to learn from him to kill the great wolf with one palm strike, it was impossible. So it's rather difficult to retain an entire piece of perfect skin. I have really blamed Guardian June wrongly. She pondered over this. Just as she was in a daze, steady and strong steps were heard coming from her back. Following that, a man's deep voice, which reflected some signs of anger, rang, "What are you doing? Facing a snowfield great wolf while in a daze, don't you want to live any longer?" Saying that, a burst of profound energy flew out beside Huang Yueli and hit right smack on the head of the rolling great wolf. With a boom, the great wolf, which was hit immediately fell straight down after its head slanted to one side. Huang Yueli turned her head back and took a look to find that Li Moying and the others had already settled all the remaining snowfield great wolves. Song Pejun and the others were already working on handling the dead great wolf's corpses. Li Moying walked towards her alone and his tall statue was reflected against the sunset, appearing extremely powerful and strong. Even though earlier he had just experienced a fierce fight, but his clothes were totally not messy at all and his posture while walking over was composed and at ease, totally filled with a pure man's powerful strength. Huang Yueli stared at his imperious handsome face for a while and proactively ran towards him as she threw herself into the man's arms. Moing, you're still the awesome one, I really like you so very much. She lifted her head and planted a kiss on that man's steadfast and stylist lower jaw. Li Moying's brows rose as his arm slid downwards, holding her waist and lifting her upwards, carrying her into his arms. His deep sexy voice brushed her ears. What's the matter? Know your own mistake, hence intending to act coquettish, to smuggle through this? Huang Yueli blinked her large eyes and looked at him in astonishment as though she couldn't understand. No, my mistake? Where did I do wrong? Li Moying gave a humph as he patted her perky little butt, a hard slap, which gave a resounding slap. You still have the cheek to ask where you're wrong. Don't think that I didn't see it. Earlier those two snowfield great wolves pounced towards that female surnamed Meng, right? Why did you save her for no reason? Just let herself face the perilous situation. Moreover, to be attacked by the two great wolves at the same time, yet you still don't call out for help, but go up against it alone? Huang Yueli was caught unawares but was slapped by him. Her little face flushed red, and she kicked Li Moying hard on his leg, and while taking the chance when he loosened his grip, she flusteredly jumped right out of his arms while covering her butt as she accused him indignantly. You, how could you hit others at that area? Li Moying totally didn't feel that he did anything wrong as he gave a cold harump. Because you need to be taught a lesson. What did you promise me earlier? Haven't I told you to pay attention to your own safety? Huang Yueli stared at him angrily and argued strongly for what she thought was right. When did I not pay attention to my own safety? I'm not that kind of weak young lady who can only just hide behind a man's back to be protected. It's just two snowfield great wolves. I know that I can handle them, which is why I struck out. If there were 5 to 6 of those great wolves around, of course I will run. When Li Moying heard her say that, his complexion turned slightly better, but he still stared at her. You should also run even if there's 2. Huang Yueli couldn't help but rolled her eyes at him. Can't be bothered to talk to you, simply forcing others to a corner. If I really hide behind you all the time, sooner or later I'd become a waste. Moreover speaking, Meng Wanner is considered as an important chess piece of ours, so if we can let her stay alive, of course it will be better to let her stay alive. Anyway, killing these 2 great wolves is just a small matter. Speaking of this, she suddenly realized that she hadn't seen Meng Wanner for quite a while as she couldn't help but was stunned momentarily. Strange, where did that Meng Wanner go to? Has she run off to somewhere to hide? Just as she was puzzled, she suddenly heard a miserable faint cry emitting from the back of a block of ice mountain. Help! Help! Someone come save me quickly. Ah! So painful. This miserable cry obviously belonged to Meng Wanner's voice. Those present all exchanged glances as they were rather astonished. Li Moying frowned as he said, Pajun, go bring her back. Song Pajun nodded his head and with a point of his toes, he ran towards the direction where the miserable cries were coming from. A series of fighting sounds, combined with great wolf's cries were heard. Not too long later, Song Pajun returned back as he carried the unconscious Meng Wanner in his hands. He placed Meng Wanner onto the ground and the others immediately crowded over. Meng Wanner's entire body was covered in wounds, and the clothes on her were soaked through entirely in blood. There were light and deep scars everywhere over her 4 limbs, one after another, and even her face bore the signs of being scratched by wolf claws. But fortunately, she had on a piece of diamond lock armor which protected her body well, hence her internal organs weren't hurt at all. Otherwise, from her current situation, she would probably have ended up as a dead corpse. When Huang Yueli saw this, she couldn't help but creased her brows. What's going on? Why did she run about for no good reason for? Li Moying knew what happened the minute he saw her and sneered, Meng Wanner definitely assumed that we would all be killed by those snowfield great wolves, hence she thought of different ways to escape, but unfortunately she didn't expected that a head of snowfield great wolf had not came out in time and was still hiding behind the ice mountain, so if she ran towards there, wouldn't she become the sacrificial lamb walking right into the tiger's mouth? Huang Yueli shook her head as she sighed, this really is outsmarting herself. But doesn't she like you? At this crucial moment, she actually left you behind and ran away? When Li Moying heard that, he took a look at her with a smile as he tugged her little hand, gently playing with her fingers. Husband and wife are birds of the same forest, but they fly separately when disaster strikes. The only person who is willing to live or die together with me is only you alone. However, Huang Yueli wasn't as touched as what he had imagined, but instead he spoke out concernedly, "Stop telling me these sweet nothings. Don't think that you can just coax me with a few words, and that would conceal the fact that you attract those bees and butterflies. Alright, quickly go on and skin those wolves, then leave the spines behind. These are valuable medicinal ingredients, and it can all be refined into many different medicinal pills. The wolf claws can be refined into an armament weapon, and that can be kept as well. Another thing is cut some meat for me, we can have a barbecue tonight for dinner." In a few mere words, she had already arranged jobs for everyone. Song Pejun and the others all nodded their heads consecutively as they went on to their tasks. Huang Yueli thought over it for a while and called out to Lu Bian, "Right, senior brother, quickly come over and help Meng Wanner take a look, don't let her die." Lu Bian dragged his feet as he walked over, and from the expression on his face, it was apparent that he wasn't willing at all. This woman is always looking for death, so what's there to save, just let her die cleanly. Then it will save her the hassle of creating trouble. I think she doesn't know much about the freezing zone as well, so it might as well be better for us to feel our way out. Huang Yueli's hands joined together as she put on a sincere and pleading posture as she said, "Senior brother, just help out please. I am still hoping to find out the ghost mask man's scheme from her. Meng Wanner still can't die right now. Your medical skills are so high, isn't just treating these external wounds as easy as lifting your finger?" Lu Bian looked at her pair of sparkling large eyes as his heart pounded and was unable to say out any words of rejection. He could only helplessly say, sigh, "Know how much this divine doctor's consultation? Know how much I sell one piece of medicinal pill for? You're really a wastrel." Although he said that, he still grabbed Meng Wanner's wrist and casually spent a breath of time to take her pulse. Nothing much, just external injury, and she's recover after taking some medicinal pills and resting for a few days. Lu Bian casually took out a bottle of medicinal pills after he finished speaking and poured out one pill as he stuffed it into Meng Wanner's mouth. "Alright, this divine doctor has already done my obligations, so later, you'll have to roast a few more pieces of wolf meat for me." Lu Bian felt that he had sacrificed a lot and grabbed the opportunity to raise this request to Huang Yueli. Before Huang Yueli could even reply, Li Moying's sneer was heard from behind her back. "You have your own hands and feet, don't you even know how to roast your own meat? If you don't, then go find a wife to roast for you. The meat that my wife roasts is all for me." After Li Moying's arrogant and overbearing announcement, he stretched out his hand and wrapped it around his own wife. "Lear, in this pack of snowfield great wolves, there's one wolf which is an 8th tier magical beast. Earlier I dug out its magical beast core, see if you like it or not." He opened up his palms to reveal a sparkling bright magical beast core, sending it to Huang Yueli's face. "Wow, ice attribute 8th tier magical beast core." Huang Yueli was indeed attracted by his gift as her pair of big eyes were sparkling with light. "That's great, this is something that we can hope but not wish for. The mechanism that I was working on in Levitation Sword Palace, the last time is just short of one piece of ice attribute 8th tiered magical beast core as the energy source." "That's really great, Moying, you're the best." Of course I'm the one who treats you the best, isn't it?" Li Moying boasted shamelessly and at the same time, shot a provocative gaze towards Lu Bian. Huang Yueli's heart was feeling elated as she didn't notice his little action and obediently nodded her head, that's of course. Moying, let's hurry and find a place to pitch our camp. The day is not early and Meng Wanner is still half dead, so hopefully she doesn't die in the middle of the road. We have to rest earlier and continue on our journey earlier tomorrow. Of course Li Moying didn't had any objections, and when the others had all settled the snowfield great wolf's corpses, they all gathered around and set off together. Meng Wanner, as the tour guide, was still unconscious even though she had taken Lu Bian's medicinal pill. But when the crowd set off in the morning, they had already made markings on the map along the road, which they rested and pitched their camps in case any accidents occurred. So although they didn't have Meng Wanner to guide the way, they were still able to search towards the first campsite, only thing was they had to be slightly more careful along the way. Luckily, their luck wasn't too bad and they hadn't met with any troubles on the way, so they quickly reached their destination. This campsite was a place where Ice Serpent Valley supplied to their disciples as a replenishment point, hence not only was it safe, moreover there were quite a number of living facilities around, and also some food and seasoning. For example, fine salt and honey for roasting meat. When Huang Yueli stuffed Meng Wanner into the tent, she immediately set up the fire and roasted the fresh wolf meat. Huang Yueli's culinary skills had always been outstanding, and in her past life, this belonged to Li Moying exclusively. But now, everyone was in the team and Huang Yueli didn't want to go for special treatment, hence she roasted one wolf leg for each and every one of them. Li Moying flew into a jealous rage and attempted to safeguard his own sovereignty. "Lier, you, how could you be like this? Aren't you cooking just for me alone?" Looking at the usually cool and collected man revealing such a childish expression, Huang Yueli couldn't help but burst out laughing as she stretched out her hand and patted his handsome face. "Can you stop being so childish? When have I ever said this kind of thing? Moreover speaking, this isn't considered cooking, just merely roasting the meat, and since we're outside, let's not haggle over this so much. When we return to Levitation Sword Palace, I'll make tastier food for you, and not for them." Li Moying was then satisfied as he generously gave up on those wolf meat, which he, the young master, couldn't finish. This was the first time Song Pajun and Song Pahun tasted Huang Yueli's culinary skills, and after taking a bite out of the wolf leg, they were so touched that their tears were dripping down. Isn't this a little too delicious? This is my first time eating such delicious roasted meat, and the skin is crispy while the meat is soft and tender. Moreover, I've eaten wolf meat in the past and there was always an evident foul smell, and the quality of the meat was always gruff, so to tell the truth, it's a little difficult to swallow. But the wolf meat that Grandmaster Huang roasted totally doesn't have any of these problems at all. How did you do it? Song Pahun was full of praise for it. He originally was a foodie, so when he praised Huang Yueli, it could be said to be right on the dot. This kind of fawning, naturally, was extremely effective towards Huang Yueli. She giggled and said, "Of course there's a secret to it, but the most important point is I'm a fire-attributed practitioner. To tell the truth about culinary skills, it's a kind of fire control skill, but just merely using the flame to heat up the food, and not to refine ingredients for weapons or pills. In comparison, cooking is much simpler. So it's like this." Song Pahun nodded his head and immediately, he had new questions. In this way, all the armament masters and pill masters should all have not bad culinary skills? Then why is it? He said this halfway and took a look at Lu Bian, then stopped. But his meaning was rather obvious, because everyone knew that he was asking why Lu Bian didn't know how to cook. Lu Bian was pointed out by Song Pahun, but his expression remained unchanged as he used a few fake coughs. Cough cough, what's so strange about that? We pill masters are craftsmen, and most of the time we have few desires, and pay more attention to maintaining good health, so there aren't many of us who love delicacies. Look at my master, He usually only eats vegetables or fruits and never takes magical beasts' meat, so no matter what delicacies you tell him about, it's all like playing music to a cow. Huang Yueli burst out laughing. You lay master out like this, be careful that when we return, I will complain to him. After finishing the barbecued meat, they snuck into the tents, which had already been pitched, and prepared to rest. As Huang Yueli set up an invisible array on the exterior boundary of the campsite, so they didn't feel any disturbances for the entire night. The very next morning, when the sky was slightly bright, the group got up and prepared to continue on their journey. This day, the rampaging snowstorm had stopped and there were faint rays of sunshine in the skies of the ice fields. Huang Yueli stretched and said, "It's almost time for us to set off. I wonder if Meng Wanner is already awake and if her injuries had worsened." Lu Bian immediately spoke out, "Junior sister doesn't trust my medical skills? Don't worry, she won't die, and until now, she should have recovered by a large half." His words had just ended when Meng Wanner's tent's curtain door was opened from the inside. Meng Wanner walked out with a wan and sallow expression on her face. When she saw the few people in the campsite, she didn't appear too surprised, but merely blinked her eyes, then pursed her lips as she appeared bashful for some time, followed by tears falling down from her eyes. Sniff sniff, many thanks to young Master Li for saving my life. Yesterday I was dragged by that snowfield great wolf to the rear mountain and thought that I wouldn't be able to stay alive, but I've not expected to still be alive. Young Master Li, towards your favor and kindness, I really can't repay it even if my body is torn and my bones are crushed." As she was saying that, she suddenly knelt onto the ground as she started crying out loudly and even shuffled upwards on her knees, trying to hug Li Moying's thigh. Li Moying was shocked as he hurriedly shifted backwards all the way until he hid behind Huang Yueli's back. His good-looking straight brows creased together as his expression remained rather cold and strict. "Young Miss Meng, please don't misunderstand. I'm not the one who saved you, it's this young Master Tsang here who did." Saying that, Li Moying pointed towards Song Pejun's direction. Song Pejun was still holding on to the dried food as he chewed on it, and he had not expected that without any warning, his own master actually threw a pan over, scaring so much that he almost choked to death. Cough cough, cough cough, young Miss Meng, it's not me, he wanted to deny, but when he met with Li Moying's icy cold gaze, he could only flusteredly change his words, "This saving you took very slight effort, so you don't need to mind it too much." However, Meng Wanner seemed as though she didn't hear what he said and lifted her head up as her gaze shot towards Li Moying sentimentally. "Young Master Li, you're really one of noble character and unquestionable integrity, actually rejecting the credit after you've saved someone. How would I not understand, if Guardian Jun didn't listen to your orders, how would he possibly save me? Young Master Li, please accept this lady's bow." Saying that, she really bowed down as her posture seemed extremely sincere. When Meng Wanner lifted her head, she continued, "Young Master Li, I will definitely repay you, and no matter what request you have, just go ahead and tell me." Li Moying's brows were deeply knotted as he took a look at Huang Yueli beside him. To tell the truth, although since young he had always been the object of pursuit from many young ladies from various sects, and the number of ladies who preferred to stick to him instead were aplenty, but he had really not met many of those who were as shameless as Meng Wanner. If it wasn't for Huang Yueli, who insisted on keeping her alive, he would have taken action to kill her long ago. However, Meng Wanner didn't know that she had just taken a walkabout from the door of hell and yet still thinking highly of herself while doing her calculations. Yesterday, after she was dragged to the rear mountain by the snowfield great wolf, she thought that she was a goner for sure, but whoever knew that today when she awoke, she realized that she was still well alive, and not only that, she was lying in the temporarily campsite which Ice Serpent Valley had prepared, and her injuries had recovered by a large half. Initially Meng Wanner didn't dare to believe, but very quickly, she quickly realized and knew that she must have been saved by Li Moying and the rest. To tell the truth, if it wasn't for the fact that she had experienced it personally, Meng Wanner really didn't dare to believe that someone was really able to survive from such a large herd of snowfield great wolves' attack. Whereas for Li Moying's group of people, not only had they done it, moreover from their looks, they practically weren't injured at all. Apparently they had a crushing advantage. This proved that this group of people's abilities had surpassed what she had initially predicted. Li Moying was actually able to lead such a powerful group of practitioners, and with his innate talent and ability, it was obvious that the kind of status he had in Sky Emperor City was way beyond what she had imagined. Thinking of this, Meng Wanner deeply regretted her blind moves for attempting to escape. If she had known earlier, she should have put on a chaste and ardent look yesterday, saying that she would vow to die together with Li Moying and hug on tightly onto a thick thigh like Li Moying so that in future, she would be able to shine. She didn't know if Li Moying had already seen through that she was the one who initiated the escape yesterday, but Meng Wanner's brain raced swiftly knowing that she should mend the pen after the sheep were lost immediately. Hence, she put on a pathetic young wife's look, hoping to gain Li Moying's sympathy and make use of this opportunity to devote her life to him. Huang Yueli's lips curled into a cold smile as she lowered her voice. "Young Miss Meng, you really don't need to stand on ceremony. Everyone is a team and saving you is just on the way. Didn't I also save you conveniently too? Whoever knew that after I saved you, you actually escaped?" Meng Wanner's heart thumped hard, as she finally recalled the truth of her ingratitude and did nothing to save Huang Yueli, who was in danger. But she quickly reacted as her tears started rolling down while crying. "Young Miss Bai, you've mistaken me. Yesterday, I wanted to go ask for help, hence I ran off first, but I've not expect that I'd just taken a few steps away, and you were snuck on by an attack by the Snowfield Great Wolves, and I totally wasn't able to save you in time. Young Miss Bai, I really didn't intentionally leave you behind to leave first." Huang Yueli's brows rose slightly as she spoke out calmly. "Oh? Is it really like this? But yesterday I remember that Guardian June had headed towards the northwest direction to save you, and in that direction, there was no one there, so who are you trying to ask to save us? Could it be that you're planning to run all the way back to Ice Serpent Valley to ask for help?" Meng Wanner was stuffed right back once again, and her expression instantly turned extremely ugly. She really hadn't imagined that Huang Yueli's train of thoughts was actually that clear. No matter how she tried to tangle or mess it up, secretly trying to change the concept, but the other party actually just doesn't get tricked at all. The scene instantly became awkward, and Song Pajun and the others seemed to look at the pale-faced Meng Wanner, not exposing her, but just watching her put up a performance. Meng Wanner kept thinking, and hence she hardened her heart and then knelt down in front of Huang Yueli once again. A crisp paw was heard as she lifted her hand and gave herself a tight slap on her own face. "Young Miss Bai, it's all my fault. I'm the one who lacked experience training and was stunned momentarily, hence I just flusteredly chose a direction to run in. I'm the one who caused harm to you. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Please let me follow you on masterly, and I'll serve the both of you well." Her tear-stained face looked extremely pitiful. This face, if anyone else who didn't know what was going on, might really make others think that she was really sincere and was extremely worth pitying. If she met with a flirtatious man who had tender, protective feelings for the fairer sex, most of them would not be able to resist this kind of temptation, and even if their fiancé was beside them, they would most probably take her as concubine. But alas, she was facing Li Moying. Not only did Li Moying not feel that Meng Wanner was pitiful, instead his veins were popping out on his forehead as he almost couldn't control his fury. His Lear saved this woman, but she actually abandoned Lear and escaped. This kind of ungrateful white-eyed wolf, killing her 10,000 times, would still not remove the hatred. Still say that she wanted to serve him? Why didn't she look at her own reflection? She's not even fit to be his maid. Huang Yueli was just standing by his side, and on seeing her own fiancé almost about to fly into a rage, she hurriedly stretched out her arms as she pinched him on his firm waist. Li Moying turned back and gave her an angry stare. Huang Yueli placated him as she smiled and mouthed her words, "It's almost done, don't be angry. Li Moying pursed his thin lips, coldly, not saying a single word. Huang Yueli took a step up and put out her hands as she lifted Meng Wanner up. Meng Wanner originally was intent on kneeling, but following Huang Yueli's action was a huge burst of powerful profound energy which wrapped around her body, making her unable to resist against it and had no way to continue kneeling as she could only stand up. Young Miss Bai? She spoke out apprehensively. Huang Yueli casted an eye at her as she spoke out coldly, young Miss Meng, as to what happened yesterday, everyone is clear on it and there's no need for you to act pitiful to gain sympathy. We still require you to be our guide and moreover, on account of Valley Master Meng's face, so we won't do anything to you. Hurry on and pack up, we'll need to hurry on our journey. Speaking till here, Huang Yueli paused, but Moying and I really don't need you to serve us, and we never bring along any maids when we leave the house. As the eldest disciple of Ice Serpent Valley, surely you don't need to kneel down to anyone so easily, right? If your master were to find out, where would her face be placed? Huang Yueli finished her words without any restraint as she pulled Li Moying along and turned around to leave. If she continued staying here, she would probably throw up in disgust by Meng Wanner. Moying, there's still some wolf meat left over from yesterday, and I've specially left the best ribs for you. I'll roast some for you to eat. She pulled Li Moying and realized that she couldn't pull him away as she hastily threw out a bait. Li Moying sensed her little fiancé pulling his arm and that familiar sweet smell closing nearby, which made his face eased a little as he nodded, all right then. Meng Wanner looked at their two departing figures blankly as the jealousy flame in her heart was totally unable to be extinguished. Li Moying's eyes, from the start till the end, was only filled with his little fiancé. He wasn't even willing to turn his head back to take a look at her at all. Why? She had already bowed and bent her knee to such a step, just short of directly stripping off all her clothes and climbing onto Li Moying's bed. She was also a beauty with gorgeous looks, her innate talent was also outstanding, and she was devoted to Li Moying, even telling them that she was willing to be a maid to serve him. But Li Moying still remained unmoved. Was that wretched lass by Ruoli really that good? Could it be that she really needed to turn that lass into a dead person before she, Meng Wanner, could have a chance? Meng Wanner's eyes flashed past an icy cold murderous intent once again. Huang Yueli and the others all started on their journey once again. After the first day of thrilling events, everyone turned even more cautious and had been carefully observing the surrounding situation along the way. So the following 3 days of journey went on smoothly, with practically no accidents happening at all. On the 5th day, this group of theirs had already penetrated deep into the center of the northern ice field's freezing zone and gazing afar, they were able to see the entire state of Lone Sky Summit. Huang Yueli put her hand around Li Moying's arm as she tipped her toes, gazing towards the direction of Lone Sky Summit as her mind flashed past many complicated thoughts. In her past life, she was at the foot of Lone Sky Summit and met with a group assault combined from those from the 6 sacred lands. She wasn't their match, hence she could only choose to self-explode helplessly. That year's vestige had long been covered by the years of ice and snow. Huang Yueli gave a sigh and Li Moying heard it, as he held her hand and squeezed it. Lier, what are you thinking about? Huang Yueli shook her head, nothing. Li Moying's footsteps took a halt as he turned around and his large palm locked onto her shoulder, tightly bringing her into an embrace. No matter what you're worried about, you must remember that this time, the both of us are together. Huang Yueli went into a momentarily blank, but after hearing his words clearly, a sweet smile appeared on her face as she nodded her head hard. Amen, what you said is right, we are together. As long as this man was by her side, no matter what they were about to face or how difficult the situation was, she would not feel afraid. After all, the worst result was just to die together with Li Moying in this place. In her past life, when she self-exploded in this place back then, she made a wish, and that was if she had another life, she would share a common life and death with Li Moying. If she really died here, then she didn't have much regrets. Moreover, she somehow had a premonition that her rebirth wasn't by chance. Her meeting with Li Moying wasn't an occurrence as well, and everything couldn't just end here so simply. The two of them exchanged glances for quite a while and saw from each other's eyes the gentle sentiments that they hoped for the most. Unknowingly, they got closer and closer. Just as their lips were just less than 1 inch apart, Lu Baiyan's cries were suddenly heard from a distance away. "Hey, what are you two doing? Already told you many times, follow the group tightly. Don't drop off the group." Huang Yueli's body turned stiff instantly as she pushed Li Moying's chest. "Alright, we'd better hurry and chase up to them." Li Moying had a vexed expression as he was pushed by Huang Yueli several times, but his body still remained erect, like a mountain as it didn't even sway. Huang Yueli urges, "Be a little faster, we're almost about to reach Lone Sky Summit and this is the most crucial moment." "Don't you think that's nonsense? What have I been thinking of?" Li Moying put on an innocent look. "Lier, your thoughts are not pure, but you're trying to push it on to me?" Huang Yueli's eyes opened wide as her little mouth turned into an O shape, thoroughly defeated by his shamelessness. Li Moying looked at her adorable dazed look as he couldn't help but lift his lips and lower his head to leave a light peck on her lips. "We'll just owe those things that you want me to do for later. After we get the bipolar black orchid and successfully treat my soul detachment illness, I'll then return it to you bit by bit." Saying that, he held up Huang Yueli's hands once again as he held her to chase up to the group. Huang Yueli had almost been spun dizzily by him as she gave him an angry stare. This man, how could he just hit a target just like this? He was obviously the one who wanted to do bad stuff, but he had to push it onto her. Simply too sinister and sly. At the foot of Lone Sky Summit, the others had all stopped and were just waiting for the both of them. On seeing the both of them returning, Song Pujun and the others all revealed an understanding smile. But Meng Wanner's sight landed onto Huang Yueli, and Li Moying's held hands as her feelings started wavering once again. These few days after spending days and nights together, she was able to see Li Moying every day. Meng Wanner finally knew what was known as a man who pampered his wife as though she was his life. Seeing Li Moying showing Huang Yueli such meticulous care every day, besides feeling jealous, Meng Wanner was even more resolute in her conviction to get this man. Luckily, these kinds of days were about to end and very soon, this slut by Ruoli would become a dead woman. Meng Wanner's lips curled up as she couldn't help but laughed coldly silently. She took a few steps forward and urged, "Everyone hurry on and chase up, we're about to reach our destination soon." Lone Sky Summit is a very important spiritual artery in the ancient times, and now it had already been damaged by a large half. But there are many other early historical remains around, so if you're not careful, it is possible to be hit by it. Hearing this, everyone all started to take quick steps up. Lu Baiyan rubbed his chin as he kept on gazing around. So, there are actually many early historical remains near Lone Sky Summit? Isn't this just great? After we're done with our official business, why don't we stay back for some time and check it out to see if we are able to get any opportunities? Lu Baiyan looked pensive as he said that. Huang Yueli's brows rose when she heard that, if you're able to cure Moying's illness, then staying behind for a duration of time isn't a problem at all. But don't blame me for not reminding you on this. There are more dangers lurking around Lone Sky Summit than opportunities. The last time I came, I saw quite a number of powerful practitioners' corpses, and there were even ancient times 10th stage realm practitioners' dead bodies. What? There's such a thing? Lu Baiyan revealed an astonished expression. When he took another look at Lone Sky Summit, his gaze had less desire and more of precaution. Meng Wanner was listening by the side when she suddenly felt a little strange. From this wretched lass's tone, she seemed to have come to Lone Sky Summit previously. She wasn't Ice Serpent Valley's disciples, and she's still so young, so generally speaking it's not possible for her to come to such a dangerous place like Northern Ice Field's freezing zone for experience learning. Meng Wanner's heart was filled with even more important matters, hence these distracting thoughts had merely flashed past, without giving it any detailed thoughts. Just as the group was trudging through the snow, after almost 1 hour had passed, they slowly got nearer to the foot of Lone Sky Summit. Meng Wanner suddenly stopped in her tracks as her eyes opened wide and pointed to the front not too far away as she cried out in astonishment, "Quickly look, what's that?" The group followed the direction of her finger as they looked over. Underneath, the tall mountain which was stretched into the clouds, an icy region on a region had melted slightly, and they could faintly see that under the thin layer of ice, there seemed to be some traces of stone sculptured, and some stone sculptures were already exposed as it laid bare in the air. Song Pajun and the others' eyes all lit up. Could it be that this is an early historical remains? It's highly possible. Previously young Miss Meng and Master Bai have already said that there are many early historical remains near Lone Sky Summit, and I did not expect that we'd just seen one earlier. Looks like our luck isn't too bad. The few of them were slightly excited as they started to discuss in a low voice, and when they didn't notice it, Meng Wanner had already started running towards those stone sculptures. When Li Moying saw that, he frowned as he shouted out sharply, "Meng Wanner, what are you trying to do? Get back here right now. We have official business to work on this time round, and now is not the time to go look at these early historical remains." However, when he spoke out, Meng Wanner was already like a sharp arrow, which had left its bow and scuttered a long distance away, directly running to the side of the stone sculptures. Just from the speed, Huang Yueli also started suspecting if she had extended all the body movements, profound skills that she had. Hearing Li Moying's sharp bark, Meng Wanner seemed as though she had a fright and stopped in her tracks, turning her head back. "Ah? Young Master Li, what did you say?" "The wind's too big, I can't hear clearly." Li Moying frowned as his voice became even colder and harsher. "Don't pretend and scram back here right now, otherwise." Meng Wanner was so frightened that she shuddered from hearing his gloomy tone. Although Li Moying always had a powerful presence, but when he was with Huang Yueli, he would intentionally suppress his aura, hence this was the first time Meng Wanner had deeply felt what a terror he was. Even though the both of them were apart by 1,000 meters and above, but after being swept by that sharp gaze, Meng Wanner felt as though her body was about to freeze into ice. For that one instant, Meng Wanner was so scared that she had already lost her rationality. But when her gaze glanced past that lady next to Li Moying, her senses returned to her, and she forcibly suppressed the great terror in her heart. "Don't be scared, don't be frightened. You must persist on." As long as she was able to hang on to this bit of pressure, not too long later, she would be able to send this little slut to heaven. Meng Wanner kept on consoling herself as she finally set down her determination, and with her quivering voice, she cried out to Li Moying, "Sorry, I will be back immediately." She looked as though she was extremely flustered, and on turning around, her feet stepped on a shattered piece of ice, and her body started swaying. With a pong, her body lost balance, and she fell heavily onto the icy ground, and coincidentally, she banged against one of the stone sculptors. The crowd all looked on with astonishment at this scene. Lu Bian couldn't help but frowned. This fall isn't light at all. Surely she's not going to waste another piece of this divine doctor's high-leveled medicinal pill, right? He had just finished his words when suddenly, the ground started to shake vigorously. The degree of tremor was extremely large, and even if those present are all extremely powerful top exponents, they all started falling all over as they practically weren't able to maintain their balance. The shattered pieces of ice and stone on the ground flew into the air from the huge impact as it was thrown all around. What's going on? Huang Yueli's feet slipped and almost fell down, but luckily Li Moying caught on to her in time and pulled her into his arms. Lu Bian tried hard to maintain his balance as he spoke out intermittently, I somehow feel the ground down, sinking downwards." When Li Moying heard that, his brows creased. "That's right, the ground really seems to be sinking downwards. Could it be Before he could even finish his sentence, the descending speed of the ground abruptly hastened, and it was just a mere instant when the piece of ground which they were standing on actually sunk down entirely. The crowd were all stepping on air as they all fell beneath the ground. The lower part of the ice was a huge vacant space, and it was extremely deep. Huang Yueli and the others kept on falling downwards, and it took a couple of breaths before they all started to hit the bottom part. Li Moying had been hugging Huang Yueli tightly all this while, and even if it was the state of loss of gravity, he didn't lose his grip at all, and when they landed onto the ground, he even used his own body as a cushion for Huang Yueli's body. A loud bang was heard and Li Moying's back landed onto the ground. He felt sweetness rush up his throat and almost threw up blood. But he still managed to keep it in, and moreover, he totally didn't care about his own injuries as he stretched out his hand and touched the young lady in his arms, while asking anxiously, Lear, how are you? Are you injured? Huang Yueli pressed down on his roving big hand and her voice sounded a little dull. I'm fine and I'm not injured, the one who's injured is you. Why didn't you let go of me just now? How can I possibly let go of you? You're only in the 7th stage realm, what will happen if you fall down like this? Li Moying spoke out in a flabbergasted tone and was still insistent on feeling Huang Yueli on her entire body before he was finally at ease. Luckily, his little fox really seemed as though she wasn't injured. Huang Yueli pushed his chest gently and propped herself up before snapping her finger. In the dark space, a flame instantly lit up. She made another snap and the flame instantly split into 4 and flew out towards the 4 directions. It flew slowly towards 10 over meters away and then stopped in mid-air. In this way, the large zone which they were facing was illuminated so brightly as though it was daytime. The two of them could finally see clearly what was their current position. Huang Yueli roughly surveyed the surroundings and raised her brows surprisedly. She originally thought that the lower part of the ice layer where they were standing it should be a crack between the ice layer which led downwards into the icy sea, but whoever knew that the location they were in presently was actually a spacious and simple room, whereas the surroundings were filled with exquisite and delicate decor and murals which looked a little like a luxurious underground palace. But Huang Yueli couldn't be bothered to take a detailed look as she only swept a glance around and verified that the surroundings weren't dangerous before she pounced back onto Li Moying as she grabbed his wrist. Li Moying wanted to draw his arm back. Lear, what are you doing? Don't move, I'm checking how serious your injury is. Huang Yueli gave him a fierce stare when she saw him trying to avoid her. Li Moying was scared of her getting angry, hence he stopped his pulling back and allowed her to take his pulse. Huang Yueli's expression was extremely ugly. The internal qi in your entire body is flowing backwards and your internal injury isn't light at all, but yet you still refuse to let me check. Are you having a fracture? Turn around and let me take a look. She wanted to rout past Li Moying's back, but was stopped by Li Moying's outstretched hand. I don't have any broken bones, really, I'm not lying to you. Then why are you hiding? Huang Yueli was anxious and rested him hard as she turned him around to check. She stretched out her hand and felt around on Li Moying's back as he subconsciously shuddered. Although he quickly controlled himself, however, that natural reaction could not deceive anyone. Moreover, Huang Yueli had already sensed that the part of the cloth that she had touched was already soaked in blood. There's no fracture, but there seems to be multiple wounds. Dumb, you big oaf. If you were to roll a few rounds on the ground to ease the impact, then you wouldn't be hurt this badly. Huang Yueli's eyes were damp as she bit her lips, and she looked as though she wanted to hit him, but didn't dare to. She was very sure in her heart that for such an experienced practitioner like Li Moying, it was impossible for him to not know about this. But because she was in Li Moying's arms and this man was unwilling to let her roll on the floor, deeply worried that she would suffer any single bit of injury, hence he would rather himself getting injured instead. Lear, Li Moying wanted to pull her into his arms. Huang Yueli had patted his wounds hard. You're not allowed to move. I have the top-grade blood clotting ointment here, I'll apply it for you. Li Moying had not expected his little fox to be so vicious and hard-handed, to resort to such vicious methods on him as he moaned out in pain, "Oh my. Lear, are you trying to murder your husband? Stop with the husband nonsense. Quick, take off your clothes." Huang Yueli retrieved a porcelain medicinal jar from her realm ring and urged Li Moying. Li Moying spoke out in a low voice, "Lear, don't be so anxious, I'll strip all right?" Huang Yueli's lips couldn't help but twitch. Why did he made it out as though she was a hedonistic character trying to force an honest man into prostitution? When was this already? He still didn't forget about teasing her. But Li Moying was merely just saying it for fun as he obediently stripped off his top after he spoke so that Huang Yueli could apply the ointment for him. His well-built muscles revealed strong and energetic linings on his nude back, and every single inch of muscle carried a pure man's sexy seduction. If it wasn't for the injury on his back, which was a ghastly sight, Huang Yueli really wanted to stretch out her hand and have a feel. But now, she only felt heartache. Huang Yueli took a deep breath as she opened the lid of the jar and dug out a large pile of jade-white-colored ointment and applied it directly onto Li Moying's wounds. Although the wounds were very deep, Li Moying just sat there not moving at all, as though he totally didn't feel any pain. He allowed Huang Yueli to do as she wished on his back and at the same time, started to observe in detail at the surroundings. Just at this moment, they saw a bundle of light moving slowly over towards them, and when they got nearer, they were then able to tell that it was Lu Bian and Song Pejun duo as they walked closer. On seeing Huang Yueli and Li Moying, Lu Bian's face revealed a joyous expression. But following that, his sight laid onto Li Moying's naked upper body as his brows rose, and he spoke with a tinge of ridicule, am I interrupting you guys?" Li Moying didn't even bother to take a look at him as he gave a cold humph, "Since you know you interrupted us, then still not going to scram?" Huang Yueli was rather speechless when she heard these two's conversation as she patted Li Moying's shoulder and said, "The both of you, really can't you survive without arguing for one day?" "Senior brother, you're mistaken, we're really not doing anything. Moying was hurt when he fell down earlier, so I'm just applying some ointment for him." "Oh." Lu Bian nodded his head, that year's #1 top exponent in the continent, actually falling into such a despondent state, to actually be injured just from such a low height. Li Moying's face darkened and Huang Yueli hurriedly explained, "Li Moying ended up like this, because he was protecting me." Worried that the both of them were to argue once again, she hurriedly diverted the topic, "Right, senior brother, where did you and Guardian June fell into? Did you manage to check out the surrounding situation on the way here?" Lu Bian pursed his lips, and his expression turned a little grave. "Guardian June and I had already toured the nearby spots earlier, and we can tell that this should be an underground palace. As for this room, it is possibly the storage room, but alas, the gold, silver jewelers, and such junk here aren't any treasures which are of value." Song Pejun also walked over and said, "That's right. From the looks of this, we seem to have fallen into an esteemed senior's cave dwelling, and perhaps, it might just be like what Meng Wanner said, one of the early historical remains which is near Lone Sky Summit." Lu Bian nodded his head, "I also feel the same way." Huang Yueli listened to their deduction but didn't immediately say out her thinking, but thought of another matter. "That's right, speaking of Meng Wanner, why haven't we seen her? And how about Guardian Hun, why aren't they in this room?" Li Bian said, "Meng Wanner's cultivation is too low, and when she fell down from the top, her injury is rather serious, and she wasted another one of this divine doctor's medicinal pill. This situation isn't very clear, and I'm worried that there might be danger lurking, so I got Guardian Hun to stay with her and keep a lookout. They're in the right rear corner there." When Huang Yueli heard that, she wasn't too surprised and only said indifferently, "Ai, from the looks of this, young Miss Meng is really unlucky after she met us. Just a few days' time and she's already injured 3 times. Moreover, every single time it's always a serious injury which might cause her to lose her life." Song Pejun didn't think the same way as he scoffed, wasn't she the one who brought this upon herself? She deserved it. It's all thanks to her that we have fallen down into this underground palace as well. Huang Yueli looked pensive as she spoke. Speaking of this, Meng Wanner's actions today is indeed very abnormal. It's not her first time coming to Lone Sky Summit, so surely there's no need to be so agitated just because she saw a stone sculpture left behind from the early historical remains, right? In an environment like this where dangers lurked everywhere, she even went around touching everything. She's simply looking for death. Lu Bian jumped. Junior sister, you mean to say Meng Wanner did it intentionally? Huang Yueli continued, there's a possibility that it's intentional, but it can also be possible that it's unintentional. Anyway, now we don't have any evidence. But this matter is so abnormal, so there is most likely a scheme, so everyone had better be a little more prudent. Right now, she had already finished applying the ointment for Li Moying and took out a spare set of clean clothes as she passed it to him. Li Moying was putting on his clothes as he spoke out. Let's not care about all these first. Now the most important thing is to quickly think of ideas to get out. Our trip to Lone Sky Summit this time round is not to explore some early historical remains, but to obtain the bipolar black orchid. Now we haven't even met the ghost mask man, but we fell into this goddamn place, so who knows when we will be able to get out. If we are trapped in this underground palace, it would mean trouble. Song Pejun endorsed this, by nodding his head. That's right, this subordinate thinks so too. Earlier, Divine Dr. Liu and I have already gone one round to check on the surroundings, and the storage room is very big, but the four walls are surrounded by a very hard stone wall, and there's practically no window at all. Moreover, earlier we fell from the rooftop, but now the hole in the roof had already closed up. Looks like earlier the hole that suddenly appeared just now was because Meng Wanner had triggered some sort of mechanism, but what we don't know is if that mechanism could be activated from the outside. Lu Bian thought about it and said, this is a storage room. I don't believe that we can only enter and leave from the ceiling. There must be an exit around the four surroundings. Only thing is it mostly will rely on a mechanism to be activated, so we have to think of an idea. Although he spoke about thinking of an idea, but his eyes were fixed onto Huang Yueli. In this team, there was an armament master who was readily available and moreover her standard was extremely high. This sort of matter, of course they'd rely on Huang Yueli for it. No matter what other ideas the others had, those were all pointless ideas. Huang Yueli was just about to speak when suddenly, a flurry of footsteps came shuffling over. They saw Song Pehun supporting Meng Wanner walking over. Meng Wanner was walking with a limp and her face still bore those scratches which were from the Snowfield Great Wolf's attack that day, which had not totally recovered, and she looked truly miserable. On seeing the cold and astute gaze from Li Moying, Meng Wanner subconsciously shuddered. Li Moying spoke in a cold voice, young Miss Meng, you'd best explain to us why you've landed us onto this goddamn place, and what intentions are you planning? Meng Wanner had originally thought of an excuse, but in front of Li Moying's powerful aura, she still felt her back turning chilly, and when she opened her mouth, her voice was quivering slightly. Li. Young Master Li, you're mistaken about me. I really wasn't careful. Earlier, I already wanted to go back, but in the end, I accidentally fell. I really didn't do it intentionally. Meng Wanner braced herself as she continued to explain, really, what I said is the truth. If I know that this place is so deep, how would I dare to jump down? It's not as though I don't want to live any longer. Meng Wanner self-assumed that her explanation was sufficient and was enough to clear her suspicions. However, Li Moying's gaze remained icy cold, as he kept silent, without saying a word. Meng Wanner's heart was drumming and her voice slowly turned soft and eventually she shut her mouth. Huang Yueli opened her mouth and asked, in this way, young Miss Meng really doesn't know what place this is? Meng Wanner naturally shook her head furiously, I really don't know. Huang Yueli spoke again, then you also don't know how to leave the secret room? Meng Wanner still shook her head, I'm not an armament master, how would I know where the mechanism in this secret room is located? When Huang Yueli heard that, she couldn't help but gave a cold laugh. Young Miss Meng is really incredible. Have you opened your heavenly eye? You've never even been to take a look everywhere. How would you know that this is a secret room? You're also not an armament master. How do you know that there's a mechanism in this room? Meng Wanner was instantly stunned as her face flushed red, and she felt extremely vexed to the max. This wretched lass was simply too sinister, actually unknowingly dug a pit for her and with a few sentences, made her turn inside it. Meng Wanner's reaction was considered fast as she immediately found an excuse for herself. This. Young Miss Bai, all these you're saying, what do these mean? Although I don't know where this place is, but from the surrounding situation, I'd also know that this should be an early historical remains near Long Sky Summit. In this kind of remains, there originally should be some mechanisms set up, so I'm just casually guessing. As she was speaking, her tone became firmer and firmer. Anyway, she had already followed everything according to the ghost-masked man's plot to lure Huang Yueli to this underground palace, and following this, she would soon be able to see this little slut die. Now, all she needed to do was to clench on the fact that she didn't know anything at all. Anyway, Huang Yueli didn't have any evidence. Meng Wanner believed that she had already gotten away, and she wasn't feeling very terrified anymore, so she took a deep breath and said, Young Miss Bai, this matter is all my fault. My curiosity got the better of me, hence causing you all to fall into this place. But if you insist to say that I did it on purpose, then you're really thinking too much. Moreover speaking, even if you kill me now it's also useless, it's best to think of a way to get out first. Huang Yueli's gaze turned profound when she heard that and spoke out with a smile that wasn't quite like a smile. What you say does sound logical. Meng Wanner heaved a sigh of relief. That's right, I was just saying, it's important to know what's slight or important, urgent or non-urgent, so let's hurry and leave this place. Later on I'll apologize to you all after we leave here. Huang Yueli seemed as though she was convinced as she nodded and got up. How about this, everyone rest for a while now, and I'll go take a look at what situation this secret room is in. Saying that, she turned around and was about to leave. Li Moying immediately got up and followed behind her. Lier, I'll accompany you. Huang Yueli took a look at him and didn't reject. Huang Yueli used the true phoenix fire to illuminate the room and brought Li Moying along as they walked one round along the surrounding walls of the storage room. There was no light source in the secret room and everywhere was pitch dark, but every few meters, there would be a candle holder, which was used for illumination purposes. As Huang Yueli was walking round, she also lit the candle holders on the way. She finished one round and the entire room was as bright as daytime. She finished one round but didn't stop and took another round. This time, she walked extremely slowly and after passing by one of the sculpted pillars in the southeast direction, she suddenly stopped. Huang Yueli raised up her head and looked at the pillar for a very long period of time. After that, she took out a pair of silver gloves and wore on her little fair hands as she stretched them out and felt along the surrounding walls. Her slender fingers carefully touched every single slit of the stones. After some time, she finally stopped and removed the gloves off her hands. She observed for a while and Li Moying didn't dare to interrupt her and waited for her to stop before he walked over and wiped the sweat off her forehead while asking concernedly, Lier, how is it? Do you have any idea? Huang Yueli frowned slightly as she replied, if I don't remember wrongly, I somehow feel that I've been to this place before. Li Moying went into a blank as he asked, puzzledly, you've been here before? When was that, could it be? He thought of something and suddenly stopped. Huang Yueli was able to understand his meaning and nodded her head, right, in my past life that time when I came to Lone Sky Summit, I'd once unintentionally entered an early historical remain, but that time I didn't fell from the rooftop and moreover I didn't enter this room. She creased her brows and once again checked on the surroundings. Earlier the first time I laid my eyes on the storage room, I found it a little strange because the decor here was similar to the early historical remains that I had mistakenly intruded into in my past life, but I wasn't too certain if it was the same place. But earlier when I checked the layout of the mechanisms in this room, it is exactly the same as the one that I met the last time. There is a great possibility of the decor being repeated, but in such a large underground palace, the internal mechanisms would definitely be designed separately, and not possible to repeat with the other remains. Li Moying was extremely surprised. In this way, it's really a little too coincidental. Indeed too coincidental. Huang Yueli's brows creased as she pondered over this. Could it be that it's really just a coincidence? If it's not a coincidence. Her mind flashed past a thought, but after thinking through carefully, she felt that it wasn't quite possible. She shook her head. Shouldn't go to this extent, right? If it's like this, then it's a little too. Li Moying stared at her face, which had creased into a ball as he lifted his hand and touched her long hair while speaking out in a deep voice. What's the matter? If there's something that you can't think through, you can tell me, and I'll let you think through it together. Huang Yueli's eyeballs rotated as her gaze swept past the corner not too far away, where Lu Bian and the others were waiting for them. She stretched out her arm and wrapped it around Li Moying's neck as she pulled him down towards her and whispered something into his ear. Li Moying's face revealed an astonished look. This. He thought about it and nodded. All right, we'll do according to what you say. The two of them discussed for a while more before they returned back. When they returned to the group's resting place, Lu Bian's voice filled with ridicule was heard again. How? Finally finished touring? Seeing the both of you hugging together and talking sweet nothings for such a long time without moving, I thought that you can't bear to return. Li Moying gave a cold humph, but didn't say a single word. Earlier when the both of them were in each other's arms, they were mainly discussing a plan, but from the outsider's view, it really did seem as though they were being intimate. Huang Yueli also realized this later on and was a little embarrassed, yet she could not explain clearly, so she could only speak out meekly. Senior brother, how is your rest coming along? Are you hungry? I still have with me some unfinished smoked wolf meat from a few days ago. As Huang Yueli said that, she took our large pieces of dried meat from her realm ring and distributed them to everyone. Just a few days ago, they killed a lot of snowfield great wolves, and there is a large quantity of fine wolf rear meat, which could not be finished, so it could only be made into smoked dried meat. Luckily, Huang Yueli's culinary skills weren't bad, so those dried meats' smell was extremely tempting. Lu Bian and the others were all hungry, and all of them immodestly bore through Li Moying's fleetingly cold gaze, as they all ate and drank heartily. Huang Yueli's vision shifted and landed onto Meng Wanner. She sat in the corner. Other than occasionally sneaking a peek at Li Moying, she didn't dare to meet other people's vision and looked like she had a guilty conscience. But Huang Yueli didn't bother to expose her and still distributed the food to her as well, then returning back to sit next to Li Moying as she started to eat as well. Lu Bian was chewing the wolf meat as he spoke out. Junior sister, it seems that you have a card up your sleeve, so it looks like the mechanism here isn't too difficult for you? Huang Yueli smiled and said, I've already roughly taken a look, and these mechanisms are indeed left behind from the ancient times, but this place is after all a storage room with no valuable treasures inside the room, so the mechanism in this room isn't very complex. Later, after I have done a detailed calculation, then we will be able to activate it. Song Pujun was delighted. That's simply wonderful. This subordinate was still worried that if the mechanism was very hard to decode and spend too much time in this place, it might possibly delay young sect master's illness. When Huang Yueli heard that, she shook her head. Guardian Jun, you're assured too soon. Based on the understanding that I have towards the ancient underground palace, this storage room should be situated on a very small plot of land, on the side position of the huge underground palace. After we leave the storage room, we will enter the underground palace's main body. Now we still don't know how big this underground palace is, or how many mechanisms are there, or how much time we must spend before we can leave this place. So our troubles have just started. Song Pahun frowned. What? How could this be? This time we've really been schemed badly by Meng Wanner. Saying that, he shot an angry stare towards Meng Wanner. When Meng Wanner heard their difficult tone, her heart blossomed and thought silently in her heart that no matter how powerful their abilities were, or how high their cultivations were, what use was there? Now that they've fallen into this underground palace, their life and death was no longer up to their own control. But she still remained composed as she knew that she should not reveal any flaws now, hence her face still had an aggrieved expression. Sorry. It's all my fault. Li Moying frowned when he heard that. Forget it, don't talk about all these anymore. Let's leave the secret room first, then take one step at a time. Meng Wanner had not expected that Li Moying, who usually didn't bother to reply to her, would actually stand out and speak for her right now. She couldn't help but reveal a shocked and joyous look, as her pair of beautiful glistering eyes was shining with an unconcealable gentle love, as she gazed towards Li Moying's direction. When Huang Yueli saw that, the corners of her lips twitched and she silently stretched out her hand and pinched Li Moying on his waist. Li Moying felt pain and turned back to take an astonished and innocent look at Huang Yueli, totally unable to understand where he had offended his little fox again. Only heaven knew that he totally wasn't speaking for Meng Wanner. Every single time he heard Meng Wanner's voice, he couldn't help but wanted to send her flying off with a slap. If he didn't cut off Meng Wanner's words, he was afraid that he would no longer be able to control himself, to deal a vicious blow towards her. Huang Yueli looked at Li Moying's innocent look and suddenly felt that she simply loved to be jealous too much, hence she withdrew her hand embarrassedly. When the crowd finished their food, all of them tended to their own injuries and they had completed their sprucing up. When Huang Yueli got up once again, she led the crowd to the flower pillar, which she stopped for a long time earlier. Everyone, move back slightly. These mechanisms are time-honored and we don't know if it had been activated in the past several thousand years, so later on, when I activate the mechanism, we don't know if any accidents will happen, so everyone please stand a bit further away in case you meet with danger. Song Pijun and the others obediently retreated, but Li Moying totally didn't move as he stood by her side. Huang Yueli didn't say much and once again retrieved her silver gloves as she put it on and took a step up. Her slender fingers slowly felt around the surface of the wall, while the other hand was fingering mnemonic gestures, while muttering to herself as she kept on calculating and deducing. After a while, she suddenly worked up her profound energy, as both hands consecutively felt past 10 over stone tiles. A dull sound was heard ringing from the wall, and immediately following that, the entire wall started vibrating. The crowd was just facing this wall, and they started to back away from it. In a moment, the entire room's dust pervaded the entire place as various small rocks kept dropping down in astonishing speed, as it flew towards the surroundings in all directions. Cough cough, cough cough. The crowd started to cough as they choked on the dust and hurriedly evaded towards the four corners. Li Moying's reaction was swift as he locked the young lady in his arms and brought her to hide along the place where the vent was located. After some time, the dust finally started to land once again and the crowd's vision recovered. Earlier the impenetrable wall had already shifted backwards to both sides, revealing a cave. That's great, the exit is right here. Master Bai is indeed an outstanding armament master. Activating an ancient mechanism takes just the effort of lifting a finger. Song Pahan looked upon Huang Yueli with admiration as he kept fawning on her. Lu Bian paid the dust of his clothes and spoke out gloomily, what broken mechanism is this, and how many years has it not been activated? To actually accumulate so much dust. This divine doctor's hairstyle is already messed up, even my clothes are crumpled. However, he was only tainted with some fallen dust and appeared a little disheveled, whereas Meng Wanner was in a much more terrible state than him. Her cultivation was too weak and moreover, earlier in order to spy on Huang Yueli, she didn't listen to instructions to back off, so she was standing a little too near. In the end, when the mechanism activated, she was sprayed with a face full of dust and following that, many rocks also fell onto her body. These stones were actually not very large, but the impact of it being shot out by the activation of the mechanism made it shoot out at an unusually fast speed. Plus the fact that the quantity was in masses, there were some which landed consecutively on Meng Wanner and quite a number even crashed on her face. In a short couple of breaths, it caused Meng Wanner to be bruised so badly that she looked like a pig head. Huang Yueli saw this from her peripheral view and almost couldn't stifle her laughter, and she expended a huge amount of effort before she managed to keep it in. Cough cough, I say, let's not stay in a daze right here, hurry on and go out to see what's going on. The crowd all nodded their heads and followed her out of the cave. The outside of the cave entrance was a dark corridor. The crowd walked along the corridor and not too long later, they came to a huge, spacious hall. This hall was round-shaped and it was constructed with a sumptuous feel, and the surrounding walls were sparkling with a faint gold luster. The crowd stood in the middle of the large hall and they could sense the heaven and earth, profound chi, which were gathered from the surroundings. After realizing this, everyone appeared shocked and joyful, as they all started exclaiming in admiration. The profound chi here, it's so dense. At least 10 times of Sky Emperor City. That's right, if we were to cultivate here, our efforts would definitely be cut short by half. Could it be that this underground palace has a spirit gathering array set up? Huang Yueli shook her head when she heard that. No, this is not the spirit gathering array, but the spirit gathering effect from these Tenro star rocks. Tenro star rocks? What are these things? Song Pujun asked with a puzzled expression on his face. He was a 9th stage realm peak practitioner and had been established for many years, so he self-professed that he was experienced and knowledgeable, but the Tenro star rocks that Huang Yueli mentioned was something that even he had not heard before. Instead, Lu Bian immediately understood it and spoke out in surprise. So, these are the Tenro star rocks? So many Tenro star rocks around, it's simply unimaginable. Song Pahun asked, curiously, Divine Dr. Lu, what are Tenro star rocks? Why is it that we've never heard of it? It's only normal that you've not heard of it. Tenro star rock is a kind of 9th-tiered material and has always been extremely rare. These kinds of rocks naturally have spirit-gathering effects, and it could gather the surrounding heaven and earth's profound chi. The effects are even much better than a 9th-grade spirit-gathering array. A supplementary profound armament only needs 1 fingernail-sized Tenro star rocks, and it will be able to aid the 9th stage realm practitioner to cultivate. Huang Yueli nodded her head. Senior brother is indeed knowledgeable. That's exactly so. When she said that, both Song Pujun and Song Pahun were tongue-tied as their eyeballs almost dropped out from their sockets. This thing is actually so valuable? 1 fingernail size can create a 9th-tiered profound armament? Then, this entire wall is made out of the Tenro star rock, so how much would this entire piece be worth? Song Pahun suddenly had an idea. Why not, we knock 1 piece off and bring it back? Huang Yueli didn't know if she should laugh or cry on hearing that. What's going on? You're actually even greedier towards money than me. To tell you the truth, if we are able to knock these Tenro star rocks down and bring it back, I'd have done so long ago. Alas, the Tenro star rocks are extremely solid and without using a special method, it's impossible to break it. Besides that, there's so many mechanisms and defense arrays around, if we cause damage to the wall, God knows what will happen. It's better not to think so much and consider how to leave this place first. Listening to her words, the crowd finally calmed down from the shock and once again turned their thoughts to the correct path. Li Moying had not been taking part in their discussion right from the start, but had been observing the situation around the surroundings. At this moment, he opened his mouth. That's right, you guys still want to smash the Tenro star rock and bring it back, I think. Whether we can find a way out is a big problem. He raised his chin and indicated for everyone to turn backwards. The crowd turned back and everyone was stunned, following that they all looked at each other in dismay. What situation is this? This hall actually has 8 doors? Don't tell me there's a total of 8 paths? Song Pahun cried out. Huang Yueli sighed, unfortunately, it really is like this. Earlier when they entered the hall, Huang Yueli already discovered this point. The Tenro star rocks were forged into the circular wall surface, and the gaps were well distributed. In between a small distance was an arched door, and there were a total of 8 doors. Among those doors, one of them was the one which led them out from the storage room earlier. Other than the one which we came by earlier, there's a total of 7 doors, and we don't know where it leads to. Huang Yueli said helplessly as she explained the situation. Lu Bian kept sizing those doors up and frowned. If there's really no choice, then let's just open one at a time to check. Saying that, he walked directly towards one of the doors and grabbed hold of the handle as he wanted to open it. Huang Yueli's color changed abruptly and immediately cried out, "Senior brother, don't you wish to live any longer? It's dangerous. Quickly move aside." The moment Lu Bian turned the door knob, he already realized that something was amiss, because there was a slight sound coming from inside the door, and from the sound of it, it sounded like some mechanism being activated. He was also an experienced practitioner, and he knew that things were not going well, hence, he instantly retreated. Just at the instant when he was retreating backwards while evading, a few PFF sounds rang continuously. The door suddenly opened wide and countless arrows shot out from the cave. The sharp tips gave off a terrifying cold glint, which could be seen in the dim and dark hall, while it was shot out. Even if Lu Bian's ability was overbearing and he managed to retreat in time, but there were still some arrows which brushed past him, tearing the cloth on his shoulder. Lu Bian was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. This underground palace is indeed filled with mechanisms everywhere. Moreover, what mechanism is this? Why is it that the speed of the arrows were able to reach this degree? A mechanism which was able to hurt a 9th stage realm peak practitioner was not commonly seen. Huang Yueli frowned as she said, "This isn't some ordinary early historical remains. Just based on the undergoing palace's owner, for him to be able to get so many Tenro star rocks to construct this huge hall, we are able to know just what kind of overbearing ability he had when he built this underground palace that year. Everyone must be extremely prudent. This place is simply too dangerous, and if you're not careful, even if everyone here is in 9th stage realm peak, there is a possibility of you losing your life here." Seeing Lu Bian's disheveled look, everyone was trembling in their hearts, so naturally they didn't dare to act rashly. Everyone quietened down and started to crack their brains to find a way out. Song Pahun pondered and spoke out slowly, "I've not expected that behind every single door, there seem to be various kinds of mechanisms, so we've run into big trouble this time round. Could it be that we need to wait for Master Bai to decode all these mechanisms one by one, then choose a route to try right? But in this way, it will definitely be very time-consuming?" Lu Bian nodded his head, "That's right. If it's only these mechanisms behind these 8 doors, which need to be decoded, then it's fine. But perhaps behind every single door, there might be other split paths, and by the time we turn here and there, who knows how much time we need to spend." Everyone present had all explored different kinds of mystic regions, and had experienced multiple times of experience learning where they were trapped in the early historical remains. To them it was really not considered as something strange. If they had ample time to slowly seek a way out, that wouldn't matter. But now the problem was they needed to leave this place as soon as possible and meet with the Ghost Mask Man on the agreed date at Lone Sky Summit. If they were trapped here in the underground palace for a year or so, would the Ghost Mask Man continue waiting? Moreover, although Li Moying had already taken the simplified version of the purified pill and also put on the claret bracelet, he looked different from an ordinary person on the surface. But no one could really tell how long this medicinal effect would last. As long as they hadn't obtained the bipolar black orchid to refine the purified pill, his soul detachment illness would not be cured completely, and the secret ailment will always remain within, so who knew when it would suddenly relapse. Thinking of this, everyone's heart was extremely anxious. Even Huang Yueli appeared extremely despondent, and she leaned against Li Moying with a ghastly pale face, muttering to herself. What should we do now? What exactly should we do? Just how much longer are we going to be trapped in this underground palace? If we really can't leave this place, what should we do? Even if we do leave this place, we will definitely not be able to make it in time. We're really finished. Moying, how? What should we do? She tugged Li Moying's collar and leaned against his chest, as though she felt that she was about to faint the very next moment. Lu Bian saw her acting like this, and had a rude shock as his heart was feeling out of sorts. In his impression, this junior sister of his would always remain calm and composed at any moment in time. No matter what kind of precarious situation she was in, even if everyone had already given up hope, she was still able to remain composed, to find the most effective and safest way out. Why had she turned so frail in such a short duration today? Could it be that it was really because of Li Moying's matter, which made her unable to calm down? Lu Bian was feeling suspicious, but he immediately voiced out to console her, "Junior sister, don't be anxious, let's think of some other ways. Everyone, let's come out with some ideas. Don't worry, junior sister, even if we have to open up every single door and try it out, we might still make it in time. Perhaps this underground palace is very small, so we might be able to find an exit in just a few steps." However, Huang Yueli remained having a desperate look as she shook her head weakly. "No, impossible. We are definitely a goner this time for sure. This underground palace definitely takes up a vast plot of land, you don't need to console me." But, Lu Bian was tongue-tied, as this was the first time he discovered that his own junior sister was just like any ordinary young lady, suddenly turning unreasonable. Just at this moment, an unexpected voice suddenly rang in front of the crowd. "Young Master Li, don't you all worry, I have a way to bring you all out." Everyone was stunned, thinking that they had heard it wrongly. When they hurriedly turned around, they realized that the person who spoke earlier was actually the completely forgotten Wanner. At this moment, Meng Wanner strode forward with determined doorsteps and walked out from the crowd. Not knowing what kind of ointment had she applied on her face, the pig-headed, swollen face seemed to show signs of having swelled down. Moreover, at this moment, her face was filled with a smile, and she had ample confidence in her tone while speaking. "Young Master Li, rest assured. I have some understanding towards this underground palace's situation, and I know exactly how we should leave this place. Just follow me, and that will do." Li Moying's gaze was profound as he turned towards Meng Wanner and spoke in a deep voice, "You have a way to lead us out?" Those starry, profound black pupils of his were fixated on Meng Wanner, and her heart was pounding wildly to the limit, so agitated that she almost jumped up. This was the first time that Li Moying had looked at her in the eye, and moreover, using such an attentive gaze. Meng Wanner was extremely excited as she puffed out her chest to reveal a sweet smile. "Young Master Li, you didn't hear me wrong. You don't need to worry about being trapped in this place, because with me around, I will bring you out." She self-assumed that she had given an extremely beautiful smile, but in actual fact, when paired with that blue-blackish face, not only did it contain any aesthetic value, it even made one feel extremely uncomfortable. Li Moying couldn't help but frowned and almost couldn't maintain the expression on his face. When Huang Yueli saw that, she hurriedly pinched Li Moying and even transmitted a secret message to warn him to endure it, and he absolutely cannot spoil her plan. Li Moying felt that he was mentally tortured and was feeling indignant as he couldn't help but stare at the little fox in his arms. Huang Yueli hurriedly placated him through secret transmission, "Moying, just sacrifice a little of your looks, anyway you won't lose any piece of meat." Meng Wanner had finally gotten hooked, so let's see where she is going to lead us to exactly. If Li Moying didn't manage to endure it and the plan fell through where he really punched Meng Wanner, then the act that she had put on earlier was really wasted. She had not worked hard to put on such a good show for many years, not to mention acting so weak and frail, as though she totally couldn't bear to suffer any blows at all. Earlier when Lu Bian revealed the terrified expression, she almost wanted to end up laughing. Luckily, Meng Wanner jumped in on time and moreover, even unsuspectingly revealed her ace up her sleeve, which made Huang Yueli heave a sigh of relief. If Meng Wanner really hadn't expressed anything, and even didn't have any action when the crowd were already extremely despondent from not being able to find the way out, then Huang Yueli really had to worry about what Meng Wanner was really scheming on. But now, since Meng Wanner already said she wanted to lead the way, then her motive was already out in the open by a large half. It looked like everyone's guess wasn't wrong at all. Meng Wanner had indeed intentionally triggered the mechanism at the foot of Lone Sky Summit, making them fall into this underground palace. Moreover, there was a 99% chance that this was related to the Ghost Mask Man. After all, he was the one who invited Li Moying and her to Lone Sky Summit. At the present moment, the only thing which they were unclear of was, where was Meng Wanner intending to bring them to? The ghost-masked man tried ways and means to lure them to this ghostly place. What was his intention? Huang Yueli's thoughts kept on roving, and although her face maintained an expression which looked as though she was about to faint, grabbing on tightly to Li Moying's sleeve as she refused to let go. Meng Wanner's sight landed on Huang Yueli's ghastly white face, and a sliver of ridicule flashed past her eyes. Wasn't this wretched lass usually very awesome and very arrogant, very capable? Who would have known that when she really came to the early historical remains and met with danger, she was actually scared stiff in a few mere moments, till she was totally helpless. From her looks, if it wasn't for Li Moying who stayed by her side to protect her, she would probably have lost her life long ago. This kind of useless flower vase could actually gain the affection of a fine man like Li Moying. Meng Wanner laughed coldly in her heart as she was even more determined to make use of this chance to perform well, to show Li Moying her, Meng Wanner prowess, thus planting love from the bottom of his heart. In this way, after Bai Ruoli, that wretched lass had died, she would be able to replace her immediately. Thinking of this, Meng Wanner's smile grew even more self-confident. Young Master Li, please follow me. Don't you have an urgent matter to settle at Lone Sky Summit? If we continue to delay, who knows how much time we are going to waste. Saying that, she casted a flirtatious gaze at Li Moying as she turned around and walked towards one of the doors. Wait. Before Li Moying had even spoken, Lu Bian couldn't endure it any further as he burst out. His gaze was filled with suspicions as he looked closely at Meng Wanner. Young Miss Meng, how did you suddenly recognize the roads in the underground palace? Earlier when we were in the storage room, didn't you say that you don't know anything yourself, and you're not sure how to leave this place? Just how long has passed and you suddenly recognize the road already? Not only him, Song Pujun also frowned as he spoke out. That's right, what's going on? Isn't your change a little too swift? Meng Wanner's smile froze, but quickly resumed back to normal as she smiled and said, earlier when we were in the storage room, I hadn't reacted over, but later on when we came to this huge hall, I then discovered that this underground palace seemed to be recorded in one of Ice Serpent Valley's ancient records. This is one of the bases of God Realm's sacred phoenix race, and a large quantity of treasures are hidden in here. Moreover, coincidentally, that ancient manual even recorded the entrance and exit paths for this underground palace. Lu Bian still didn't quite believe her. Really? Since it's a God Realm's turf, such an important historical remains actually has an unofficial biography divulged to outsiders? Actually, Meng Wanner didn't know what kind of clan was the sacred phoenix race, and she had merely heard the ghost-masked man speak of this, hence she just repeated what she heard. Now on hearing Lu Bian's queries, she started to skimp on the details. This. How would I know? Anyway, Ice Serpent Valley has this manual, and it had already been around for many years, so I also don't know where they got this from back then. But Ice Serpent Valley's inheritance had been around for tens of thousands of years, and we might possibly have some dealings with this sacred phoenix race in the ancient times. She explained it in this way, and wasn't totally unacceptable. After all, the old stuff that had happened tens of thousands of years ago couldn't be explained clearly, and there was no way to verify it as well, so wasn't it just up to her to make it up? Lu Baiyan's suspicions were not lessened, but he didn't know what else to say. He turned around and took a look at Huang Yueli as he asked, "Junior sister, how do you feel? Should we let young Miss Meng try and lead the way?" Whereas for Huang Yueli now, her mind had already wandered off somewhere. On hearing Meng Wanner mentioning the three words sacred phoenix race, she and Li Moying both jolted as they secretly exchanged a glance. Only the two of them knew that Huang Yueli's current life's body was possibly flowing with sacred phoenix race's blood. And that Huang Yueli had once entered sacred phoenix race's inheritance tower, passing through the assessment and obtained a large amount of phoenix blood as a reward. But now, according to Meng Wanner's statement, the underground palace which they stepped foot into was sacred phoenix race's turf. Huang Yueli's feelings were a little complicated. In her past life, she had also entered this underground palace, but had never once thought that it would be so deeply related to her. Just that she didn't know if what Meng Wanner said was true or not. Junior sister? What's the matter with you?" Lu Baiyan saw her not speaking as he called out to her a few more times. Huang Yueli then regained her senses and said, "Senior brother, I'm fine." Lu Baiyan frowned slightly. "Your complexion is simply too terrible. Do you need to take a rest? Don't be too worried. When the boat gets to the pier head, it will go straight with the current and we will definitely be able to leave this place." Huang Yueli nodded her head and, "Senior brother, relax, I know." Meng Wanner kept sniggering in silence by the side. Had this wretched lass so scared that her senses were unclear? Could it be that she had the premonition that she would die at this place? Meng Wanner took a step forward as she totally ignored Huang Yueli. Right from the start, only Li Moying's perfectly suave and cold countenance entered her pair of big eyes. "Young Master Li, what do you guys intend to do?" Li Moying felt a wave of disgust sweeping over him once again, and only after Huang Yueli poked him again did he unwillingly open his mouth. "Since, young Miss Meng, you have so much confidence, then we will trouble you to lead the way for us." Meng Wanner thought that she had finally won Li Moying's attention as joy spread over her face, and she replied quickly, "All right, young Master Li, just watch what I've got." Finishing her sentence, she didn't forget to shoot a provocative gaze at Huang Yueli as she walked towards the third door from the left. Meng Wanner recalled the key which the ghost-masked man had taught her as she stretched out her hand and pressed several times along the frame of the door. A soft clack sound was heard and that huge door slowly opened up. The moment the room door opened up, everyone perked up their senses as they put on a defensive stance that they possibly might need to deal with the traps that could appear. However, no accidents happened at all. The room door opened up quietly to reveal a long corridor behind it. When Meng Wanner opened the door, she herself was on tenterhooks as she was worried that the ghost mask man might not have stated it clearly enough, or perhaps she might have understood wrongly. As long as there was a slight mistake, to her, that meant a disaster which might result in the loss of her life. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Meng Wanner felt that victory was already beckoning to her, and she felt extremely delighted as she puffed out her chest and turned her head back to say, "All right, we will leave from this path and that will do. Everyone quickly follow up, because there are a lot of mechanisms here, so if anyone falls behind the group and any accidents happen, I will not be able to save you." Song Pujun showed an astonished expression. What situation is this now? Meng Wanner actually managed to open the door successfully and not trigger any mechanism? Could she really know how to leave this place? Lu Baiyan's brows were tightly creased right from the start. Isn't this a little too abnormal? This matter. There's definitely something fishy going on. Whereas at this moment, Huang Yueli and Li Moying had already walked right next to their sides. Huang Yueli took a look at the both of them and said, "All right, stop your wild guesses. Let's follow up first and we can talk about all these later on. Right now, she had already regained her usual composed and steady look, whereas that frail and weak image that she portrayed earlier was gone with the wind. Lu Bian took a look at the expression on her face and instantly understood what happened as he said, "Junior sister, could it be that earlier you—" "Hush." Huang Yueli raised one finger next to her lips and made a silence sign. "Meng Wanner is already looking at us, let's hurry over." The few of them also reacted as they instantly put their hearts at ease while following behind Huang Yueli and Li Moying as they entered the corridor. This underground palace's corridor was extremely long, and the group followed behind Meng Wanner for almost 1 hour before they saw another door appearing in front of their eyes. Meng Wanner managed to open the door with ease as she led them to yet another large hall. Looking at the large hall scenario, the crowd were all dumbstruck. Because this large hall was exactly the same as the previous one, which was also constructed with the Tenro star rocks, and the large hall was filled with thick heaven and earth profound qi. Even the surroundings were evenly distributed with 8 doors, which was exactly the same as earlier. If it wasn't for the fact that the walls' paintings weren't the same, all of them might assume that they had just gone one big round, only to come back to the starting point. As they walked into the second large hall, Huang Yueli's footsteps paused for a moment as her vision landed on the 4 walls. She pondered and said, "Looks like this place indeed is Sacred Phoenix Race's ruins." Li Moying followed her line of vision when he heard that. He realized that on the walls of the large hall, the intricate wall murals, especially above their heads, was depicted with a picture of a phoenix, which looked especially real. This phoenix was extremely beautiful and looked vividly realistic. The feathers on it were extremely detailed as every single piece of it was distinctly shown. Its head was raised as it was crying to the skies and both wings were flapping, so even if they knew that it was just a painting, it made one develop an illusion as though it would tear itself out from the walls at any moment in time. When they met with the phoenix's eyes, there was even a feeling that the surrounding air had turned even hotter than before. Seeing Huang Yueli and Li Moying stopping in their tracks, Lu Bian and the others were surprised, hence they also lifted up their heads and looked at the murals. Heavens, this is a phoenix? One of the ancient spiritual beasts? Lu Bian exclaimed with shock. So, this kind of ancient spiritual beast really exists under this heavens. Song Pejun and the others also scared in curiosity. So beautiful, so the phoenix looks like this. I heard that the ancient god clans have overbearing abilities, and their innate talents are so outstanding that its clansmen were even able to rear ancient spiritual beasts. I wonder if it's true or not. Huang Yueli's lips curled when she heard their little discussion. It's true, of course it's true. Moreover, Lu Bian, Song Pejun and some others had actually seen her Wang Kai with their own eyes. Only thing was Huang Yueli had been lying to them that it was just a mutated rosefinch. Rosefinches were 9th-tiered magical beasts, and the various species of mutation was naturally even stronger. Lu Bian and the rest had never seen other phoenixes, so they trusted Huang Yueli very much. Moreover speaking, little Wang Kai was so fat, and as compared to the cool huge phoenix, they really couldn't tell that it was the same species. She wondered how shocked would Lu Bian and the rest be when they find out the truth in future. As Huang Yueli was thinking about little Wang Kai, suddenly she heard little Wang Kai's voice in her mind. "Female devil, let me out, I want to go out." Huang Yueli was a little surprised by cause little Wang Kai was fire attributed and ice and fire were naturally contradictory, so ever since they entered the northern ice fields, Wang Kai wasn't accustomed to this extreme cold weather and air which was filled with ice attributed energy, so it had been hiding inside the Sky Phoenix ring, totally unwilling to come out. Huang Yueli also didn't want to release it because after all, a dubious intended outsider Meng Wanner was around, and if she saw through any flaws, they would easily meet with trouble. Thinking of this, Huang Yueli hurriedly pacified it. "You'd better not come down first and properly stay inside the Sky Phoenix ring and cultivate. Elder sister needs to deal with some important matters for now. When we leave the northern ice fields, it's up to you to play wherever you want, and I'll personally roast chicken drumsticks for you to eat. However, little Wang Kai still wanted to come out, not even caring about its favorite roasted chicken drumsticks. Don't want, female devil, I must come out, let me out. When Huang Yueli heard that this snotty brat actually started running a dye house when she gave him some leeway and instantly changed her tone. No way, you can't come out. You'd better listen on dietly, and if you make any more noise, don't blame me for spanking your butt later. Little Wang Kai was indeed a coward who was afraid of the strong and bullied the weak, so when he heard this threat, he immediately stopped a little. However, it remained silent for a mere moment when it started crying out in irreconciliation once again. Female devil, don't you think? Don't you even think about applying domestic violence on this lord, be careful that this lord runs away from home. Huang Yueli spoke chillingly, Amen, sure, if you have the ability to leave this home then go on ahead, I guarantee that I will not stop you. As Huang Yueli's spiritual artifact, little Wang Kai totally had no way to leave its spiritual weapon too far apart, and even if it wanted to run away, it was impossible, so Huang Yueli had no fear at all. Little Wang Kai was so angry that it kept grinding its teeth, but yet it could not do anything to its female master. After a while later, it weakly opened its mouth once again, Female devil, never mind if you don't let me out, but I sensed that there's a very, very, very important treasure here, so you must get it for me. Otherwise, I will keep making noise until you have no way to sleep at night. Hearing that, Huang Yueli's brows rose up. This stinky brat totally didn't learn to be obedient at all, it didn't even forget to threaten its master? She wanted to teach him some love education, but instantly changed her mind when she heard the word treasure. After all, little Wang Kai was an ancient spiritual beast and ordinary treasure, even if it was a ninth-tiered profound armament, it was no different from a broken piece of junk in its eyes. But now, little Wang Kai actually said that there was a treasure in the underground palace. Moreover, it even said 3 consecutive very to describe this treasure. This went to show that no matter what this underground palace was hiding, it was definitely something very valuable, a 7, possibly a rare grade treasure even in God realm. This kind of treasure, since it's already right under their eyelids, if she didn't manage to obtain it, it simply would make her feel uncomfortable everywhere. But considering their current predicament, which they were facing right now, Huang Yueli silently questioned in her heart, what treasure do you think this is? How far is it from us right now? Little Wang Kai flapped its wings and said anxiously, I also can't tell what it is, only sensing that it's extremely valuable and extremely attractive, so I must get it. Moreover, it's already very close to us right now, and it's just behind the door to your right-hand side. I have a feeling that once we open that door, we will be able to see it. Oh, really? Huang Yueli was tempted as she turned her head and looked towards the right side. To tell the truth, she really couldn't tell what was so unusual about the door on the right. In actual fact, the 8 doors in this large hall all looked the same from the exterior, and there was simply no difference to speak of. But little Wang Kai's words would absolutely not be a mistake. Huang Yueli thought for a while and stopped in her tracks, and at the same time, tugged Li Moying. Whereas at this moment, Meng Wanner had already stopped on the second door from the left. Realizing that the both of them didn't follow along, Meng Wanner turned her head around and stared at Huang Yueli with a slightly impatient gaze. Young Miss Bai, why are you walking so slowly? Haven't I said this earlier? You must follow me properly. If you don't wish to leave, then will you please stay on your own and not drag young Master Li down with you? Meng Wanner shit disdainful gaze at Huang Yueli. If it was possible, she would rather Huang Yueli not be able to chase up with the group or perhaps trigger some mechanism accidentally to be left behind. But Li Moying was constantly by Huang Yueli's side, and if Huang Yueli didn't follow along, Li Moying would definitely also go missing. Hence, Meng Wanner had no choice but to call out for them to chase up. Whoever knew that Huang Yueli seemed as though she didn't hear what the latter said as she just pulled Li Moying's sleeve and swayed his hands. Moying, I want to take a look at that side, accompany me there for a while. She pointed to the door on the right. Li Moying lowered his head, and seeing his little fox's big eyes with an anticipative look, his heart jumped and immediately nodded his head as he said, "All right." Huang Yueli showed a smile and pulled Li Moying's hand as they walked over to the right side. Meng Wanner immediately shouted out when she saw this, "Stop there." Huang Yueli ignored her and continued walking towards the door on the right. Meng Wanner immediately ran over and blocked the both of them. She casted a vicious gaze at Huang Yueli and spoke out in an exasperated manner, "By Ruoli, what are you trying to do? Didn't I tell you all to follow me? How can you not listen to my instructions and run about on your own? Don't you know how dangerous the underground palace is?" Meng Wanner added one more sentence in her heart, "Forget it if you run about on your own, why must you drag my male god along?" Huang Yueli took a look at her and spoke in neither a warm nor cold tone, "Sorry young Miss Meng, I really meant to open up that door and take a look right now, and I'd be done real quickly, so can I trouble you to wait a while for me? Of course, if anyone can't wait, you can also leave with young Miss Meng first, Moying, and I will chase up to you shortly." Huang Yueli's words were out across rather politely because she indeed didn't require anyone to stay and wait for her. In actual fact, she felt that it was best if Meng Wanner could leave first in case later on when she retrieves the treasure, Meng Wanner would see it. However, the others present were all on Huang Yueli's side, and although they didn't know what she wanted to do, they all stood by her side unconditionally and all expressed their willingness to stay behind and wait for her. When Meng Wanner heard that, she was simply infuriated. "All of you. What do you mean by this? Do you know or not just how many mechanisms and arrays are there in this underground palace? Even if I know how to leave this place, I cannot guarantee that no accidents will happen along the entire journey. You all actually still want to wander around? Did you really think that this was your home's rear garden? What should we do if you open that door and some mechanism is triggered?" Huang Yueli remained composed. "Many thanks to young Miss Meng for your concern, but I myself is an armament master, so I'm very good at decoding various mechanisms. I will take care of this small issue myself, so I will not trouble you. Earlier I've also said that if you feel that it's unsafe here, or if you can't wait, then go ahead and leave first." Meng Wanner was stuffed back by her words and didn't know what else to say. Whereas for Lu Bian and the rest, they all expressed, "No matter, young Miss Bai, go on and do whatever you need to do, we'll wait here for you." Meng Wanner simply wanted to throw up a mouthful of old blood. She had tirelessly led the way and thought that she had already expressed her importance in this team, making everyone see her in a new light and listen to her totally. Whoever knew that, they still only had Huang Yueli in their eyes. Even if they knew that Huang Yueli was evidently going to create trouble, all of them just let her be and insisted on standing on her side. On what basis? However, no matter how irreconcilable Meng Wanner was, there wasn't much use as all the others had already stopped, as their feet didn't move at all. What was the use of her leaving on her own? As she had no choice, Meng Wanner could only stay on. Looking at Huang Yueli walking towards that tightly shut door on the right, Meng Wanner couldn't help but cursed silently, "This ignorant woman, don't even think about where she was and dared to go about recklessly opening the doors." She really wished that an incredible mechanism would pop out later, best if it was that kind which Lu Bian had met with earlier, directly shooting this wretched lass to death. Alas, no matter how begrudging Meng Wanner was, her curses didn't take any effect at all. Huang Yueli was truly a 9th-ranked armament master who could even restore such a complex ancient mechanism in Ice Serpent Valley, so how was it even possible for her to be defeated by a mere door? She stood in front of the door and observed it in great detail, before she raised her right hand the shot out 7 to right hand gestures. The array patterns which were carved on the sides of the door slowly lit up and gradually diminished. Following that, she pressed a few rocks on the sides of the door before she pushed down the handle and gently opened the door. The room door was slowly activated and there weren't any arrows or daggers of any kind which shot out. Originally on high alert, standing beside Huan Yueli's side, Li Moying finally heaved a sigh of relief. When the room door was almost opened fully, Huan Yueli took a step forward and walked right in. But just at the instant when her left foot was about to cross over the threshold, suddenly, a loud boom sound was heard coming from inside of the room. Immediately following that, a blinding red glint scuttled out from the room abruptly and pounced onto Huan Yueli. The change in this instance happened simply too quickly, as though it was just in a blink of an eye. The originally normal-looking door had turned into a bundle of extremely strong flame and moreover, it rapidly turned into a sea of fire, enveloping Huan Yueli's entire body into it. Leer! Li Moying's expression changed abruptly, and he stretched out his hand, hoping to help her block it off, but however, it was already too late. Huan Yueli's body was wrapped in intense flames as she fell head first towards the room door. Li Moying and Lu Bian rushed over at the same time, hoping to pull Huan Yueli out, but just at the instant when Huan Yueli fell in, the room door also shut tightly behind her. A crisp pong sound was heard, as it knocked right into everyone's heart. No. Leer! Li Moying pounced towards the door with inconsolable appellation, as he could no longer be bothered if there was any mechanism, and directly pushed the room door's handle, hoping to open the room door once again. However, the room that Huan Yueli had easily opened earlier, even though it was being brutally savaged by him right now, it totally didn't budge at all. No matter how he smashed it, or how he knocked, there was no response at all. On the other end of the door, Huan Yueli immediately felt something was amiss the minute she crossed the threshold. Only when she stood at the entrance of the room did she realize that the fire-attributed energy behind this door was simply too dense. Even though the large hall was constructed out of Tenro star rocks, the intensity of the heaven and earth profound chi was already very high, but the profound chi from the other side of the room was much higher by several times. Just as she felt that something was wrong and wanted to retreat backwards, a ball of extremely scorching intense flame suddenly scuttered out, enveloping her entire body. Moreover, the room seemed to be filled with a mysterious pulling force as it wrested her forward. She totally could not fight against such a strong strength, and in an instant, she was pulled behind the door. The scorching flame started to burn every single inch of her body. But she didn't feel uncomfortable at all, and on the contrary, it felt rather comfortable. She realized at the first moment that the ball of flame which enveloped around her was a kind of deviant flame. To ordinary practitioners, facing this scorching deviant flame would cause them to burn into a crisp within a second. But as a god-grade fire-attributed practitioner, to be enveloped by such a thick and pure fire-attributed energy made Huan Yueli feel comfortable from head to toe. She stretched out her right hand in midair and silently chanted the mnemonic chant from 9 Phoenix transformations, and cried out lowly, "Keep." The originally arrogant and wantonly burning deviant flame, under the control of her hand gestures, started to shake, as though it was afraid of the powerful innate talent coming from her. The flames around her slowly extinguished, and immediately following that, a small ball of deviant flame spark appeared in her palm. That ball of spark was slightly dim, and there was even a hint of black chi puffing out indistinctively. Although it had already been controlled by Huan Yueli, but it still scattered around flamboyantly. Huan Yueli blinked her eyes, and a hint of joy surfaced on her watery pupils. "That's great. This deviant flame contains thick, dark, attributed energy. Could this be the remote transient secret fire?" She saw that there was no one around, and with a chant in her mind, she released little Wang Kai out. Little Wang Kai had grown quite a lot by now, and although it was already the size of a mother hen, it was still round, and the action of flapping its wings was rather strenuous, which made one worry about the fact that it was so heavy. So was it even able to fly at all? Would it fly in the sky and then land head first onto the ground while in the middle of flying? Little Wang Kai blinked and instantly turned into a bun-faced little Shota as his pair of sparkly eyes shone, while he stared at the deviant flame in Huan Yueli's palm. What you said is right, this is the remote transient secret fire. In God Realm's deviant flame chart, this deviant flame spark is ranked number 2. Huang Yueli's heart was jubilant. The remote transient secret fire, just second to true phoenix fire, and moreover it was the one and only dark attributed deviant flame on the deviant flame chart. Dark attribute characteristic was originally a rare attribute and moreover it was extremely difficult to fuse with fire attributed energy, hence it was extremely unstable. Only under an especially harsh underlying condition and through coincidence would it be able to fuse into the remote transient secret fire. In terms of rarity, the remote transient secret fire was considered as the rarest deviant flame. Huang Yueli satisfactorily kept this removed transient secret fire into her body and patted little Wang Kai's furry head. It's all thanks to you, little fellow. When we return, I'll reward you with roasted drumsticks, no matter how much you want, you can have them all. Ancient spiritual beast's senses were indeed very sensitive, to be able to sense even the deviant flame hidden behind the mechanism. If it wasn't for little Phoenix's reminder, she would have brushed past the remote transient secret fire. Saying that, she stood up and turned around as she wanted to return back on the original route. Whoever knew that she had just taken a step out when she was tugged on hard by little Wang Kai who was behind her. Wait. Female devil, don't leave. Huang Yueli lowered her head and carried him up. All right, stop making a din and obediently return to the Sky Phoenix ring. Now if not the time for you to come out and have fun, so just endure for a few more days. We have to hurry back now, otherwise Moying and the rest would definitely go mad from anxiety. She was enveloped by the remote transient secret flame earlier and disappeared behind the door, so Li Moying and the rest definitely thought that she had met with danger. However, Wang Kai refused to do as she said as it kicked its little short legs. Let me down, let me down. How can you tear the bridge after you cross the river? Little Wang Kai's big round eyes were filled with an accusative glare as it fixated onto Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli's brows creased slightly, what crossing the river and tearing down the bridge? Little Wang Kai put one hand on its hip and the other finger pointed at Huang Yueli's nose as it spoke out angrily, don't act blur, I'm talking about you. You took away the deviant flame spark and just left me alone? Want to leave just like this? I haven't even gotten my treasure yet. Huang Yueli was dazed for a moment before she realized what was going on. She instantly got excited as she couldn't even be bothered to haggle over the fact that little Wang Kai pointed its finger at her as she spoke out in joy. What? Could it be that you mean, the treasure that you're talking about is actually not the remote transient secret fire? There's something more valuable than the remote transient secret fire, and it's just nearby? Little Wang Kai raised its chin and spoke out in an extremely tsundere tone, that's of course. Although the remote transient secret fire is rarely seen, but it cannot be compared to this Lord's true phoenix fire, so how can it be considered as an important treasure? Just a little too common. You're belittling this Lord's foresight. This little thing was extremely smug, and if it was usual times, Huang Yueli would usually say some sarcastic things about him. But now, all she had in her mind was the treasure as she immediately let little Wang Kai down while saying, what is the treasure that you're talking about? Where is it? Quickly bring me over. Little Wang Kai nodded its head and when its feet landed onto the ground, it dashed forward to the front. Huang Yueli quickly chased up to its pace. It was until now that she had the free time to observe the place where she was located. The back of this door was not an ordinary corridor, but a rather luxurious room as its decor was extremely soft. There was a huge bed with netting around it and also a dressing table. Looked like it was the room of an aristocratic young lady. The surrounding of this room was set up with extremely complicated mechanisms and arrays, and earlier, the remote transient secret fire that attacked her was part of the mechanism. Luckily it was her. If it was anyone else who didn't had such a high dire attributed innate talent like her, that person would probably had been captured by the remote transient secret fire in an instance, burning so badly that their entire body had turned into ash, so even if they didn't died, they would also be left with half a life left. Just as Huang Yueli was gazing around, little Wang Kai had already ran towards the big cabinet in one corner of the room. "It's inside this cabinet, female devil, open it quickly and take a look." There was an extremely large mechanism lock hanging on the handle of the cabinet, and just from the appearance of the engraved array patterns on the surface, one knew that it was extremely difficult to open it. If not for so, little Wang Kai would have already pounced and made a grab for it, so would it even bother about Huang Yueli who was behind? Under little Wang Kai's extremely hungry attentive gaze, Huang Yueli walked in quick steps and turned her head sideways to observe the mechanism lock in front of her. After a while later, her face revealed a smile. "This mechanism lock is rather interesting." Little Wang Kai didn't bother about her intention, and on seeing her smiling, it immediately stomped its feet from anxiety. Can you open it or not? Aren't you a 9th-ranked armament master? Can't even settle this small thing? Quickly. He held on to Huang Yuli's thigh as he refused to let go. Huang Yuli was still unhurried. "This is a god-grade mechanism lock, and the workmanship is complicated, so even if I have the ability, I cannot just decode it forcibly." Seeing little Wang Kai becoming so anxious that its feathers were all ruffled, she then laughed as she continued, "But there's no need for me to decode it because I have the bloodline of the sacred phoenix race." Saying that, Huang Yueli took out a dagger from her realm ring and cut a slit on her finger. Blood started seeping out and flowed down her fair like snow skin, as it appeared extremely eye-piercing. She didn't hesitate as she smeared her blood on her finger on the engraved pattern, and the blood was instantly sucked in silently. Huang Yueli carefully smeared her blood on every single part of the engraving before she retracted her hand and took a step backwards. Both little Wang Kai and her large eyes stared wide, waiting for the mechanism lock to be activated. A slight clack was heard and the mechanism lock swayed as it landed onto the ground, while the wooden cabinet door slowly opened up to both sides. She had seen this mechanism lock's array patterns thrice before this. The first time was in the side courtyard of South Yu Kingdom Duke's mansion, whereby Lu Feng had left her the blood feather silk cage, while the second time was in Celestial Light Academy, also on the mechanism which Bai Lu Feng left behind. Whereas the third time was at the exterior of the Sacred Phoenix Race's inheritance tower. So it was imaginable just how important the bloodline inheritance of the ancient god clans was, hence there were many mechanisms which were related to the clan's bloodline. Huang Yueli took a step forward when she saw the cabinet door fully opened, to check out the thing inside the wooden cabinet. 9th-level medicinal pills, 9th-level medicinal ingredients, and a couple of shabby scrolls. Everything looked rather valuable, but she simply didn't feel that any one of it was worth much higher than the remote transient secret fire. Just as she was extremely puzzled, suddenly she heard a whoosh and a round ball-like figure scuttered out abruptly beside her. "Whoa, this is wonderful. I've always wanted this, I've finally got it. Ing, this lord, I am truly the most fortunate little phoenix under this heavens." Little Wang Kai carried the treasure in its hands, and was so happy that it kept rolling on the ground. Huang Yueli turned around and looked in astonishment, and on looking over, she saw little Wang Kai hugging a round-shaped stone in its hands. It was just merely the size of 2 fists, and the appearance was extremely rough while the color was a dim shade of maroon, totally unable to tell what was so special about it. Huang Yueli frowned and asked, "What's this thing? An armament refining material? Or some sort of raw spiritual jade stone?" She walked over and wanted to take that piece of rock, to have a look. Whoever knew that little Wang Kai looked at her defensively, putting on a deeply worried face as though she was going to snatch it away from him. "I'm not telling you. If I tell you, you will definitely snatch it away. This belongs to this lord." Finishing what he had to say, his figure suddenly flashed, and in the very next moment, He and the stone all entered into the space inside the Sky Phoenix ring. Huang Yueli was stunned and hadn't even recalled her senses for some time. What situation was this? Usually this little thing would not easily return to the Sky Phoenix ring once it came out unless she resorted to extreme methods to capture and throw it back. Today it was actually so proactive, running back inside by itself. Moreover, had it gone silly from being stuffed into the Sky Phoenix ring for too long? As a spiritual artifact, the treasure that it picked up would eventually belong to Huang Yueli, wasn't it? Whatever she wanted, she would just need to think of it and she would be able to get it, totally not something that little Phoenix could control. Wang Kai, what's the matter? Come out and explain. Huang Yueli asked unrelentlessly once again. Silence replied her. That wretched little brat actually learnt to play dead. Huang Yueli was totally speechless and suddenly recalled that she had already entered this room for a period of time. The most important thing right now was to hurry back and not let Li Moying and the others wait too long, otherwise she was afraid of some accident happening. As for little Phoenix's matter, that could be pushed back for later when she had more free time. Thinking of this, she hurriedly swept all the medicinal pills and ingredients in the wooden cabinet into her realm ring without looking, and then turned back towards the direction where she came from. In the large hall. As Huang Yueli suddenly disappeared, everyone fell into a state of panic. Li Moying banged and crashed against the door with all he had got, until the sides of his palms were covered in blood, but yet he still refused to stop. He even used 100% of his profound energy to impact the mechanism. When Lu Bian saw that, he hastily dashed over, hugging him into a deadlock, trying to pull him away from the door. However, Li Moying's strength was too strong and Lu Bian wasn't able to stop him at all. Luckily, Song Pajun and Song Pahun also came around to their senses in time as they hurried over to help, managing to pull Li Moying back by several meters. Lu Bian stared at him exasperatedly. Li Moying, are you insane? Do you know how terrifying these mechanisms are? Yet you want to try to decode it through brute force? Moreover, your ability isn't even enough right now. Even if you manage to do it, the backlash you will suffer is twice the amount. Do you still want your life or not? Li Moying was like a trapped wild beast, staring back at him deadly with blood-red eyes. Let me go. Lear fell in like that earlier, it's not as if you didn't see it. Heaven knows what kind of danger is she experiencing right now. I must go save her immediately. Saying that, he wanted to struggle again, and although Song Pajun and the others' cultivations were much higher than his, but they totally weren't able to suppress him at all. Lu Bian directly gave him a slap on the face and retorted furiously, can you calm down or not? We all know that Junior Sister is in danger right now, and we all want to save her. But acting recklessly like you will only just be sending yourself to die. If you suffer a serious backlash from the mechanism, how are you going to save Junior Sister? Lu Bian totally didn't restrain himself as he struck out a palm strike onto Li Moying's chest. Li Moying's emotions were unstable, and as he was being restrained by Song Pajun and Song Pajun, he didn't manage to evade in time and was sent flying directly. Young sect master! Song Pajun cried out in shock as he hurriedly pounced over to check on him. Seeing Li Moying throw up a mouthful of blood, he couldn't help but berated angrily, Divine Dr. Lu, you. How could you deal him with such a heavy blow? Lu Bian gave a cold snort, I just wanted to wake this lunatic up. It's already hard enough to try and find Junior Sister in this goddamn place, and yet he still can't remain calm. But there's no need to. Song Pajun wanted to say something more, but he heard Li Moying's deep voice from his back, enough, Pajun. Li Moying propped himself against the wall to climb up once again and wiped the blood stains from his lips as his expression was astute, but he had calmed down quite a bit. What Lu Bian said is right, I'm not calm at all. His character had always been cold, and no matter what happened, even if the world were to crumble in front of him, nothing would affect him much. However, Whenever it was matters related to Huang Yueli, every single time, it would easily trigger the innermost terror in his heart. Li Moying's hands clenched into fists tightly as his fingernails etched deeply into his palms as blood started to drip down. This kind of pain was helpful in aiding him to maintain his composure. Everyone come over and discuss about what ideas you have that might open up this door so that we can go in and save her. His words had just ended when Meng Wanner walked over. Young Master Li, you really want to save her? It's too dangerous. Li Moying seemed as though he had not heard a single thing, and he didn't even throw a glance at her. Meng Wanner almost burst from being ignored by him in this manner as she clenched her teeth and continued, Young Master Li, you must stay calm, think about it. Young Miss by herself is an extraordinary armament master, and although she met with danger, she will definitely be able to handle it. But you are not an armament master, so if you abruptly go and save her, just how huge is the risk that you will take? Perhaps it might be faster for her to save herself. Seeing that Li Moying still remaining silent, Meng Wanner persuaded once again, Young Master Li, I know that you guys have come to Lone Sky Summit because you have something urgent to do, and now that you're wasting the time in the underground palace to search for her, it's really an irrational thing to do. You should consider the priority of the matters. Before Meng Wanner could even finish her sentence, she suddenly let out an extremely terrified scream. Li Moying suddenly stretched out his hand and strangled her neck, lifting her into midair. That pair of usually cold peach blossom eyes was now filled with red veins entirely, and it looked extremely malevolent. To me, Lear's matters are the most important and more pressing. Do I need you, this slut top, tell me what to do? Simply looking for death. Li Moying's words took a pause as he simply could not suppress the anger in his heart. Originally, he didn't wanted to bother about Meng Wanner this clown, but this woman kept on buzzing and nagging around his side, and even said spiteful comments and asked him to abandon Lear. Huang Yueli's life, to him, was more important than anything else. If Huang Yueli had really died in the underground palace, then why would he still go look for the ghost-masked man for, and to obtain whatever bipolar black orchid? He rather chose to remain in the underground palace, and accompany Huang Yueli in her death. Meng Wanner's slender neck was strangled by Li Moying in one hand, as it gradually grew tighter. She could not breathe nor made any sound, and her throat was restricted. Her face flushed bright red, and she looked as though she was about to breath her last any second now. When Lu Bian saw that, he hurriedly ran over and grabbed Li Moying's wrist. Moying, let go of her. Seeing that Li Moying had no reaction, he hurriedly said, I know this woman cursed my junior sister and her death isn't even worth mentioning. But there's no point in killing her now. Moreover, hasn't Meng Wanner seen the ancient records? She should know how to open that door, quickly release her and let her lead us to save her. Hearing Lu Bian saying that, Li Moying's hand suddenly loosened up. Meng Wanner fell onto the ground on her, but as her hand held on to her neck and coughed furiously. Cough, 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 cough. She coughed so much until her entire body shivered and her eyes were filled with tears as her heart was filled with extreme terror. Usually when she saw Li Moying, she only felt that he was cold and aloof, other than facing Huang Yueli when he would show some gentleness, otherwise he would normally not show any emotional fluctuations at all. Whoever knew that when he flew into a rage, he actually turned into such a terrifying person. It was at this moment when Meng Wanner only realized that she seemed to have offended a man whom she could not afford to offend. Lu Bian walked next to Li Moying and frowned as he turned towards Meng Wanner and asked, Young Miss Meng, you'd better think carefully if you have any idea to open this door. Don't say anything unrelated to your priority anymore, and if we are not able to save junior sister, this future brother-in-law of mine will go insane sooner or later, so by then, there will be no good fruits for you to eat. Actually, without Lu Bian's advice, Meng Wanner also began to realize this now. Meng Wanner shuddered and her heart was feeling terrified and indignant. In Li Moying's eyes, was that little slut's life that valuable? Meng Wanner bit on her lips, not saying a single word. Lu Bian persuaded once again when he saw her remaining silent. Young Miss Meng, what are you still hesitating for? If you have any ideas on how to save her, just say it out directly. As long as we are able to save junior sister, we will remember the gratitude you have done for us and will repay you back properly. Meng Wanner was still cowering as she didn't say anything at all. Actually, facing Li Moying's bitter cold gaze, she was already scared stiff, and although she really wanted to eliminate Huang Yueli, but she didn't intend to throw her life into it. If it was possible, she also wanted to tell them how to open the door. Anyway, from the earlier scenario, Huang Yueli had probably turned into ash the minute she entered the door, so even if they dashed in to save her, it's not possible to save her any longer, so there was no need for her to be the evil one here. But unfortunately, she had no idea at all. Earlier those talk about seeing the map layout of this underground palace in some ancient records was just a lie to deceive them. The drawing that Ghost Mask Man gave to her was actually an extremely simplified version, and on it only stated the only pathway. Meng Wanner hesitated, not knowing what to say so that she could round up her lie. Li Moying stared at her, and very soon, he lost his patience as he gave a cold humph. Meng Wanner, I'd advise you to be honest and tell us whatever you know. It's on account of Lear's face that I've endured you till now, and if you continue hesitating, I don't mind sending you off. This. Li Moying's tone was simply too melancholic, and adding on to the bitter aura flowing out from him, Meng Wanner's teeth kept chattering. Li. Young Master Li, it's not that I don't want to tell, but, in the ancient records, there's just one way out. I really can't remember. Did you think this seat will believe your rubbish? Li Moying unleashed his profound energy, and a powerful suppression caused Meng Wanner to almost throw up blood. Meng Wanner wanted to cry, but she had no tears. I really don't know. At this very moment, she was really regretful on why did she come out to stop Li Moying from saving her. But now it was too late for regrets. Li Moying's gloomy cold gaze went one round on Meng Wanner's face. No matter if what you said was true or false, this seat isn't interested to know. Since you have no idea on how to save her, then there's no point for you to continue staying alive. Pajun. Song Pajun responded, and with a zzng sound, the curved sword in his hand was unsheathed. Aha! Meng Wanner's horrendous screams simply pierced through everyone's eardrums. Just at this moment, a soft ka-cha rang, and the tightly shut room was opened on the other end by someone. The sound of the door being pushed open, in comparison with Meng Wanner's screams, was simply insignificant, but such a slight sound made Li Moying's entire body shook. He turned around suddenly just in time to see his little fox, in tidy clothing and rosy face, slowly walking out. She was a little dazed as she blinked her big eyes, to see everyone's shocked gazes in the large hall. What's going on? Why is it so noisy? I was just gone for a little while, and you're already starting to fight? Huang Yueli's little head tilted to one side as she sized up the cowered up and shivering Meng Wanner, apparently slightly unable to comprehend. Li Moying shot up like an arrow as he pulled her over from the door, and it was until they moved quite a distance away before he hugged her tightly in his arms. Lear, you're fine. You're really fine. Huang Yueli could feel his body trembling slightly as she silently sighed. Ever since she self-exploded in her past life, this man had suffered a very serious psychological disorder, and as long as she met with a teeny-weeny bit of danger inciting an accident, it would turn him into a frenzy as he instantly lost his bearing. Huang Yueli stretched out her hand as she touched Li Moying's stiff, handsome countenance. I'm fine. Earlier a little accident happened. Seeing that Li Moying still hugging her tightly as he refused to budge, she tipped her toes and kissed his tightly pursed lips. I'm sorry to have scared you. Li Moying suddenly grabbed her right hand and raised it in front of himself as his expression turned uglier. Still say that you aren't hurt? What's this? Your finger is already bleeding. Are you hurt anywhere else? Huang Yueli was stunned as she just recalled that earlier when she opened the lock, she cut a slit to let her blood flow. The wound wasn't very big, but she had indeed used a lot of strength to squeeze the blood out, and moreover she hadn't cleaned it properly yet. Li Moying's expression turned darker and darker as Huang Yueli immediately explained, "It's nothing, really, it's nothing. This wound is cut by myself because earlier when I entered the room, I discovered a very big room at the back and there are plenty of treasures there, so I got excited and cut my finger." In order to ease the atmosphere, Huang Yueli hurriedly switched topics. "That's right, earlier I found a number of awesome stuff inside. Moying, let me go for a while and I'll show you." She pushed Li Moying's chest and felt the man slightly loosening as she immediately took a step back and walked out. "I found plenty of great stuff." She searched in her realm ring for a while and took out a pill bottles of medicinal pills and also some ancient records which were all found from the wooden cabinet that she was ransacking earlier. "Look at this ancient cultivation method." "Oh? It's thunder attributed. Moying, this is for you, perhaps it might be a god-grade cultivation method. This 9th-leveled pill, I wonder what is it used for? Senior brother, help me take a look?" "Ha ha, and there's this 8th-leveled medicinal herb, didn't Master say that he checked many places, but wasn't able to find it? Bring it back to him, he'd definitely be elated." Huang Yueli hurriedly ran back to gather with everyone in haste, hence she didn't check in detail on what she had got in the room earlier. Now that she brought out everything to do a count, she realized that every single one of it was all valuable and practical treasures, so her heart filled with joy instantly. Earlier, she intentionally put on a joyful look just because she wanted to help Li Moying have a change of emotions, but now, she was truly joyous. Looking at her, Li Moying's expression finally eased and he also realized that he had acted too abnormal, hence his body slowly relaxed. Huang Yueli stretched out her hand and tugged his sleeve as she swayed. "Moying, come over and have a look." After her disturbance, Li Moying's stuffed-up anger at his chest area had vanished by a large half, but he still refused to let go of it easily as he pinched her cheeks hard while blustering, "Not allowed to run about recklessly in future." "All right," Huang Yueli obediently lowered her head to admit her mistake. And Li Moying took a look at her in the eye. "Earlier, are you really all right? I obviously saw you being enveloped entirely by a ball of fire." Huang Yueli smiled when she heard that. "You're just too anxious, haven't you thought about who I am? In soaring heaven's continent, are there any flames that can injure me?" As she said that, her right hand raised up and a ball of deviant flame bearing black chi started burning in her palm. Everyone's eyes opened wide as they stared at the ball of deviant flame, their jaws almost dropping onto the ground. What's this?" Song Pahun was totally dumbstruck. Lu Bian apparently was more knowledgeable as he took a look for some time and revealed an astonished expression. Could it be that this deviant flame is ranked second on the deviant flame chart? The remote transient secret fire? Huang Yueli drew back the flame in her palm and beamed. "Indeed, my senior brother knows all the valuable stuff. That's right, this is the remote transient secret fire. Earlier when I went into the secret room, I accidentally triggered the mechanism's remote transient secret fire, hence I didn't detect it initially, so I fell right in. But it was still all right. It can be said that I have earned a fortune from the misfortune. When I was in the large hall, I could sense that behind that door, there was an exceptionally strong fire-attributed energy, hence I thought of going to take a look and in the end, I managed to subdue this little fellow." Lu Bian looked at the deviant flame in her hand as he was both shocked and envious. "Junior sister, your luck is really good. You actually managed to find the remote transient secret fire. This kind of deviant flame's attribute is very special, and no matter if you're using it to refine pills or armaments, there will be unexpected benefits. I searched for a long time and hadn't been able to find a spark, but you're so lucky, just casually falling, and you managed to find one?" Huang Yueli waved her hand disapprovingly. "I'm lucky, no choice." That tone was filled with total smugness. Li Moying lowered his head and looked at her, revealing her little tiger fangs as she gave a crafty smile, and his heart felt tenderness. Huang Yueli opened her mouth again. Senior brother, since you like this so much, I can split half of the remote transient secret fire and give the other half to you. Lu Bian didn't thought that she would be that generous, and joy instantly filled his brows. Really? Li Moying however gave a low harumph, as he got slightly jealous, and his gaze brushed coldly across Lu Bian's body, but in the end, he didn't say anything much. Huang Yueli gave a faint smile and replied earnestly, of course it's true. Helping Moying to treat his illness has wasted a lot of senior brother's effort, and I have nothing to repay both you and master. I only have a few deviant flames on me, and also some ancient prescriptions that I've collected in the past, so in future I'll find those out and pass it for the both of you. Lu Bian went into a daze, and immediately following that he shook his head. Junior sister, you're too polite. We're one family, so what's there to say thanks for? The patient's family members were this understanding, and knowing that they must automatically pay a huge amount of medical bills was originally something that Lu Bian was most happy about. But when these words came out from Huang Yueli's mouth, it made him rather disappointed. In the end, this young lass was so generous not because of how good he, her senior brother was, but because she felt grateful to him for saving Li Moying. No matter when, in her heart, the most important person was always Li Moying. In comparison, Li Moying's feelings were much better as the earlier melancholy were all gone with the wind, and he stretched out his hand to hold Huang Yueli's little hand gently. Although his face was still filled a distant expression, but on careful look, that pair of peach-blossomed eyes were radiating with a warm and gentle smiling intent. When Lu Bian saw that, he gave a dry laugh. All right. Why are you giving such a disgusted smile for nothing? We're still trapped in this underground palace. Is there a hurry for you to show off your love? We were not. Huang Yueli felt a little embarrassed as she explained weakly. Alas, even she herself felt that her explanation didn't seem trustworthy. Huang Yueli turned back and glanced at the man beside her. With her by his side, Li Moying's mood seemed to have resumed back to its usual peacefulness, and had once again turned back into that usual aloof and heartless young sect masterly. Li Moying swept an eye across everyone present. Since it's all fine now, then let's continue on our way. The sooner we leave this place the better. The crowd didn't have much objections, but they all shot their gazes towards Meng Wanner, who stood in the corner of the wall. Meng Wanner had almost just got killed by Li Moying, and luckily Huang Yueli appeared just in time. As no one could be bothered about her, so she naturally wasn't in any life or death situation. Meng Wanner managed to save her skin, and initially she was feeling rather fortunate, feeling that Huang Yueli's return was not too bad at all. But immediately following that, when she saw Huang Yueli and Li Moying hugging together so intimately, whereas towards her, he showed such a murderous air. This man didn't show any tenderness towards women, yet he was able to be so gentle towards Huang Yueli, and he pampered her so much. This huge difference was like a sharp blade, stabbing Meng Wanner so much that her heart was twitching in pain. What made her even more melancholic was that not too long later, Huang Yueli actually started taking the items out from her interspatial ring, and every single thing she retrieved out were all priceless rare treasures. Whatever 9th-leveled medicinal pills, 9th-leveled ingredients, ancient manuscripts. Which one of it weren't good stuff, which were bought with money? Even for their Ice Serpent Valley, which had undergone inheritance for tens of thousands of years, but these grades of treasures which were preserved in the valley were not many at all. Why was it that all the advantages had all been taken by her? When Meng Wanner saw all these, she was originally so envious that she could throw up blood, but whoever knew that the next scene actually made her skeptical of her life. Because Huang Yueli had actually easily subdued the second-ranked remote transient secret fire on the deviant flame chart. This kind of matter, how could it possibly happen? Remote transient secret fire, that was a dark attribute secret fire, and not only was it rare, moreover it was extremely dangerous. In actual fact, the top 10 deviant flames on the deviant flame chart were extremely hard to maneuver, and one would need at least a 8th grade and above fire attribute innate talent before they were able to subdue it successfully. Moreover, in the entire subduing process, it would be like an intense battle, so to practitioners, they must undergo test with a narrow escape, and lastly, there was the possibility of having a failure rate of more than 50%. But this wretched lass had just spent less than 1 hour in the room behind that door, to subdue such a dangerous deviant flame? How was this possible? It's a lie, right? Did she think that she was a god-grade genius? She dared to even talked big about this. Meng Wanner wanted to add some words of ridicule, but when she recalled Li Moying's earlier murderous gaze, she shivered and didn't dare to make a single sound. She had not expected Huang Yueli and the others to shift their gazes onto her again after their discussion, and that meant that they were obviously wanting her to continue leading the way. Young Miss Meng, what happened? Why must you sit on the floor? Are you not feeling well? Huang Yueli smiled as she asked. What does it have to do with you? I like to sit here. The minute Meng Wanner saw Huang Yueli's exceptionally gorgeous face, she was so envious that she was about to go insane. She had a pretty face, had great innate talent with powerful ability, and also an extremely powerful fiancé. Her luck was simply so heaven-defying. Weren't the heavens fair? Since there's nothing wrong, then we'd have to trouble young Miss Meng to get up quickly. Huang Yueli didn't care just how jealous she was as she continued, time is running out, so we should continue on our way. Meng Wanner wanted to reject, but Li Moying's cold gaze swept over chillingly. Meng Wanner suddenly recalled the terror from the life and death predicament that she faced earlier as her back was instantly drenched in cold sweat. She didn't dare to say much as she immediately stood up. Set. Let's set off then. But you cannot run about recklessly again, otherwise if you fall into some kind of mechanism again, don't blame me for not leading the road properly. Huang Yueli replied with a great attitude, that's of course. Meng Wanner eventually did not say anything else as she stood up and opened the door on the left and continued leading the way. Song Pijun followed Meng Wanner closely behind her with Huang Yueli and Li Moying in the middle, followed by Song Pijun and finally Lu Bian, who was responsible for the rear. This group of people then followed this order as they trudged forward in an unhurried and orderly fashion. Meng Wanner was initially slightly nervous, worried that some problem might appear along the way which could possibly cause her to be unable to complete the ghost-masked man's task which he had entrusted upon her. But other than the previous small accident where Huang Yueli went missing, there didn't seem as though any other accidents had surfaced. The group walked through one corridor after another and went round and round into one huge hall after another. I'm almost dizzy from going round and round. All the halls seem the same? Only the murals of those shapes of the phoenixes, which look slightly different. If it wasn't for this, I would have thought that we'd been routing back on the return path. Song Pijun was the first to express his impatience. Isn't that so? Just how many halls are there here? We have already gone past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of them? Lu Bian also expressed his doubts. Meng Wanner stopped in her tracks and explained, please don't be impatient, we are almost about to reach. There's actually a total of 8 large halls, and if we wish to enter the upper level, then we must pass through all the 8 halls once to open up the corresponding mechanisms. Now we're only left with the last huge hall. Huang Yueli nodded her head, so it's like that, young Miss Meng, please continue to lead the way. When Meng Wanner heard her speaking, her expression turned slightly uneasy. As long as she saw Huang Yueli, she would uncontrollably recall those humiliations that she had suffered in the past few days. But everything was about to end immediately. Meng Wanner clenched her fists, telling herself to stay calm, later activating the mechanism and led the group out of the dim corridor as they entered the last large hall. Just as Huang Yueli and Li Moying stepped into the large hall at the same time, a flustered and loud cry was heard coming from behind their backs. What is this? Help! Huang Yueli's expression changed abruptly. What's the matter? It's senior brother? She and Li Moying exchanged one glance, and before they had even recovered from the shock, Song Pejun immediately dashed into the corridor again to save him. Meng Wanner went into a blank as she hollered after them urgently, "Hey, where are you guys going? Quickly come back." Thanks. Mechanism leading to the exit is about to be activated immediately. However, the two guardians' back figures had vanished in the end of the corridor. Huang Yueli frowned. "No way, I have to go check on senior brother. I wonder what happened to him. He's a 9th stage realm peak practitioner, and if he hadn't met with a formidable enemy, he would absolutely not act like this." She pulled Li Moying along and ran out together. Meng Wanner had not thought that just as they were just about to reach their destination and she could submit her task smoothly, but in the end, Huang Yueli actually ran off. What was she to do? She still hadn't seen this wretched lass die in front of her eyes. Meng Wanner was feeling flurried as she hastily chased out after them. "Young Master Li, wait. Don't go running about recklessly. There are mechanisms everywhere here, and if you step on something, we would be totally finished." Meng Wanner followed the corridor as she chased after them, but Huang Yueli and Li Moying's speed was extremely fast and she chased all the way to the end of the corridor before she managed to catch up to them. Huang Yueli leaned in Li Moying's arms, disappointed, as her senses were flustered. Whereas Li Moying was holding on to the young lady in his arms, pacifying her in a mellow voice, but his brows were locked tightly together. Young Master Li, you guys, what's the matter?" By the time Meng Wanner caught up to them, she was also out of breath, while panting heavily. Li Moying didn't say a thing, but Huang Yueli replied, "We don't know what happened as well. Earlier, we heard senior brother's cry for help and the two guardians chased over first. Moying and I are slightly slower, but by the time we reached this place, we discovered that the entire corridor was totally empty. The three of them has gone missing." "What? There's such a thing?" Meng Wanner's eyes widened. Even she had not thought that there would be such an accidental turn of events. She originally thought that she had followed the Ghost Masked Man's simplified map, and as long as she went according to the route on the map, she would be able to send all of them to Ghost Masked Man. But now, the truth was not so. The three living people earlier had actually vanished without a trace? How was this possible? Could it be that Huang Yueli and the rest had seen through her scheme, so they intentionally put up this show? Meng Wanner was originally feeling guilty, and from this abnormal turn of events, her heart was disoriented, and it took her a great deal of effort to maintain her composure. She looked at Huang Yueli's face as she probed, "Young Miss, by this matter, what do you think about it? Are you certain you didn't see it wrongly? Divine Dr. Lu Trio are all 9th stage realm peak practitioners. How is it possible for them to suddenly disappear in such a short duration of time?" However, Huang Yueli had a dazed expression on her face, as thought she had suffered a huge blow. "That's right, how did they suddenly disappear? This is simply impossible. But you also saw that we came running from that large hall, and there's only this one path. This is the same path, so they couldn't have ran to any other places. At the other end of the corridor is the door, and after we left from there, it had already closed up. The mechanisms here, even for me, takes a great amount of effort to activate, what more for the three of them, who aren't armament masters. They totally don't have the ability to run back on the return path to open that door." Huang Yueli's analysis was logical and reasonable. Moreover, Meng Wanner followed them all the way here, and she was certain that she hadn't seen Lu Bian or the others' figures. In this way, the matter was indeed extremely strange and also extremely scary. Meng Wanner broke out into sweat. How would such a thing happen? 3 ninth stage realm peak practitioners, gone just like that? The empty abandoned underground palace, in a dim and quiet corridor. Thinking of this right now, made one had the chills running all over their bodies. Hearing this, Huang Yueli was evidently not happy. What's called gone? This word is simply too inauspicious. Senior brother, something couldn't have possibly happened to them, it must be just an accident. Right, just an accident. The three of them are top exponents who can face anything on their own, how would something happen to them so easily? Li Moying's arm tightened as he held her slender waist, attempting to comfort her. Lear, don't worry, I believe they won't die so easily. The biggest possibility should be they probably triggered some mechanism and have been abstracted to some other place. This underground palace is set up with various mechanisms, and Lu Bian, that fellow, had always had an itchy hand, so perhaps he might have touched something that he shouldn't have. Li Moying's brows creased slightly, as he raised the most logical guess. As long as the one who got into an incident was not Huang Yueli, he would always be able to maintain an excellent rate of clear and calm thinking. Hearing him say that, Huang Yueli also started to calm down as she started to think of other possibilities. If you put it in this way, indeed the greatest possibility is that they've triggered some mechanism. Let me have a check and see what we missed out. Saying that, Huang Yueli got up and walked towards the 7th hall's door. Earlier, they came out from this place, and soon after, Lu Bian disappeared. The most probable situation naturally was that they met with some incidental change and returned to the 7th hall. Huang Yueli took a look at Meng Wanner, indicating for her to open up the door. Meng Wanner immediately had a change of expression. This young Miss Bai, it's not that I'm not willing to help you open the door, but I really only know how to open the door from the other end. Now that you want me to open from this end, I am really not confident. Even though theoretically speaking, opening the door from the other side shouldn't be too much of a difference. But Meng Wanner herself wasn't an armament master, and she was very timid. If it wasn't for the map that Ghost-Masked Man gave, she would not dare to touch these ancient mechanisms on her own. Heavens knew that if some mistake happened, what sort of ending would she end up in? Anyway, Lu Bian and Song Pejun and the others weren't related to her, so why should she take the risk to open the door just to save them? Meng Wanner having this sort of reaction was something that Huang Yueli wasn't surprised about, because she originally didn't have any hope for this woman to be able to help them anyway. So, without saying another word, she walked over herself and put on her silver thread gloves as she started touching the sides, and a moment later, she managed to decode the mechanism. It just took an entire 10 over breaths, and she had succeeded in breaking open the door. Meng Wanner was totally stunned as she walked by the side, because for her to precisely activate the door based on the indications on the map, it took her a total of 20 over breaths. Huang Yueli was actually much faster than her. But before Meng Wanner had regained her senses, Huang Yueli and Li Moying had already re-entered the 7th hall. The two of them surveyed the entire room once and immediately found that the huge hall was totally empty, but where were Lu Bian and the others' figures? What's this situation? The two of them looked at each other in dismay. Senior brother and the rest really aren't here? This isn't strange, right? Lu Bian and the rest couldn't possibly open that door. They probably should have triggered some other mechanism. Huang Yueli frowned. Other mechanisms? But along the way here, I didn't seem to have seen any other mechanism along the corridor. Li Moying took a look back and muttered, really? Are you certain that you've checked everything carefully? The only thing we can do now is to return to back and check the entire corridor once again. Huang Yueli thought about it and could not help but admit that what he said was right. All right then, looks like there's no other way. Her face was filled with puzzlement as she walked back and forth, thinking to take a careful look to see if there were any place that she had missed out. But at this moment, Meng Wanner, who had been watching from the side, couldn't stand it any longer. To her, she had been tolerating Huang Yueli for the entire journey and even slapped on the face several times and getting injured seriously, so her endurance had long reached the limit. And now that it was just one step short and the aim that she had been tolerating for such a long time would successfully be attained, however at this juncture, another incident happened. From Huang Yueli and Li Moying's stance, they seemed to be bent on searching for Lu Bian. This way, there would be big trouble. Heavens know just how many strange mechanisms and routes were there in this underground palace, because the ghost-masked man had only given this one and only route on the map. If they were to search and Huang Yueli were to go to other places, then there would be a 99% chance of them getting lost. Moreover, in this way, who knows how much time would they be delayed in the underground palace, because any kind of accident might possibly happen. Meng Wanner could no longer wait as she really wanted to see Huang Yueli dying horribly in front of her eyes. Meng Wanner was rather scared of Li Moying, so from the start, she didn't dare to open her mouth. But after Huang Yueli walked 3 rounds at the corridor and spent more than 4 hours, Meng Wanner finally could not keep it in any longer. Young Miss Bai, do you really have any idea to find the mechanism here? I can see that you've already walked around for so many times, but yet you still haven't found anything. Huang Yueli took a deep breath. Indeed, I haven't got any leads. This corridor is as normal as it can be, and there doesn't seem to contain any mechanisms of any sort. Then, could it be that you've got it wrongly? There's totally no mechanism in this place? Huang Yueli remained silent for a while but shook her head. Earlier, I also suspected this point, but my senior brother and the rest are 3 living human beings, and moreover they are 9th stage realm peak top exponents. If there aren't any mechanisms here, they absolutely would not disappear into thin air. From her intention, Meng Wanner could tell that she was still unresigned to give up, and her heart grew even more anxious. She clenched her teeth and said, Young Miss Bai, I am very sorry for such a thing to happen. But even an armament master like you isn't able to find the mechanism here. Doesn't it just mean that perhaps your train of thoughts are wrong in the first place? Perhaps we should think of some other ways? Other ways? What other ways? Huang Yueli frowned as she looked at her suspiciously. From her expression, Meng Wanner could tell that a good show was coming up, so she immediately racked her brains to think of a way to cast her bait. Young Miss Bai, to tell you the truth, my memory isn't very good, so I don't understand the situation in this underground palace very well, and can only remember the way out. But the ancient record in our Ice Serpent Valley indeed has some extremely detailed recording of the underground palace, and if we can make our way back to Ice Serpent Valley to find that scroll of ancient record, perhaps we will be able to know what divine Dr. Liu and the rest had been trapped in. Hearing that, Huang Yueli shook her head consecutively. This, your method, doesn't have any substantial value at all? Ice Serpent Valley is so far away from here, and it would take several days of traveling. Distant water cannot quench present thirst, so where should we go look for that ancient record that you mentioned? Li Moying also quipped in, Young Miss Meng, do you still have any other ideas? Meng Wanner hurriedly replied, I know that you want to save divine Dr. Liu and the others immediately, but now, we don't have any train of thoughts, isn't it? Even if you continue to waste your time here, spending a few days and night, perhaps we might just end up with the same conclusion. Then why not we can just leave this underground palace first? Anyway, we're just one step away, and we will be able to leave. After we leave the underground palace, we will immediately hurry back to Ice Serpent Valley and look for that ancient record, and if we rush all the way back, coming to and fro should take at most 10 days. You must know that if you continue to waste a few more days here, if you want to return, that would waste even more time. Hearing her said that, Huang Yueli and Li Moying both went silent, without saying a single word for some time. After a while later, Huang Yueli then opened her mouth. This, what young Miss Meng said, seems to be logical as well. When Meng Wanner heard that, she was so happy that she almost jumped up in joy. She tried her best to tell herself to remain calm, hence she didn't immediately show the joyous look on her face. She really didn't expected Huang Yueli to really believe all that she said. This reasoning itself was rather nonsensical, and since Huang Yueli had always not met eye to eye with her, hence Meng Wanner had never thought that she would be able to convince her so easily. That's right, young Miss Bai, I will not scheme you all. We'd better hurry and work up into action, to prepare and leave this underground palace. Otherwise, the longer we drag, the lesser time we will have to save Divine Dr. Liu and the others. She decided to give another push as she tried her best to coax Huang Yueli into leaving with her. Huang Yueli turned back to take a look at Li Moying, and the latter originally would view his fiancée's views as the most important, so when he saw that she had made her decision, he naturally had no objections. Since that's so, will young Miss Meng please lead the way? We have to catch hold of time quickly. All right, will the both of you please come along with me? Meng Wanner couldn't wait as she turned around and led the way in front. Just as the moment she turned around, a delighted smirk, which was saying that her conspiracy had prevailed, surfaced on her face. Even though there were plenty of unimaginable turns of events along this entire journey, but at the very end, the victor was still her. Meng Wanner only cared about thinking highly of herself, as she totally didn't notice that the two people behind her had secretly exchanged a glance. The trio returned back to the 8th hall. Meng Wanner stopped in her tracks beside the wall. Alright, based on the information in the ancient record, I've already consecutively activated the arrays in the 7 large halls, and now we're at the last step. She shut her eyes to reminisce on her memory as she stretched out her hand and pressed against the wall. The clacking sound of a mechanism being activated was heard, and immediately following that, in the middle of the large hall's floor, a round-shaped stone platform slowly surfaced, and a layer of dim light was shining on the platform. This stone platform was around 4 to 5 meters wide, and it was constructed entirely with the heavenly star rock, which blended in with the entire hall. If it wasn't for Meng Wanner, who activated the array, based on one's naked eye, it was completely impossible to discover its existence. Meng Wanner turned around and said, "Young Master Li, young Miss Bai, following this, we only need to stand on the round platform and activate the array eye in the center, then we will be teleported out from this array." Saying that, Meng Wanner walked onto the round platform first. Huang Yueli and Li Moying exchanged a glance and followed her onto the platform. When Meng Wanner saw the both of them following without any qualms, her heart jumped for joy. Finally, her aim was about to be attained. That wretched lass surnamed Bai, soon, she could say farewell to her forever. Meng Wanner suppressed her extremely agitated feeling as she lifted her hand and pressed it on the array eye on the round platform, injecting her profound energy. A blinding gold ray instantly enveloped the 3 of them on the round platform. In an instant, the 3 of them seemed to be sucked into a hurricane as they saw stars, and their feet staggered as their blood and qi were churning in their chests. Li Moying grabbed Huang Yueli's hand rightly as he locked her to one side, to prevent her from falling. However, Meng Wanner wasn't that lucky. Her cultivation was originally not high, and she did not have anyone to protect her, so she was caught off guard and fell onto the ground with her face down, cutting in extremely sorry state. Luckily, this swirling feeling only lasted for a few short breaths. Not too long later, everyone resumed back to normal. The gold light was gone, and Huang Yueli raised up her head to find out that they had been transported to an even more luxurious palace room. The surrounding decor was still made out of high-leveled materials, and some of them were even something which Huang Yueli wasn't able to distinguish, so it was possibly some material which was only available in God Realm. The murals on the 4 walls was even more complicated and even more exquisite, as numerous phoenixes spiraled on the ceiling vividly, as though in the next second, they would swoop down towards them. Huang Yueli looked around and suddenly frowned as she looked at the man beside her. "Moying, do you feel that something is wrong with this place?" Li Moying's expression didn't change, but the hand which was clasped around her waist tightened. "I've long smelled it, this room has a thick stench of blood." His eyes were even more alert, and a profound energy in his body was starting to work around, as he was prepared to meet with the impending crisis. Huang Yueli thought about it and lowered her head to look at Meng Wanner, who still hadn't got time to climb up, as she asked, "Young Miss Meng, what place have you brought us to? Didn't you say that you were going to lead us out of the underground palace?" Meng Wanner had just recovered from the dizziness, and when she lifted her head to take a look, she had a rude shock. Because back then, the ghost-masked man told her that it was indeed using the teleportation array to leave the underground palace, but now, what was exhibited in front of her was not the everlasting snow mountain scenery at Lone Sky Summit, but a strange and eerie place. Meng Wanner's body started shivering slightly as a bad premonition arose in her heart. This, how could this be? It's impossible? Where is this place? Huang Yueli looked at her ever-changing expressions and felt that it wasn't an act, hence she couldn't help but frowned. What's the situation? Didn't you said that you know the route? I didn't lead the wrong way? But Meng Wanner didn't know how to explain, and moreover, the map which the ghost-masked man gave showed that this was already the ending point, so she didn't know how to carry on from here. This time round, Meng Wanner was completely stumped. Wasn't it said that if she brought Huang Yueli here, she would die without a burial ground? Why was the current situation so out of one's expectation? Stop with your buts, what idea are you planning exactly? You've already reached such a point and you're still not planning to clarify this? Huang Yueli's expression sank and her tone sounded extremely cold and harsh. Meng Wanner didn't know why, as she suddenly felt as though her heart had been stuffed. However, before she could even open her mouth, abruptly, a man's hoarse voice was heard coming from behind their backs. "It's better for this seat to explain, he. This cold and strange voice carried a slight hint of familiarity, as both Huang Yueli and Li Moying shook just from hearing it, and they immediately turned around. A man with a tall stature donning a ghost mask on his face slowly walked out from a small space by the side of the wall. Following his appearance, that small door soundlessly closed as it merged into one with the wall. He sauntered right in front of Huang Yueli and Li Moying as he smiled. "Not easy, this seat had expended a huge amount of effort before I could invite both to this place." "It's indeed you. What motive do you have to cheat us into coming to this place? Where is the bipolar black orchid?" Li Moying's gaze was cold as he was on high alert. Although the ghost mask man carried a smile on his face, but Li Moying had crossed hands with him and naturally knew clearly what kind of sinisterly powerful and difficult opponent this man was. Moreover, based on his current cultivation now, he was not ghost mask man's match, and now that Lu Bian and the others had gone missing, he totally had no support at all, and he still had to protect his little fiancée. Hence, he could not afford any slight mistake. The ghost-masked man, however, seemed as though he didn't notice the tensed situation that had instantly sparked as he smiled once again. Why so tense? This seat had invited both over without any malicious intent, just wanting to discuss a matter with both of you. As long as we can reach a peaceful settlement, I can offer the bipolar black orchid in my hands, and also open up the storage room in this underground palace, allowing you to choose any treasure that you want. Come on, both of you, please have a seat." The ghost-masked man pointed to a chair and table with his right hand as he gestured an invitation. Not knowing when, the table had already appeared and was filled with fragrant hot tea with exquisite snacks. Inclusive of that white jade teaware which was priceless, one would know just how much effort he had put into preparing this. If it wasn't for the fact that they were currently situated in such a strange place, Huang Yueli would probably praise the ghost mask man for his treatment towards his guests. Huang Yueli frowned slightly and couldn't decide if she should move over or not. Just at this moment, suddenly, Meng Wanner suddenly scurried out as she cried out in shock, "Lord Zhan, you finally appeared. What place is this exactly, and what's going on? Didn't you say that as long as I bring them here, you will kill Ruoli, that little slut? Why? In the midst of voicing out her unhappiness, she suddenly let out a miserable scream. Her questioning had been replaced with a miserable scream. Her eyes opened wide as she looked at disbelief at Lord Jean, both her hands subconsciously held on to her neck as blood started spurting out from her fingertips. Meng Wanner's mouth opened side as though she wanted to say something, but no matter how hard she tried, she could only make blurry gurgling sounds from her throat. It took only a couple of breaths as her body slumped and went limp. Until her very death, she still didn't believe that she was actually killed in this manner. It was obviously Huang Yueli, whom she hated the most, who should be killed, but in the end, the one who died was actually herself. Meng Wanner's pair of eyes seemed as though it was about to pop out from staring fixatedly at the ghost-masked man. Everlasting regret. An agreed death. The blood which flowed out of Meng Wanner's neck slowly seeped out as it flowed into the grout lines of the floor. The air was originally filled with a dense blood stench, and now it began to become even stronger. Lord Jean replied calmly, "My apologies, this young lass is just too noisy and has affected both emotions, so I've already dealt with her. Both of you please don't mind, come over and have a seat." Lord Jean's move was simply too unexpected. A living sixth-stage realm practitioner, moreover someone whom he had used to do things for him, in an instance was killed by him personally. This method was cruel and emotionless, which was enough to make many feel terrified. Huang Yueli and Li Moying weren't ordinary practitioners, and this matter itself wasn't enough to make them emotionally moved. But the two also sensed that since Lord Jean dared to casually kill someone like that, to have no qualms about killing Meng Wanner, a large sect's disciple, they could gather that his motive was extremely big, and moreover he had no fear at all. If they wanted to get the bipolar black orchid from his hands and retreat in one piece, it would probably be an extremely difficult matter. Li Moying shared the same thinking, but his expression remained unchanged as he spoke out calmly, "Lord Jean, you're really too courteous." Saying that, he embraced Huang Yueli as they walked to the table and sat down. Lord Jean's mood was very good and the murder that he had just committed didn't affect him at all. He sat on the opposite side of Li Moying and Huang Yueli, personally pouring out the tea for them as he smiled and said, "This time, to be able to invite both of you, it's really not easy. Both of you please don't blame this seat for resorting to such methods. After all, based on both's identity, if I don't think of some idea, it would be very difficult for me to welcome your presence." This sounded a little strange, but still they weren't able to tell what was strange about it. Huang Yueli carried the teacup and replied modestly, "What's Lord Jean saying? Since we're already here, there's no need to put on such formalities. If there's anything that you want to say, please do be frank. I only want to know what you want, before you're willing to hand over the bipolar black orchid to us." Lord Jean chuckled as his voice sounded even weirder. "Ha ha, Grandmaster Huang, please don't be so impatient, what's the rush? You're really like what the rumors say, your patience is really not that good." Huang Yueli's hand shook as she almost threw out that cup of tea in her hand. Hearing Lord Jean's words, her mind went blank for a moment as she simply could not believe what she heard. Lord Jean actually called her Grandmaster Huang? How did he find out that she was Huang Yueli? The number of people who knew her identity was far by few, and moreover, every single one of them were her trusted aides. The waves in Huang Yueli's heart were surging rapidly, but her expression remained unchanged. She lifted her eyes as she put the teacup back lightly while she carried a smile as she replied, "Lord Jean, what did you call me? Have you got the wrong person? No wonder I haven't been able to understand why you keep on targeting us, because we obviously don't have any grudges or grievances. So, it's because you've mistaken us as someone else?" Lord Jean looked at her delicate face as he spoke out in a hoarse voice, "Grandmaster Huang, we open people do not talk hidden language, so why bother putting on an act? Aren't you the #1 armament master whose name quaked throughout the whole world, and later the one who self-exploded at Lone Sky Summit's young palace, Lord of Mythical Flame Palace, Huang Yueli?" This time, Lord Jean didn't bother to go on a roundabout, but directly exposed her identity. There was no other matter which was as shocking as this. Lord Jean put it in such an affirmative manner as though he had long seen through the truth and he was absolutely sure about it. However, Huang Yueli remained composed as a playful smile hung on her lips. Lord Jean, you really know how to crack a joke? I'm Huang Yueli, Grandmaster Huang. If it's really true, I will smile even in my dreams at night. I've always wished to be able to reach her armament reigning standard, but alas, till now I still don't have this kind of ability. Lord Jean looked attentively at her as he spoke out slowly. Oh? Are you certain? Your ability doesn't match up to the yesteryear Grandmaster Huang? Huang Yueli frowned slightly. What does your esteemed self mean? Ha ha, this seat is merely curious. To be able to restore a ninth-tiered mechanism and also remodel it, even able to restore an ancient god-grade mechanism, this kind of ability still can't be compared to that year's Grandmaster Huang? When Huang Yueli heard that, her expression changed slightly. You. How did you know what happened to us in Ice Serpent Valley? You followed us? Lord Jean gave a low chuckle. I didn't follow you, but earlier that young lass which this seat had dealt with, hates you to the core. I just casually asked about your matters, and she just told me every single thing endlessly, and even expressed that she will try her best to coordinate with me, as long as I kill you. Huang Yueli gave a cold laugh when she heard that. I see. But it's not so easy to take my life. Lord Jean leaned against the chair and adjusted to a comfortable position as he said, that's of course. You're the #1 armament master in the world and your status is respectful, so how would you be someone that this clown could scheme against? This seat saw this brazen lass harboring ill intentions, hence I dealt with her for you first. Huang Yueli's gaze dimmed as she was silently alarmed. It was obviously this Lord Jean himself who wanted to eliminate her, but yet he put it across that he was helping her to deal with this problem. This person's scheme was so deep that it had once again surpassed her imagination. Huang Yueli's thoughts were moving swiftly, but her face carried a faint smile as she nodded her head. In this case, many thanks to Lord Jean. With your help, it has indeed saved me a great amount of effort. But I think you are really mistaken. I really do not have Grandmaster Huang's ability to be able to restore the mechanism that she left behind. Just merely happened to read the notes that she left behind. Didn't Meng Wanner tell you that? Lord Jean chuckled. Right, Meng Wanner indeed told me that, but anyone with a little bit of brains could tell that that's just an excuse. This really isn't any excuse. Lord Jean, although I don't know the reason why you insist on searching for Grandmaster Huang, but you've really got the wrong person. Huang Yueli knew that Lord Jean was testing her, so she naturally wouldn't admit her own identity. Exerting such a great deal of effort to lure Li Moying and her to this underground palace, she was certain that he was up to no good. No matter what the other party's motive was, she would not possibly coordinate with him. Moreover, she also believed that no matter who was the one who betrayed her and Li Moying, it was not possible to get any evidence that she and Yueli were the same person. Such a bizarre matter, as long as she denied it fully, as time dragged on, the other party would then suspect the genuinity of this matter. Huang Yueli put on a bold and confident expression, as she started to talk rubbish in a proper manner. However, Lord Jean was totally unaffected by her acting skills. His hands gripped the handle of the chair and body inclined forward as his voice turned sinisterly cold once again. Grandmaster Huang, you acting like this is really meaningless. Why are we playing fake for? If you insist on denying to the very end and not willing to admit, don't blame me for being discourteous. No matter how Lord Jean threatened, Huang Yueli calmly shook her head. Impossible. There's simply nothing like this, and you insisted on me admitting to it. What's this considered as? You believe those rubbish stuff that Meng Wanner made up? She's obviously jealous of me, so she dares to sprout whatever rubbish there is. Ha ha, since it's like this. Meng Wanner's words, indeed cannot be trusted totally, and just like what you said, as long as you have Huang Yueli's notes in your hands, you can indeed restore the mechanisms that she had left in Ice Serpent Valley. Huang Yueli nodded her head. That's right, looks like you're rather reasonable. However, before she could even heave a sigh of relief, Lord Zhang continued, this seat also didn't dare to rely solely on Meng Wanner's one-sided saying to confirm your identity, so I intentionally requested for her to think of ways to lure you into this underground palace. Lord Zhang's voice remained cold as ice, but when Huang Yueli heard till this point, her heart suddenly thumped hard. She suddenly thought of something and instinctively felt that the next sentence would be something that would make her unhappy. Indeed, as expected, Lord Zhang continued, actually this underground palace is one of God Realm's most powerful clan, Sacred Phoenix race's branch within Soaring Heaven's continent, and is known as Snow Phoenix Palace, and back then there were multiple inheritances. 16 years ago, in order to search for the shattered pieces of the God Relic Sky Phoenix Ring's shattered pieces, you once tried ways and means to enter this place, but in the end, you didn't manage to find the thing that you wanted. But luckily, the mechanisms weren't able to keep you, so you still successfully left. But when you left the underground palace back then, you discovered that at the exit, the 6 sacred lands had joined hands to set up the 10-directional Nightfall formation, hence trapping you inside in order to demand for the Sky Phoenix Ring. You refused to hand over the God Relic, and in the end, you had no choice but to self-explode. Did I say anything wrong? Huang Yueli's body shook as her inner heart was shocked to the extreme. Lord Zhang talked about these exactly as what happened 16 years ago, without a single bit of difference. Moreover, this Lord Zhang, whose background was unknown, actually knew everything so clearly. All these could only point to one truth. So to speak, that you're the person who united the 6 sacred lands to besiege Grandmaster Huang, was you? At the same time, Huang Yueli could also sense Li Moying's aura, who was seated beside her, becoming extremely unstable. She knew that this piece of news to Li Moying was extremely shocking. Because that year before she self-exploded, this man was actually not very sure of the situation, and today was the first time he heard of it. Moreover, it was from the enemy's mouth. She was extremely worried and wanted to comfort Li Moying, but unfortunately, this wasn't a suitable place, and they could not expose their identities. Li Moying seemed to have sensed her thinking as he turned around to take a look at her, then spoke out calmly, so that was what happened. Back then, the incident that happened in Northern Ice Fields had been a hot topic in Soaring Heaven's continent for the past 10 over years, but I had not imagined that the real truth was like this. We should thank Lord Zhang for telling us all these juicy news, which serves to clear our years of doubts. But what does this have to do with us? Li Moying breezed past this topic easily, as though these words which Lord Zhang said to him was only a gossipy story which could be discussed after meals. If it wasn't for the fact that Huang Yueli understood him rather well, she might have been fooled by his acting skills. Lord Zhang also raised his brows, slightly surprised, but immediately after that, he laughed. Sovereign Mu, what great bearing! Hearing this seat talking about how your beloved woman was murdered back then, yet you can still remain so calm. If you are not acting, then it must be that in your heart, Grandmaster Huang totally doesn't have much standing? These words were like a big bomb which exploded in front of both of them. Huang Yueli was so shocked that she could no longer maintain the composed expression on her face, as she directly knocked down the teacup onto the ground, almost short of standing up directly on the seat. Lord Zhang. He actually knew Li Moying was Mu Qingqing. How was this possible? Even for her, it was only after she had experienced many things with him before she was able to confirm his identity. How could Lord Zhang possibly know? When Lord Zhang finally saw her complexion turning color, he laughed out from the bottom of his heart. He, Grandmaster Huang, this seat never says anything that I'm unsure of, and don't do anything that I don't have confidence in. Since I dare to state yours and Sovereign Mu's identity, then naturally it is because I have enough evidence. Do you remember the secret room when you fall down from the foot of Lone Sky Summit? Doesn't that secret room seem familiar? Although you didn't fall into the same room 16 years ago, but the mechanisms inside are all the same. This seat remembers that year. In order for you to decode the mechanism, you spent a total of 3 days and 3 nights before you finally managed to break out of it. And up this time round, how much time have you spent? You didn't even take 2 hours, right? A 9th-ranked armament master spent 3 days before she was able to decode the mechanisms, but you managed to do it within 2 hours, and why was that? Surely it wasn't because you've already broken to God grade, right? You still dare to say that you're not Huang Yueli? Lord Zhan no longer kept it a secret as his words were forcibly thrown out, stating clearly the trap which he set up. It was until this moment and Huang Yueli and Li Moying finally realized that since they entered the northern ice fields, what had caused that kind of indisposed feeling that had been shrouding around their hearts. So, Lord Zhan had already seen through their identities, and moreover, he had been thinking of ways to verify them. This kind of situation whereby the enemy was in the dark while they were in the open, the kind of helplessness of being led by the nose was something that they had not experienced for a very long time. But Huang Yueli and Li Moying were both who had been through huge waves and winds, so even though they were appalled inside their hearts, on the surface, they still weren't disoriented at all. Huang Yueli had already resumed her usual calm. Lord Zhan, you indeed have deep plans and distant thoughts, but you seem to have neglected the most important point. Oh, what is it? Lord Zhan asked. Huang Yueli said, since you're the mastermind behind Grandmaster Huang being harmed that year, then you should be very clear that she had self-exploded in Lone Sky Summit, and according to those urban legends, her soul and spirit had already been dispersed. Under this kind of situation, it is totally impossible for her to reincarnate. Then how can I possibly be her? Lord Zhan nodded his head as he pondered. What you say seems logical. It's not seems, but indeed very logical. Grandmaster Huang's soul had already been dispersed and you still suspect that she has reincarnated? I can only say that you're thinking too much. Huang Yueli spoke out unwaveringly, as she shook her head, as though she was filled with helplessness inside her heart. Lord Zhan took a look at her and burst out laughing. Indeed, that crafty and black-bellied palace Lord Huang of yesteryear, putting on such a serious pretense. If it wasn't for the fact that I know how you reincarnated, I will probably be deceived by you as well. That's right, in Soaring Heaven's continent, there indeed isn't any dispersed soul who can re-enter the wheel of reincarnation, but in God realm, someone had done it successfully. From what I know, there is a secret method that was left from the ancient times, which could call back the dispersed soul. Of course, the conditions to perform this kind of secret method is very harsh, and there isn't one who could attain success in 10,000 people. Moreover, the executor of this must pay an extremely painful price. This seat had not expected Sovereign Mu to be so devoted towards Huang Yueli, and actually so daring to defy heaven. Nor did I expect that you guys to actually succeed. As Lord Zhan talked, his tone became more and more somber. Speaking of this seat originally hadn't really admired anyone, but for Sovereign Mai to do this sort of thing, this seat has no other way than to be convinced. Huang Yueli blinked as the more she heard, the stranger she found, and until the very end, she could no longer stand it as she asked. Secret method? What secret method? What secret method is there which enables a dispersed soul to actually reincarnate? What price must the executor of the secret method pay? These few questions had actually troubled her for the longest time. She had asked Li Moying multiple times, and also tried to worm the facts out from Song Pujun and the others, but their lips were too tight and no one was willing to tell her. Whereas now, this Lord Zhan in front of them not only knew the incident about her reincarnation, he even knew what kind of secret method they used. When Lord Zhan heard that, he was stunned. What? You don't know? Huang Yueli just wanted to answer when Li Moying butted in. I've not expected Lord Zhan to actually know about this. Then there's no point for us to keep hiding this. What you guessed is indeed correct. I used the secret method in my past life to summon Lear's soul so that she was able to reincarnate successfully. This lifetime, our identities should be totally secretive, but I wonder where did you find it out from? Lord Jean laughed and said, wasn't it much better if you had admitted right from the start? Why bother wasting so much of this seat's time? I'll tell you the truth, in Soaring Heaven's continent, there is an ancient record called the Drifting Cloud Scroll, and on it records many God realms secrets, and there are a few pages which recorded this secret method. Sovereign Mu found out about the utilization of this secret method. I believe you must have read the Drifting Cloud Scroll as well? Li Moying shook his head and said, what I obtained was a few remnant pages, and didn't know that it came from Drifting Cloud Scroll. Lord Jean heard that and nodded his head. That's no wonder, otherwise, you probably wouldn't have come to look for the bipolar black orchid. Li Moying was slightly stunned. What do you mean by this? Lord Jean ignored his question as he changed the topic out of his own will. This seat happened to come across this book, Drifting Cloud Scroll, many years ago, and had already read it. This book is originally one of Sacred Phoenix race's ancient inheritance, but alas, this secret literacy record had been lost by their clansmen 30 over years ago. Later on someone else copied part of the contents, and sold off some of the remnant pages in an auction, hence it came to Sky Emperor City and Four Skies region, which you had found. Actually, it's not only now that I'm dubious over your identities. That year after Grandmaster Huang's self-exploded, I had always been paying attention to Sovereign Mu's reaction, worried that you might come knocking on my door to exact revenge for Grandmaster Huang. Whoever knew that not only didn't you come and give the seat problems, instead you suddenly announced that you're going into seclusion. I also heard that on the day that you went into closed-door seclusion, Sky Emperor City's upper skies were filled with purple chi as thunderous clouds covered the skies and didn't dissipate for more than 10 over days. This closed-door cultivation took a total of 10 over years. Back then I'd already guessed that you must have utilized that secret method to summon back Grandmaster Huang's soul, because the scenario at that time was exactly the same as what was described in Drifting Cloud Scroll. Only thing was the success rate of this secret method was less than 1 in 10,000. So in other words, even if it was in God realm, there was only one precedent of one successful example. I had never expected even in my dreams that you guys actually managed to succeed in it. Exactly because of this, when you returned to Sky Emperor City, news had spread that Sovereign Mu had already came out of his closed-door seclusion and even took in a disciple, so I knew that this matter must be related to the secret method. There was a high possibility that both Grandmaster Huang and Sovereign Mu had successfully reincarnated and resumed their memories, returning to Blue Profound Sect. Speaking of that, Lord Jean stopped and drank a mouthful of tea before he said, of course, I can't just assume your identities out of nowhere, hence when I heard you wanted the bipolar black orchid, I tried to think of a way to invite both of you to Northern Ice Fields, to verify your real identities. Listening up to this point, Li Moying and Huang Yueli had already completely understood what had happened. Their identities were not leaked out from after, but right from the start, they had already been placed under Lord Jean's surveillance. Now that things came to such a state, the other party understood their situation so clearly, so no matter what excuses they came out with to refute this, there was no meaning in it any longer. Li Moying might as well admit it generously, Lord Jean is indeed knowledgeable, it is just as you said. But what I don't understand is why must you target us so much? To tell the truth, if you hadn't told us the truth today, Lear and I wouldn't know that the attack she suffered in Northern Ice Fields in her past life was planned by you, and so we would not even think about seeking you out for revenge. What motive do you have to expose your own identity, and find ways and means to bring us here for? Li Moying leaned in an elegant pose on the chair, looking extremely leisurely, but in actual fact, his entire body's muscles were already accumulating power, just waiting for action. Lord Jean had exposed such a huge secret, so he absolutely came prepared, and moreover he totally wasn't afraid of them exacting revenge on him. Then there was a 99% that the other party had already set their intention to exterminate them as soon as possible before Li Moying's potential resumed back to peak level. Lord Jean looked at Li Moying but didn't make any other action that might threaten them, instead he gave a faint smile. Sovereign Mu, aren't you a little too nervous? Loosen up a little. Earlier I said this, the reason why I came to look for you guys today is just for you two to do me a little favor. As for inviting you to this northern ice fields, it's merely to verify your identity, and there's no malicious intent in it. There'd be a ghost if there wasn't any malicious intent. Li Moying naturally wouldn't believe his gibberish, but didn't really squabble with him. Help? Lord John has such great ability, and also helms such a huge influence in northern ice fields. What's there that you cannot do? And what's there for us to be able to help you with? Huang Yueli was listening by the side to their conversation as her brows were tightly knitted together. Her heart was actually still pondering over what Lord John had said earlier, that Li Moying had utilized an ancient secret method to summon back her soul which allowed her to reincarnate, but the person who utilized this skill would need to pay an extremely high price. She wanted to know badly, just what kind of price did Li Moying pay? On seeing that Lord Jean was prepared to reply to her, in the end, it was all overturned by Li Moying. Based on Huang Yueli's understanding of Li Moying, this man absolutely did that intentionally. The motive was to not let her find out the underlying truth behind all these. Huang Yueli wanted to continue asking, but Li Moying and Lord Jean's conversation was extremely swift and just within a few sentences, and they had already entered today's main today. Under such a highly strung situation, she totally could not possibly interrupt them. Just as Huang Yueli was in a daze, suddenly Lord Jean's gaze turned onto her. This matter mainly depends on Grandmaster Huang. Only Grandmaster Huang is able to help me. Me? Huang Yueli immediately regained her senses as her brows rose. Lord Jean, firstly, I don't think that based on my current 7th stage realm ability will be able to help a top-rated exponent like you. Secondly, I don't know what reason I have to help you. After all, you're the one who caused my death in my past life. Lord Jean looked at her with a composed look. Of course you have a reason to help me. After all, you want to get the bipolar black orchid, isn't it? Huang Yueli was stunned as right at the moment when the bipolar black orchid was mentioned, she totally lost all her temper. As long as she was able to get the bipolar black orchid and cure Li Moying, even if he wanted her life, she would not say anything about it. Moreover, it was to help her own enemy only. She opened her mouth coldly. Indeed, a good reason. Then, what do you want me to do? Lord Jean put down his teacup and leaned back as he relaxed his body, but his gaze had stopped on Huang Yueli's face, totally not letting go even for 1 second. I'd like to ask Grandmaster Huang one thing. Where's the Sky Phoenix ring? Huang Yueli was stunned for a couple of breaths before she realized what she had heard. Immediately following that, she laughed out. Lord Jean, this question of yours is simply too amusing. Sky Phoenix ring, how would I know where it had gone to? To tell you the truth, when I came to Lone Sky Summit in my past life, I carried the Sky Phoenix ring along with me, and at that time, all of you were pursuing after me relentlessly. Wasn't it all because of this god relic? Later on I self-exploded and my soul scattered. Even my soul was summoned back by Moying, so how would I know where the Sky Phoenix ring dropped to after that? When Lord Jean heard that, he creased his brows, and his voice carried a hint of suspicion. I really don't know. Huang Yueli spoke out with affirmation. The Sky Phoenix ring was within her primordial spirit, and other than herself, only Li Moying alone knew about this matter. Oh, if there was a need to count, it included Little Phoenix as well. Li Moying naturally wouldn't betray her, whereas Little Phoenix was a spirit artifact, and protecting its master's safety was its basic instinct, so it wouldn't possibly betray her all the more. So Huang Yueli was not at all worried about herself being exposed. Seeing that Lord Jean still not believing in her, she spoke out again. Lord Jean, speaking of this, back then when I self-exploded, it was just at the foot of Lone Sky Summit, the exit of your underground palace. Later on, haven't you gone over to search carefully to see where the god relic dropped to? When Lord Jean heard that, he remained silent for moments, not saying a single word. The situation back then was something that Huang Yueli herself wouldn't possibly know, only he and Li Moying knew. Mu Qingqing managed to rush to the scene back then and went on a killing spree as the top exponents from the 6 sacred lands who held Huang Yueli in a siege were all exterminated by him. Lord Zhan didn't have the current level of ability back then, so he totally wasn't comparable to Mu Qingqing, who was at his peak form then, hence due to Mu Qingqing's potential then, he wasn't able to search for the Sky Phoenix ring at the very first moment then. By the time he wanted for Mu Qingqing to leave, he headed over to search, but only discovered that a large part of the snowy land had been covered by blood, but there was totally no Sky Phoenix ring anywhere. Lord Zhan's men practically flipped through every single inch of Lone Sky Summit's lands, but they still didn't manage to find anything. Thinking of the past, Lord Zhan's face turned chilly, and even his voice turned frigidly cold. Grandmaster Huang, why bother to ask since you know it obviously? If this seat was able to find the Sky Phoenix ring, would I need to question you now? For the past 10 over years, this seat had practically flipped through the entire place. Not to mention the Sky Phoenix ring, even if it was a piece of shattered piece or even a dreg, I can't even find a single thing. Huang Yueli spread out her arms as spoke out with an innocent look, this I don't know. Don't tell me that when I self-exploded, the impact was too great and it turned the Sky Phoenix ring into dregs, not even leaving a shattered piece behind? Lord Zhan gave a cold harumph as he slammed his hand on the table heavily. Grandmaster Huang, do you treat this seat as an idiot? What kind of god relic grade is the Sky Phoenix ring? Even if it was in God realm, it is an ultimate treasure that all god clans fight after. That year, Sacred Phoenix Race's previous clan leader lost the battle and self-exploded, and he was a Life Soul Realm top exponent, one of the top few in God Realm, but he merely shattered the Sky Phoenix ring into a few pieces. Just you, a 9th stage realm peak practitioner, to shatter Sky Phoenix ring into dregs? Lord Zhan lost control of his temper as his profound energy was unleashed. His potential was already extremely close to the 10th stage realm, and the might of his profound energy was extremely powerful, so even if it was Huang Yueli, under such coercion, her face also turned pale. When Li Moying saw that, he immediately moved and blocked in front of Huang Yueli as he spoke out coldly, Lord Zhan, why the need to do this? Aren't you just after the whereabouts of the Sky Phoenix ring? Lear has already said that she indeed had the Sky Phoenix ring on her back then, but you weren't able to find it, so now who should you blame? Saying that, he squeezed Huang Yueli's little hand gently as he injected his profound energy into Huang Yueli's body, and at the same time also unleashed some of his might to resist against Lord Zhan. The duo's might clashed against each other in the middle of the sky. Lord Zhan seemed to have noticed his loss of composure and gave a cold harumph as he returned back to his original seat. Looks like Grandmaster Huang is intending to act stupid until the very end. Lord Zhan's brows rose as he said that. Huang Yueli had no other choice but to continue acting blur. Act stupid? Since when am I acting stupid? I dare to swear to heavens that 16 years ago when I came to Lone Sky Summit, I indeed carried the Sky Phoenix ring on me. After my self-explosion, I am just a dead person, so what else can I possibly know? Lord Zhan cast at her a chilly glance when he heard that and spoke slowly, all right, since you insist on acting stupid, then this seat shall make it clear with you. Grandmaster Huang's temper, I know, you're the kind who would not shed any tears until you see the coffin. He took a sip of tea and continued. After Grandmaster Huang self-exploded in Lone Sky Summit, this seat had been searching in the snowy grounds for a very long time, but didn't manage to find any traces of the Sky Phoenix ring. At that time I kept pondering over this issue, feeling that there were only 2 possible options. One was that Sovereign Mu had retrieved the Sky Phoenix ring after he finished the massacre, and the other was that Grandmaster Huang totally hadn't brought the Sky Phoenix ring over. I wasn't certain which guess would fit the truth, so I could only send my men out to check on these angles at the same time. Not long after this incident, Sovereign Mu chose to use the secret method to summon Grandmaster Huang's soul back and at the same time, announced to everyone that he was going into closed-door seclusion. And to be frank to Sovereign Mu, later on I've managed to bribe a number of Blue Profound Sect's disciples for them to head over to Levitation Sword Palace to find out about the whereabouts of the Sky Phoenix ring. Later on, various signs showed that Sovereign Mu indeed did not have the Sky Phoenix ring in his possession. Moreover, back then Sovereign Mu should be determined to fully utilize the secret method, hence he wouldn't be concerned about some god relic, so this should be something that this seat had thought too much about. Li Moying frowned but didn't say much. At this point, Lord Jean wasn't wrong at all. That year after he rushed over to northern ice fields and saw Huang Yueli self-exploded in front of his eyes, he instantly delved into a manic state, only caring to wave his sword and kill those people to exact revenge for Huang Yueli, so where would he find the time to consider about some god relic? Even after he entered closed-door cultivation, he hadn't even recalled the matter regarding the Sky Phoenix ring. It was right until he met this little fox once again in this lifetime, regained his memories before he knew about the whereabouts of the Sky Phoenix ring. Lord Jean was calm and unhurried as he continued to analyze. Then the remaining other possibility was that Grandmaster Huang didn't bring the Sky Phoenix ring over to the northern ice fields. If it was like this, then where would Grandmaster Huang leave it at? Such an invaluable treasure like this could only be left to a most trusted person. Grandmaster Huang naturally trusted Sovereign Mu the most, but before she set off for northern ice fields, Sovereign Mu had already gone into closed door for a period of time, hence she didn't have the opportunity to pass the god relic over to Sovereign Mu. Of course, she could have possibly left the god relic inside her own sect mythical flame palace, or perhaps with the closest knitted celestial heaven's gate, but this seat knows that they don't have the Sky Phoenix ring. Hearing about this, Huang Yueli's lips surfaced a cold smile. Lord Jean's words, even if it was verified on a side note that he and Qi Xiaojiu and Ling Qingyu had indeed colluded together 16 years ago. Although she knew about this truth long ago, but when it was verified by the personnel involved, it still made Huang Yueli's heart turn icy cold. These people were someone who she was once incomparably close with, and unconditionally believed in, her senior brother and best friend. However, even before she could respond, Lord Jean continued to speak, so this seat had been guessing that the only place where you could have possibly left the Sky Phoenix ring should be in the Armament Guild. Hearing this, Huang Yueli's pupils contracted. A terrifying guess surfaced in her thoughts. Lord Jean's words had perfectly verified everything. This seat had once sent someone over to the Armament Guild to check on the whereabouts of the Sky Phoenix ring. I got to admit that the mechanisms in the Armament Guild are extremely complicated, and those 9th stage realm top exponents which this seat had sent out initially had not even managed to enter the rear courtyard, and quite a number of them died. Later on, as there were some armament masters who were finally willing to cooperate with this seat, and we were able to enter the internal sector of the Armament Guild. But this seat's men searched for a very long time and didn't manage to find the Sky Phoenix ring, nor were there any clues at all. I heard that Grandmaster Huang was on very close terms with the Armament Guild headquarters President Jiang, hence the seat could only ask my men to go ask him about it. Huang Yueli could no longer force herself to continue listening as the teacup in her hand was smashed onto the ground abruptly as a loud bam resounded. The delicate ceramic was smashed hard onto the ground and instantly shattered into smithereens. Huang Yueli was still not appeased as she slammed her palm on the table, causing the teacups to clang against each other from the tremor. So, President Jiang's death is also done by the men who you sent. President Jiang is highly respected, and he had always been friendly with everyone for his entire life, never making any enemies at all. Just how many talented apprentices with impoverished backgrounds had been taken in under his wing and had gained much help from him? Such a nice elderly like him, yet you actually dealt with him with such a deadly hand. Huang Yueli was so angry that her body was trembling. Speaking of that, for a practitioner like her who sought after the peak realm of cultivation, had always been licking blood on the tip of the blade, and had encountered countless life and death crises. The art of cultivation was originally going against heavens, and this entire process, even if one were to die, no matter for what reason, they shouldn't blame it on anyone at all. So although Huang Yueli herself had died in the hands of Lord Zhan, she was able to suppress her hatred towards him and consider to work together with him. But Huang Yueli could not imagine that the other party only thought of himself so much that he would even murder an elderly who only had his mind in the art of armament refining, and had never dabbled in the affairs of the world. This kind of thing had simply broken through the lower limits of the morality of a practitioner's morals. However, Lord Zhan didn't think much when he saw Huang Yueli being so angry, as he remained as stable as Mount Tai in his original position. A smirk, however, seemed to have emerged from the corner of his lips. Grandmaster Huang, it's not as though this is your first day of being in the world, surely there's no need to act until you're so innocent, right? Even if President Jiang is an armament master, he is also a part of the practitioner's circle. Moreover speaking, ever since he found out about the Sky Phoenix Ring secret, then he should know clearly that sooner or later, he would come to this end. If you don't wish to let him die, then you should not have told him about this secret right from the start. So if we have to get down to basics, the person who caused his death is actually you. When Huang Yueli heard his shameless words, she laughed instead of flying into a rage. Lord Zhan, you really have the gift of the gab. But do you know or not, how the word shameless is written? Facing Huang Yueli's provocative attitude, Lord Zhan remained extremely calm. Even when he was swung by such an aggravated word, shameless, onto his face, his tone and posture remained peaceful. Grandmaster Huang, why bother doing this? To tell you the truth, back then this seat wasn't intending on killing him. That old man knows too much, much more than what you could have imagined. If I just killed him like this, wouldn't the seat be making a huge loss? So, this seat was thinking back then, to invite President Jiang to Snow Phoenix Palace and ask him to impart his knowledge to this seat regarding armament refining. Whoever knew that he was already too old and his mind wasn't able to turn around, so upon hearing this seat talking about the Sky Phoenix Ring, he immediately activated the Armament Guild's self-destruction mechanisms. Lord Zhan was shaking his head as he talked, with an extremely vexed expression. In this way, forget it, if he himself didn't want to live, he even killed so many men of mine. Who should the seat cry to? Upon hearing that, Huang Yueli really wanted to applaud him for having the ability to reverse black into white. If it wasn't them who resorted to various methods of threats and had already risked President Jiang's life, would he even need to activate the self-destruction mechanism? It was merely because President Jiang didn't want it to betray her, and moreover, the truth was that he was not able to hand over the Sky Phoenix Ring, so if he was brought back by them, he would be coerced to commit suicide. As for the saying on inviting President Jiang over to Snow Phoenix Palace, wasn't it even more apt to put it as abduct? If President Jiang was really abducted by them to Snow Phoenix Palace, an elderly man like him had negative battle power, there was no way for him to escape, so wouldn't he be tortured by them until his death? President Jiang would rather not be humiliated by them, hence he resolutely chose to take on this path. Huang Yueli laughed coldly and said, so it's like this. But I must say that President Jiang did a brilliant job. Although we armament masters are not practitioners, but we will not allow other people to humiliate us. If you dare to bully an armament master, you deserve to die. Lord Zhan chuckled, but still didn't get angry. His unhurried look made Huang Yueli feel even more defensive. To be spoken in such a way like this, and still not getting upset, either that person was a soft persimmon, otherwise he would have nothing to fear. Whereas this Lord Zhan was apparently not the former. Lord Zhan changed his posture and continued, I say that's true, those people are just too disrespectful towards President Jiang and didn't manage to find out anything, so it's just as well that they died. But after experiencing this, the Armament Guild's internal organization turned disarrayed, so their defense was a lot more relaxed than before, so this seat's men were able to enter many tombs with ease, so I've finally managed to find out that the Sky Phoenix Ring is indeed not in the Armament Guild. Saying that, his pair of gloomy and cold eyes landed onto Huang Yueli's face once again, as he kept his eyes on her tightly. Grandmaster Huang, you say, isn't this thing very strange? A god relic, yet for no apparent reason. It vanished into thin air like that? Huang Yueli's lips, curled as her face, did not show, as though it was billowing with startlement. As though this top-rated practitioner standing on the peak of soaring heaven's continent wasn't able to cause any influence onto her. Lord John's question is really well asked. This is really strange. A good piece of Sky Phoenix ring, why had it suddenly disappear? Surely, it couldn't have really turned into a phoenix and flew up into the sky, right? Lord John sneered slightly, turned into a phoenix and fly into the sky? This comparison isn't bad. Although it's not correct, but the answer isn't too far away. Saying that he stopped, Grandmaster Huang, this seat has already said until here, are you still going to continue to act stupid? Huang Yueli's heart thumped. From Lord John's tone, and the attitude where he had briefly described from start till end, it somehow gave her a feeling as though Lord John had already found out about everything. Furthermore, even her greatest secret, the Sky Phoenix ring, was actually within her body. He was also totally clear about this. This kind of guess made Huang Yueli feel faintly ill at ease. But her rationality kept reminding her, telling her that this absolutely was not possible. However, things were still developing towards the way which she didn't want it to happen. Lord John put down his teacup as he straightened his body and kept away his frivolous attitude as he turned strict and callous. Grandmaster Huang, I'll just say it outright then. Ever since the trip back from the Armament Guild, I had been thinking that if these places all don't have the Sky Phoenix ring, then where could it be? Don't tell me that you really brought the Sky Phoenix ring over to Lone Sky Summit that day, but it's only because I didn't manage to find it? This problem had been troubling me for the longest time ever, and it was until one day, when I was in the Soaring Heavens Continents auction, when I unintentionally auctioned for a few pieces of Drifting Cloud Scroll remnant pages. When Huang Yueli heard the 3 words, Drifting Cloud Scroll, she immediately knew that things were going to be bad. This whatever broken book which had been passed down from the ancient times actually recorded whatever secret there was inside, and it really caused her to be in deep trouble. Indeed, she heard what Lord Jean said. It was recorded in these remnant pages that in the ancient times, in God Realm, many powerful ultimate sacred weapons not only relied on blood for them to acknowledge their owner, and other than obtaining the God Relic Spirit Artifact's acknowledgement, the owner must also separate out a portion of their primordial spirit to merge with the God Relic, and only in this way would they truly be able to activate the God Relic, to give off the corresponding power. Whereas for the God Relic itself, it would also lose its original state, turning into a spiritual body as it lives within the owner's primordial spirit. These contents had reminded the seat that back then when Grandmaster Huang self-exploded, your primordial spirit, together with your soul and spirit were scattered, but from another angle. Isn't it to split up your primordial spirit into several parts, and if a part of that was united with the Sky Phoenix ring, wouldn't that have completed the process of acknowledgement of owner? Moreover, if the fragments of your soul was dissipated in the air for too long, it would disappear, but if it adhered to the Sky Phoenix ring, you will be able to rely on the God Relic's power and stay on for a very long duration. Lord Jean took a look at Limoying and continued, it's exactly because of this reason so when Sovereign Mu executed the secret method, he was able to gain success. Because the scattered pieces of your soul is much more stable than usual. Hence, this seat wasn't able to find the Sky Phoenix ring, exactly because the God Relic had been summoned back by Sovereign Mu along with Grandmaster Huang's primordial shattered pieces, and it is attached in the new body. Grandmaster Huang, tell me. Is what this seat is saying right? When Huang Yueli heard his words, her eyes popped out and she was dumbstruck as she couldn't recollect her senses for a very long time. She was no longer feeling odd, because this simply was like lightning in broad daylight, striking her silly directly. Lord Jean's words contained too much content and it was simply way too much. Even she herself didn't know why she was the only one who had gained success in 10,000 cases, the only one who succeeded in reincarnation from executing the secret method successfully. Whereas Lord Jean had already guessed the reason more or less. As the person involved, she had no choice but to admit that Lord Jean's speculation was just too logical, and had so perfectly explained how she was able to reincarnate after her self-explosion, and even the details of the Sky Phoenix ring to acknowledge her as owner. From the moment when she was reborn, the question which had been troubling her, suddenly opened up to a wide panorama. However, Huang Yueli had just relaxed for just a breath's time when she fell into an even greater terror. Lord Jean, he actually knew all these. Then, what motive did he have to bring them to this place? Surely not, what she was guessing in her mind, right? Huang Yueli suppressed the uneasiness in her inner heart as she spoke out coldly, "How come I don't understand what Lord Jean is talking about? What primordial spirit, what acknowledges owner, I totally don't know what's going on. Looks like Moying and I are wrong in coming. Your distinguished self has absolutely no intention to give us the bipolar black orchid from the very beginning." Huang Yueli stood up as she said that, "Since that is so, then there's no need for us to stay on any longer in the Snow Phoenix Palace, goodbye." Lord Jean saw her standing up and immediately stood up as well, blocking off her pathway. "Grandmaster Huang, don't be in a hurry to leave? Looking at how anxious you are, could it be that this seat had really guessed it correctly?" Huang Yueli's face was still. "I only don't wish to waste boundless time in haggling on with your distinguished self. Since you have no sincerity in cooperating, and only like to make wild guesses without any evidence, and neither is there any precedence, then don't tell us that we're still going to continue and waste more time with you here." Lord Jean gave out a cold chuckle, and following that, his laughter stopped abruptly, as his voice turned sinisterly cold. "Grandmaster Huang, do you feel that this seat doesn't have any evidence when I said all these? Actually, it's very simple. If you want evidence, just let this seat search your primordial spirit and we'll know if it's true or false. We Sacred Phoenix race has a special kind of secret method which has been passed down from the ancient times, and we are able to see if there's any god relic which has already been acknowledged inside your primordial spirit. As for saying that this seat is insincere, this seat had already said this long ago. If you want the bipolar black orchid, then use the Sky Phoenix ring to come exchange for it. If your primordial spirit indeed doesn't have the Sky Phoenix ring, then treat that it's this seat's mistake, but if there's no Sky Phoenix ring, then this seat also couldn't possibly give you the bipolar black orchid. Of course, if you really have, this seat also has a way to get it out. As long as I get the Sky Phoenix ring, then this seat will definitely hand the bipolar black orchid with both hands. What do the both of you think?" Lord Jean spoke frankly with assurance, and just from listening to him saying all these, he indeed seemed very sincere. However, in the middle of his words, Li Moying's expression abruptly changed, and he immediately stood up and blocked Huang Yueli behind his back. His ageless good-looking face instantly surfaced an unconcealable murderous intent. What do you mean by that? God relics which have already been acknowledged, don't tell me that you can still get it out." He and Huang Yueli weren't noobs who had just ventured out for the first time, so naturally they wouldn't believe in Lord Jean's brief description and thought that this matter was just like what he said, to use the Sky Phoenix ring to exchange for the bipolar black orchid, so easily and simple. In actual fact, if they really had the Sky Phoenix ring readily available in their hands, or if they knew about the whereabouts of the Sky Phoenix ring, Huang Yueli wouldn't mind handing over the god relic to exchange for the bipolar black orchid. After all, in her mind, no matter what god relic, it could not be compared to Li Moying's life at all. But the problem now was the Sky Phoenix ring had already merged into her primordial spirit. Wanted to retrieve it out? And also to separate the god relic from its acknowledged owner? Just using one's toes, and one would know that this matter was incomparably dangerous. The terrifying part was, it would be easy if it simply took away Huang Yueli's life. What would be possible was that there was a need to crush her primordial spirit while she was alive, in order to make the Sky Phoenix ring return to its original state, to re-acknowledge another owner. The pain of a primordial spirit being shattered was 10,000 times more painful than being cut by a blade. Those who had not experienced it would not be able to understand this. Li Muing did not even dare imagine the pain that Huang Yueli would suffer under this kind of situation. Lord Zhan met with Li Muing's cold glint but seemed as though he had nothing to fear as he even started to laugh. Sovereign Mu, aren't you a little too anxious? What's this for? Hasn't Grandmaster Huang already said that the Sky Phoenix ring isn't with her? Then let this seat take a look. I guarantee that she wouldn't even lose a strand of hair. Unless, the Sky Phoenix ring is inside her primordial spirit. If this was the truth, then all the more you should persuade Grandmaster Huang to pass the Sky Phoenix ring to me. This seat knows it clearly, that without the bipolar black orchid, you will probably not last any longer and your illness will act up once again. Don't blame this seat for not reminding you. Don't think that the golden needle's acupuncture had forcibly suppressed the focus of infection, but the side effect of doing this would be the next time your illness acts up, it will be 100 times more dangerous than before. By then, even if you don't die, you will also turn into an idiot. Lord Zhan talked as though it was true, and at the same time, he observed Huang Yueli and Li Muing's expressions. On seeing the both of them having a change of expression, he seemed to be a child who had succeeded in his prank and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, so Sovereign Mu had better think through this carefully. No matter how valuable the Sky Phoenix ring was, it is merely a worldly possession, so how could it be more valuable than your life? Li Muing's expression was cold as though he hadn't wavered at all, and his voice was as cold as ice. Does Lord Zhan treat me as an idiot? Or did you think that I can be so vile to use my woman's life to exchange for my own? Lord Zhan was stunned, as though he hadn't expected Li Muing to see that the trap in his words in one shot. But immediately following that, the smile on his face became even more exaggerated. Ha ha ha, indeed unable to hide from Sovereign Mu. Talking to an intelligent person indeed doesn't waste any effort. Alright, this seat shall not hide it from you both. In order to retrieve the Sky Phoenix ring, Grandmaster Huang indeed needs to take a little risk, but she might not necessarily die. Moreover, since you're willing to share the same fate to go through life and death, that's very good. Lord Zhan's gaze shifted from Li Muing onto Huang Yueli's face. Grandmaster Huang, hearing this seat talk about all these, are you feeling touched? Sovereign Mu's feelings towards you are so strong, willing to help you endure such pain. How could you bear to see him die with your own eyes? Sacrificing a little for him to exchange for him to continue living, isn't it very worth it? Or are your feelings towards Sovereign Mu not as deep as what he has towards you? So you're not willing? Shut up. Li Muing barked out sharply. He finally could no longer endure it as his profound energy around his body started to radiate out. A piercing lightning glinted and charged towards Lord Zhan's chest. Lord Zhan's potential was extraordinary and moreover, he had been guarding against Li Muing making a move. So even though Li Muing had struck suddenly, he still barely evaded it. The lightning grazed past Lord Zhan's arm and left a deep gash on the palace's wall. Lord Zhan touched his sleeve that had been grazed, but still continued talking. Sovereign Mu, what are you trying to do? This seat is thinking on your behalf. You're not allowing me to finish my words. Could it be that because I've stepped on your sore foot? Are you afraid to know if Grandmaster Huang doesn't love you as deeply? Only caring about her own life? These words were simply like a hate speech, to put something to death. Based on Lord Zhan's logic, Huang Yueli only needed to sacrifice herself to retrieve the Sky Phoenix ring, which would reflect her love towards Li Muing, otherwise she would be thought of as selfish. After all, Li Muing had really died once for her, whereas now, it was Huang Yueli's turn to prove herself. When Huang Yueli heard that, she frowned slightly and opened her mouth to speak. However, she had merely said one word before she was cut off by Li Muing. Stop. Don't listen to this kind of person sprouting rubbish. I'm willing to take whatever step for my woman, that's my own matter and I don't need anyone else to point fingers at us. Li Moying's terror was never if Huang Yueli loved him deeply or not. But he was afraid that Huang Yueli would be enticed by Lord Jean and really agree to Lord Jean's conditions in order to exchange for the bipolar black orchid to save him. The moment he thought about Huang Yueli being tortured to death, just thinking about it made Li Moying feel as though he was going insane. He was willing to pay the price to protect this woman, so that she could be reborn and absolutely not to let her go die once again. Huang Yueli was stunned as she actually wasn't able to say a single word for the moment. Actually, she wanted to say that it wasn't what Li Moying had imagined, but on seeing Li Moying acting so agitated, for a moment, she almost cried out. Lord Jean frowned slightly, apparently not expecting Li Moying to have such a response. Although he already knew that the both of them had deep feelings for each other, but Li Moying had once experienced this in his past life, could it be that he was still willing to experience it for the second time? If the bipolar black orchid wasn't available, Li Moying's outcome would be no different from in his past life. Li Moying protected Huang Yueli to start confronting Lord Jean, and at the same time he secretly transmitted a message to Huang Yueli, Lear, quickly think if you have any way to find the mechanism and the way out to lead the Snow Phoenix Palace. As an armament master and also having once been to this underground palace, you should have some sort of impression, right? Later on, I'll drag on to Lord Jean and after you find the mechanism, leave immediately and I'll naturally chase up to you. No, you can't. Huang Yueli was howling out in her mind, almost short of screaming on the spot. Have you gone mad? Based on your current ability, it's just too much of a disparity against Lord Jean. How long can you drag him for? Moreover, Senior Brother has also said that your situation looks as though it has been stabilized, but if you really overexert yourself, there is a possibility of acting up once more. The next time it acts up, the consequence will be extremely serious. Don't take the risk, let me do it. We can first pretend to cooperate with Lord Jean, anyway it won't be an easy task for him to obtain the Sky Phoenix ring so he wouldn't kill me so quickly. Huang Yueli persuaded with all her might, because this was the safest idea that she could think of. Although Lord Jean knew about their secret, but she had the confidence to be able to deal with him for a little more time. They only needed a little more time, perhaps, they would be saved. However, Li Moying insisted on blocking himself in front of her, as his spine was straight like a sword, totally without any intention of wavering. Lord Jean looked at his gloomy cold face, and kept on unleashing his profound energy's might, and he finally revealed his malicious look. Sovereign Mu, this seat had been talking about the good stuff, but you seem as though you don't understand it all? If the both of you were to accept this seat's conditions, at least you alone will be able to continue living, but if you reject and not cooperate, then this seat still has the way to capture Huang Yueli, to retrieve the Sky Phoenix ring. Based on your current ability, you're absolutely not my match. You'll die without a doubt. Li Moying's lips curled up coldly. Isn't Lord Jean a little overly confident? Whether I'm your match or not, we'll only find out after we have a go. Lord Jean's expression sank as his profound energy around him instantly exploded. Since you insist on looking for death, then this seat shall fulfill the both of you and let you two become a pair of ill-fated mandarin ducks. Wait a minute. Huang Yueli's terrified scream was instantly drowned by Li Moying and Lord Jean's fluctuating vigorous profound energy storm. She tried her best to transmit a message to Li Moying. Moying, cool down a little, cool down a little. I guarantee that I will absolutely be alright, so can you listen to me please? However, Li Moying pretended as though he could not hear her. Moreover, after he got annoyed by Huang Yueli's cries, he just left a sentence to her, woman, be obedient and stay at the side. After that, he cut off the transmission between the both of them. Huang Yueli almost fainted from fury from this. This man, did he need to put on such a brave front? Didn't he not know that what she was most afraid of was that his illness would act up once again and the two of them would once again be separated by life and death? As long as there was a day which she could spend her life with him, she didn't mind this momentary grievance. Huang Yueli had not imagined that Li Moying's thinking was completely opposite from hers. Towards this overbearing man, if he wasn't able to protect his own woman, he would rather die in a battle right here. As long as he had a breath left, he wouldn't allow anyone to harm Huang Yueli. Communication was ineffective and Li Moying suddenly flourished his sleeves. A gust of extremely powerful profound energy surged outwards and curled itself up around Huang Yueli's body. Huang Yueli had totally not expected him to strike out against her and was caught unaware as she was sent flying by his move. Damn it! M.O. Moying, what are you doing? Huang Yueli flew out for a great distance and directly crashed against the wall before she fell down. Luckily, Li Moying used a precise amount of energy and the ground was layered with a thick fur rug, hence she hadn't fell badly, only rolling around for a few times in the air, as her brain was feeling bouts of dizziness. She endured the feeling of throwing up and climbed back up, but again met with another gust of powerful profound energy. Just as Li Moying had swung out the move towards her at that instant, the two peerless strong exponents had already struck out at the same time, totally starting off the way without any reservations. Cough cough, cough cough. Stop. Both of you stop. Huang Yueli wanted to head up to stop them, but based on her 7th stage realm ability, she totally had no way to cut into Li Moying and Lord Zhan's peak battle. Their abilities had even surpassed common leveled 9th stage realm peak practitioners, pressing towards 10th stage realm. This was the entire Soaring Heavens continent's top-rated battle power. Not only was she unable to cut in, even the remnant vibrations, which kept seeping out from their battle had tormented Huang Yueli into an extremely sorry state. Under the situation where two such powerful peerless top exponents kept unleashing their might, Huang Yueli found it hard to even breath and her chest was so painful that it felt as though it was about to explode, as she kept on coughing vigorously. If it was any other 7th stage realm practitioner, they would absolutely not be able to even stand up, and they would probably have thrown up blood and lost consciousness. However, Huang Yueli continued to hang in there, because she knew that she could not fall. Li Moying's current battle prowess seemed as though it was no different from that year, but all this was just a false front. That man, in order to protect her, had once again forcibly used the secret method to raise his cultivation, which could momentarily display such powerful potential. This kind of situation not only could not last for long, moreover after a short duration of explosion, there would be serious side effects. Even if it was under the condition when Li Moying was healthy in the past, his cultivation had directly fallen by one small realm. Now, his primordial spirit's damage has yet to be restored, so the result was simply unimaginable. Moreover, after Li Moying had lost his battle power, the two of them would land into Lord Zhan's hands. By then, what awaited for them would be an ending which was 100 times worse than death. So she must pick herself up, and she must find a way to help Li Moying, to defeat Lord Zhan. However, it looked to be a daunting task that was almost impossible. Huang Yueli used her strength and bit the tip of her tongue. An intense pain spread and at the same time, the taste of blood instantly filled her entire mouth. This kind of strange taste instead made her sober up a little. Huang Yueli managed to focus and tried hard to think of the next step to find a way out. Since she didn't have enough ability to cut into Li Moying and Lord Zhan's battle, then she shall exhibit her advantage of an armament master. In the battle, Li Moying and Lord Zhan had already exchanged more than 100 over moves in just a brief moment. Li Moying's dark-colored long robe and his pressing, handsome-looking face was cold and emotionless, but his moves were fast as lightning, totally not at a disadvantage. After Lord Zhan had recovered from his initial shock, he was slowly getting accustomed to Li Moying's attack rhythm and he cackled several laughs coldly. Ha ha, you almost gave this seed a shock. I thought that Sovereign Mu had regained your past life's potential. Looks like you must have used some secret technique to raise your cultivation, eh? You really don't want your life. Based on your current illness, are you preparing to die? Li Moying didn't reply to him but spent all his effort in attacking, as he congealed the profound energy from his entire body, and a powerful energy, as though it was going to topple the mountains and overturn the seas, came surging outwards. Ever since his rebirth, he had not experienced such powerful strength for many years. Actually, in the abyss of his inner heart, he missed this feeling fondly. Ever since the moment he executed this secret technique, actually he was already prepared to die. Only thing was, in the last moment of his life, to be able to resume his past life's potential, to disregard everything recklessly yet at the same time being able to save his beloved woman. This filled his heart with a feeling of satisfaction. Thunder-attributed energy was originally the most invasive kind of attribute, and Li Moying was carrying a determined heart to die as he charged ahead. Under his full onslaught, Lord Zhan, who had been most confident in his defensive skills, had turned exceptionally brittle. Not too long later, he was beaten up into a sorry state, and there were several times when he was not able to evade in time, as he was injured by Li Moying's electric currents. Damn it! Having once again been struck by Li Moying's attack, after he almost lost his right leg, Lord Zhan's expression turned extremely horrifying and sinister. Damn it! It has been 10 over years, and no one had been able to enter this seat. Mu Qingqing, you're indeed great. But the more delighted you are now, later on you'd be the most miserable. This seat wants to see just how long are you able to persist on? After your profound energy has been exhausted, sooner or later you will fall into this seat's hands, and by then I want to play around with your woman in front of you, to make you suffer a fate worse than death. Looking for death? Li Moying's eyes flashed past a bitter cold glint as his moves became even sharper than before. Lord Zhan was forced backwards, and he finally could no longer endure as he clenched his teeth. All right, you forced this seat to do this. Saying that, his attacks came to a halt, and suddenly he skipped a step and flashed as he extended his body movements and charged towards Huang Yueli, who was standing by the corner of the wall. When Li Moying saw that, he was extremely shocked and immediately chased right behind him. However, Lord Zhan's speed was extremely swift, and Huang Yueli's back was facing them, as though she was totally defenseless. On seeing that Lord Zhan had already stretched out his right hand, stretching out towards Huang Yueli's back to catch her, Li Moying's heart almost stopped. Suddenly, just as Lord Zhan's pale white fingers were about to touch Huang Yueli, she suddenly took a side step and nudged towards the side. Not knowing if it was coincidental or intentional, anyway she had just nicely avoided Lord Zhan's profound skill. This simply was out of Lord Zhan's expectations, as he couldn't help but blank out momentarily, although it was only just less than a breath's time. However, it was exactly this short duration when he suddenly sensed the wall above his head shook. Alarm bells kept ringing in his mind. Lord Zhan subconsciously felt something was amiss and immediately wanted to retreat. But it was already too late. The wall above his head abruptly broke apart, and a shower of bitter cold sharp arrow tips shot out towards him. The speed of these arrows were extremely swift, and the tip of the arrow was even shimmering with a bluish-green glint, apparently laced with poison, and moreover, the quantity was simply too much. Even for someone with Lord Zhan's 9th stage realm peak ability, he was also caught off guard. Lord Zhan hurriedly escaped to his left and right, and at the same time used his profound energy to deflect the flying arrows. Continuously deflecting the arrows, it took a total of 20 breaths before it finally stopped. Lord Zhan was indeed a top-rated peerless top exponent in Soaring Heaven's continent. Under such a pressing situation, he was still able to successfully deflect away a large majority of arrows to successfully escape his predicament, and other than a few abrasions, he didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, right before he had time to take a breather, there was another mechanical sound emitted from behind him. Lord Zhan subconsciously moved and saw a huge cage descending from the top through his peripheral vision, dropping down towards his head. His reaction was extremely swift and instantly moved aside to evade it, but he forgot that his opponent was not only Huang Yueli, Li Moying was also eyeing him, on the sidelines. Just as Lord Jean swiftly evaded sideways, Li Moying struck out a burst of profound energy, striking him right on his chest. Lord Jean's defense was extremely high, and this kind of attack totally was of no danger to him, and the possibility of injuring him was not high as well, so it was impossible to cause him any serious injury. But he was still pushed backwards, by several steps, via Li Moying's vigorous, profound energy. These few mere steps, if it was usual times, would be of no effect towards him, but right now, it exactly made him fall into the range of the iron cage. A loud clang was heard, and the iron cage dropped onto the ground and just nicely trapped Lord Jean right in the middle. For one instant, Lord Jean hadn't regained his senses in time, as everything happened too suddenly, and he simply could not believe what exactly had happened. After a few breaths, he then jumped up with a rude shock. "Damn it. Huang Yueli, you crafty and sinister little slut. You actually used such a sinister method to use the mechanism and trap the seat." Huang Yueli actually was profusing badly as well, as the back of her dress was totally drenched in sweat. The situation earlier was simply too pressing, and it was not even enough to describe it as hanging on thin thread. If her reaction was slightly slower, as long as she took a wrong step by a little, the current her would probably have landed into Lord Jean's demonic claws by now, moaning miserably under his torturous moves. Huang Yueli took a deep breath, and the expression on her face did not reflect the flusteredness she experienced earlier. On the contrary, she slowly dug her ear with a finger. "I'm an armament master, so of course I must use armament master's ways. How is this considered as sinister? Moreover speaking, you snuck an attack on a frail lady like me. Aren't you considered sinister? Huang Yueli, how dare you? Did you think that you will be able to trap me with this sort of mechanism? Let this seat out immediately, otherwise when this seat manages to leave this cage, I will definitely deb one and skin you alive, then crush your primordial spirit bit by bit." Lord Jean was so infuriated that he knocked hard against the iron cage's bars, but those bars were made out of the 9th-tiered material Eclipse steel cast and was extremely solid, but going up against this kind of peerless top exponent like Lord Jean, it gave off bursts of sounds of impact and started to vibrate. The resounding banging noises were extremely ear-piercing, and adding on to Lord Jean's chilly threats, it made one tremble right from the heart. Li Moying's expression sank and his sleeve moved slightly as he hurled a burst of electric current towards Lord Jean. A loud whoosh was heard and a streak of lightning exploded right in front of the iron cage as profound energy shot around the surroundings and sparks burst forth. Li Moying's brows creased suddenly, and he wrapped his hand around Huang Yueli's waist as he led her backwards. "This iron cage, actually rebounded my attack?" Li Moying simply had not imagined that this sort of thing had happened. If he had reacted a little slower, perhaps his leer might have been injured by the rebounded thunder attributed profound energy. Huang Yueli, however, remained composed. "You don't know, this iron cage is made out of Eclipse steel cast, and not only is it solid, it can also isolate profound energy attacks, mainly to prevent the strong practitioners who are trapped in the cage from attacking people outside." Her underlying meaning was that people like Li Moying, who did the reverse to stand outside and attack the person in the iron cage, was simply too rarely seen. Li Moying was rendered speechless as his sword brows creased together. "In this case, we still haven't got any way to deal with this fellow?" Lord Jean had been trapped inside the iron cage and kept on crashing against the bars, and powerful profound energy hitting against the cage made loud crashing sounds. Under this kind of attack, even if it was a mechanism made out of Eclipse steel iron, it looked as though it wasn't very stable. Based on Li Moying's judgment, the iron cage could only trap Lord Jean for the time moment, and he feared that not too long later, he would be able to escape from there. So, they could only take this opportunity to get rid of him, which would be the safest option. However, they had unfortunately met with this difficult problem. Huang Yueli shook her head and said, "This is very hard to do. If you forcibly attack the iron cage, it will only make the Eclipse steel cast be damaged even sooner, and that would instead aid Lord Jean to escape earlier. The only thing we can do now is to quickly find a way to leave the Snow Phoenix Palace, and leave her immediately. Li Moying nodded his head. What you say is right. What should we do now? Huang Yueli said, the mechanisms here are a little complicated and I've roughly run through them earlier and have a little idea, but these mechanisms require powerful profound energy before it can be activated, so you must help me. Li Moying naturally had no objections as he quickly followed his own fiancée and started to follow her instructions to inject his profound energy to activate the mechanisms. However, this secret room's mechanisms were simply too complex, and even if it was Huang Yueli who took action, she attempted several times and still had not succeeded. In the corner of the room, Lord Jean's crashing impact against the iron cage grew louder and louder, and more vigorous. Perhaps it was because being trapped in this small cubic-sized iron prison, which invigorated Lord Jean's rampaging characteristics, he reached an almost insane state of unleashing his profound energy. Even if there was such a solid eclipse steel cast between them, Huang Yueli was still able to sense that scorching hot fire-attributed energy which was close to the point of explosion. Let me out this minute. Wretched lass, just you wait and see. I will immediately leave this place, and will absolutely not let you off. Lord Jean's arrogant cries rang intermittently. Li Moying stood near the iron cage and was on high alert as he prepared to receive Lord Jean's attack any moment. Under such a precarious situation, Huang Yueli was still able to maintain her cool as she stood in the middle of the room, and after a moment of wrinkling her brows, her eyes suddenly lit up and she made a loud snap. Got it. So, I had not noticed the fine details earlier. Saying that, she turned towards Li Moying as she waved, Moying, come over for a second. These two mechanisms over here need to be activated at the same time. Place your left hand over here and your right hand. Then later inject your profound energy together at the same time, and it must be equal, both sides must be the same. Huang Yueli lowered her voice as she instructed. Her pair of watery big eyes totally didn't blink as she carefully observed Li Moying's actions, fully prepared to correct his mistake. On seeing that the iron cage would not last much longer, Huang Yueli knew her chances were not much and they must activate the mechanism successfully this time round. Luckily, Li Moying understood Huang Yueli's instructions easily and totally followed what she said without any mistake. Huang Yueli's face revealed a smile. Right, exactly like this. That's great, move over there a little, I'll open up this lock and we will be able to. Just at this moment, in the corner where the iron cage was, a sudden cling-clang rang and a deafening explosion rang. The ground also started to shake vigorously. Their faces changed at the same time. Not good. Wasn't that iron cage a little unreliable, being scrapped so quickly under Lord Jean's attacks? Huang Yueli hastened the actions and exhausted all her energy in bid to decode the last mechanism. Li Moying turned to his side and blocked Huang Yueli's back. Just at the moment when he turned around, Lord Jean, who had finally escaped, howled furiously, and an extremely scorching heated flame attacked towards them. Prepare to die. This seat wants to see where else can the both of you escape to. Li Moying gave a cold harumph as the profound energy worked up and he went up ahead to meet with Lord Jean. Two bursts of pure overbearing profound energy crashed against each other and caused an earth-shattering quake. Huang Yueli was shaken so much that she practically was unable to stabilize herself. Moreover, two bursts of profound energy's remnant waves also flushed towards her back. Huang Yueli stood there without moving as she allowed the remnant profound energy waves to hit against her back, causing a wave of intense pain in her internal organs, almost spitting out blood on the spot. However, her hand was exceptionally stable as she totally did not shake, nor was there any moment of pauses as she kept on controlling the mechanism. She knew what was most important right now, and even if she had to risk getting seriously injured, she must activate the underground palace's path at the very first moment, because this was their only chance to escape. Whereas Lord Jean was originally filled with confidence and assumed that this sudden attack would cause Huang Yueli and Li Moying to be seriously injured. Whoever knew that Li Moying's reaction was actually that swift. Not only had he taken on his 100% strongest strike, moreover it even made him retreat back by 10 oversteps. Lord Jean finally managed to steady his heel and his expression turned even more horrendous. Good, good. Indeed, the #1 top exponent Mu Qingqing in Soaring Heaven's continent, and even until now, you are still able to fight evenly with this seat. Since you're so incredible, take on this move from this seat once more. Lord Jean's figure shifted sideways as the profound energy that was routed earlier had once again congealed into a ray of fire dragon. This time, the surging profound energy was much purer and thicker than before. Li Moying stood on his original spot and he could even sense the energy in the air, which had gathered towards that ray of fire dragon. His senses instantly became grave and every inch of his body was accumulating power just waiting to be unleashed. He knew very clearly that this Snow Phoenix Palace was after all Lord Jean's territory, and being engaged in a battle at a place like this was an absolute disadvantage to himself. Even if the both of them had equal ability, Lord Jean would still easily gain the advantage, as though he was executing some sort of Kabbalah, condensing his energy. Li Moying knew that things weren't going well, and he knew that he could not allow him to continue accumulating his power to his peak form, so he must grab the opportunity first and strike out. His figure moved and a faint purple blinding electric current surfaced in front of him. Just at this moment, a wave of dizziness flashed in his mind. This feeling was just too familiar and Li Moying's heart jumped, as he knew that he was about to reach his limit after using the secret technique to forcibly raise his battle prowess. He could not stop at his moment, otherwise he might really die. However, he already had no other choice, and right now at this moment, how could he possibly take a step back? Li Moying bit the tip of his tongue and suppressed the dizziness in his head as he took another step forward and prepared to strike. But his mind suddenly buzzed and immediately, bouts of pain attacked his mind, which made him unable to control the profound energy in his body. Damn it! Li Moying cursed softly as he forcibly coagulated a little of his profound energy as he struck out towards Lord Jean. But this bit of strength was evidently not enough to go up against Lord Jean. Lord Jean gave a cold scoff. What? Just this bit of endurance? Are you trying to scratch the seat's itch? Take this. The fire sparks rose dramatically. Li Moying shut his eyes as his heart seemed to have fallen into despair. The only choice left was to do what Huang Yueli did in her past life, to self-explode his primordial spirit. Based on his powerfully strong soul, he should be able to kill Lord Jean directly on the spot, and if Huang Yueli had good luck, she should be able to escape from this place. He only wished that she would not be silly and insisted on dying with him. Li Moying's thoughts took a turn and he made preparations to die. Just at this moment, Lord Jean's fire dragon in his hand detonated in an instant and suddenly turned dim. Li Moying was dazed as he lifted his eye and took a look and heard Lord Jean's body swaying and after that, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He held hysterically, "Who was that? Get out. This instant." However, no one answered him, but from not too far away, there was an indiscernible explosion of profound energy sound being heard, and the fluctuations of the profound energy in the air also became a little strange. When Li Moying saw that, his spirit perked up and suddenly thought of something. Could it be that they've already succeeded? He didn't have time to think in detail and could only make a judgment in the split second as he used up all his determination to suppress the splitting pain in his mind to readjust the remaining profound energy in his body, as he struck towards Lord Jean's acupoint. Break! Just at the moment when Li Moying struck, behind Lord Jean also roared out in rage. Following that were numerous bursts of strong profound energy attacks. Lord Jean was assaulted from both frontal and rear sides and his expression changed abruptly in an instant. However, he was already injured from the sneak attack earlier and right now, His abdomen and back were filled with enemies, hence he was simply unable to guard both sides. Numerous ninth-stage realm peak practitioners' profound energy struck out at the same time, and his body shook violently as blood started to spurt out. Immediately following that, his eyes widened and he clutched his chest and looked towards his rear. He saw the entrance of a mechanism opening behind him, and out walked 3 tall figures. "You all, it's actually the 3 of you. How could this be? Haven't you 3 already fallen into the mechanism? How can you suddenly pop out like this?" Lord Jean's eyes stared at the 3 of them in disbelief as his body shook slightly. The shock on his face exhibited his feelings in his speech. Lu Bian took a step up and looked at Lord Jean, and then looked at Li Moying with a smile which wasn't quite like a smile. TSK, our number 1 top exponent in Soaring Heavens Continent Sovereign Mu really does not live up to his name. If it wasn't for the fact that this divine doctor had arrived in a timely manner, you are going to be in bad shape. Behind Lu Bian, Song Pajun and Song Pahun walked up as well as they bowed respectfully towards Li Moying. "Sovereign, your subordinates have arrived late. Will Sovereign please forgive us?" When Huang Yueli heard their voices, the action on her hands took a pause and she turned around in extreme joy. "Senior brother, Guardian Jun, Guardian Hun. You're finally here." Lu Bian smiled joyfully. "What's the matter? Senior brother, I have appeared at a timely fashion, right? Am I suave enough? Incisive enough? If it wasn't for me, just relying on this young lad Li Moying, TSK, he simply is unable to protect you, all right?" Li Moying's face turned black as he gave Lu Bian a hard stare and spoke out in an unhappy tone. "Timely? You call this timely? How do you have the cheek to say that? If it wasn't for your dragging and had not arrived for such a long time, will I and Lear need to go through such a thrilling experience? If you came slightly later and Lear is heavily injured after she lands in this fellow's hands, your life is simply not enough to pay for it." Lu Bian gave a TSK and turned his head to look at him. "I'm draggy? Disdain me for spending too much time? Have you got things wrong or what? Do you know how big this underground palace is? Although there's the map which junior sister gave, but she circled out so many stored and we needed to look for it one after another to verify just where the item is hidden in. Moreover, there are so many guards at the places where the treasures are being kept, and the 3 of us experienced a huge battle before we managed to snatch the bipolar black orchid. Did you think that we went for a stroll? You're speaking about it so lightly." Upon hearing Lu Bian's words, Huang Yueli's joy was reflected on her face as she couldn't be bothered to go open the mechanism and immediately ran towards Lu Bian. "Senior brother, you found the bipolar black orchid? Really? Is the medicinal effect preserved completely? Is it enough to refine into medicinal pills?" Lu Bian replied lazily, "Of course we've gotten it. With me, your senior brother around, what problem could there possibly be? Moreover, this divine doctor had not imagined that these fellows actually spent so much effort to lure you and Li Moying that they collected all the bipolar black orchid in the market, and there are 10 overstocks of it. No matter what medicinal pills we refine, there's still a huge pile left." Saying that, Lu Bian retrieved a huge medicinal box from his realm ring and brought it in front of Huang Yueli and lifted up the lid to show her. A dense medicinal fragrance slowly dissipated out. Huang Yueli's lips curled upwards and kept on praising Lu Bian. "Senior brother, you're simply incredible." However, this scene in Lord Jean's eye made his eyeballs almost pop out from staring at them too hard. This, how is it possible? How are you guys able to obtain the bipolar black orchid? This seat had obviously hidden them in the most secretive secret room of all. Not right, where did you trio pop out from? Aren't you already dead? Song Pahun heard that and looked at Lord Jean, whose face was as pale as paper and a smile of ridicule curled up around the edges of his lips. Lord Jean, did you really thought that Grandmaster Huang and Sovereign would be so silly, to be coaxed by that Dumba's Meng Wanner and just step into your trap? They agreed to meet you here, not to make you ease up on your alert, but to delay the time. When Lord Jean heard that, he first went into a blank, then subsequently he seemed to have thought of something as he revealed a thoroughly shocked expression. You mean to say, no. How is that possible? Why is it not possible? Song Pahun jeered, you only know that Grandmaster had once entered this underground palace, and I believe you don't know that after she mistakenly entered the secret room today, she coincidentally received a map of this Snow Phoenix Palace, right? Hence, she secretly passed the map over to Divine Dr. Liu and even indicated the most possible locations of the stores which could hide the bipolar black orchids, and later on created a farce to pretend that we were trapped from accidentally triggering a mechanism, but in actual fact, we had already escaped your line of sight, to secretly go seek for the bipolar black orchid. Lord Jean's eyes popped out while he was still muttering impossible on his lips. But in his heart, he had faintly understood that what Song Pahun said was true. No wonder back then, when Lu Bian and the others had absurdly disappeared after triggering the mechanism, he wasn't able to find them at all. Back then, Lord Jean only felt that it was a little strange, but as he was in a hurry to control Huang Yueli and Li Moying, he didn't have any time to go bother about these stooges. Anyway, from what Lord Jean thought, he originally needed to worry about these few people's battle power, but now that they had disappeared from stepping into one of the mechanisms, it was like a God-sent gift to help him clear the obstacles. Snow Phoenix Palace was filled with mechanisms, and there wasn't any high-leveled armament master amongst them, so even if he didn't bother about them, they would step on the pathway to death sooner or later. How could he possibly have imagined that these people had actually gotten an internal map of the Snow Phoenix Palace, and even secretly went off to seek the bipolar black orchid? Now the trio not only managed to obtain the medicinal herb, they even managed to appear in time to join hands with Li Moying to defeat him. After clearing his thoughts on the cause and effects, Lord Jean's face was totally twisted, and he was so infuriated that he kept shaking. Damn it! Huang Yueli, you little slut, you're simply too sinister and sly. You actually resorted to such an unscrupulous method. Do you know how to write the words righteous? Huang Yueli folded her arms and raised her brows as she replied dimly, Lord Jean's words have really overpraised me. You're simply too humble, sinister, and sly are words which I do not dare to take on, it should be offered to you instead. Anyway, today we ought to thank you for allowing us to obtain so many stalks of bipolar black orchid today. We've really struck a small fortune. But we still have pressing matters, and we don't have the time to show our gratitude, so we'll make a move first. Saying that, Huang Yueli shot a gaze to Lu Bian and the others, indicating for them to defeat Lord Jean, then leave. But just at this moment, the man beside her suddenly staggered. Huang Yueli's heart thumped hard and hurriedly turned her head back, just in time to see Li Moying slowly falling onto the ground. She quickly pounced over to hold on to him, Moying. What's the matter with you? Li Moying's face was ghastly pale and his eyes were tightly shut, without any response. Huang Yueli's fingers shakingly stretched to the front of his nostrils only to realize that although his breathing is very weak, but was still regulated, and she heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Bian walked over in quick steps as he bent down in front of Li Moying to take his pulse. Not too long later, his brows creased tightly. Damn it, how did this happen? His soul detachment illness has acted up again, and moreover, it's even more dangerous than the last time. This time, we can't use the golden needles to suppress it any longer, and if we aren't able to cure him within 7 days, even if he doesn't die, he will also become an idiot. By then no one will be able to save him. What? Huang Yueli's face flushed a shade of white. Song Pajun cried out in shock as well. How did this happen? Divine Dr. Liu, are you certain you didn't diagnose wrongly? Last time you said that after Sovereign took your medicinal pill, his illness will not act up within a short period of time, and moreover, he even has the claret bracelet on him. Pills and profound armaments are not invincible. Lu Bian replied gruffly, cutting him off, but Li Moying he had forcibly used the secret technique to raise his cultivation, I believe it is to cross hands with that whatever Lord Jean. Back then, when he was in peak condition, after he used this secret technique, his cultivation dropped, but now with this kind of condition. He's really lucky that the claret bracelet is of use since he didn't die on the spot. Saying that, he stood up. No way, we can't drag on any longer. Luckily, we have already gotten the bipolar black orchid. Let's quickly leave this place. I have to immediately find a place to refine the purified pill. Alright. I'll go activate the mechanism. Huang Yueli, stuffily mowing into Lu Bian's arms, and sprung up from the floor. Just at the moment she stood up, the ground started shaking violently. Following that, the original tidy ground started to split into two parts, and those few standing right in the center were not prepared as they all descended downwards. What's the situation now? Lu Bian couldn't help but shouted out loudly. In response to him was Lord Jean's arrogant mad laughs, from above his head. Ha ha ha, you few, did you really think that you could leave the Snow Phoenix Palace, with the bipolar black orchid? Simply daydreaming. This is the seat's place, so how can I allow you to come and go as you wish? So what if you have gotten the bipolar black orchid? You all can forget about leaving this place. All turn into fertilizers for this blood moon spell. 9th stage realm, peak fertilizers. This seat is using this for the very first time. I'm sure it will inject a lot of energy for the spell. Ha 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 ha. Amid his sharp and strange long laugh, the group had already fallen into the bottom layer of the ground. The upper layer's ground slowly closed up, which isolated Lord Jean's laughs on the outside. Not knowing why, this level of the ground was very soft and the few of them were practically unhurt. The minute they landed onto the ground, Song Pahan immediately knelt down and asked for forgiveness from Huang Yueli, with an ashamed look on his face. Grandmaster Huang, it's all this subordinate's negligence, assuming that fellow had totally lost the ability to resist against us, and had not kept a tight watch on him, hence allowing him to have the chance to activate the mechanism. Huang Yueli bit her lips and shook her head. Get up, we are all responsible. There's no point saying all these now. Let's first think of a way to get out of here. Earlier, everyone present placed their attention on Li Moying, who had suddenly fainted. Although everyone knew that they must defend against Lord Jean, but Lord Jean was seriously injured back then, and even if it was a sneak attack, it was not possible to injure Lu Bian and the other top exponents, so everyone had not placed too much emphasis on defense. Whoever knew that the other party still had this move, to snatch the chance first to activate the next layer's mechanism, to trap them in this place. Song Pahan refused to get up and was still kneeling on the ground when Song Pajun pulled him up and spoke out in a gloomy voice. Alright, now is not the time to beg for forgiveness. Listen to Grandmaster Huang and let's think of a way out first before considering other things. Sovereign's illness cannot be delayed. Song Pahan despondently nodded his head as he stood up. Song Pajun was after all the oldest, and he had even stood in for sovereign for Blue Profound Sect for many years, so his character was much more steady. He thought over for a moment when his eyes lit up and spoke out. Right, Divine Dr. Liu, where's the map that Grandmaster Huang gave us earlier? Is it still with you? Let's take it out quickly and study it, to see how we should leave this place. Lu Bian heard that and immediately lit up a few balls of fire as it illuminated the surroundings. Following that, he took out a map which was made out of a single horn rhinoceros's skin. After a while, Lu Bian frowned and said, could it be that I'm seeing this wrongly? Why do I feel that this map totally doesn't indicate the room which we are currently in? Song Pajun too revealed a puzzled expression. That's right. Earlier we fell down from the secret room above our heads, so it should be this room, but there is totally no indication of any space below that secret room. The place we are now in shouldn't exist at all, right? Huang Yueli originally was hugging Li Moying as she transmitted profound energy into his body to help stabilize his primordial spirit, hence she didn't join the trio's discussion. On hearing this, she couldn't help but stood up as she walked over and asked, "What's the matter?" Lu Bian sighed and passed the map to her. "Junior sister, take a look for yourself? The place that we are now in is totally not on the map at all. What on earth is going on? Could it be that this map that you have is not complete? Huang Yueli heard that and took the map from him as she spread it out on the ground and checked on it in extreme detail from head to toe. She had entered the Snow Phoenix Palace twice and researched the underground palace's various mechanisms in detail and was the one who understood the Snow Phoenix Palace the most, and when paired with this map, by rights, she should easily find the way out. But this time round, she looked left and right at the map, and after looking at it for a long while, she had no choice but to admit that what Lu Bian said was right. The position where they were currently in, totally was not marked out at all. This is really strange. This map is something that I had retrieved from the secret room where I found the remote transient secret fire and had conveniently brought it along. It was stored in such a seclusive room, so the authenticity of this map is absolutely no issue, but it actually isn't complete. Huang Yueli's elegant brows creased slightly as her heart was feeling puzzled. A room that popped out of nowhere, which wasn't marked on a Snow Phoenix Palace's topography map. What on earth was this used for? Just as she was extremely bewildered, Lu Bian's expression suddenly turned solemn as he stood upright. Not right. The air here isn't right. Do you smell the blood stench? The stench of blood? When the group heard that, they looked at each other in dismay, but immediately following that, their expressions underwent a change. They took a whiff carefully, suddenly realizing that what Lu Bian said was right, and there indeed was a rather thick stench of blood wafting in the air. Only thing was, when the group dropped down earlier, they were slightly panic-stricken, hence they didn't notice this earlier. Huang Yueli's expression was grave. The stench of blood here is very thick. Earlier, when Moing and I were in the secret room upstairs, we could indistinctly smell a faint stench of blood, and now that I think back, it should have come from this place? What? The group's expressions all changed. Although everyone present were all strong practitioners and were used to seeing blood, but right now under this circumstance, to be trapped in such a dark room which was filled with stench of blood, no matter how one thought, it just made them feel uneasy. Lu Bian looked pensive as he spoke out, then. The stench of blood, where did it come from? Huang Yueli took a deep breath. Perhaps, just behind you. She pointed towards Lu Bian's back. Lu Bian almost jumped up in shock as he hurriedly turned around, and the others all started to look over towards the direction where Huang Yueli's finger was pointing towards. Behind the group, they could faintly see a ball of faint light which glowed on and off in the darkness. Whereas the thick stench of blood smell seemed to come from the same direction along with the wind. Lu Bian frowned as his expression was filled with worries. This situation doesn't seem very wise. What place is this? Somehow it feels extremely dangerous. Huang Yueli was much more composed as she replied, everyone, let's head over and take a look. Song Pejun hurriedly persuaded her not to do so when he heard that. Grandmaster Huang, don't. You'd better stay here and look after Sovereign. We will head over with Divine Dr. Lu to scout the way, and if there's nothing major, then we'd come back to pick you up. This place is simply too strange, and there might possibly be danger in front, so it's better for the both of you to not act recklessly. Huang Yueli raised up one hand to cut him off. Guardian Jun, I appreciate your kind intentions. But the place that we are standing at now is really not very safe. Saying that, her right hand suddenly pointed at the ground and a burst of fiery flame shot out from her fingertip. A shrill cry was heard and the crowd lowered their heads to see an entirely blood-red scorpion burnt to death on the ground by Huang Yueli. Moreover, this scorpion was split into two halves by her profound energy, and the portion where the body had split up, a large amount of blood actually splattered out. In an instant, the stench of blood filled everyone's nostrils. Song Pahun covered his nose and took a step back in disdain. What is this? Red scorpion? How come it seems a little disgusting? Lu Bian replied gruffly, this is a mutated species of the red scorpion, the weeping soul red scorpion, and is extremely rarely seen. It is rumored that it specially sucks humans' blood and moreover, it specially sucks blood from the living, and once it sets its sight on a target, either it will suck up all the blood from the living person or the red scorpion's body will explode from being unable to accommodate so much blood. Other than that, you can forget about getting it off from you. This is terrifying. Luckily, Grandmaster Huang's eyes are sharp enough and had spotted it in time, otherwise if we were bitten by this thing, wouldn't we be finished? Song Pajun shuddered as he looked at the ground in high alert, scanning everywhere as he was deeply afraid of the second weeping soul red scorpion appearing. Lu Bian swept Song Pahun and I with slight disdain and said, "To think you're a 9th stage realm practitioner. If this thing went up against a same-level practitioner, it would still do, but meeting against high-level practitioners, there would be no use for it. Haven't you seen Grandmaster Huang crushing it with just one finger?" Song Pahun then came around this as he patted his chest exaggeratedly, heaving out a long sigh. "It really is so. Divine Dr. Lu, so you said that earlier just to scare me on purpose?" Lu Bian chuckled and said, "Scare you? What I said earlier is the truth, since when have I tried to scare you? But regarding the weeping soul red scorpion, there indeed is a horrifying rumor." Saying that, he paused for a moment as his elegant brows creased slightly. Amidst the light, his handsome countenance seemed strangely cold. Song Pahun stared at him as he spoke out cautiously, "Divine Dr. Lu, why have you stopped again? What on earth are you trying to say? Can you just say it all out at once? You acting startled like this, my heart really can't take much of your scares." Lu Bian muttered to himself and said, "I had once read from a medical book which had been passed down from the ancient times, and it says that if the weeping soul red scorpion sucks a high-leveled practitioner's blood until a certain limit, it will keep on increasing in its tier, and once it reaches 9th tier, it will undergo a second mutation to become a demonized soul red scorpion. This kind of red scorpion no longer feeds on a practitioner's blood, but the practitioner's spiritual root." "Spiritual root?" Huang Yueli was stunned and immediately asked in puzzlement, "Feeds on the practitioner's spiritual root? How is that possible? No matter how powerful a divine doctor is, there is no way to separate the spiritual root from a practitioner's body. Then this demonized soul red scorpion, is it able to do that?" Regarding the practitioner's spiritual root, saying, "It was just a kind of myth that each practitioner's innate talent was mainly decided based on one's innate spiritual root. If the practitioner's spiritual root was drawn away, then those people would immediately be unable to cultivate and become crippled, and moreover there was a 99% chance that they would lose their life on the spot. But even though there was this myth, no one had ever been able to find the physical spiritual root from a practitioner's body, and no one had even been able to draw the spiritual root to cripple their enemy's cultivation." Lu Bian first nodded his head, but later on, he shook his head. "This is just a myth, and I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, according to what the book states, the demonized soul red scorpion was able to draw out the practitioner's spiritual root while that person is alive, and even store it in its body. It was said that during ancient times, there were some evil practitioners who practiced demonic arts in God realm, and they would refine this kind of demonized soul red scorpions, which swallowed one's spiritual roots into pills." "Pills?" Even the most steadied Song Pajun, upon hearing Lu Bian's words, had a ghastly expression on his face. What pill can be refined out from this? Can it be eaten? If one were to eat it, wouldn't it be equivalent to eating a living person?" Lu Bian replied solemnly, "Exactly so. Too bad, that medical book only introduced this method very briefly, and did not list out the prescription. It was written that those who did such utterly heartless things, even if it was in God realm, it was also considered as a matter which no one could accept, and once they were discovered, anyone could put them to death. Only those extremely evil-minded demonic people would do such a thing." Hearing Lu Bian's introduction, everyone fell into silence. Even though Lu Bian had reiterated once again that this was only a myth which the ancient book had recorded, but the group all still felt terrified by this. Originally this matter sounded extremely horrifying, and now they were stuck in a ghostly place which had such a dense stench of blood, and not to mention. Right next to everyone's feet laid the corpse of a weeping soul-red scorpion. Not good. Quickly look. There are several weeping soul-red scorpions crawling over. Song Pahun took a look at the corner of the wall, and his face suddenly flushed white as he cried out. Everyone's head turned back and indeed saw a few totally bloody red scorpions with bulging tummies crawling towards them. They must have smelled the scent of blood, hence they're gathering over. We must leave this place immediately. Huang Yueli hugged Li Moying's body tightly as she spoke out in a solemn expression. The others also realized the danger which was lurking and instantly agreed with Huang Yueli's thinking. The group speedily discussed for a while and changed their team formation. It was still Song Pajun who stood in front to clear the road while Lu Bian would guard the rear. Song Pahun would follow Huang Yueli and protect them closely. Grandmaster Huang, sovereign should be rather heavy, why not pass him over to me? Song Pahun looked at the young lady next to him, whose status was petite yet carrying a man who was much taller than she was, so he hurriedly wanted to help. However, Huang Yueli shook her head and rejected him. No need, it's best that I do it personally. Otherwise I won't be at ease. But, Song Pajun looked up and down at Huang Yueli. Although he knew clearly that for a high-level practitioner like Huang Yueli, not to mention carrying Li Moying, even if it was to carry several tons of huge rocks, that would be an easy feat. But looking at her petite and slender figure, it still made him break out into cold sweat. Huang Yueli seemed as though she didn't mind his gaze as she carefully lifted Li Moying into a princess hug, following behind Song Pajun as she moved forward. Initially, Lu Bian would still use the flame to illuminate the path for everyone, but as the group walked into the central area, the surrounding lights turned brighter and brighter, and although it was still a little dim, but slowly they didn't need to illuminate their paths. Not only so, the stench of blood smell in the air also grew thicker, and that made everyone feel extremely uncomfortable all over. Huang Yueli's brows creased tightly, as she instinctively hated this smell very much. This smell was not only the smell of blood, it was also mixed with fishy and pungent smell, and in combination, it made one feel like throwing up. It was right until the group had walked into the middle of the room, looking at the current situation, their eyes all turned wide as they could not help but sucked in a breath of cold air. In the central position was a huge sunken pool. The pool's surroundings and center area had red tall poles, and on each pole was tied a man. The few of them were dressed in shabby unlined garments and their heads hung low, totally not moving at all, so there was no way to know if they were alive or dead. Moreover, on each person's calf and thigh were several weeping soul-red scorpions, and these scorpions were much larger than the one which Huang Yueli had killed earlier, as they were all sucking on these people's blood. The pool was injected with fresh red liquid, and it gave off a combination of stench of blood and pungent smell. The few of them were dazed from seeing this scenario. After some time, Lu Bian was the first to make a sound. What the, this is a blood pool. It's actually real, there's real living people who are being fed alive for these weeping soul-red scorpions? All these are done by that Lord Jean? What on earth is he thinking? His tone carried anger and also slight terror. Such a deranged thing to do, and yet someone had actually done it. Suddenly, Song Pajun hastily shouted, "Divine Dr. Lu, pay attention, quickly look under your feet." Lu Bian lowered his head in a hurry to see a few weeping soul-red scorpions, as though they had smelled the scent of a living human from the few of them as it all started to crawl out from the blood pool and swiftly scurried out from under their feet. Lu Bian was standing the nearest to the pool, hence he bore the brunt of it. Even if it was Lu Bian who was the most knowledgeable, the current him also had a slight change in expression. He instantly unleashed a burst of unsophisticated profound energy, sweeping towards those weeping soul red scorpions on the ground. However, those few crawling at the back which were attacked by him all fell dead, but the largest sized one which crawled in the front was also one of the fastest. It swayed for a few moments and immediately started crawling again. Its tail even started to sweep and ferociously scuttered a distance as it directly wanted to pounce onto Lu Bian's thigh. Fuck, this is too disgusting. This scorpion is probably a 7th-tiered magical beast. Lu Bian's complexion paled and hurriedly retreated backwards, and at the same time, the profound energy on his hand increased in intensity and struck towards that large scorpion which led the group once again. A padoop was heard, and this time round, the large scorpion was finally defeated onto the ground, totally not moving at all. Lu Bian broke out into cold sweat from this sudden episode, and after he calmed himself down, the expression on his face turned more serious than before. These scorpions look like they are able to smell a living person and will pounce upwards. In this case, that Lord Jean really is using living people to feed these weeping soul red scorpions. Song Pahan immediately looked as though he was about to vomit. It's too disgusting. How could anyone possibly do such a thing like this? Divine Dr. Lu, you're the most knowledgeable among us. In your opinion, what do you think he's trying to do? Lu Bian hadn't replied when Song Pajun had already taken over from him. What else could it be? Haven't Divine Dr. Lu already said this earlier? This kind of weeping soul red scorpion, once it has evolved into a 9th-tiered magical beast, he will be able to refine them into medicinal pills to cultivate the demonic arts. That Lord Jean's ability is so strong, even comparable to Sovereign's Peak. I'm afraid he must have used this kind of low-life methods. Song Pahan frowned, but Divine Dr. Lu has also mentioned that that was just a myth. 9th-tiered magical beasts, there aren't many in the entire Soaring Heavens continent, and that Lord Jean just casually found a few people to feed those red scorpions, and he would be able to transform a 9th-tiered magical beast out. How could it be that simple? If he really wanted to refine pills, he might not necessarily use the demonized soul red scorpions to refine. Perhaps he could use the blood which had been sucked out from the weeping soul red scorpions to come out with another first-class medicinal pill. In the art of pill refining, we would often use medicinal herbs which are not as good as a replacement. Lu Bian pondered over this as he attempted to analyze the situation. The few of them were discussing by the side, and they didn't forget to keep scanning their surroundings for any weeping soul red scorpions which might crawl over. Perhaps it was because they were fresh living people with vigor, and the attraction was simply too big, so the number of red scorpions which crawled towards them was getting more and more, and quite a number of red scorpions also abandoned their original target of blood-sucking as it crawled towards them. Although the group of them had rather good abilities, and dealing with a bunch of red scorpions was nothing much, but still it was very irritating. Damn it, these red scorpions are really too irritating. Not only are they irritating, moreover, the quantity is increasing, as though we simply can't kill them all. We must leave this place immediately, otherwise when our profound energy is exhausted, we might run into big trouble. Lu Bian's expression turned very grim. Song Pajun shook his head instead and said, Divine Dr. Lu, you put it across too simply. The question is, where are we going to escape to? Speaking of this question, everyone turned their hopeful gazes onto Huang Yueli. She was a 9th-ranked armament master with outstanding ability, and every single time she was able to aid everyone in leaving the precarious situation, so this time, it shouldn't be an exception, right? However, meeting everyone's gazes, Huang Yueli started to frown and didn't speak out for a long time. Finally, Lu Bian couldn't help but asked, Junior sister, what's the current situation? Do you feel that we can find a way to leave this place? Huang Yueli sighed and shook her head. Today, we're probably in deep trouble. It won't be that easy to want to leave this place. Hearing even her saying that, everyone's expression crumbled. Song Pajun asked, Grandmaster Huang, surely not, right? Even you don't have any idea? By right, since this blood pool is used to rear the red scorpions, then there would definitely be an entry and exit mechanism, right? Otherwise, after the red scorpions are reared, how will Lord Jean and the others be able to take the scorpions away? Huang Yueli heard that and gave a bitter smile. Guardian June, things aren't that simple. Haven't you felt that the profound energy exhaustion in your body is especially big, and even if we just stand here and don't move, it is slowly getting lost? Song Pajun was stunned as his attacking action took a pause, and his expression changed abruptly. Earlier he and Lu Bian, Song Pahun trio had always been attacking those weeping soul red scorpions, which were crawling over, and there was only Huang Yueli, who stood there hugging on to Li Moing, not moving at all. So the few of them naturally thought that their profound energy depletion was because they were constantly in a battle. Only Huang Yueli, under the silent state, was able to sense clearly what was wrong, and because of that she felt even more terrified. Lu Bian's expression also sunk gloomily. Why did it turn out like this? This blood pool, could it be that it could absorb our profound energy? Huang Yueli pondered over this and spoke out her own deduction. Earlier when we fell from the secret room above us, I barely heard Lord Jean saying this was some blood moon grade array, and he even said that United Stage Realm Peak practitioners dropping down will definitely add on a lot of energy for the array. According to my deduction, this blood pool and the surrounding pillars should be the so-called blood moon grade array. Hearing that, everyone nodded their heads. That's right, I also heard that earlier. I thought that I had heard him wrongly. What kind of array is this? Isn't this a little too evil? Using these king of weeping soul red scorpions to suck living humans' blood, and it can even absorb our profound energy? Hearing the group's questions, Huang Yueli thought for a moment and explained, that's not so. Earlier I've observed the surrounding array patterns and pillars layout. This blood moon grade array absorbing profound energy is only the outlying array pattern's effect. Thinking of that, once a practitioner is caught by Lord Jean and thrown into this blood pool, the practitioner should still have battle power to kill those weeping soul red scorpions. But later on, those practitioners totally hadn't imagined that when they kill those red scorpions, the surrounding array will also absorb their profound energy at the same time, and under the double effect of exhaustion, many practitioners would lose their battle power quickly. By then, the surrounding weeping soul red scorpions would all gather up, and practitioners who had lost all their profound energy would not be able to fight against these red scorpions, and can only wait to be their fertilizer. When the group heard Huang Yueli's explanation, the expressions on their faces turned uglier. The situation seemed to be much more somber than what they had imagined. AMD based on Huang Yueli's saying, don't think that their profound energies were still abundant now. It seemed as though there wasn't any danger temporarily, but once the time dragged on, it would eventually still lead to a dead end. Song Pahun's face turned paler still. This is bad. Then wouldn't that mean that we'd be dead for sure? Lu Bian was still rather composed as he took out a few porcelain medicinal bottles from his realm ring and distributed them to everyone. This contains 7th leveled revolution spirit pills and can be used to replenish profound energy. Later on, if you feel that you have exhausted too much profound energy, just take one and it will last for at least another 4 hours. Song Pajun and the others received the pills and responded with words of gratitude. 7th leveled medicinal pills had shocking pricing, and just one piece sold in Soaring Heavens Merchant Guild came at a heavenly price. For same stage realm practitioner battle, one would just need to take one pill and he would be able to reverse the entire battle outcome. Now Lu Bian had given them one bottle each, so such generosity naturally left Song Pajun and the others awed. Lu Bian waved his hand and said, no need to thank you. We should preserve our battle power, work in unison to leave this damn place, which is of utmost importance. Junior sister, you really can't think of a way to leave this place? Although we are not in any danger now, but it isn't a long-term plan for us to stay here for long. Huang Yueli said, of course I know that, moreover. She looked worriedly at the unconscious man in her arms. Moing's current situation is simply too dangerous. Within 7 days, if we don't leave this place and refine the purified pill. Actually, now that time was so pressed, even if they were in a safe place now, they might not guarantee that they would be able to save Li Moying, what more that they were currently in such a precarious situation. If it was any other person, facing such a difficult situation, they might have already lost all hope, choosing to give up in the deepest abyss of their hearts. But Huang Yueli forced herself to stay composed as she calmed down to think of the next step to take. Actually, to break the Blood Moon Great Array, it's not as though we totally have no chance, but, she carefully observed the surrounding situation, this array is set up and totally relies on the blood pool in the center, and these pillars, each one of it has a special array pattern on them. I must go a little closer, to take a careful look by the side of the blood pool. Huang Yueli just finished her words when Song Pujun immediately frowned and opposed. Grandmaster Huang, is it a must to go to the side of the blood pool? How near do you need to be? The blood pool is extremely dangerous, and those weeping soul red scorpions, which attacked us, have all crawled up from that blood pool. We're standing so far away, and yet those red scorpions were still able to sniff the smell on us to come near, so if you were to stand next to the blood pool, I'm afraid, by then we can't even imagine how many red scorpions will gather around. Huang Yueli sighed. What you said is something that I naturally understand. But if I don't personally check on the array pattern and distribution pattern of the mechanism, there's no way that I can decode it at all. Snow Phoenix Palace's mechanisms are all left down from the ancient times, and there are no antecedents to adhere to, so I can only take the risk to go nearer. What Huang Yueli said was the truth, and everyone present knew it clearly. So even if the crowd were unassured, they had no choice but to listen to Huang Yueli's arrangement. Then, Junior sister, you must follow us closely. You absolutely cannot walk about recklessly, and we will be responsible for clearing the surrounding red scorpions. Lu Bian instructed. Huang Yueli hurriedly nodded her head and passed Li Moying over to Song Pahun. Then under Lu Bian and Song Pujun's protection, they gradually got closer to the blood pool. As the three of them advanced towards their target, there were waves of bustling coming from the blood pool, and the water started rippling up and down, as splashing sounds were heard. One after another weeping soul red scorpions started to crawl out from the blood pool, surfacing out from the water as they surged towards them. Luckily, Lu Bian and Song Pujun had been prepared earlier and were defending cautiously, as they kept on killing or chasing those red scorpions back to the pool, not allowing any one of it to come close to Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli walked to the left and right and started seriously studying the array pattern and mechanism by the side of the pool. After a while later, she let out a cry of surprise as her voice was filled with astonishment and even carried a few hints of terror. Lu Bian turned his head curiously over and shot her a look. Junior sister, have you found any leads? Huang Yuel's hands were placed behind her back and her brows were creased tightly as her two eyes stared at a pillar in front without blinking, and not saying a single word. Grandmaster Huang, what's the matter? Song Pujun also got curious. Huang Yueli pursed her lips and said, Take a look, the man on that pillar, doesn't he look a little familiar? Familiar? Song Pujun heard that and turned his head over to take a look. On one look, his whole body jolted. This isn't he. His tongue was tied as he wasn't even able to speak out a complete sentence. If I don't remember wrongly, this should be one of Blue Profound Sect's inner disciple. I think his surname is Dong. Huang Yueli could only open her mouth from seeing the degree of his shockness. Lu Bian also turned his head around when he heard that, only to see a male practitioner who was around 30-year-old or so being surrounded by 10 over weeping soul red scorpions, as he was tightly stuck on a pillar. The blood in his body had totally been sucked dry and the entire body's blood and flesh was shriveled, sticking onto his bones, and his skin even started to decay. Only that face was considered as complete, barely able to let someone recognize his identity. Lu Bian frowned. Junior sister, you're saying that this is Blue Profound Sect's disciple? What's going on? Did that Lord Zhan really stretch out his demonic claws on Blue Profound Sect when we weren't around? Huang Yueli shook her head. He shouldn't have been caught recently, right? This junior brother Ding isn't very young. I've seen him before I self-exploded in my past life. Liu Bian was dazed for a second, following which he was so shocked that he couldn't say a single word. Junior sister, you mean to say? Surely not. This man has already been caught to this place for more than a decade? Until now. Song Pujun then recovered from his shock, but his face was still filled with disbelief as he said, although it's not more than a decade, but indeed it has been for many years. Junior brother Ding Jian is a manager in the inner school and his cultivation had reached 7th stage realm peak. But 5 years ago, there was once when he went out on experience learning and had mysteriously disappeared. We all thought that it was the 6 sacred lands who silently did something, in order to fight for resources or something like that, hence they murdered him. Whoever knew that, he was actually captured by Lord Zhan and being kept at this place. This fellow is really deranged. He actually captured disciples from our blue profound sect to feed and rear the weeping soul red scorpions. Song Pujun was so infuriated that his face turned red, gritting his teeth as he said that. However, Huang Yueli took a deep breath and said, let's head over to that side. All right. Liu Bian agreed. He and Song Pujun protected Huang Yueli as they followed the compass to walk one round around the blood pool. The three walked and observed the surrounding pillars, and almost every step they took resulted in a shocking new discovery. This seems to be Sky Devil Sect's direct disciple? It's rumored that he's already an 8th stage realm practitioner, but he's actually caught to this place to become a fertilizer. And this seems to be a disciple from Mythical Flame Palace? You say, what's so strange about these? Liu Bian's expression was grave as he stopped his footsteps, as he pointed at a pillar in front and his voice started to quiver. Do you recognize this man? This is an elder from Cloud Ocean sect. Saying that, he turned his head around and looked at Huang Yueli, junior sister, do you still remember? 20 years ago when we headed over to a mystic region for experience learning in West Sky region, back that this Cloud Ocean sect's elder was like a troublemonger and he gave us plenty of trouble. After we left the mystic region, he disappeared and many rumored that he was killed by Mu Qingqing. Actually, he totally wasn't killed by us, but that fellow had always been lazy to explain and he didn't seem as though he cared what others said. Huang Yueli squinted her eyes and took a look for a moment, and finally managed to make out his face from that hollow skeleton face. Putting it in that way, it really seems to be him. Heavens, how could this be? If he had gone missing back then, and was captured in this blood pool, didn't that mean that he had already been here for 20 over years? Could it be that Lord Zhan had already started doing these kind of unsightly things since 20 over years ago? When Huang Yueli thought of this point, her expression grew uglier. At the same time, she seemed to have thought of something, in that way, that year when Lord Zhan used the fake news to lure me to Lone One Summit, his motive probably wasn't just the Sky Phoenix ring? If she had not chosen to self-explode back then, and instead handed over the Sky Phoenix ring, perhaps she might also be kept in this Blood Moon Great Array. Just thinking of it made the hairs on her hands stand up. Liu Bian frowned as he said, this fellow at least had 9th stage realm 5th level cultivation, but he's actually been sucked into this dry corpse. Looks like we are in big trouble this time. Huang Yueli's brows also creased as she lifted her head and took a look towards the left and right sides. Let's not say such depressing stuff first, let's continue going round the blood pool and talk after we've completed one round. Liu Bian and Song Pujun nodded their heads and the trio walked an entire round along the blood pool, as they took detailed look at each and every pillar. This time round, they discovered quite a number of old acquaintances. This is 7 Stars Palaces. Celestial Heaven's Gates. This seems to be one of the most outstanding direct disciples in Cloud Ocean sect, and back then when the 7 sacred lands were having a tournament, he even won our Blue Profound sect's disciple. Such a talented practitioner, with boundless future, actually landing into such a state. Huang Yueli and the others were scared witless the more they saw. They finally managed to finish one round, and Huang Yueli stopped in her footsteps as she recollected her memories and said, according to the situation that we have identified earlier, this blood moon spell traps practitioners from various large powerhouses in Soaring Heaven's continent, and not just merely from the 7 sacred lands. Even some second-rated powers had some practitioners caught, and in comparison, Blue Profound Sect's disciples are the least. Song Pejun said, that's right, Blue Profound Sect's disciples' management towards disciples are much stricter, and generally they would leave a message through the transmission stone on where they are going for experience learning. Whereas Sect Master is known for being overly protective, so even if he had gone into closed-door cultivation for many years, the number of people who dared to offend us weren't many. Huang Yueli nodded her head and said, from the current looks, the difficulty of us leaving this place has increased. I originally thought that there should be plenty of low-level practitioners who were being trapped here, but whoever knew that there are quite a number of 8th stage realm and even 9th stage realm strong practitioners. The Blood Moon spell had absorbed so many practitioners' profound energy and cultivations, so it is definitely extremely powerful, so if we wanted to decode the array, it would be a difficult task. Huang Yueli's brows cringed as her thoughts raced when suddenly, she saw the pillar in front of them where the first Blue Profound Sect's disciple whom they discovered, his body suddenly twitched. What's going on? Could it be that junior brother Ding is still alive? She raised her brows. Song Pejun and Lu Bian gazed towards him when they heard her say that. The disciple surnamed Ding's body was not only twitching, moreover his tightly shut eyes seemed to have opened a slit as his lips opened and closed, as though he was trying to say something. Song Pejun and Lu Bian exchanged glances and walked right up as they asked in a low voice, Junior brother Ding, are you still alive? Do you know if there's a way to leave this place? Or if there's any chance that we can use? We'll save you out. However, Song Pejun could only hear muffled gasping sounds from his mouth. Junior brother Ding, what are you trying to say? Song Pejun leaned slightly closer. This time round, he could finally hear his indistinct words, quickly, escape, blood, pool, inside, there's. The more he spoke to the back, disciple Ding's voice grew softer, as though these few words had exhausted his remaining energy. What's there? Song Pejun couldn't help but questioned closely. There's. Before Song Pejun could hear him clearly, he heard Huang Yueli's terrified scream coming from his back, Guardian Jun, be careful. Quickly come back. At the same time, Song Pejun also sensed something at a distance very near to his side, that there was a dangerous aura getting close in an instant. Alarm started ringing in his heart and immediately retreated abruptly when suddenly, a wave of red light flashed past and an extremely strong profound energy had already slashed towards his chest. This profound energy was both pure and dangerous, and was filled with a cold murderous intent, so even with Song Pejun's cultivation, under the sneak attack, he totally had no way to evade it in time. Damn it! Song Pejun clenched his teeth, thinking that he would definitely be seriously injured. Luckily at this moment, Lu Bian had already headed upwards to help him block off this fatal strike and at the same time, shouted out severely, why are you still in a daze, quickly back off. Song Pejun's reaction wasn't slow as well as his pressure instantly reduced and he immediately retreated backwards. Lu Bian managed to succeed in one move and didn't dare to continue fighting as he immediately retreated as well. Huang Yueli saw the situation wasn't wise and didn't dare to drag their feet, hence she had long slipped away. The group hurriedly retreated to the corner where Song Pehun was protectingly moying and only when she felt comparatively safe did she dare to turn her head back to have a look. She saw right smack in the center of the blood pool, slowly surfacing a humongous-sized red scorpion. This scorpion, as compared to the previous largest one which they saw, was over 100 times larger. Its tail was pointed upwards and pincers were raised, from head to tail, the height was a total of 5 to 6 meters tall. Moreover, This red scorpion was entirely red in color and the surrounding was emitting bursts of red-colored mist, as though it was about to burst into flames. The moment this red scorpion appeared, the air was filled with an immense suppression, and adding on to earlier that even for a top-rated top exponent like Song Pajun, he almost died under the red scorpion's pincers, it left the few of those present in a panicked state. This red scorpion, why did it suddenly appear? Could it be that earlier it was hiding under the water in the blood pool and totally did not reveal its whereabouts at all? Then just how deep in this blood pool, to be able to hide such a huge magical beast? Song Pajun was still panting for breath. Song Pahun replied, earlier I also saw, this scorpion's movement is just too fast. It only took a moment when my eyes went blurry and it already surfaced out of the water, and even attacked Big Brother. If it wasn't for Divine Dr. Lu's swift reaction, Big Brother, you'd definitely be finished today. When Song Pajun heard that, he hastily gave his thanks towards Lu Bian. Lu Bian lifted his head when he heard that and his eyes were filled with anxiety. What's there to think about? We are not out of danger yet. If I haven't guessed wrongly, this should be the legendary demonic soul red scorpion. I can't believe that we would actually meet with the magical beast which should only exist in legends today. Song Pahun's face flushed pale. Divine Dr. Lu, you're saying, this is the demonic soul red scorpion? Lu Bian nodded his head. Huang Yueli also added on solemnly, it should be correct. Earlier I was thinking that there are so many high-level practitioners here, and these weeping soul red scorpions sucked so much of these high-level practitioners' blood, so there should be a possibility of evolution, and that the demonic soul red scorpion would definitely be produced. However, something is off about these little scorpions. From the looks of it, if my deduction isn't wrong, only that demonic soul red scorpion is hiding in the lower portion of the blood pool. Song Pajun looked at the unconsciously Moing and looked at the demonic soul red scorpion in the blood pool as its huge pincer was raised while strutting around, and his expression grew extremely grave. This time round we're in deeper trouble. We absolutely cannot go near the blood pool, otherwise we will absolutely not be able to return after that. Luckily, there is only this one demonic soul red scorpion here, and it seems to be observing us with no intention of pouncing over yet. I'm afraid. If time drags on, it will just come chasing over. Lu Bian heard and replied, even if it chases over, we won't be sitting ducks here, right? Don't be frightened by this fellow, no matter what, it isn't a spiritual beast, only a 9th-tiered magical beast. Although a magical beast's battle power is far above same-level practitioners, but the three of us are 9th-stage realm peak practitioners, so if we join hands to kill it, it shouldn't be a problem. Song Pajun heard that and went silent for a moment. Divine Dr. Lu's meaning is it's best for us to strike out first, to kill it? Not best, but necessary. Lu Bian hadn't had the time to reply when Huang Yueli already butted in. Earlier, I've already observed that the array eye of the blood moon great array should be in the center of the blood pool, and if we want to activate the transportation array to lead this place, we must enter through the blood pool. Luckily, we hadn't acted rashly earlier, otherwise we might just have become food for this demonic soul red scorpion. Hearing this, the group all started to raise their heads to look at the demonic soul red scorpion in the blood pool, as they were thinking of ways to strike it down. Huang Yueli spoke out again. Earlier I noticed something, these red scorpions seem to be a little afraid of water. Initially, the weeping soul red scorpion that she killed was only a 6th-tiered magical beast, and that was equivalent to human 7th-level practitioner. By right, its ability should be almost the same as her. But that red scorpion's corpse actually got split into 2 parts under one strike of hers. It was then when Huang Yueli came to understand that these red scorpions should react more vigorously towards fire attribute, and because of that, Lord Zhan was able to control them successfully. Later on, I'll release the true Phoenix Fire and help you to disrupt the demonic soul red scorpion's view. After that, the 3 of you will attack from 3 different directions, taking advantage of the chaotic situation to attack its vital spots, and try to kill it in one go. Otherwise, Senior Brother says it will absorb a practitioner's spiritual root and we don't know if it's real or false, so anyway just try your best not to be injured by it. Lu Bian didn't give an agreeable look. Junior sister, you're just in the 7th stage realm, so it's best not to join in this bustle. The three of us have got enough ability, so we should be able to deal with this scorpion. Moreover speaking, I'm also a fire-attributed practitioner, so I should be able to disrupt it. You'd better stay here to look after Li Moying. Huang Yueli shook her head. Senior Brother, don't worry, I'm not that weak. Moreover, I'm the only one who has the true phoenix fire, and ordinary deviant flames are unable to curb this mutated 9th-tiered magical beast. I can attack it from a far distance, so there's no need for you to worry. The trio were unable to persuade her, hence they could only agree. Huang Yueli settled Li Moying in a corner and set up a simple array around him to prevent the weeping soul-red scorpions from getting near to him. After that she walked to the front, and when she stopped only when she was 100 meters away from the blood pool. This distance alone was able to make the demonic soul-red scorpion sense the flourishing blood and chi in her body, as well as her efficacious and abundant spiritual root. The huge demonic soul-red scorpion instantly got excited as it raised its pincers up high, as though it couldn't wait any longer, as it charged towards her direction. Junior sister, be careful. Lu Bian broke out into cold sweat on her behalf. However, Huang Yueli herself was unhurried as she started her agility dance steps and easily moved around, avoiding the demonic soul-red scorpion's ferocious frontal attack. Immediately following that, her hands started forming hand gestures and a ball of true phoenix flame appeared in her palm, and in an instant, it expanded to become a surging fire dragon. Go! Huang Yueli's fingers pointed, and the fire dragon immediately charged towards the direction of the demonic soul-red scorpion. Ah! Demonic soul-red scorpions were originally afraid of fire, and the true phoenix fire was the #1 top-ranking deviant flame on the deviant flame chart, so it was extremely powerful. After Huang Yueli hit the bullseye, the demonic soul-red scorpion sustained a serious injury, and it instantly gave off a miserable cry. Blood stench instantly filled the air, and it even surfaced a scorching smell of burnt shell. Lu Bian and the others had been lying in wait just to attack, and at this moment, they totally weren't perfunctory as they all started charging upwards immediately. After Huang Yueli completed her mission, she immediately retreated. After all, her cultivation was slightly lower, and the demonic soul-red scorpion was heavily injured by the true phoenix fire, and its violent trait was completely invigorated, so for her to appear now was simply too dangerous, so it was better that she had a little self-knowledge. Luckily Lu Bian and the others had outstanding ability, and their coordination were rather well coordinated. After an intense battle, the demonic soul-red scorpion's huge body finally swayed, and without moving, it sunk towards the bottom of the deep blood pool. Lu Bian and the others finally heaved a breath of relief as they panted heavily and stopped. Finn. Finally, isn't this fellow is a little too hard to deal with. Finally settled, this enormous scorpion only looks very incredible, but in actual fact, it isn't as horrifying as what I had imagined. It's all because of Divine Dr. Lu, who made it sound so mysterious and naggy over it, almost scaring me to death. Song Pahun wiped the sweat off his forehead and finally had the mood to crack a joke. Lu Bian gave him an angry glower. I read this from an ancient record, and not just made it up, and definitely not scaring you. If it wasn't for the fact that junior sister has such a powerful ace like the true phoenix fire, this scorpion wouldn't be so easy to deal with. Huang Yueli heard them starting to bicker as he hastily said, enough, don't be naggy, there's not much time left. Guardian Hun, come over and look after Moying, I need to prepare to decode the mechanism. When Song Pahun heard that, he immediately responded and changed positions with Huang Yueli. Huang Yueli slowly walked closer, and when she was just mere meters away from the blood pool, she stopped and her willowy slender brows creased ever so slightly. The smell of this blood pool seems even worse now? She couldn't help but cover her nose. Lu Bian said, perhaps it's because that demonic soul-red scorpion's blood had also mixed into the blood pool, so the smell is really unbearable. Junior sister, I have a water issue pill and it can cut off breathing for a short period of time, so the sensitivity of your smell will also decrease to a large degree. Have a pill and try it out. Huang Yueli shook her hands and rejected it. No need, for safety's sake. It's better that I don't eat all these things in case any accidents happen and I'm unable to respond in time. She stood by the water and observed for a moment more before she continued to walk up ahead. Lu Bian and Song Pijun followed behind her and helped her clear the surrounding little scorpions. Huang Yueli took a deep breath and said, all right, I'm going down now. It's best that you don't follow me, otherwise if any accident happens, none of us will be able to escape. Lu Bian was originally feeling extremely anxious and upon hearing this, he felt even uneasier. Junior sister, I feel that this pole is really very unsafe, you must be very careful. He instructed once more. If it was possible, he really wanted to stop Huang Yueli or perhaps helped her enter the blood pool. But Lu Bian also knew that now, since everyone was trapped in this place, their lives were hanging by the thread and the only way out was in the blood pool below. Moreover, Huang Yueli was the only armament master who could possibly decode this mechanism to open up the road. Now there wasn't any chance to consider anything else, so Huang Yueli must absolutely take this risk. Huang Yueli nodded her head, senior brother, don't worry, I will be careful. Saying that, her right hand formed a hand seal and a burst of true phoenix fire shot out towards the blood pool. The penetrative and rich fire attributed profound energy seemed as though it was like cutting a tofu as it directly split the bloody water in the blood pool into two halves. The weeping soul-red scorpions in the blood pool had all turned into crisp black corpses under this full attack of hers. The water split up onto two sides, revealing the stone platform at the bottom of the blood pool. Even though it was just an instant, it was enough for Huang Yueli and the others to see the densely packed pattern arrays on the stone platform, and there were many other complicated arrays set up around it. When Huang Yueli saw that, she didn't hesitate any longer and used the true phoenix fire to envelop her entire body as she immediately jumped down into the blood pool. Splash splosh, and the pool water, which was separated, had once again joined together above her head. Junior sister. Grandmaster Huang. Lu Bian and Song Pijun immediately ran towards the side of the pool as they gazed intently at the center of the blood pool. Unfortunately, no matter how they looked, they had no way to see through the thick bloody water, and all they could see was just 10 meters deep. They could only see small little bubbles that kept popping up from beneath the pool, and it were fragmentary weeping soul-red scorpions, which caused a ruckus on the surface of the water. Initially, they were still able to remember with reverence on Huang Yueli's instruction and maintain their cool, as they waited for her to activate the mechanism and surface on the water. But after they waited for more than 1 hour, the two of them started to turn anxious and were finding it difficult to sit or stand. Although it was said that to high-level practitioners, not to mention holding their breath for 1 hour, even if it was to hold their breaths for an entire day, they would not drown to death, but this after all wasn't an ordinary pool, but that extremely evil blood pool. Even if Huang Yueli was protected by the true phoenix flame, but that still made them unable to put their hearts completely at ease. After a moment later, the water bubbles which were surfacing from beneath the water started to increase. When Song Pijun saw that, he was slightly surprised with joy. Divine Dr. Lu, looks like Grandmaster Huang is preparing to come up. I wonder if she has found any useful leads? However, Lu Bian's face was filled with a grave expression. No good. Quickly go save her. What's the matter? Heavens! Before Song Pijun could ask him in time, the scene that unfolded in front of him eyes left him completely shocked. Bottom of the blood pool. Huang Yueli slowly sunk downwards, and in the process of descending, she put on 120% of her concentration as she paid careful attention to the surrounding situation, occasionally eliminating those scattered red scorpions which swam over. It took a considerable long period of time before she successfully descended onto the base of the water. The blood pool's water was not only reeking with pungency, and moreover, it was extremely murky and dim, totally unable to use one's naked eye to see the situation below clearly. But luckily, her senses were rather strong and she was able to use her concentration and touch to sense the surrounding situation. When Huang Yueli entered the water, she had already put on her silver thread gloves, and the moment her feet touched the base of the pool, she started to follow the center stone platform's surroundings, and instantly started feeling her way about. She didn't have much time, and although the surrounding weeping soul red scorpions had already been pushed back by her, but they might still possibly gather and attack her, and by then, it was necessary for her to retreat. So she could only grasp this free time to thoroughly check out the situation at the bottom of the blood pool. Huang Yueli soon got things straightened out. The position under her feet was a round-shaped huge large stone platform, which was exactly the same as what she saw when she was by the side of the blood pool earlier. This round-shaped stone platform was around 2 meters wide, and the sides were surrounded by a circle of railing carved out from crimson blood soul jade, and on the railing were various kinds of array pattern. Huang Yueli walked upwards and touched the railing as she felt a sticky sensation immediately. Right now at this moment, Huang Yueli felt extremely fortunate that she had put on her gloves before she came. One just needed to think and they would know that this sticky fluid was probably practitioner's blood which had crystallized after being filtered and coagulated, and perhaps it might even be mixed with those red scorpions' waste, and that was really, really disgusting. Huang Yueli endured the feeling of throwing up as she carefully touched the carved array patterns on the railing, as her mind kept on deducing and analyzing these array patterns' shape and positions, while reconstructing it at the same time. These array patterns and mechanisms were all left behind from the ancient times, and in terms of complexity, it was almost the same as when she was restoring the ancient mechanism in Ice Serpent Valley. Huang Yueli instantly judged that she would not be able to entirely decode it in a short period of time. But luckily, her aim was to activate the transportation array only. In order to attain this aim, she only needed to decode a little part of the array, as the difficulty dropped drastically. Although she very much wanted to save all the Blue Profound Sect's disciples from the blood pool, but now that they weren't even able to save their own skins, there was no way for her to dabble too much in other matters, hence she could only focus on thinking of a way to escape this place first. As for the others, they could only wait for Li Moying's illness to recover, and after he regained his ability would he then be able to return to save them. After Huang Yueli set her mind on this, the actions on her hands became even faster. Not too long later, she had already touched the entire railing one round, and at the same time, she already had a preliminary idea on how to activate the transportation array. Her memory was very good, and right now, she had already memorized all the array patterns in her mind. Huang Yueli had more or less found out everything as she prepared to surface up the water to discuss with Liu Bian and the others on their next course of action. However, just as her leg kicked off and was preparing to float upwards, there was a sudden surge of powerful profound energy fluctuation coming from the water in the blood pool. The waters shook vigorously and the impact crashed against Huang Yueli's chest, almost causing her to lose her footing. At the same time, she could distinctively sense that there was something in the water, and it was pressing near her at an alarming speed. Alarm bells in Huang Yueli's heart instantly rang, and her bodily reflexes were even faster than her brain as she immediately kicked off and swam upwards in her fastest speed ever. However, a gigantic pincer came crashing down towards the top of her head. Huang Yueli turned her head to one side to avoid the sharp, gigantic pincer's front, and at the same time, instantly unleashed an explosive true phoenix fire in her body, enveloping herself and turning herself into a burning fireball. The thing which attacked her was apparently afraid of this extremely powerful deviant flame as its action took a halt. Water could curb fire, and the raging fire could not last for long in the icy cold pool water, hence the full power of the true phoenix fire only lasted for 3 breaths before it extinguished completely. But Huang Yueli had already grabbed hold of the chance to try her best to surface out of the water. Her head popped out to hear Lu Bian crying out with all his might, "Junior sister! You! Quickly swim towards the right side and leave the blood pool immediately." Huang Yueli was still a little blurry, but she subconsciously listened to Lu Bian's instruction as she swam towards the right side. As she swam, she used strength to flick away the bloody water which was stuck onto her face, bearing with the intense pain to keep her eyes open only to discover that there were 2 gigantic demonic soul-red scorpions which were pursuing after her relentlessly. 2. These 2 demonic soul-red scorpions seemed even larger than the one which they joined hands to kill earlier, as they brandished their huge pincers, as though it was 2 large axes, giving off a thud-thud sound in the air. This sound made Huang Yueli's head go numb, as she only needed to use her toenails to think that if she was brushed by those pincers, it was enough to crush her head into a bloody mess. What was worse of all was when she recalled what Lu Bian said earlier. This kind of legendary gigantic scorpion was still able to suck away a practitioner's spiritual root. She shuddered bitterly in the water and used up every ounce of her energy to swim forward furiously. The only fortunate thing was that after she surfaced out of the water, the true phoenix fire didn't extinguish that easily. Huang Yueli attacked the demonic soul-red scorpions behind her with true phoenix fire as she swam in the water. Lu Bian and Song Pijun had no longer cared as they dashed forward and attacked the red scorpions with full power, hoping to divert their attention. However, these 2 demonic soul-red scorpions seemed as though there was an unspeakable stubbornness about them, as they totally ignored both 9th stage realm peak practitioners' attacks, as they just worked themselves up to stick behind Huang Yueli's back. No matter how Lu Bian and Song Pijun tried to provoke them, they totally didn't even turn their heads back to take a second look. Lu Bian was so anxious that he almost jumped up and howled, "Damn it! You retarded scorpions, quickly look over here. We are in 9th stage realm and our blood and cheese energy are definitely more flourishing than that young lass. Do you know how to look for food or not? I'm definitely much more delicious than her." He was so infuriated that he spoke out nonsensically. If it wasn't for the fact that the occasion wasn't right, Huang Yueli almost burst out laughing. Actually, she knew clearly that these 2 demonic soul-red scorpions weren't silly in following after her, and that's because her innate talent was much higher than Lu Bian and the others. If the contents of what Lu Bian had read in the ancient records was true, the demonic soul-red scorpions were not after a practitioner's blood, but the legendary spiritual root. It was imaginable that her spiritual root, to those red scorpions, should be extremely delicious. But with Lu Bian and others' disruptions, at least, the speed of the demonic soul-red scorpions decreased slightly. Huang Yueli expended her full effort to swim forward, and she had a rough gauge in her mind, feeling that she should still have a chance to swim onshore before she was caught and eaten up. Even though the situation was extremely anxious, but Huang Yueli was still able to maintain her composure while moving and battling at the same time, totally not disoriented at all. On seeing that she was just a short distance away from the shore, Huang Yueli worked up all her hard work to move her 2 arms as her speed increased, hoping to reach the shore at one go. However, at this moment, she heard a splashing sound and a water screen suddenly rose up in front of Huang Yueli. At the same time, a wave of strong profound energy fluctuations came surging over. Huang Yueli's eyes were blurry, and immediately following that, she saw a gigantic-sized demonic soul-red scorpion surfacing abruptly from the water. The 3rd demonic soul-red scorpion. This demonic soul-red scorpion, although much smaller than the other 2, but was at least 4 to 5 meters tall, and its 2 huge and sharp pincers were dancing around as its strong and powerful tail kept swaying to and fro. A pair of tiny eyes protruded out as it was gleaming with brutally cold light, as it stared at Huang Yueli intently. Huang Yueli almost died of fright because this demonic soul-red scorpion was simply too close to her. If it wasn't for the fact that her reaction was fast enough, by this moment she would have long dashed under the pincers of the third demonic soul-red scorpion, to become a delicacy who had offered herself. Luckily, her reaction was shockingly swift and she was able to stop in the nick of time. But even so, the danger that she was facing totally didn't lessen at all. Because now there were two demonic soul-red scorpions chasing after her and the distancing was shortening, whereas right in front of her was a brand new demonic soul-red scorpion blocking her way. Under the blockages from the front and the back, she had no more way out. It would only take 2 breaths for those demonic soul-red scorpions to chase up to her. Even though she turned towards the left or the right, she would only be able to swim for 10 over meters, and the demonic soul-red scorpions' huge pincer only needed to brandish and it would be game over for her. Even if Huang Yueli was extremely knowledgeable and had rich experience where she had faced various kinds of fatal crisis, she felt a thorough bitter coldness that cut right into her bones right now. Damn it! Why would there be a third demonic soul-red scorpion? Just how many big scorpions are there in this pool? Dumbass, retard, look over here. Junior sister, that skinny bone wouldn't taste good at all. Lu Bian was so anxious that he kept fidgeting, wishing that he could put himself on a plate, add some sauce and deliver himself to the mouths of those demonic soul-red scorpions. However, they were just uninterested in him. Lu Bian and Song Pijun directly jumped into the blood pool and unleashed their most powerful profound skill, as they did not hold back while unleashing their attacks on those demonic soul-red scorpions. But that was only able to stop them for a couple of breaths. Cryak. Cryak. The demonic soul-red scorpion's tough shells started to surface cracks under the 2 9th stage realm peak practitioners' attacks. Red Scorpion's body swayed a little as they lifted up their pincers and turned towards Lu Bian and Song Pijun. Lu Bian's heart leapt with joy as he hurriedly provoked the other party, "Quickly come, look this way. We're the two who injured you, quickly come over." For that one moment, the demonic soul-red scorpions seemed as though they were about to pounce towards them, but however, they merely hesitated for a short duration of time before they turned right back. Damn it! Lu Bian cursed irritably, but they weren't able to stop those scorpions from charging towards Huang Yueli once again. Luckily, he managed to snatch some time for Huang Yueli, which allowed her to come out with a swift judgment to open up the Sky Phoenix ring space and prepared to let little Phoenix out. Now that it had come to this, she couldn't be bothered to consider if she would expose her own secret. At least she ought to continue living before she could consider the future. However, just as Huang Yueli was about to unleash her last ace, a wave of profound energy fluctuation suddenly came from the middle of the blood pool, and following that, a ray of golden light flashed past. A figure dressed in white clothes suddenly appeared above the blood pool. Immediately following that, they heard the white-robed man making a surprised sound as he spoke out astonishedly, "What's going on? Someone's still alive. In this blood moon great array?" Song Pijun and the others' attentions were all concentrated on Huang Yueli as they unleashed their full strength to attack the demonic soul-red scorpions with no spare concentration to care about other things. Even if they noticed the golden light which flashed past from the center of the blood pool, they had no time to take a careful look. It was right until the white-robed man's mild and tranquil voice rang before they abruptly got a shock, and realized that someone actually came inside to this array. Who is that? To be able to enter the center of the blood moon great array without a trace, this absolutely wasn't an ordinary person. Alarms in Lu Bian's heart instantly started clanging loudly. However, before he could say anything else, the white-robed man's figure suddenly flashed and at the next moment, he already appeared in thin air, above Huang Yueli's head. Even top-rated exponents like Lu Bian and Song Pijun weren't able to see his action clearly. Just as Lu Bian lost the color in his face, the white-robed man had already flicked the sleeve of his robe and a hurricane was swung out following his action, and the two brandishing demonic soul-red scorpions instantly flew up into the sky under one move of his, as they crashed heavily outside the blood pool. He turned around and met with the third demonic soul-red scorpion in front of Huang Yueli as he prepared to make a move. Just then he saw that red scorpion shiver, and it actually didn't dare to attack him, but instead it slowly retreated backwards to a distance away before it submerged itself into the water and vanished without a trace. Those two demonic soul-red scorpions, which were swung out of the blood pool, didn't sustain heavy injuries, and flipped around to crawl up from the ground. But they didn't dare to climb back, but silently snuck back to the bottom of the water from the other end of the blood pool. All these happened too quickly, and those four present totally had not managed to recover their senses, as all of them looked with their eyes popping out and mouth agape at the white-robed man. The white-robed man turned his head back as he grabbed Huang Yueli's collar and pulled her up from the bloody water, leaving her on shore. After that he slowly landed onto the ground. Even though earlier he was in the blood pool, brazenly took action to push back those three ninth-tiered demonic soul-red scorpions in an overbearing manner, but his clothes were not stained with a single bit of the bloody water and his entire white robe was still spotless and clean. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the group as he asked, "Who are the few of you? Have you all been captured by that Lord Zhan to feed the scorpions?" Upon hearing his question, Huang Yueli went into a daze as she lifted her head to look towards him. The white-robed man was wearing a hoodie and a majority of his face was covered under it, hence she wasn't able to see his looks clearly, only managing to see that pair of warm yet resolute eyes. His gaze was filled with substance as it brushed past everyone. Not knowing why, she somehow felt as though she had met this white-robed man somewhere, and somehow felt a sense of familiarity for no apparent reason towards him. But this kind of peerless and powerful strong exponent, where could she possibly have met him before? Speaking of that, it was rather strange. In the past, she had always assumed that Mu Qingqing was Soaring Heaven's continent's #1 top expert, and moreover he had been reigning Soaring Heaven's continent for 10 over years, and he indeed had an overwhelming advantage in terms of ability in front of anyone. However, after her rebirth, she had already met with two strong exponents who had the same kind of ability as Mu Qingqing in his past life. One was Lord Zhan, the other was this white-robed man. What on earth was going on? Huang Yueli's expression was puzzled and her brows creased slightly. Lu Bian immediately took a step forward to block her behind him. He was slightly defensive as he looked at that white-robed man and brushed past the important details as he dwelled on the trivialities. "We are disciples from Blue Profound Sect and we have formed a group to come to Northern Ice Fields on an experience learning trip, but whoever knew that we were captured by that Lord Zhan, and he even threw us to this goddamn place. Who is your distinguished self?" White-robed man could tell that he was telling half of the truth, but he didn't bother to continue asking and only raised his brows. "Me? I'm..." He paused for a moment as though he was thinking of what to say, and after a short pause, he shook his head and smiled. "Forget it, I'm just a nobody, and even if I tell you my name, you don't know me anyway." Lu Bian and the others looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what else to say. A peerlessly strong exponent with such ability, no matter what, he couldn't be a nobody in the entire Soaring Heavens continent, unless he and Lord Zhan had the same motive in mind? This was because ever since they entered the Snow Phoenix Palace, they had been advancing gradually and entrenching themselves at every single step as they met with countless dangers, and it was these which made them filled with security towards every single thing that appeared in this underground palace. Lu Bian replied, "Since your distinguished self is not willing to reveal your name, then let's forget about it. But I still need to ask your distinguished self, what relationship do you have with that Lord Zhan? And why have you appeared in the Blood Moon Great Array?" The white-robed man met with his eyes and laughed. "You're worried that I will harm you all? To tell you the truth, these demonic soul-red scorpions are all reared by Lord Zhan here. His motive is to draw out the practitioner's spiritual root to refine into pills. The few of you have outstanding innate talent and are all good ingredients for refining pills. If I'm one of Lord Jean's men, then I wouldn't have bothered to save you all earlier. Feeding you to those red scorpions, wouldn't that save me the trouble of explaining? Hearing this, Lu Baiyan's face was filled with a slight hint of embarrassment. What that white-robed man said was right. If he wanted to harm them, he just simply didn't need to help, and that would do. Speaking of that, he was considered as their savior. Lu Baiyan kept on interrogating this person like this. It was simply an extremely disrespectful thing. But now they were stuck in this evil goddamn place where the Blood Moon Great Array was, and whereas he needed to protect his junior sister and Lemoyne behind him, he had no choice but to choose to act prudently. This, what your distinguished self said, is right. Many thanks to your distinguished self for lending a helping hand. We will definitely return the grace that you have shown us today, in future. White-robed man seemed as though he didn't recognize Lu Baiyan, so naturally he didn't know just how valuable this #1 divine doctor's favor was worth. He shook his head indifferently, just merely lending a hand, no need to take it to heart. This place is set up with the Blood Moon Great Array, and it would not stop absorbing a practitioner's profound energy, so I'd better bring you guys out of this place first. Leave this place? Hearing that, everyone gave an astonished look. Earlier they tried to think of all the ways, and Huang Yueli even risked entering the blood pool, almost being bitten to death by those demonic soul-red scorpions, and even if it was that, they were still unable to find a way out. Whereas this white-robed man actually just casually spoke out to say that he would bring them out. Thinking of how the white-robed man suddenly teleported to the water above the blood pool, that relaxed look, it seemed as though this was his turf which he could enter or leave at ease any time. Thinking of this, the few of them present all felt that it was rather fascinating, and earlier, they had already erased a little bit of their security, and now the alarms were ringing once again. Lu Baiyan spoke out, your distinguished self can really bring us out of this place? We have an extremely outstanding armament master among us, but yet we weren't able to find a way to leave this place. Moreover, if your distinguished self is not on Lord Jean's side, then you must have something important to do since you're taking the risk to enter the Blood Moon Great Array? If you bring us out of this place now, will it delay your matters? White-robed man took a look at him with a smile, which didn't quite look like a smile, evidently seeing through his defensive heart. However, he wasn't angry as he merely gestured towards Lemoyne's direction and said, I really do want to do something first before bringing you out, but you have a comrade who is injured, isn't it? If you keep on staying in this array, even if he isn't bitten by those red scorpions, it would also result in a huge injury on his blood and chi, and if time dragged on, even the best pill master will not be able to save him. When Lu Baiyan heard that, his face flushed red once again. Hearing the meaning from these words, he seemed as though he was being kind-hearted. He could tell that Lemoyne was almost dying, hence he put his own matters aside to help them, but was still being suspected by them in this matter. Then we'll have to trouble your distinguished self. Lu Baiyan turned his head back to take a look at Huang Yueli, and on seeing her nodding her head, he didn't hesitate any longer as he agreed to it. The white-robed man nodded his head, and without saying anything else, his figure swayed and appeared right above the blood pool again. His right hand raised up and the blood pool's serene and muddy water split into two sides. His actions were light and easy, as though it didn't take any effort at all. This scene was recorded into Huang Yueli's mind, as her heart was blushing with shame. Earlier she literally used up all her strength to make the bloody water split open for a second, and moreover, it was all relying on the heaven-defying deviant flame true phoenix fire. Whereas this white-robed man used a wind-attributed profound skill, and she didn't know if he had concealed his ability or if he indeed was a wind-attributed practitioner. Wind attribute towards demonic soul-red scorpions couldn't curb them much, and to be able to create this kind of effect, it could only be due to his profound skills. The white-robed man split up the bloody water to reveal the stone platform on the bottom of the blood pool, and after that, he slowly descended onto the stone platform. On seeing his hands forming a gesture to strike out a certain number of hand gestures, following that the outer boundary of the stone platform's array pattern seemed to light up one after another, and lastly when the last bolt of golden ray ascended, it enveloped the entire stone platform in the middle. These few hand gestures were almost the same as what Huang Yueli had previously researched on earlier. She could tell that white-robed man should be a powerful array master with great abilities, and his array skills mastery might possibly be higher than Song Piyu, who was known as the continent's #1 array master. Not only so, in the process when the white-robed man activated the array, the blood pool's water started to be obstructed by the wind attributed profound energy to a certain distance away. Huang Yueli and the others were all dumbstruck from seeing this. The white-robed man urged, "What are you all looking at? The array is going to be activated immediately. If you still don't head over, then you won't be able to leave." The few of them seemed as though they had woken up from their dream, and Huang Yueli carried Li Moying to enter the array first, followed by the others who were lined up behind her closely. The moment they all stepped into the array, the golden light expanded and completely blocked their sight. Not knowing how long it had been, by the time the crowd regained their vision and opened their eyes, they discovered that they had already stood on the snowy grounds again, and in front of them was a vast and boundless land of white snowfield and ice mountains. "Ah, we're out. We're finally out. We've really left that goddamn place." Song Puk-jun almost jumped up in excitement. They entered the Snow Phoenix Palace only for a total of 2 days, but they had experienced numerous life and death crises in the underground palace, and even trapped in the Blood Moon Great Array, so they almost thought that they wouldn't be able to leave this place. After experiencing these matters, to be able to see this ordinary, desolated snow scenery, it made them all feel extremely touched. The white-robed man put his hands behind his back and said, "All right, this is the foot of Lone Sky Summit. I believe you should know your way to leave the northern ice fields. I still have something important to handle, so I won't be seeing you off." When Song Puk-jun heard that, he immediately stood up to bow, showing his respect to that white-robed man as he voiced out his gratitude from the depths of his heart. "Many thanks to your distinguished self for your help. We cannot thank you more for the grace that you've shown us. If Senior needs anything in future, just come over to Blue Profound Sect." "Wait." Song Puk-jun had not even finished his words when he was interrupted by Lu Bian. Lu Bian walked in front of the white-robed man and first hesitated for a moment, apparently feeling a little difficult, but in the end he still clenched his teeth and spilled out the words in his mouth. "This. Senior, many thanks to your distinguished self for helping us. Actually, we shouldn't give you any more trouble, but, as you can see, we have a comrade who is seriously injured, and to tell you the truth, if you're unable to refine the medicinal pill within 6 days to save him, he would most probably be crippled. We don't have much time left, and by the time we leave the northern ice fields to save him, it will be too late. Your distinguished self should be extremely familiar with the northern ice fields. Do I wonder if you can tell us if there's any place which is slightly more secure and would not be disrupted? We need a place that we can stay for a few days to help our comrade treat his injuries first." The white-robed man jolted when he heard that, and his brows creased slightly, apparently feeling like he was put in a tight spot. Lu Bian finished his words and didn't say a single word more, just waiting for the other party to reply. Actually, he also knew that the request that he stated made things a little too difficult for him. The white-robed man's identity was a mystery, and he had such powerful ability, but yet he refused to tell his own name, so apparently he must have something secretive that he needed to do. Under this kind of situation where they came together by chance, that person was able to draw time out to take the risk to save them from the Blood Moon Great Array, and that itself was a huge favor. Now, he even asked him for help to find a safe place for treating injuries. Thinking of this, it really was asking for a foot when they had gotten an inch. If it was usual timed, Lu Bian would never be so indiscreet even if it took his life, but now Li Moying's life was on the brink, and as compared to past life best buddy's life, being embarrassed was considered as nothing, so he had to grab on to any chances he had to give it a try. The white-robed man hesitated for a while and still shook his head. "Gentlemen, it's not that I'm not willing to help you. The truth is, the sacred phoenix race and I have been enemies for many years, and Lord Jean views me as a thorn in his flesh, so I'm not considered safe in the northern ice fields, nor do I have any way to help you. Everyone could tell the reluctance in white-robed man's words. But this was human nature, and no one was able to criticize him for this. Lu Bian didn't know what he should say momentarily, and at this moment, Huang Yueli handedly mowing over to Tsang Pahun, as she stood out. Senior, I don't know why you are enemies with Lord Jean, but since you've taken the risk to enter Snow Phoenix Palace, then this junior boldly deduces that you should be searching for something in the underground palace? The white-robed man heard her opening her mouth to speak, and his body jolted vigorously, as he immediately turned his head towards her. Huang Yueli thought that it was the contents that she had touched that attracted his attention, hence she started speaking even more confidently. Senior, allow me to introduce myself. I am a 7th-ranked armament master, and although my ability isn't very high, but I believe I have enough experience and absolutely not lesser than the other armament masters. I can tell that Senior's mastery in array skills is very high, but slightly weakening in terms of mechanisms. No matter what you plan to do when you enter Snow Phoenix Palace, if you cooperate with me, it will definitely be much more convenient. As long as Senior is willing to help, to find us a nearby place which is safe and concealed, I will try my best to help. Huang Yueli's words were not completed when she suddenly opened her mouth wide, and all the remaining words were all stuck at the back of her throat. The white-robed man suddenly turned around and walked towards her in a few big strides, his pair of eyes looking straight at her. That gaze carried hints of urgency and excitement. Senior? Huang Yueli frowned, instinctively feeling something was not quite right, and she subconsciously took a step backwards. Whoever knew that white-robed man also followed suit and took a step forward, moreover as though he was afraid of her escaping. He held on to her chin and lifted up her face, looking closely without blinking at all. His actions were very sudden, hence right from the start, Lu Bian and the others were not able to respond in time. By the time he restrained Huang Yueli, the few of them were then alarmed, and the profound armaments in their hands were all unsheathed, as they surrounded the white-robed man in the center. Your distinguished self, what are you trying to do? Quickly let go of my junior sister. Lu Bian held the Osean fan in his hands rightly, as he stared hard at the white-robed man's hand. Taking action towards a lady without any prior indications, what was this considered as? Could it be that he was smitten by Huang Yueli's beauty? To think that he had previously assumed that white-robed man was a good person. He actually was so dirty-minded? Lu Bian was worried that he would injure Huang Yueli, hence he didn't dare to act recklessly. Song Pujun's brows were also tightly knitted. Your distinguished self, what are you trying to do to young Miss Bai? She's only 16 this year and moreover, she's already engaged to our young sect master. Song Pujun emphasized the later part of the sentence. From the white-robed man's looks, it didn't seem as though he wanted to harm Huang Yueli's life, then the most possible likelihood of such aggression towards her, apparently was because he had some evil intentions. This kind of refined scum was really not rare among practitioners. But usually such people were mostly lowly hedonistic disciples whose cultivations were mediocre, and they would long have been swatted to death by one slap from Huang Yueli. Whereas this white-robed man's cultivation was unfathomable. He had also taken the initiative to strike out, restraining Huang Yueli, so in this kind of situation, everyone couldn't find a way to fight back momentarily. However, the white-robed man seemed as though he didn't notice the engagement part which Song Pujun was talking about, as he only heard the first part of the sentence. He stared at Huang Yueli for a while more when he suddenly lifted his hand to touch her face. Huang Yueli's eyes grew wide, thinking that she would feel very disgusted, but however, when the white-robed man's hand really touched her skin, she didn't feel unbearable but on the contrary, there was an indescribable familiar feeling of closeness. Originally she had already retrieved her set of sword array from her realm ring, preparing to take action, but right now, she couldn't help but voluntarily stopped. Song Pejun and Lu Bian were extremely tense as they already couldn't take it and struck out. "Stop it, release Junior's sister." The two men struck out towards the white-robed man simultaneously, but however, they weren't even able to touch the corner of his sleeve when they were directly thrown back from the surrounding profound energy which the white-robed man had unleashed, causing them to fly off. Luckily, the white-robed man didn't use too much of his ability, hence the two of them weren't really hurt, only landing on their butts on the ground, cutting in extremely sorry state. But at this moment, they weren't able to care about these as they immediately got back up on their feet. When they came near, the two of them realized that the white-robed man's action was totally different from what they had imagined. He stretched out his hand and brushed it gently past Huang Yueli's face, but it didn't seem like he was taking advantage of her. Instead, he used his perfectly white sleeve to clean her blood-stained face, which she was tainted within the blood pool, revealing her originally gorgeous little face. "You." On seeing Huang Yueli's looks, the white-robed man sucked in a breath of cold air. He instantly asked in a low voice, "Earlier they said you're 16 this year? Where are you from?" Huang Yueli was stunned and at the same time, she shuffled one step back, but this time, the white-robed man didn't stop her, and he even put his hand down. Huang Yueli's gaze landed on the white-robed man's blood-stained sleeve as she subconsciously replied, "I am a direct disciple from Blue Profound Sect." "No, I'm not asking about this." White-robed man interrupted her, "What I meant is, before you joined Blue Profound Sect, which kingdom did you come from? Who are your parents?" Huang Yueli blinked and suddenly, as though she seemed to have understood something, she stretched out her hand to lift the white-robed man's hood. An eminent and kindly face was revealed under the sunlight. Huang Yueli met with that pair of extremely similar eyes, and her heart stirred with excitement. She took a deep breath and after calming herself down, she answered, "I am called by Ruoli and I am from South Yu Kingdom located in the southern Sky Continent. My father is Marquis Valiant Marshal Bai Lu Feng, but when I was very young, he had already gone missing." Before she could even finish her words, she was hugged by the white-robed man. He hugged her very tightly and moreover, his body was trembling non-stop. You're indeed Lear. Lear, I'm your father." Actually, when Huang Yueli saw the white-robed man's looks as well as his agitated reaction, she already had a premonition in her heart. But when she heard the white-robed man personally announcing his identity, she was feeling so restless in her heart that she could not express herself. It was only when she reached 16 before she awoke her past life's memories, and before that, Bai Ruoli had always been existing as third miss of Valiant Marshal Manor. No matter where she walked to, everyone would not stop mentioning Bai Liufeng's name, telling her many times just what an incredible father she had. When she was an infant, she had always been pampered by her father. That small-sized soft little bun in her memory was always dressed sweetly and adorably, following behind Bai Liufeng's back. Whereas Bai Lufeng as her father pampered her exceptionally, which could be described as afraid of her falling when in his hands, or afraid of her melting in the mouth, and he would always give in to whatever she asked for. Only except, occasionally in the deep night, Bai Lufeng would delve into deep silence when he was facing that little face, which strongly resembled her mother. Alas, ever since Bai Lufeng disappeared in order to trace her mother's whereabouts, this beautiful memory came to a full stop. Bai Lufeng's memory in her mind layered perfectly with the white-robed man in front of her. For a practitioner who broke through the 9th stage realm, their looks would not undergo any changes in the hundreds of years when they lived. Bai Liufeng's current looks, as compared to when he first left South Yu Kingdom, did not have much difference, and one could tell that after he left not too long later, he had already broken through to the 9th stage realm. Huang Yueli thought that she didn't have any expectations towards kinship. But when she was hugged tightly by Bai Lufeng, in that moment, her eyes grew sour and she actually almost cried out, and that made her deeply felt that her entire heart was twitching in pain. Moreover, in this period of time, because Li Moying's illness was getting more and more serious, the strings in her inner heart were so taut that it was almost on the verge of breaking. Especially when she was in the blood moon great array, she was actually very tense, almost to the point of desperation, but only she herself knew that she could not relax, and could not fall. Because Limoying was still lying behind her. Under this kind of critical predicament, Bai Lufeng suddenly appeared, saving her life. Exactly like what she had imagined her father to be. Huang Yueli seemed to have loosened up a little as her eyes were all red and she furiously blinked, before she held back her tears. Bai Lufeng patted her back as his voice quivered, seemingly as though he was about to cry, "You're really Lear, my little girl Lear. Father misses you so much." The father and daughter hugged each other and that scene was extremely touching. The trio Lu Bian, Song Pejun and Song Pahun were totally dazed by this. This shocking news proved to be too powerful and it was simply too great, rendering them to be in a daze, and they were unable to recover their senses for at least half a day. After a long, long time, Lu Bian finally found back his voice. "What the? I say, just who is this incredible person?" "So. He's Junior sister's father. But wasn't it said that he had already gone missing for 10 over years? Why did he suddenly appear in a place like Northern Ice Fields?" Song Pahun was totally concerned about another question. Heavens, Sovereign's father-in-law is so awesome and now Sovereign is so sickly. Will he not be willing to marry his daughter to him? When Song Pejun heard this off-tone question, his heart thumped as well. He didn't feel that Bai Lufeng would not look down on his sovereign. After all, if he wasn't satisfied, he probably wouldn't be able to find a better son-in-law than Limoying. But Sovereign was engaged with Grandmaster Huang and that wasn't through Bai Lufeng's consent, and moreover the both of them were sleeping in the same room. If Bai Lufeng found out about this, his sovereign would probably be a little miserable. But now was not the time to consider all these. Song Pejun recovered his senses and took a step up hastily as he spoke out loudly. Young Miss Bai, I am very apologetic that I have to interrupt you and Senior Bai from reminiscing, but this place is a little too cold and young sect master seems a little." When Huang Yueli heard that, she instantly woke up in shock. She let go of Bai Lufeng and rubbed the tears from the corner of her eye, turning around and ran towards Song Pejun as she looked at Limoying in his arms. Limoying's complexion was already starting to turn from white to green, and his lips were revealing a slight hint of blackness. Huang Yueli was in a flurry as she turned her head to look at Lu Bian. Lu Bian squatted down and stuffed a pill into Limoying's mouth while talking at the same time. "The freezing zone is bitterly cold, but that is secondary. The crux is that earlier we were still able to use our profound energies to protect our bodies in the blood moon great array, but Moying he totally doesn't have any resistance at all, and can only allow the array to sap away his profound energy, so the diminishment of his profound energy is much faster than us. Luckily we have managed to leave that place in time." Huang Yueli urgently turned her head to look at Bai Lufeng as she pleaded, "Father, can you find a safe place for us? Moying's illness cannot be dragged any further. This time we came to the Northern Ice Fields. The aim is to collect the medicinal herb for him and it must be refined within 6 days before we can save him." Bai Lufeng had finally found his long-lost daughter and was just hugging her to enjoy the feeling of being a father. Whoever knew that he had not even had his fill when his daughter ran off and pounced directly towards a sickly young lad. Bai Lufeng immediately felt a crisis as he asked vigilantly, "This is also your senior brother?" Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes and honestly replied, "Father, this is Blue Profound Sect's young sect master Limoying and he is also my fiancé." "Fiancé?" Bai Lufeng's complexion instantly turned slightly green. However, Huang Yueli seemed as though she didn't detect anything wrong with that. After all, she was an orphan in her past life and her master, who adopted her, was also a woman. Although she pampered her much, but after all she did not have much experience in interacting with a father. So she totally didn't realize that in a father-in-law's eyes, a son-in-law who suddenly popped out was such a huge hindrance. Huang Yueli nodded her head consecutively, that's right, father, Moying is really good to me. When you're not around, it was always him who protected me, took care of me, this time round in order to protect me, it caused his illness to flare up. Father, you have to help me think of a way. Bai Lufeng was feeling sour inside his heart, feeling that his cabbage in his hands was not even warmed up yet and it had already been fed to a pig. But seeing Huang Yueli's face, which was alike to his beloved wife, and that watery big eyes which revealed her request and trust, he had no way to reject her at all. The few of you follow me. I have a secluded abode near Lone Sky Summit. He wanted to turn around when he suddenly saw his petite little Lastly started carrying the man who was taller than her by a head. Bai Liufeng's brows couldn't help but start twitching. Huang Yueli carried Li Moying horizontally as she ran towards him and urged, "Father, let's go quickly. Moying's condition looks like he's really not very well." Bai Lufeng took a deep breath, telling himself that he couldn't scare his own young lass. He tried his best to remain calm as he persuaded her, "My lass, you must have been frightened in Snow Phoenix Palace earlier, so it's best that you take a rest. Carrying such a heavy living person, it's too tiring. It's better to let your senior brothers help you?" Huang Yueli immediately shook her head, "No need, father. They're clumsy, and I'm afraid that they might just cause Moying to fall. I have a lot of strength, and carrying a person doesn't take much effort at all." Bai Lufeng almost fainted. She was afraid of this stinky brat falling. What was wrong with that? This lad looked so sickly, as though he was about to breathe his last any moment, and not only did he look like he didn't have any power to protect his darling girl, moreover he still had to be carried by his daughter and afraid of him falling. Simply a little gigolo who lived off women. How could his darling girl possibly marry this kind of joker? It was definitely because she was young and ignorant, and on seeing him so handsome looking with a sweet mouth, hence she was cheated. Bai Lufeng was feeling stuffed, but Huang Yueli was feeling extremely anxious as she kept on urging him. "Father, why are you in a daze? Let's quickly find a place to settle down, my senior brother still needs to refine pills." Bai Lufeng was helpless as he looked at Huang Yueli's watery eyes, which looked as though she was about to cry. He couldn't bear for his daughter to be worried and could only say, "All right, all of you follow me." Forget it. He had just acknowledged his darling girl, and forcing her to separate with this little gigolo would easily produce the opposite of the desired result. It would be better for him to help treat that little gigolo, and after he has shown benevolence and fulfilled his utmost duty, he would then think of a way to make him back down on his own. Bai Lufeng led the way in front, while Huang Yueli and the others followed behind hastily. Lu Bian was a world-wise man, and when he saw Bai Lufeng's ever-changing expressions on his face, he already understood most of what was going on. Then he took a look at Huang Yueli's face, which didn't detect anything. He silently found it amusing. Don't think that Li Moying was usually very smug in front of him. This time round he met with this father-in-law who had such astounding ability, he would most likely be deflated. What was worse of all was Bai Lufeng had never seen Li Moying's usual awe-inspiring look, but now all he saw was his half-dead look. It would be a miracle if he was agreeable to marry his daughter to him. The few of them followed Bai Lufeng, passing through several snow mountains before they stopped. Bai Lufeng hit out some hand gestures towards that snow mountain, and after a few streaks of array patterns flashed past, a transportation array appeared in front of their eyes. "Quickly follow up," Bai Lufeng urged. The few of them hastily stood next to him, and the golden ray flashed, and all of them were teleported to another world. Here, the four surroundings and the top was completely covered by thick layers of ice, and only a piece in the center was hollow. In this icy snow-surrounded space, there were quite a few blocks of exquisite rooms which were beautifully constructed, and on one look, one could tell that it was a cave dwelling left behind by the previous generations. Lu Bian raised his head and took a look as he asked in astonishment, "Marquis Bai, this place should be the inner part of the snowy mountain that we saw earlier? I've never thought that the exterior looked like a normal mountain, but it's a totally different world on the inside." Bai Lufeng smiled as he nodded his head and replied, "You are quite knowledgeable. This place is actually a cave dwelling of an ancient practitioner. In the northern ice fields, there are quite a number of such early historical remains like this, and this place was discovered by me accidentally. Although this place is extremely concealed, Lord Jean and the others weren't able to find it, so I've been hiding here in seclusion for a long period of time." Hearing Bai Liufeng's words, everyone's doubts did not decrease, but instead they were even more befuddled. Bai Lufeng abandoned his biological daughter for more than a decade, running over to northern ice fields alone, and from the looks of it, it seemed that he seemed to be targeting Lord Jean and the forces behind him. Why was this? What was he trying to do? Huang Yueli also had a lot of questions on her mind, but the man in her arms was still unconscious, so she momentarily didn't have the heart to think about all these. "Father, is the guest room over that side? I'll carry Moying in to rest first. Can I trouble you to find a larger room for my senior brother so that it will be more convenient for him to refine pills?" As Huang Yueli said that, she carried Li Moying and entered a small building on the right side, on her own. Lastly, Bai Lufeng wanted to stop her, however, Huang Yueli had already entered the house, by herself. As it was the inner part of the snowy mountain which was isolated, so even if no one had stayed in this room for a very long time, the inside was still spotless. The decor inside the room was very simple, with only a very hard bed, a table and a few chairs. Moreover, the previous owner of this cave dwelling was a practitioner who cultivated an ice-attributed cultivation method, so there wasn't even a piece of blanket on the bed. Even the substance of the bed was sculpted out entirely of ice. If a patient like Li Moying were to lie on this kind of bed, perhaps his illness might worsen. Luckily, Huang Yueli kept a number of daily necessities inside the space of Sky Phoenix Ring, so pillows, or whatever is all readily available. She quickly retrieved it all out and spread it all over, then placing Li Moying onto the bed as she covered him with the blanket. Looking at the greenish color slowly fading away from Li Moying's face, his arms also started to gain a little bit of warmth. It was then when Huang Yueli finally could relax a little. Song Pajun, Song Pahun also followed along, as they looked worriedly at Li Moying. Lu Bian sat beside the bed and stretched out his hand as he took Li Moying's pulse, and moments later, he spoke out gravely, "Junior sister, Li Moying had been overly exhausted in the blood moon spell earlier, and it has not only damaged his primordial spirit, moreover it has also affected his meridians and internal organs. Luckily we managed to leave in time, otherwise if we were to stay for a couple more hours in the array, he might suffer from residual effects later on. I'm going to use the golden needle's acupuncture to first help him unblock his meridians, otherwise even if he takes the purified pill, I'm afraid that there isn't any way for him to absorb it successfully." Saying that, Lu Bian turned around, indicating for the others to step back. "Will Senior Bai and both guardians please leave us for a moment? The golden needle's acupuncture required silence and cannot be disturbed. Junior sister will stay alone to help me, and that will do." Huang Yueli nodded her head. She had learnt quite a lot from Dai Boki by now, and plus the fact that her comprehension power was very high, she had already grasped the basic foundation of golden needle acupuncture skill. Of course, with a 9th-ranked divine doctor like Lu Bian around, there was no chance for her to take action, but as an assistant, she was completely qualified for this. Song Pajun and Song Pahun knew about this long ago, hence they didn't find it odd, and turned around to leave. Bai Lufeng also followed along, wanting to see what illness had this stinky brat who had abducted his lastly contracted, but in the end, before he could even find out anything, he was being chased out again. Bai Lufeng wasn't very willing, but with a change in his thoughts, he turned around to leave the room. Seeing Lastly in this state, her entire mind on that stinky little brat, totally throwing him, her father behind her mind cleanly, even if he wanted to ask her anything, she wouldn't have any heart to reply to him at all. He might as well take this opportunity, while that stinky brat was still unconscious, to catch those two subordinates of his, and interrogate them to see what that stinky brat did, to cheat his Lastly into his hands. As the saying went, know the enemy and yourself, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger of defeat. Knowing that stinky brat's plot, wouldn't he be able to remove the firewood from beneath the cauldron? After Bai Lufeng left, Lu Bian brought Huang Yueli along to administer acupuncture for Li Moying. Junior sister, this is your first time being responsible for administering acupuncture for a patient, so you must be extremely careful. Li Moying has an extremely complicated case of meridians and internal organs injury this time round, and even 7th-ranked pill masters aren't able to manage this situation. Moreover, you're still a freshman, so by rights, I shouldn't ask of you to be my assistant, but now there's no other way and Li Moying's injury cannot be delayed any longer. Huang Yueli nodded her head and interrupted his words, "Senior brother, don't worry. I can handle it well." Seeing Lu Bian's grave and serious expression, she naturally knew clearly that Li Moying's situation was definitely extremely bad. Otherwise, Lu Bian, who had always been extremely confident of his own medical skills, in light of ordinary people's serious injuries, had always been an appetizer to him, so when he was administering the golden needle acupuncture, he would generally not require any assistance at all. Lu Bian took a deep look at her, and didn't say anything else. He didn't doubt his junior sister's innate talent and power of comprehension, but was only worried that because the person who was injured was Li Moying, which would inevitably affect her normal standard. "Alright then, let's start. Pay attention to my commands." Lu Bian's words were out, and with that, his finger flipped and a golden needle was held firmly in his hands. Immediately following that, as his fingers flew, rays of golden light flashed past and the golden needles were pierced one after another into Li Moying's acupoints around his body. Golden needle acupuncture, not only was the position of every single piece of golden placed could not be wrong, moreover, the depth of the insertion and the angle was meticulously calculated. Not only so, as the golden needles were pierced into his body, Lu Bian's would attributed profound energy also started to flow into Li Moying's body. Wood attribute was useful in aiding germination and had a nourishing effect, so using wood attributed profound energy to invigorate meridians' regeneration power, it would also enable the meridians which were damaged to recuperate at the fastest speed possible. After Lu Bian pierced the golden needles, he spoke out softly, "Junior sister, prepare yourself a little. Later when I pull out the golden needles, you will pierce those golden needles in your hands into those remaining few acupoints." As Li Moying's injury was rather serious, a round of acupuncture wasn't enough to cure him entirely, and it would take at least 4 rounds of treatment. But in this entire process, the profound energy which was administered for acupuncture could not be cut off, otherwise it would lose its effectiveness. Hence at the same time when Lu Bian pulled out the needles, he would also require Huang Yueli to immediately cover his position, and this timing needed to be grasped exactly without any sense of hesitation, and freshmen usually found it hard to be so resolute and would often make mistakes. But these problems did not surface with Huang Yueli at all. Her slender delicate fingers held the golden needles tightly, injecting wood attributed profound energy into the golden needles, and immediately following that, she entered a trance. In her heart, all the distracting thoughts had all been swept aside, and in her eyes, there were only Li Moying's acupoints and also the gestures where Lu Bian pulled out the needles. One needle, followed by another. Lu Bian was initially worried that Huang Yueli wasn't able to concentrate, but later on he realized that he had thought too much. Huang Yueli's psychological state had always been very good. Even though the person who was seriously injured now was her fiancé, but her hands had not once trembled as every needle she pierced was firm and resolute, precise, to the finest detail. Even if it were other high-leveled pill masters who were rich in experience, not many of them were able to express themselves so steadily. Golden needle acupuncture was an extremely delicate yet extremely exhausting process. About 2 hours later, the two of them finally completed this treatment. Momentarily, the both of them heaved a breath of relief. Lu Bian wiped the sweat off his forehead as he stood up. "All right, now that his meridians and internal organs damage has basically been restored, Following this, he will just need to lie down quietly to recuperate. Originally this fellow just doesn't listen to the doctor's instructions, and is always running about, which makes me worry. Now anyway he can't move and can only just lie down, that will save me some trouble. Following this, I will try my best to refine the purified pill. Huang Yueli nodded her head and spoke out gratefully from the bottom of her heart, Senior brother, I really must thank you greatly. If not for you, Moying would have long ago. The gratitude that you have gifted to us, I will never forget it forever. Lu Bian took a look at her and his lips curled upwards, but with a slight bitterness. We're all friends, what's there to say thanks about? What he wanted was never a word of thanks, but unfortunately, the deepest hope that he genuinely wished for in his inner heart, could no longer be triggered forever. Alright, we're pressed for time so let's not talk much for now. Follow what I told you earlier, administer the golden needle acupuncture once a day for Li Moying daily, ensure that his body is maintained in the best condition. I will be going behind closed doors to refine the pill for the next few days. Saying that, he nodded his head towards Huang Yueli and turned around to leave. Huang Yueli looked at his departing figure as she could somehow sense Lu Bian's thoughts. Exactly because of this, she felt even more guilty in her heart. Hopefully in the near future, her senior brother would also be able to find that person who he genuinely likes. As the golden needle acupuncture exhausts a lot of profound energy, moreover today Huang Yueli had consecutively met with danger in the blood moon spell, her exhaustion was tremendous. Earlier when Lu Bian was around, she could still force herself to hold on, but now that there were no other outsiders, she immediately felt a sense of tiredness sweeping across her entire body, even her eyelids could not stay open. However, her entire body was stained with the blood from the blood pool and was extremely dirty. However, she was not able to take it if she had to climb up into bed like this. Luckily, she had Spirit Saint spring water in her Sky Phoenix ring space. Huang Yueli retrieved the spring water from her interspatial ring and in her fastest speed possible, she took a shower and changed into a set of dry clothes before she went back to lie down beside Li Moying. Huang Yueli turned over and her eyes slid past Li Moying's upright brows, long but curly eyelashes, straight nose, and the pair of cold thin lips. He laid on the bed, quietly without moving, like a perfectly sculpted model. For that instance, Huang Yueli suddenly had a terrified feeling arising in her heart. Really extremely worried that Li Moying would just remain like this forever, not moving. It was until she placed her hand on Li Moying's chest, to feel his heart beating with vigor, before she was able to put her heart slightly at ease. Tiredness attacked her once again and Huang Yueli's petite body curled up, as she snuggled totally into Li Moying's arms, her face plastered onto Li Moying's chest, listening to his stable heartbeat, and she quickly fell into deep sleep. Outside the door. The minute Lu Bian came out, he saw the three people standing at the entrance of the door. Bai Liufeng's arms were crossed around his chest, and his brows were slightly creased. Whereas Song Pejun and Song Pehun were evidently bearing terrified looks. Apparently, when facing a top exponent like Bai Lufeng made them feel extremely pressurized. Moreover, Bai Lufeng was their master's father-in-law, someone whom even Li Moying could not afford to offend, hence the both of them didn't dare to speak out recklessly. But even though they didn't want to say much, but Bai Lufeng had a pile of questions to interrogate them with. Without Li Moying and Huang Yueli's hints, there were many things which Song Pejun and all did not dare to speak about recklessly. Such an awkward situation made the both of them squeeze out cold sweat, as the pressure they bore was as heavy as a mountain. Finally, after waiting for a long time, they managed to wait it out till Lu Bian finished the treatment, which was considered as being relieved of their ordeal. Momentarily, the gaze which they shot towards Lu Bian seemed as though they had seen their savior. Lu Bian saw their puppy eyes looking at them and his heart jumped. Before he could even react in time, Bai Lufeng already coughed slightly as he opened his mouth. I've not expected that your distinguished self is soaring heaven's continent's #1 Divine Doctor Lu. Earlier I've really disgraced myself. Thank you very much for taking care of my daughter. Lu Bian was stunned and instantly understood that it should have been Song Pijun and the others who told Bai Lufeng about this. He hurriedly cupped his fist into the other hand and said, "You flattered me. Lear is my junior sister and our master likes her very much. She is still young, so it's only natural that I have to take care of her a little more." Bai Lufeng nodded his head as he stopped with the formalities. His Lear was able to join Dai Boki's wing to become senior brother and junior sister with the number 1 divine doctor. This indeed was out of his expectations, but from what Bai Lufeng thought, his daughter naturally had outstanding innate talent where no one could match, so to be chosen by Dai Boki was really nothing curious about. His topic took a change as he asked, "Divine Dr. Lu, earlier you mentioned that for the stinky, cough cough, for young sect Master Li, you were going to administer treatment using golden needles acupuncture. Is the treatment completed already?" Lu Bian thought he was worried about Li Moying's injuries as he hurriedly replied, "He has just underwent treatment, Marquis Bai, please be assured. For Meridian's injuries, as long as one received timely treatment, the problem isn't too big." However, Bai Lufeng frowned, "Then, why is it that you're the only one who came out? Where's lastly?" Lu Bian was truly shocked as he totally did not expect Bai Lufeng to ask this question at all. By the time he had a change in thoughts, he then suddenly realized that although Li Moying and Wang Yueli were already engaged, but they weren't officially married, and for a lone man and woman to stay alone in a room, and also to spend the night together, was indeed not suitable. But in the eyes of those who knew the 2 lifetimes' feelings between the both of them, they had long deemed them as husband and wife, so they had never felt that something was wrong about this. But to Bai Lufeng, this problem was very serious. Looking at the expression on Lu Bian's face, Bai Lufeng's expression immediately sank. What's going on? Lastly is still inside? Why hasn't she come out yet? Lu Bian gave a dry cough as he avoided the details and touched on the brief, this. Marquis Bai, you know that after the golden needle acupuncture, the patient is extremely frail and sometimes they might even suffer from convulsions in the middle of the night, so he definitely needs someone by his side. Junior sister is worried about her fiancé, so she stayed behind to take care of him. Bai Lufeng replied unsatisfactorily, "Take care? What does that stinky brat have to get lastly to take care of him? Blue profound sect's young sect master, is that great? Moreover speaking, he still has these 2 guardians here, can't they take care of him?" This. Lu Bian didn't know how to reply as well. If it was possible to persuade her, without Bai Lufeng saying, Lu Bian would have persuaded Huang Yueli to leave Li Moying further away long ago. Seeing them being so intimate every single day, the person who was most out of sorts was him. The question was, for Huang Yueli, who was a person with her own ideas, she wouldn't bother considering other people's views and ideas. Usually she already couldn't bear for Li Moying to have nightmares in the night, and right now, Li Moying was seriously unconscious, so it would be strange if she could bear to take even 1 step away. Bai Lufeng had not even thought of waiting for his reply as he flicked his sleeves angrily and started walking towards the room directly, intending to save his obedient daughter from the ill-intended stinky brat. Song Pijun and the others knew that things were not going well and all headed up to persuade him. Marquis Bai, this. Young Miss Bai wants to take care of our young sect master herself, let's not disturb them. That's right, Marquis Bai, don't worry. Our young sect master is currently unconscious, and he can't do anything bad at all. Young Miss Bai is merely worried about his condition, don't worry too much. However, how would these few bachelors like them possibly understand that when Bai Lufeng heard these words, he felt even more out of sorts? This sounded as though Lastly really liked that stinky brat very much, and even plastered over on her own to take care of him. Bai Lufeng spoke out gloomily, move aside all of you. Divine Dr. Lu, weren't you in a hurry to go refine medicinal pills? Why? Not urgent any longer? Lu Bian regained his senses and realized that he didn't have much time, so it seemed that he had no way to continue watching the show right here. He looked at Bai Liufeng's back striding into the room as he couldn't help but shook his head. Forget it, there wasn't enough time, and refining medicinal pills was more important, whereas the show could be continued later on. After Li Moying's illness had recovered, no one knew how chickens would fly or how dogs would jump. Thinking about the fact that Li Moying would soon put on a sunken expression, Lu Bian felt that his mood had improved by a whole round. Marquis Bai, perhaps young Miss Bai might have already gone to rest, why must you? Song Pahun followed Bai Lufeng all the way while trying to persuade him. However, the room door was still pushed open by Bai Lufeng. Bai Lufeng almost jumped up in fury when he saw the exact scenario in the room. A big bed on a piece of white-colored snow leopard's fur rug was a pair of young couple who leaned close to each other, eyes shut tightly, and both of them had already immersed into dreamland long ago. This pair, the man was agelessly handsome while the lady was dainty and charming, and from the surface, they really were a couple who couldn't be more compatible than ever. But Bai Lufeng totally failed to notice this. His line of vision landed totally on Li Moying's chest. Because of the golden needle acupuncture earlier, Li Moying's outer clothing were removed by Lu Bian earlier, and even his inner clothing were removed by a large half, as the front lapel was pulled aside. Whereas Huang Yueli was leaning in his arms in an intimate position. What was worse of all was that Li Moying's body had many scars which were left after the golden needle acupuncture, and that looked exceptionally ambiguous. Momentarily, Bai Liufeng's face turned green. Song Pajun and Song Pahun followed him closely behind, and when they entered the room, the alarms in their hearts cried out loudly. Sovereign has actually been seen in such a state, this time round, everything is finished. They had really never met someone who was so unlucky. He was still unconscious, and had not even done anything bad yet, but was caught in bed by his father-in-law. As expected, Bai Liufeng's brows twitched as he couldn't help but give a loud cough while growling, lastly. However, Huang Yueli had always been assured when she was beside Li Moying. Adding on to the fact that she felt that this was Bai Liufeng's turf, so there wouldn't be any dangers, hence she slept soundly. Even if her own father's head was emitting smoke, she didn't feel anything at all. Song Pajun's heart was drumming, crying out for Grandmaster Huang to quickly wake up. Weren't you usually very alert? Wasn't your reaction always the swiftest, as long as there was a little movement? Why did you sleep this soundly today? However, Huang Yueli totally couldn't sense Song Pajun's complaining, as she remained unmoved. Bai Lufeng gave a humph as his expression looked even worse now. If it wasn't for the fact that he had personally seen Li Moying's face turning green and he was totally weak, he might really have thought that this stinky brat was intentionally pretending to be ill, just to abduct his daughter. Bai Lufeng ignored Song Pajun's obstruction as he walked to the front of the bed in a few quick steps and raised his voice a little louder, lastly, quickly get up. This time round, Huang Yueli finally sensed that something was amiss. Bai Lufeng was a 9th stage realm peak practitioner and his surrounding aura was exceptionally strong. He was already standing so close by, and if she still hadn't sensed anything, she would really be a dead person. Huang Yueli opened her eyes in a daze, as her sleepiness had not waned off yet. She used her hand to cover her mouth and quietly yawned several times. What's the matter? Is there anything urgent? Has senior brother already finished refining the pill? Bai Lufeng gave another cough and Huang Yueli was stunned as she lifted her head to meet with her father's face, then abruptly regained consciousness. She sat up immediately and said, "Father, why are you here? Is something the matter? Has Lord Jean found us?" Her first reaction was that everyone had to move because of danger, totally not realizing that she and Li Moying sleeping together was a wrong thing to do. Bai Lufeng saw that and felt even more stuffed. His face was steely green as he spoke out, "Lastly, you and young sect master Li still aren't married yet. Sleeping together like this, it's not too nice, right?" "Ah? Really? But after Moying's illness is cured, we will get married immediately. Huang Yueli blinked her big eyes as she replied innocently, right, father, originally I was still worried that when the both of us get married, there will be no elder to preside over our marriage, and this is really not logical. Now with father around, then this problem no longer exists. Bai Lufeng felt as though it was being shot by an arrow when he heard what she said. It was always said that a woman's heart was with her husband, but surely she didn't need to be like this, right? Was she rushing to get married, and he even had to help them preside over this marriage? What was wrong with this? When had he ever mentioned that he agreed to their marriage? Bai Lufeng gave a cold snort and said, when have I ever acknowledged your marriage? I heard that you've already gotten engaged when you were in South Yu Kingdom. Who set the engagement for you? Bai Lu Jing, or that emperor? I haven't even nodded my head. Who has the right to decide this engagement for you? Ah? Huang Yueli's eyes opened wide as she finally understood what was wrong. Father, could it be that you don't agree with our engagement? Bai Lufeng swept a gaze on Li Moying via the corner of his eye as he spoke out coldly, how is this brat worthy of you? Look at his sickly look, he might possibly die any moment. His condition is so bad, so I believe his cultivation innate talent can't be very high. Not only can he not protect you, you might even need to risk your life to protect him. Bai Lufeng had not forgotten that earlier when they were in the Blood Moon Great Array, he was the one who stood in the middle of the blood pool and saved Huang Yueli out from the 3 attacking demonic soul-red scorpions. Whereas at this moment, what was the stinky brat doing? The battle had not even started and he was already unconscious, totally unable to protect his own fiancée. This kind of trash could forget about touching a single strand of hair on his princess. Thinking of this, Bai Lufeng's vision turned to Huang Yueli once again. This lass was still using her handkerchief to wipe the sweat for that stinky brat. She looked really like a little wife, eyesore. He harumphed coldly, you and this lad's marriage. We'll discuss this again. You'd have to let me test this lad's innate talent and ability first, before I can be assured about letting him marry you, right? But, now you're not married yet, so how can you sleep on the same bed? There are plenty of rooms here, it isn't as though you have no place to stay? Come over to father's side. Huang Yueli originally wanted to say that Li Moying's illness was very serious, and she simply wasn't assured. However, looking at the vengeful expression that Bai Lufeng shot towards Li Moying, she started to hesitate. Looked like Bai Lufeng seemed to have some misunderstanding towards Li Moying. Huang Yueli thought over this for a moment and explained, Father, you're thinking too much. I'm only staying here to take care of Moying. Doesn't he have his guardians here? He's not alone by himself. He doesn't need you to take care of him. Bai Lufeng said resolutely. But Huang Yueli was still hesitating if she should speak up about the matter where Li Moying would start having nightmares the minute she left. But before she could open her mouth, Song Pujun butted in and spoke out first, Grandmaster Huang, leave this to this subordinate, please be assured. With this subordinate around, I will absolutely not let anything happen to Sovereign. You've been tired out for the past 2 days, so it's better to have a good rest. Moreover, Marquis Bai and yourself have not met for more than a decade, so you must have a lot of things to talk about. While Song Pujun was speaking, he kept throwing signs with his eyes to Huang Yueli. Song Pujun had already mentioned this, hence, Huang Yueli also started to come around it. Looked like her father's misunderstanding towards Li Moying wasn't just this little bit. In order to consider their future, she had best not go against Bai Lufeng for the time being. Anyway, after Bai Lufeng had gone to sleep at night, she would still be able to sneak in and look after Li Moying. If Bai Lufeng found out about what Huang Yueli was thinking in her heart, he would probably faint from anger alive. Huang Yueli nodded her head and said, all right then, but Guardian June, when you are on night watch, you must take note of the following matters. She was like an unceasing torrent and spoke for a long time before she finally managed to wrap up all the matters that he should take note of. Even if Song Pajun had an outstanding memory, he couldn't help but end up with an entire forehead of sweat. After she finished instructing, she then left with Bai Lufeng. The two of them had just stepped out of the room when Bai Lufeng swung around growling out in an earnest manner, "Lastly, you're still young and have not met many men, so don't be deceived by that stinky brat. See that lad surnamed Li, he came from Blue Profound sect and does indeed have some status, and his looks is not bad as well, so if you're smitten by him, father don't find it strange at all. But just these alone are useless, men. Mainly we still need to see if they have the potential. If they have the ability to protect their own woman, that's the most important thing." Huang Yueli was stunned as she blinked her eyes, momentarily unable to recollect her senses. To find a man with potential, she knew this point totally. In actual fact, the man whom she had found was originally the most powerful man in the entire Soaring Heavens continents, alright? Adding on to her 2 lifetimes, other than when she was in South Yu Kingdom, she had never heard of anyone who said that Li Moying was too weak. Take Dai Boki for example, who didn't want her to marry Li Moying initially. He always persuaded her in this manner, a man can't just depend on potential. One look and you can tell that young sect master Li's character is overbearing and overwhelming, totally not that kind of tender and considerate type. You following him would result in you being bullied easily by him. What was it that Bai Lufeng was the opposite? Huang Yueli knew that she wasn't able to clarify this misunderstanding with just a few mere sentences, so she could only placate him by saying, "Father, you've really thought too much. Moying's innate talent and potential are both very strong. But only because he has the soul detachment illness, hence he's now unconscious, and moreover, his illness acted up because he wanted to protect me and crossed hands with Lord Jean." Hearing that, Bai Lufeng was truly stunned, but following that, he replied in disbelief, "You're saying, that stinky brat crossed hands with Lord Jean?" Huang Yueli nodded her head, "That's right, back then when we were locked up by Lord Jean, in order to protect me, Moying utilized his secret technique, hence resulting in his illness acting up suddenly. Luckily my senior brother and the rest came in time, otherwise, the consequences would be dire." Saying that, Huang Yueli recalled the scene back then and also recalled how Li Moying stood up to block her behind him, without thinking about him, and her expression went dim. Bai Lufeng heard her clear and logical story, but still found it hard to believe. How is this possible? What kind of potential does that Lord Jean have? Even if it was your father, when I go up against him, my chances are only 50-50. That stinky brat surnamed Li looks just 20-plus-year-old, and yet he's able to cross hands with Lord Jean? Moreover, Bai Lufeng didn't continue speaking, but instead swept his gaze onto Huang Yueli. Previously, Huang Yueli's body was stained with blood and looked disheveled, but that was because she was smudged with dirt from the blood pool. In actual fact, she didn't suffer any injuries at all. Now that she had taken a shower, she looked refreshed, and other than looking a little wan and sallow, there weren't any abnormalities with her. According to what she said, she and that stinky brat were captured by Lord Jean, and they even crossed hands. Under such a scenario, she was actually unharmed. This really made Bai Lufeng extremely surprised. In this way, that stinky brat indeed wasn't useless. At least he knew that he must protect his Lastly properly, and that was a positive point about him. Thinking of this, Bai Lufeng forced himself to nod his head. "All right then, consider this lad still has some consciousness, and still knows that he has to protect you." Although he said that, Bai Lufeng didn't believe in what Huang Yueli said. A 20-plus-year-old crossing hands with Lord Jean, and yet not getting an instant kill? Just thinking about it was impossible. That stinky brat probably hadn't reached the 9th stage realm peak yet. It was definitely because of his subordinates and Lastly's senior brother who came quickly, and hence saved the both of them. Huang Yueli could tell that Bai Lufeng had already loosened up a little as she hurriedly beamed and fawned on him. "Father, don't worry, how would your daughter's foresight be so lousy? No matter what, a tiger father doesn't have a puppy for a daughter. Moreover, with father to back me up, which man has the guts to dare bully me?" Huang Yueli's flattery was really slick and she purposely chose those that Bai Lufeng loved to hear. This acting cute technique was originally used to coax Li Moying, and now that it was used on Bai Lufeng, it was extremely effective as well. Bai Lufeng's complexion instantly turned much better. He hurriedly nodded his head and replied in an extremely complacent manner, "Isn't that so? Can't they see whose daughter you are?" Huang Yueli hurriedly nodded her head and after a few more flattery statements, she changed the topic and said, "Father, the night is not young anymore, do rest up earlier." Bai Lufeng swept a glance at her and said, "Lastly, surely you're not trying to just say a few words of flattery and to cheat your father to go rest, then you can slip away to accompany that stinky brat, right?" Huang Yueli's heart pounded wildly. Wasn't her father a little too smart? He could even see through this. She quickly shook her head, "No. No such thing. Father has already said that this isn't good, how can I not listen to father?" When Bai Lufeng heard that, he replied satisfactorily, "This is good, indeed father's obedient girl. You guys haven't eaten for the past few days, right? Father will go find some food for you, have a rest, then come out in around an hour's time to have your meal." It was until now that Huang Yueli realized that she was so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back. Ever since they entered the Snow Phoenix Palace, it had been 2 entire days, and they practically had not eaten anything at all. Everyone's interspatial rings indeed had some dried food, but in a place like the Snow Phoenix Palace, where they met with dangers repeatedly, they really didn't have any mood to eat at all. Huang Yueli instantly felt touched as she replied, "Father is indeed thoughtful." Bai Lufeng stopped and pushed the door of a small courtyard as he continued, "Stay in here first. Blankets, pillows, and whatever are all in the storage room on the right side." Huang Yueli nodded her head and walked in. After she entered the courtyard door, she realized that she seemed to ask Bai Lufeng a very important matter, and that question was to ask him why he was in the northern ice fields, near Lone Sky Summit. South Yu Kingdom's men all rumored that Bai Lufeng had already died for many years and for over 10 years, he indeed had not been back to see her, his daughter. Now, he suddenly appeared in this place and moreover from the looks of it, he seemed extremely familiar with Snow Phoenix Palace and the surroundings, which apparently meant that he had been staying here for a very long period of time. Just what was the inside story to this? Huang Yueli was filled with questions, but yet she had not been able to find a chance to talk about this in detail with Bai Lufeng. Because Li Moying's illness was erratic and occupied all of her attention span, hence she could not care about Bai Lufeng. The truth was that day after she ate with Bai Lufeng, Song Pahun then ran over to look for her, saying that Li Moying was tangled in a nightmare and kept on twitching around in pain. Huang Yueli knew that the reason was because she left his side, hence she hurriedly ran back. Bai Lufeng wanted to call out to her from her back, but alas, it had no effect at all. When Li Moying's illness had not acted up, Huang Yueli was still willing to respect her father and listen to him, but when she really saw Li Moying suffering in pain, she totally could not care about anything else. No one could supersede Li Moying's place in her heart. Lear, don't leave me. Don't." Huang Yueli ran to the door and heard Li Moying's hoarse cries. Her heart instantly wrenched in pain as she took a few quick steps and dashed right next to Li Moying's bedside. Moying, how are you? Don't worry, I'm right beside you. Lear, don't die." He huffed in a low voice. Huang Yueli sat right next to the bed, as she placed Li Moying's head on her lap, and gently massaged his temples. At the same time, she coaxed him softly, "I'm not dead, Moying. See, am I not right here all well? I'm right here accompanying you." However, Li Moying merely quietened down for a few seconds under her hands, and started to wrench around in pain once again. Huang Yueli silently sighed as she lowered her head and planted her pink lips onto Li Moying's bloodless thin lips. The original pair of icy cold thin lips, under Huang Yueli's warming up, slowly gained some temperature and the young lady's sweet breath lingered around his nostrils. Slowly, Li Moying started to quieten down. Huang Yueli then rose up her head as she sighed softly, placing Li Moying once again back on the pillow and covered him with the blanket, then sat back on the bedhead to look at that handsome yet pale face. Even though they had experienced a great deal of dangers and finally obtained the bipolar black orchid. Moreover, Lu Bian had already started to refine the purified pill. But she was still unable to set herself at ease totally. After waiting for such a long time, her heart had been suspended for such a long time that it already had no way to face all these calmly. This was the last chance, and she hoped that everything would go smoothly. Li Moying had already suffered so much for her, so she only wished that heaven would stop playing tricks on the both of them. Knock knock knock. A knocking sound was heard. Huang Yueli was stunned momentarily. Enter. Song Put-jun walked in and bowed. Grandmaster Huang, is Sovereign all right now? Do you want to rest? Huang Yueli frowned slightly and shook her head. I'd better stay here and accompany Moying. Earlier, I just left for such a short while and his illness acted up again. How can I be assured? Guardian Jun, can I trouble you to tell my father, right, where's my father? Speaking to this point, she then remembered Bai Lu Feng. Earlier she was having her meal with Bai Lu Feng and was called away by Tsang Pahun in the middle of it. By right, Bai Lu Feng should have followed over angrily. Why was it that he was missing now? Song Pajun lowered his head and said, Grandmaster Huang, earlier when you came in, Marquis Bai followed in as well, but you didn't notice it. But he just left again. I see. Huang Yueli first nodded her head, then her thoughts raced and took a turn, somehow feeling something was amiss. Earlier when she stepped in order to control Li Moying's nightmare, she even initiated the kiss. If Bia Lu Feng was following her all the while, didn't that mean that he already saw it all? Based on his protective nature as her father, he actually wasn't angry? This was simply fascinating. Seeing Huang Yueli's slightly awkward expression, Song Pajun somehow understood what was going on and continued, earlier Marquis Bai was indeed rather angry, but he seemed to have heard Sovereign calling your name continuously, asking you not to leave him. Ah. Huang Yueli then understood what was going on. Looked like Bai Lu Feng had more or less sensed Li Moying's genuine heart towards her. She hoped that after Li Moying regained his consciousness, Bai Lu Feng would be able to accept this son-in-law sooner. After this matter, Huang Yueli totally ignored Bai Lu Feng's objection as she insisted on staying beside Li Moying every day, from morning to night to take care of him personally, not relying on anyone. Even feeding him water and medication was done personally by Huang Yueli. This scenario naturally made Bai Lu Feng extremely dissatisfied. Alas, Huang Yueli was bent on accompanying Li Moying, so no matter what he said it didn't matter at all.